Chapter 765. Master, this is the Feng clan's young Miss Tian Wu. As for this person, he's the good friend I mentioned to you, Duan Ling Tian. Su Li brought along Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wu to arrive before the middle-aged man and introduced them. Duan Ling Tian? After the middle-aged man's gaze flashed past Feng Tianwu, it locked onto Duan Ling Tian. You're that Duan Ling Tian that obtained the first in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition over half a year ago? Duan Ling Tian greets Senior. The middle-aged man was Su Li's master, so Duan Ling Tian couldn't be disrespectful. Moreover, this middle-aged man before him was absolutely the strongest person besides his father, and Qing knew that was by the side of the mysterious young woman, Han Xuan. Qing knew wasn't a human martial artist, and her strength was restrained, causing Duan Ling Tian to be completely unable to see through her. As for his father, he was completely unable to see through him. He's indeed a good seedling. After sizing up Duan Ling Tian for a moment, the middle-aged man nodded. Duan Ling Tian smiled modestly and spoke to Su Li before returning to his original seat with Feng Tianwu. Now, the gaze Zhao Wei shot at Duan Ling Tian was completely different. Earlier, he'd finally recalled it when the middle-aged man reminded him. Not long ago, he'd heard of the final results of the martial competition held by the nearby few dynasties, and he had some understanding of the person that obtained the first position in the martial competition of those few dynasties. The person that obtained the first position in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition was a young man called Duan Ling Tian. Supposedly, Duan Ling Tian was a young man around the age of 25. Now, he'd completely confirmed it. The violet-clothed young man that sat before him was precisely that Duan Lingan. You're Duan Ling Tian? The third prince, Lu Hao, frowned and glanced at Duan Ling Tian with slight fear. He'd heard of the person that obtained the first position in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition in the past. As for Ho Jun and the other young men and women, they'd heard the middle-aged man earlier and knew that Duan Ling Tian was the first in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition. Instantly, their expressions became slightly unsightly. No wonder this young man's strength is so strong. It turns out he's the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Dark Han Dynasty. So, you're the Dark Han Dynasty's Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Wei, Duan Ling Tian's gaze was replaced Zhao Wei for the Ling Tian Wu. Earlier, because he suspected that Duan Ling Tian was a formidable demon, he was filled with fear towards Duan Ling Tian, and he didn't dare arouse the slightest intention to go against Duan Ling Tian. Now, after he found out about Duan Ling Tian's true identity, his face sank slightly. Duan Ling Tian, you've injured so many people of my Darming dynasty in my Zhao clan's Ice Flame Pavilion. Shouldn't you give my Zhao clan an explanation? Give the Darming dynasty an explanation? After he found out about Duan Ling Tian's identity, Zhao Wei instantly became overbearing. What? You're not afraid of me? Duan Ling Tian raised his head slightly lazily and glanced indifferently at Zhao Wei as he spoke lazily. You. Zhao Wei's face sank. Earlier, because he suspected that Duan Ling Tian was a demon, so besides being courteous to Duan Ling Tian, he was even slightly afraid of Duan Ling Tian. Now that he was exposed by Duan Ling Tian, he couldn't help but be slightly enraged from embarrassment. Duan Ling, I'll say it one more time. Today, you either give me an explanation or lie down. As he finished speaking, Zhao Wei's clothes fluttered without any wind, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Explanation? Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Zhao Wei. What explanation do you want? Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to Ho Jun and the others. I'll make the decision to let this matter go. Zhao Wei spoke with a low voice. Kneel down? Kowtow 3 times? Duan Ling Tian hadn't said anything when Feng Tianwu's expression had already gone grim, and she glared angrily at Zhao Wei. The members of the Zhao clan are really impressive. The expression of Su Li, who just sat down in the distance, went grim when he heard Zhao Wei, and he instantly stood up while his gaze that was like a sword stared at Zhao Wei's back. He can do what you can do as well. You might not be able to do what he can do. The robust middle-aged man that sat opposite Su Li spoke indifferently, and his voice wasn't loud, causing only Su Li to hear it clearly. Su Li laughed bitterly and sat down once more. He was naturally able to discern the meaning behind his master's words. It was none other than Master was saying that Duan Lingtian was able to deal with what he could deal with as well, whereas he might not be able to deal with what Duan Lingtian was able to deal with. Kid, did you hear what Big Brother Wei Yi said? Quickly kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Ho Jun took a step forward and acted like a fox, assuming the majesty of Duan Lingtian as he gestured at Duan Lingtian. Swish. At practically the instant Ho Jun finished speaking, a sword howl suddenly resounded out, and it only lasted for a brief moment. In the next moment, Ho Jun let out a shrill and miserable cry as his other hand was severed at the shoulder, causing blood to gush out like a pillar, and he was barely able to stop the bleeding with his origin energy after a short while. It was precisely Duan Lingtian who'd instantly struck out with his sword and severed Ho Jun's arm. Yet all of this didn't stop. Swish, 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 swish. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand struck out like a bolt of lightning, causing numerous sword lights to flash out and mince Ho Jun's severed arm that had fallen to the ground into pieces in a short moment, and it was utterly impossible to reattach it. You're so vicious. When he saw this scene, Ho Jun was angered to the point his face flickered between livid and ashen, and he wasn't able to catch his last breath before fainting directly. After he fainted, his wound didn't have origin energy to stop the bleeding, and it continued to gush out, dyeing the ground red with blood. Monkey. Ho Jun's companion hurriedly moved forward to stop the bleeding for Ho Jun. You dare injure someone before me, Zhao Wei? Zhao Wei Yi's expression was extremely gloomy as he took a stride forward, and in the next moment, he'd already arrived before Duan Lingtian. Bang! Terrifying origin energy instantly exploded out from his body, and the vast energy of the heavens and the earth caused space to shake before converging into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were the first to appear. First level of the void interpretation stage. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went grim when she saw this scene, and she cried out in shock. Whirlwind. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had already left his seat before Zhao Wei had the time to utilize his concept when Zhao Wei approached him, and he seemed to have transformed into a gale that flashed towards the distance. Everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, the sound of wind and thunder exploded out, and it was like thunder that reverberated in the ears. In the sky above him, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared. First, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 9 and 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 9th level of the void initiation stage. 9th level wind concept. 4th level lightning concept. At the same time, the milky white origin energy that skyrocketed on Zhao Wei Yi's body instantly transformed into an expanse of fiery red, and it seemed to have formed a ball of real flames. In the sky, another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared by the side of the 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, and they coiled down and were lifelike. The strength of 40 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the strength Duan Lingtian utilized to flee, it was an entire strength of 5 ancient horned dragons. The concept you've comprehended isn't bad, but unfortunately, you're only at the 9th level of the void initiation stage and aren't a match for me. Zhao Wei Yi's entire body was enveloped in flames, and he was like a god of fire as he stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and said slowly, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times, and cripple one of your own arms and legs. Out of consideration that the Dark Han dynasty can be considered to be a neighbor of our Darming dynasty, I'll spare your life. Zhao Wei Yi finished speaking in a single breath. Based on your tone, you seem to be confident in defeating me? Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest as he met Zhao Wei Yi's gaze. I know you know that only special demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent are capable of executing spiritual force soul skills. But I want to tell you that I'm a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and my spiritual force is stronger than yours. Your soul skill is completely useless against me. Zhao Wei Yi sneered. Soul skill? Zhao Wei Yi's words caused everyone besides himself and Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned. Soul skill? The robust middle-aged man looked at Su Li and asked, This Duan Lingtian knows soul skills? I'm not too sure as well. Su Li shook his head, and then he said, but Duan Lingtian does indeed possess an extremely terrifying ability that's capable of affecting a person and causing that person to seem as if he's possessed. Many people call that ability of his as a demonic technique. Could it be that he really knows soul skills? The robust middle-aged man's brows raised, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian with interest, and his eyes faintly contained slight anticipation. A human martial artist that hadn't attained the realm of Emperor Wu was capable of executing a spiritual force ability like a soul skill, and it was truly unbelievable. He wanted to know if Duan Lingtian was really capable of executing spiritual force abilities. Looks like you have a rather good understanding of soul skills. When facing Zhao Wei, who revealed a cultivation at the first level of the void interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian's expression still remained calm as he spoke indifferently. Zhao Wei revealed a complacent expression and had an expression of, I'll definitely defeat you. Since you said my soul skill is useless against you, then feel free to give it a try. Duan Lingtian continued. The complacent smile on Zhao Wei's face instantly froze, and his eyes seemed as if they could shoot out flames. Since it's like this, then I'll fulfill your wish. The number one figure in the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty will perish here today. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Wei moved, and he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Right at the instant Zhao Wei's figure moved, a dim light flashed into appearance in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. His spiritual force that he'd accumulated strength since long ago instantly fused into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and he directly executed the soul skill that belonged to him. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, an illusory space appeared and directly enveloped Zhao Wei within it. In the next moment, everyone on the 9th floor was stunned. They saw Zhao Wei, who originally charged over menacingly, had actually strangely turned around when he was about to approach Duan Lingtian, and he flashed to the side and attacked the air. Presently, in the eyes of others, he seemed as if he'd gone mad. Master, this is Duan Lingtian's ability. Su Li said, if they aren't acting, perhaps this Duan Lingtian really knows soul skills. Chapter 766. Big Brother Wei. Young Master Wei. Instantly, the group of young men and young women shouted out loudly with the intention of waking up Zhao Wei, who seemed to be possessed. But unfortunately, no matter how they shouted or condensed their origin energy into voice transmissions, Zhao Wei was still attacking the air by himself, and he remained indifferent towards everything in his surroundings. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and watched coldly. This Zhao Wei actually thought that his spiritual force was similar to his cultivation and was only at the 9th level of the void initiation stage. He was truly naive. After all, his current spiritual force had already attained the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. Not to mention Zhao Wei, who possessed a 1st level void interpretation stage spiritual force. Even if it was a 2nd level void interpretation stage martial artist, so long as the martial artist wasn't an inscription master, then once the martial artist fell into the illusory space created by his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, it would be utterly impossible for the martial artist to leave the illusory space unless the martial artist took the initiative to stop. It's time to end this. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he moved behind Zhao Wei with a thought. Bang! Duan Lingtian pushed out with his palm, and it descended onto Zhao Wei's back before vast origin energy gushed into it, causing the origin energy in Zhao Wei's body to disperse and injure him. Zhao Wei's body shook as he let out a muffled groan before flying out like an arrow that left the bow, and he fell onto the ground in a sorry state as blood sprayed out violently from his mouth. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian withdrew his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, causing the illusory space to disperse along with this. After Zhao Wei left the illusory space, his face went grim as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was completely unharmed. Impossible! You're only a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist, and your spiritual force ought to be only at the 9th level of the void initiation stage. How could your soul skill possibly affect me? You still want to try? Duan Lingtian stared at Zhao Wei with a calm gaze as he spoke indifferently. Zhao Weiyi's face froze when he heard this, and his eyes flickered with fear. After he found it impossible to escape the effect of Duan Lingtian's soul skill, he knew that he wasn't a match for Duan Lingtian, at least not now. At this moment, he still couldn't figure out why Duan Lingtian's soul skill was effective against him. Could it be that Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy had already reached the void interpretation stage? Now that he thought about it, this was the only possibility. I'm no match for you. However, do you think that you'll be able to leave the Ice Flame Pavilion in one piece if you can defeat me? Zhao Weiyi sneered. Right at this moment, an old man slowly walked out from a room on the 9th floor. The old man was dressed in gray and had a thin figure. His face was cold and emotionless, as if he was a living dead. The gray-clothed old man had come out from the inner room. Even though there was only a single room on the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, it was divided into the outer room and inner room. So long as Zhao Weiyi came to the Ice Flame Pavilion, he would usually stay in the outer room. Within the inner room was an expert of the Zhao clan that was guarding the experts of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Elder Kun. After the gray-robed old man came out, Zhao Weiyi bowed respectfully to him. Elder Kun. The other young men and young women had perturbed expressions as they looked at the old man that walked over slowly. They possessed extraordinary backgrounds and had heard of the deeds of this old man. Not only was this old man one of the 2 strongest people in the Zhao clan, he killed without batting an eyelid, and there were at least 800 people that had died at his hands. The old man nodded to Zhao Weiyi, and as for the others, he directly disregarded them. In next to no time, he stood before Zhao Weiyi, and his muddy eyes abruptly shot out a sharp bright light that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Second young master, how do you think we should deal with him? The old man asked. His words were obviously spoken to Zhao Weiyi. Zhao Weiyi stared coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian when he heard this, and then he said with a low voice, Elder Kun, kill him. As far as he was concerned, so long as Duan Lingtian was dead, then he would have one less opponent that was stronger than him in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties a few months from now. Yes. The old man nodded lightly as his eyes flickered with bright lights that instantly suffused them with ghastly killing intent. Along with the gray robe on the old man's body flashing, the energy of the heavens and the earth gradually roiled, and when a layer of origin energy barrier appeared on his entire body, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared in the sky above him. 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes instantly appeared with a vast impetus. Void Transformation Stage Expert. The faces of Feng Tianwu and Su Li went grim. Subsequently, Feng Tianwu's hand shook, and a jade pearl appeared in her hand. The pearl looked to be simple and unadorned, yet Feng Tianwu had obviously taken it out at this moment. However, when Feng Tianwu's finger moved slightly with the intention of crushing the pearl, a voice transmission entered into her ears, causing her to be stunned for a moment before putting away the pearl. This pearl was a pearl that was inscribed with a detection inscription. So long as she crushed it, her father, Feng Wudao, would notice at the first possible moment and rush over with the fastest speed possible. It was precisely because of the existence of this pearl that her father felt at ease and allowed her to come here with Duan Lingtian. Kid, with Elder Kun making a move, you're dead. You even dare touch young Master Wei, you're truly courting death. The gazes the group of young men and young women looked at Duan Lingtian were as if they were looking at a dead man. Kid, remember this. The person that's going to kill you is me, Zhao Kun. The old man sneered as he abruptly took a stride forward. With a raise of his hand, vast origin energy swept out, and a material palm print instantly appeared before vanishing before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Of course, it didn't truly vanish, but its speed was swift to the point that Duan Lingtian was unable to capture it with his eyes. At practically the exact same moment, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifying gale approach head-on, and it grew closer and closer, as if it would blast onto him in an instant. But even then, Duan Lingtian still had a calm expression, and he was fearless. Swish! Suddenly, a sword howl sounded out, and it only appeared briefly. In the next moment, an explosion sounded out in the air, and the material palm print that the old man condensed was directly crushed. Who is it? The old man's face went grim as his gaze swept towards the robust middle-aged man that sat at the nearby table. Swish! Another sword howl sounded out, and it only appeared briefly. The expressions of the group of young men and young women went grim as they cried out in terror, and their constricted pupils stared blankly at the old man. Elder Kuan! Zhao Wei cried out sorrowfully. What a swift sword! As he looked at the bloody hole that appeared on the old man's throat, Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine, as he'd only heard the sword howl that appeared briefly, and he'd entirely not captured the trace of the sword. Bang! The old man's corpse fell to the ground, and blood gushed out from his throat like a pillar and flowed out like a small stream. When the gazes of everyone, including Duan Lingtian, descended onto the robust middle-aged man, who was also Su Li's master. From the beginning until the end, Su Li's master hadn't spared a glance at the old man's corpse. A void transformation stage martial artist from a mere dynasty dares to shout at my master. Damn it! Su Li glanced coldly at the old man's corpse as he spoke indifferently. Thank you, senior. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian smiled lightly as he thanked the robust middle-aged man. Earlier, it was precisely because he noticed the aura of the robust middle-aged man had locked onto the old man that he stopped Feng Tianwu from crushing the pearl that had a detection inscription inscribed on it and didn't take out one of the 2 talismans his father left behind. The robust middle-aged man was an expert from a power of the foreign lands, and it was extremely easy for him to deal with the old man. But never had he imagined that the robust middle-aged man would directly kill the old man. Everyone says that those formidable sword cultivators are extremely ruthless. Today, I can be considered to have witnessed it. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. There's no need to thank me. You're Su Li's friend, so you're naturally my junior. As a senior, protecting a junior is a matter of course. The robust middle-aged man waved his hand and spoke indifferently. Presently, even though Zhao Wei stared hatefully at the robust middle-aged man, he could only forcefully endure it and not dare make a sound. He believed that if the robust middle-aged man intended to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. So for the sake of survival, he could only endure it. Moreover, the robust middle-aged man was able to instantly annihilate one of the 2 strongest void transformation stage experts of their Zhao clan, and it indicated that the robust middle-aged man entirely possessed the strength to annihilate their Zhao clan. If they went head-on against such an expert, then their Zhao clan would lose for sure. Duan Lingtian, all of this is because of you. Our Zhao clan is unable to take revenge on him, yet will surely burn your bones and scatter your ashes before tearing your corpse into pieces. Zhao Weiyi's gaze that was filled with extreme hatred moved onto Duan Lingtian, and he secretly swore in his heart. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Zhao Weiyi's gaze, yet he utterly didn't care. After a short moment, the robust middle-aged man put down the wine cup in his hand and stood up before walking towards the stairway that led to the 8th floor with large strides, and he intended to leave. At the same time that Su Li stood up and followed closely behind the robust middle-aged man, he didn't forget to greet Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, my master and I are leaving first. See you during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Lingtian replied with a light smile, and at the same time he looked at the robust middle-aged man. Senior, take care. At the same time that Zhao Wei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the robust middle-aged man leave, he decided in his heart. So long as the robust young man left, he would return to the Zhao clan. No matter what, Duan Lingtian must die. Elder Kuan's death had to be paid with Duan Lingtian's blood. But in next to no time, his expression couldn't help but go grim. The robust middle-aged man slowly turned around and casually glanced at Zhao Wei before he said indifferently, if I don't see Duan Lingtian during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, I'll come to the capital of the Darming dynasty again after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and annihilate the entire Zhao clan. After he finished speaking these extremely overbearing words, the robust middle-aged man brought Su Li along and left. Thank you, senior. Duan Lingtian started smiling. He knew that not only would the Zhao clan not dare take revenge on him after Su Li's master left behind these words, the Zhao clan would even protect him. Otherwise, once something happened to him before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began, the Zhao clan would be doomed eternally. Tianwu, let's go back as well. After Su Li and his master left, Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu before swaggering out of the 9th floor and vanishing before the eyes of Zhao Wei and the others. Zhao Wei was angered to the point his body trembled intensely, and he was furious to the limit, yet he was helpless. Wow! Chapter 767. When Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked out of the Ice Flame Pavilion, they'd already lost sight of Su Li and his master. I truly never imagined that we would be able to encounter Su Li here today. Feng Tianwu smiled. Yeah, I never imagined it as well. Duan Lingtian nodded, and he was surprised as well. After that, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Even more unexpected to me is that I'm actually able to drink wines like the Blazer wine, Glaze wine, Blood Charm, and Blue Longing in a mere capital of the Darming dynasty. Looks like because the Darming dynasty is adjacent to the foreign lands, besides the prevailing trend of martial arts, there are many things that other dynasties don't have. Elder brother Duan, do you think the Zhao clan will send someone to protect you? When she recalled the scene from before, Feng Tianwu couldn't help but laugh. Duan Lingtian laughed as well. But I truly never imagined that one of the 2 most outstanding people in the younger generation of the Darming dynasty, Zhao Wei, is actually already a void interpretation stage martial artist. Feng Tianwu sighed. Supposedly, the strength of the Darming dynasty's crown prince surpasses Zhao Wei? I presume that the Darming dynasty's crown prince ought to be in existence at the void interpretation stage or above. After the 2 of them returned to the inn, they rested for another 2 days before continuing on their journey. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 left the capital of the Darming dynasty and arrived at the place they'd split up with the Azure-Eyed Eagle that day, and the Azure-Eyed Eagle was already waiting there. After the 3 of them descended onto the back of the Azure-Eyed Eagle, the Azure-Eyed Eagle flapped its wings and seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly vanished on the spot. Its target was the ancient desert city in the northern desert. That place was precisely the place the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held. On the way, Duan Lingtian held the wind concept fragment in his hand and comprehended wind concept with great concentration. Presently, he was only a step away from comprehending first-level intermediate wind concept. Once his concept attained it, his cultivation would instantly break through to the void interpretation stage in one go. Time flew by. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the back of the Azure-Eyed Eagle like a statue, finally moved. On Duan Lingtian's body, wisps of solid green energy were about to burst out, and finally wrapped around his body, as if they were forming wisps of clear wind that were pulsating rhythmically. Suddenly, origin energy surged from Duan Lingtian's body and merged with the green energy to form a real wind. The wind did not blow in all directions. Instead, it swirled around Duan Lingtian's body and spun faster and faster. In the end, it almost formed a tornado. At first, the tornado was inconspicuous. However, after 3 days and 3 nights, it caused the airflow in the air to rapidly rotate. It was as if it had formed a whirlpool that was constantly rotating. Elder brother Duan. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu was jolted awake from her cultivation, and she was jolted awake by the tornado on Duan Lingtian's body. Father, what's wrong with elder brother Duan? Feng Tianwu looked at Feng Wudao who sat nearby and asked with a worried expression. Don't worry, it's a good thing. He's about to break through. How shocking was Feng Wudao's discerning ability. He'd long since seen through the changes that occurred on Duan Lingtian's body, and it was the 9th level elementary wind concept completing its final transformation. Once the transformation was successful, a pheasant would transform into a phoenix, and the elementary wind concept would transform into intermediate wind concept. At that time, Duan Lingtian's cultivation would advance a step further, and he would break through to the void interpretation stage in one go. Break through. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes lit up as a smile appeared on her beautiful face, and she felt happy for Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, the tornado formed around Duan Lingtian's body revolved faster and faster, and in the end, it even caused the origin energy light barrier of the azure-eyed eagle to shake as if it would tear it apart at any moment. Qing, withdraw your origin energy light barrier. Allow him to stay outside. Feng Wudao said to the azure-eyed eagle. The azure-eyed eagle nodded lightly, and the origin energy light barrier instantly withdrew to only protect Feng Wudao and his daughter. As for Duan Lingyan, he was completely outside, and he welcomed the waves of piercingly cold strong winds that assaulted his face. But these strong winds hadn't even approached Duan Lingtian when they were completely minced into pieces by the tornado around him, and Duan Lingtian was safe and sound within the tornado. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's entire body and mind were immersed in the comprehension of wind concept, and he himself didn't know how long had passed. He only knew that he wanted to comprehend intermediate wind concept a step further. Unknowingly, he'd touched the threshold of intermediate wind concept, and he was only a step away in the end. Yet it was precisely this step that stumped him. At the beginning, no matter how hard he tried, it was useless, and he gradually couldn't help but be slightly discouraged. But later on, when he was disappointed to the point of wanting to give up, he was instead unintentionally successful, and it allowed him to take that final step. Bang! When he took this final step, Duan Lingtian felt as if he'd been enlightened, and waves of refreshing wind fused into his body from the pores on his entire body. After all the wind fused into his body, with a single thought of his, waves of awe-inspiring azure-colored strong winds arose around his entire body once more. Presently, even if he didn't utilize his origin energy, his wind concept wasn't much different from ordinary wind. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within. After he opened his eyes, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was to raise his head to look at the sky above him. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth had already condensed into form there. Numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes were gathered there, and they dashed out with extremely swift speeds along with him. A total of 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. First level intermediate wind concept. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He knew that he'd succeeded and smoothly comprehended intermediate wind concept, which was also commonly known as void interpretation concept. Comprehending void interpretation concept meant that he'd obtained the pass to enter the void interpretation stage. Elder brother Duan, congratulations. Feng Tianwu smiled as she congratulated Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile, and then he couldn't help but ask. How long has it been now? We've already left the capital of the Darming dynasty for 2 months. We'll be able to enter the northern desert very soon. Feng Tianwu spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and he looked down below for a moment, yet he noticed that everything that entered his eyes was gray and hazy, and because there was no sunlight, his line of sight was completely obstructed by the clouds and mist. Duan Lingtian nodded, and after he nodded to indicate to Feng Wudao, he closed his eyes once more, and the first level intermediate wind concept on his body was restrained along with this. The scene before her eyes caused Feng Tianwu to be slightly puzzled. Hasn't elder brother Duan already broken through in his wind concept? Why has he closed his eyes again? Could it be? Seeming to have thought of something, Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted. Elder brother Duan wants to directly charge into the first level of the void interpretation stage? Feng Tianwu never imagined that Duan Lingtian's ambition would be so great. For a time, at the same time that she exclaimed with admiration, she felt a shapeless force that seemed to be urging her to quickly work hard in her cultivation. Instantly, Feng Tianwu sat down cross-legged before starting to cultivate and comprehend fire concept. Unknowingly, Feng Tianwu's body was suffused with origin energy, and when combined with fire concept, it actually transformed into material flames that were like real flames. If Duan Lingtian saw this scene, he would surely be greatly shocked. Because the fire concept Feng Tianwu executed now wasn't an ordinary elementary fire concept. Presently, her fire concept could already be material, and it also meant that she wasn't far away from first-level intermediate fire concept. She would be able to officially comprehend intermediate fire concept at any moment. Once that time arrived, Feng Tianwu's cultivation would advance a step further and attain the void interpretation stage. Feng Wudao stood at the side, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end. At this moment, he faintly sensed that the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body actually showed signs of breaking through. This kid Lingtian is truly surprising. He has just comprehended void interpretation concept and is about to break through to the void interpretation stage. Presently, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation, and the origin energy in his body was increasing at an extremely swift speed. Because he'd comprehended void interpretation concept, his origin energy that had already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the void initiation stage was already able to increase once more. I'll rely on the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to charge through the bottleneck in one go and break through to the void interpretation stage. With a command in Duan Lingtian's heart, his origin energy started to guide the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill that was accumulated in his body to assist his origin energy to advance a step further. At every moment, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly sense the origin energy in his body strengthening ceaselessly. A day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. The 5th day. Bang. Under the guidance of his origin energy and the extremely overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body had finally smoothly charged through the final bottleneck of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. After the bottleneck was charged through, the origin energy flowed throughout his body and underwent a transformation with an extremely swift speed. Not long after, the origin energy had completely transformed. After the origin energy within Duan Lingtian's Dantian transformed, the infant-shaped mist condensed from his origin energy became even more material, and it wasn't as illusory as it was before. This is the void interpretation stage? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and lightly clenched his fists. Instantly, origin energy flowed through his body and coiled around his entire body for a short moment. The energy of the heavens and the earth roiled as an unexpected change occurred abruptly in the sky above Duan Lingtian. Numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes swiftly condensed into form and converged together with a vast impetus. There was a total of 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Merely origin energy was comparable to the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons when utilized, and it was precisely the symbol of the first level of the void interpretation stage. I've broken through. Duan Lingtian started laughing extremely brilliantly. Originally, in his expectations, it would be not bad if he was able to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, yet he never imagined that he would be able to break through an entire 2 months in advance. Perhaps I'll be able to rely on the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to charge into the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage during these 2 months of time. Chapter 768. Kid, you're really surprising. You've only comprehended void interpretation concept for 5 days, yet you've already smoothly broken through to the void interpretation stage. Such an advancement is sufficient to cause any 9th level void initiation stage martial artist to feel embarrassed. Feng Wudao looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian grinned modestly, and he wasn't surprised that he was able to break through to the void interpretation stage so quickly. Not to mention his origin energy had already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. Just the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill that was accumulated within his body was sufficient to allow him to swiftly break through to the void interpretation stage. The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill wasn't a joke. Almost 2 months of time. My target is the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes once more and continued cultivating. Even though he could rely on concept fragments to comprehend concept as he cultivated, he didn't do so. Because he needed to concentrate now, concentrate on the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. The 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was called the Sword Dragon form. Besides being able to improve his cultivation at the void interpretation stage, the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique the sword dragon form, was also able to help him swiftly comprehend sword concept. It wasn't just that, the sword dragon form also carried a high-grade heaven rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. The 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was a martial skill that used sword concept as its foundation. My wind concept is already at the void interpretation stage now, and it satisfies the conditions to execute a heaven rank martial skill. But this 9 Dragons Radiant Flash requires sword concept as its foundation to be able to be executed. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. I at least have to comprehend first-level elementary sword concept. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian didn't think any further and started cultivating according to the mental cultivation method of the sword dragon form, and he quickly immersed his entire body and mind into it. The 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the sword dragon form, was able to improve one's cultivation while comprehending sword force and even sword concept. Of course, he could only comprehend up to the first level of elementary sword concept, and he still had to rely on himself to comprehend the rest. In this way, before I comprehend first-level elementary sword concept, I can't divert my attention to comprehend other concepts with concept fragments. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Now, he only hoped that he would be able to comprehend first-level elementary sword concept as soon as possible while improving his cultivation. After he broke through to the void interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate, and he quickly familiarized himself with the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the sword dragon form, allowing his cultivation to be on the right track. By the time he woke up from his cultivation, half a month had already passed. The sun rose high in the sky and shone down on the earth. The sunlight enveloped Duan Lingtian's body, causing the Duan Lingtian to squint his eyes. This is the northern desert? Duan Lingtian looked down at the boundless earth beneath the azure-eyed eagle. This expanse of earth was an expanse of desolate plains and hills, and it was desolate and uninhabited to the point he couldn't see the end of it. Feng Wudao replied. Uncle Feng, have you been here before? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I've been here once. Feng Wudao nodded. The furthest place I've been to was the ancient desert city in the northern desert. The ancient desert city is also the city in the foreign lands that's closest to our various dynasties. Duan Lingtian nodded with sudden understanding. Swoosh. Suddenly, an ear-piercing howl of the wind sounded out from behind, and it entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from turning around to look. There was an extremely swift flying demon beast heading towards this direction, and there were 2 figures faintly visible on the back of the flying demon beast. The flying demon beast flew at full speed, and its speed wasn't inferior to the azure-eyed eagle. Coupled with it utilizing void interpretation concept, it quickly closed the distance between it and the azure-eyed eagle. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian saw the appearance of the flying demon beast clearly, and it was an extremely ugly flying demon beast that seemed like a vulture. 7th level void interpretation stage demon beast. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force easily detected the cultivation of this vulture demon beast. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but search through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and he quickly found records related to this type of vulture demon beast. Lightning Vulture, a void interpretation stage demon beast that's even more formidable than the azure-eyed eagle. It's one of the top figures in the Lightning Vulture clan, and it's in existence at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. It's even to the extent that a demon had once appeared in the Lightning Vulture clan. After he found out about the Lightning Vulture, Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. Swoosh. Meanwhile, the Lightning Vulture approached the azure-eyed eagle, and in a short moment, it was parallel to the azure-eyed eagle. The 2 figures on the Lightning Vulture were clearly reflected in Duan Lingtian's eyes. A young man around the age of 30 that wore a jade-green robe, had slanted brows, starry eyes, a handsome appearance, and a graceful bearing. However, at this moment, his face contained slight anxiousness mixed within. Whereas beside the young man stood a young girl around the age of 15 or 16. The young girl had an appearance that was like carved jade, and she tightly grabbed onto the young man's sleeve as her watery eyes revealed an expression of terror. Right when Duan Lingtian was curious why these two people would have such expressions, another ear-piercing howl of the wind assaulted from behind Duan Lingtian. Another flying demon beast appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The speed of this flying demon beast was swift like a bolt of lightning, and it was much swifter than the azure-eyed eagle and the lightning vulture. Swoosh! After a short moment, this flying demon beast passed by the azure-eyed eagle and chased after the lightning vulture that had already flown far ahead of the azure-eyed eagle. Another lightning vulture. Duan Lingtian clearly saw the appearance of this flying demon beast, and it was a demon beast that was exactly similar to the lightning vulture from before. But its body was even larger, and the pressure it brought to others was much heavier than the previous one. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and detected the ability of this lightning vulture at the first possible moment. 9th level Void Interpretation Stage Demon Beast. After he detected the ability of this lightning vulture, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted instantly. Even if it was in the Lightning Vulture clan, a 9th level Void Interpretation Stage Lightning Vulture could be considered to be an extremely rare top figure, and he never imagined that he would encounter one. A black-robed person stood on the Lightning Vulture, and this black-robed person's entire body was enveloped in a loose black robe, causing it to be utterly impossible to see his appearance clearly. Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out with the intention of detecting the ability of this black-robed person. But his spiritual force hadn't even approached when it seemed as if it had pierced into a ball of cotton, and it had no place to exert force. Your spiritual force isn't bad at such a young age. Right at this moment, an exceedingly hoarse voice suddenly sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it revealed a trace of gloominess. Obviously, it was the voice of the black-robed person. Based on the voice, it was an old man. Instantly, Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat from fright. He was practically able to confirm that this black-robed person was in existence at the Void Transformation stage or above. During this half a year of time, besides this black-robed person, he'd already successively encountered 2 Void Transformation stage experts. The first was the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial families by Nan Xiang, and the second was the Darming Kingdom's Zhao clan's Zhao Kun. The 2 Void Transformation stage experts had 2 things in common. Firstly, both of them were existences at the first level of the Void Transformation stage. Secondly, both of them were dead. The former was killed by the miraculous talisman left behind by his father, Duan Ruffing, whereas the latter was killed by Su Li's master. We've arrived at the northern desert? Suddenly, a familiar voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was Feng Tianwu who'd awoken from her cultivation. Elder brother Duan, you've awoken. Feng Tianwu lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian, and in next to no time, she noticed the 2 demon beasts ahead that were approaching closer and closer. What's that? Right at this moment, the 2 lightning vultures ahead had stopped. It was the black-robed person behind them that was controlling the 9th level Void Interpretation Stage Lightning Vulture, and he'd easily stopped the 7th level Void Interpretation Stage Lightning Vulture. The 2 lightning vultures stood in confrontation with each other. On the other hand, the azure-eyed eagle Duan Lingtian's group of 3 instead approached the 2 lightning vultures that were in confrontation. Third Lu, do you really want to annihilate us siblings? The young man that stood on the 7th level Void Interpretation Stage Lightning Vulture spoke to the black-robed person, and it clearly entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Second young master, I'm only acting under orders, please don't blame me. The eldest young master said that his heart would be unable to be at ease if you don't die. The black-robed person's hoarse voice sounded out. That bastard! The young man was extremely furious, yet he was helpless, and he said with a low voice, "You can kill me, but I hope you can let Ping off, she's innocent. Second brother, I won't leave you behind. If we're going to die, then we'll die together." Although the young woman by the young man's side had terror mixed within her eyes, her expression was extremely firm, and she was fearless at such a young age. Second young master, I'm sorry. The eldest young master said that you and the 7th young miss have to die. The black-robed person continued speaking, and the clothes on his body fluttered with the wind. But the black-robed person didn't make a move for now, because his gaze descended onto the azure-eyed eagle that was coming closer and closer to him. More precisely speaking, it descended onto Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Even though Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu felt that the pair of brother and sister were extremely pitiful and even aroused pity in their hearts, they didn't dare act rashly. That black-robed person was obviously an extremely terrifying expert, and even Feng Wudao might not be able to go against him. It was fine if they didn't interfere. Once they interfered, they might even pay with their lives. There was no need for them to take a risk for 2 strangers. Of course, perhaps Duan Lingtian would be able to kill this black-robed man if he utilized the talisman his father gave him, but he only had 2 talismans left in his possession, and 1 less talisman would be equivalent to 1 less life in the future. He wasn't generous to the point of being willing to utilize such a precious talisman for 2 strangers. But unfortunately, sometimes things might not go as they wished. The black-robed person shouted out in a low voice, and a terrifying imposing aura swept out to instantly envelop the azure-eyed eagle, causing it to stop. Chapter 769. The azure-eyed eagle didn't dare move rashly when it was enveloped by the imposing aura of a void transformation stage expert, and it stood on the spot as it flapped its wings and asked with a low voice, "Lord, do you need something? All of you stay behind." The black-robed man's hoarse voice sounded out, and subsequently he abruptly raised his hand as origin energy condensed into form in the sky to transform into 4 arrows that flashed directly towards the azure-eyed eagle and Duan Lingtian's group of 3 that stood on the back of the azure-eyed eagle. The 4 arrows had only just appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu when they completely vanished from their field of vision in the next moment. Too swift. Swish. 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 4 piercing howls that appeared briefly were like muffled thunderclaps that exploded in the ears of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, and it caused them to be unable to refrain from going pale. A talisman had even appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and he accumulated force while waiting to be deployed. Feng Wudao took a stride forward to stand before Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, and with a raise of his hand, vast origin energy swept out along with his sleeve to easily stop the 4 arrows. Void transformation stage? The black-robed man originally thought that he would be able to annihilate the 3 people and beast before him with a raise of his hand, yet he completely never imagined that there was actually an existence at the void transformation stage amongst the 3 of them. It seems that I've misjudged. The 4 of you can leave now. The black-robed man looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and the azure-eyed eagle as he spoke slowly. At the same time, the imposing aura that enveloped the azure-eyed eagle was restrained. It's easier to invite the devil in than to send the devil away. Could it be that you haven't heard of this? Feng Wudao spoke indifferently. What? Could it be that you want to fight me? If I'm not wrong, you ought to be a top martial artist from the few dynasties in the south, right? According to my knowledge, the strongest martial artist in those few dynasties is only at the 2nd level of the void transformation stage. As the black-robed man spoke, the origin energy on his body pulsated. In the next moment, 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him, and they coiled down while accumulating force and waiting to attack. 3rd level void transformation stage expert? Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's pupils shrank. Just his origin energy alone was comparable to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons, and it was the symbol of the 3rd level of the void transformation stage. If you leave now, I'll pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, all of you will have to stay here. The black-robed man said slowly after revealing his cultivation base at the 3rd level void transformation stage. The 3rd level of the void transformation stage? Unexpectedly, after Feng Wudao saw the cultivation displayed by the black-robed man, his eyes that were originally calm lit up, and monstrous battle intent arose from his body. In the next moment, Feng Wudao stepped out in the sky with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow, and in the blink of an eye, he'd arrived nearby the lightning vulture beneath the black-robed man's feet. The sound of a sword whistling could be heard for a brief moment. In the next moment, The pupils of Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and the brother and sister on the other lightning vulture instantly constricted. The lightning vulture that was originally controlled by the black-robed man was split into two. A 9th-level void interpretation stage demon beast was instantly killed by a single sword strike from Feng Wudao. As for the black-robed man, he'd already left the lightning vulture when Feng Wudao attacked, and he stood at an even higher place in the sky as he looked down at Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao stood proudly as the sword condensed from origin energy in his hand gradually vanished. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that had just condensed into form, the 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, slowly vanished without a trace. Uncle Feng is a 3rd-level void transformation stage expert as well? Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he saw this scene. Even though he'd guessed since long ago that Feng Wudao might be a void transformation stage expert, yet he'd never imagined that Feng Wudao would be a 3rd-level void transformation stage expert. Such strength was much stronger than the Dark Han dynasty's imperial families by Nan Xiang that he'd killed with a talisman. The number 1 expert of the Dark Han dynasty ought to be this Uncle Feng of his. If I knew earlier that Uncle Feng's strength was so strong, I would have brought Uncle Feng along when I went to the Flying Rainbow sect that day. In that way, I would have been able to save a talisman. After his surprise, the first thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind was this. When he recalled the talisman he'd used that day, he was slightly unable to let it go. That was his life-saving talisman. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with surprise as well, and he instantly realized that Feng Tianwu didn't know of Feng Wudao's cultivation beforehand as well. Aren't from those dynasties as well? After he saw the cultivation Feng Wudao revealed, the black-robed man's hoarse voice faintly contained slight fear. But unfortunately, Feng Wudao utterly paid no attention to him and instantly vanished before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, and when he appeared once more, he was already nearby the black-robed man. Swish! The brief sword howl sounded out once more, and Duan Lingtian noticed that the black-robed man had vanished before their eyes as well. Feng Wudao and the black-robed man were both existences at the 3rd level of the void transformation stage. Once they moved, with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, he was utterly unable to catch their movements. Duan Lingtian was slightly dispirited when he saw he was unable to catch sight of anything. Swish! 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 In the sky, piercing howls that appeared briefly rose and fell. Of course, these piercing howls weren't only caused by the 3-foot-long blade in Feng Wudao's hand, as when the black-robed man attacked, he'd taken out a bow and arrow as well. A bow that wasn't inferior to the grade 3 spirit sword in Feng Wudao's hand. Besides that, the arrow used by the black-robed man was a grade 3 spirit weapon as well, and because it was inscribed with a special inscription formation, every time the arrow was shot out, it would return to his hand at the first possible moment to allow him to shoot the next arrow. The black-robed man was the first martial artist Duan Lingtian had seen that used a bow and arrow against his enemies, and this sort of weapon that very few people would use was at his fingertips, and its might was extremely terrifying. This could be seen from how he was able to fight Feng Wudao to a draw. But unfortunately, his speed was too swift, and it was extremely difficult for Duan Lingtian to see his movements clearly, and he was only occasionally able to see his posture of bending his waist and drawing the bow. My current cultivation is still too low. I'm actually unable to see through such a rare fierce battle. It's truly a pity. Duan Lingtian sighed. Duan Lingtian's gaze unknowingly slowly descended onto the young man and young woman on the other lightning vulture. That young man was watching the battle in front of him with great interest. He's able to see the movements of Uncle Feng and that old fellow clearly? Duan Lingtian's heart jerked, and he felt it was slightly unbelievable. Under his curiosity, his spiritual force stretched out to envelop the young man with the intention of detecting the young man's cultivation. This detection shocked Duan Lingtian to the point his pupils couldn't help but constrict. 8th level of the void interpretation stage? He couldn't help but be shocked, because this young man that looked to be a little over 30 was actually in existence at the 8th level of the void interpretation stage. No matter how well he took care of his appearance, he's at most around the age of 35 now. Duan Lingtian gasped. Amongst the people of the younger generation he'd encountered in his lifetime, it seemed that only that little girl, Xuanai, was able to firmly suppress this person in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao. This little girl wouldn't be a little freak like Xuanai, right? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian used his spiritual force to detect the young woman's cultivation, and in the end, he noticed to his astonishment that the young woman was only a second-level void-prying stage martial artist. The difference in strength between the young man and young woman was like a chasm, and they were utterly not people of the same world. But these two people just happened to be a pair of brother and sister. Ah, thank you. Suddenly, a wave of hearty laughter sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian's face to be unable to help but freeze, because this voice wasn't unfamiliar to him. This wave of hearty laughter precisely belonged to Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao stood in the sky, and the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above him before condensing into numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the end. First, 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 140 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. Uncle Feng has broken through? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he muttered. The scene before him undoubtedly indicated that Feng Wudao had smoothly broken through from the third level of the Void Transformation stage to the fourth level of the Void Transformation stage during the battle with the Black-Robed Man. The fourth level of the Void Transformation stage possessed the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons more than the third level of the Void Transformation stage. This extra strength coupled with the amplification of the Grade 3 Spirit Sword that Duan Lingtian personally refined in Feng Wudao's possession was able to provide an additional strength of 140 ancient horned dragons. Presently, Feng Wudao's strength had increased by an entire 340 ancient horned dragons when compared to before. You've actually broken through? The black-robed man's hoarse voice was filled with disbelief when he saw this. You actually used me to carry out your own breakthrough. When he saw Feng Wudao's gaze that was suffused with cold lights and was prepared to attack him at any moment, the black-robed man said with a low voice, "No matter who you are, if you dare kill me, then the Northern Mountains Lu clan won't let you off." Northern Mountains Lu clan? Feng Wudao said indifferently, "I've never heard of such a clan in the various dynasties. In this way, you ought to be from a foreign clan? It's good that you know." The black-robed man spoke coldly. "Lu San, don't forget that you're only a dog slave of our Northern Mountains Lu clan. A mere dog slave dares to use his clan to oppress others. Truly laughable." The slanted brows of the young man that stood on the back of the lightning vulture raised as he sneered. "I've never heard of the Northern Mountains Lu clan, but I know that the Northern Mountains Lu clan might not know that I'm killing you here today." Feng Wudao spoke slowly. The black-robed man's face instantly went grim when he heard this. In the next moment, the expression on his face froze completely. Blood flowed out from the bloody hole that appeared out of thin air between his brows. At the same time, Feng Wudao's figure was like a ghost that appeared before the black-robed man like a shadow, and the Grade 3 Spirit Sword in his hand slowly dripped with fresh blood. After Uncle Feng broke through, I'm even unable to hear the howl of his sword when he draws his sword. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat sped up abruptly as he deeply realized how terrifying a fourth-level void interpretation stage expert was. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Lu Bai will remember it in my heart. Chapter 770. Okay. Feng Wudao glanced indifferently at Lu Bai before vanishing on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already by the side of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. May I know Senior's name so that Lu Bai can repay you in the future? Lu Bai asked. There's no need. Feng Wudao spoke with a calm tone. Today, if it wasn't for that person taking the initiative to provoke me, I originally had no intention of saving you. Besides that, Cloud Continent is so huge, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to meet again in the future, let alone repay you. After he finished speaking, Feng Wudao looked at the azure-eyed eagle. Qing, let's go. The azure-eyed eagle nodded, then its wings swept out as its figure flashed out. No matter what, Lu Bai of the Northern Mountains Lu clan will remember senior's great kindness today. Lu Bai spoke out loudly when he saw Feng Wudao was about to leave. At the same time, his gaze moved from Feng Wudao to flash past Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's faces, as if he wanted to deeply remember their appearances. Lu Bai's gaze was extremely friendly, and Duan Lingtian couldn't help but return a smile. Lu Bai only recovered from his shock when he looked at the azure-eyed eagle from afar and watched it vanish into the clouds and mist, and his eyes flickered with cold lights. Lu Song, I originally had no intention of competing with you. But since you're so ruthless and not only want to kill me, you even want to kill Seventh Sister, then I can't help but compete with you. Second brother, who do you think that senior from before is? Could he be a member of the few dynasties in the south? The young girl that followed by Lu Bai's side asked curiously. It might be, it might not be. Ping, we ought to go. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Bai looked at the lightning vulture. With a command, the lightning vulture transformed into a bolt of lightning that vanished within the boundless clouds and mist. Congratulations, Uncle Feng. After the azure-eyed eagle flew out for a distance, Duan Lingtian congratulated Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao breaking through to the 4th level of the void transformation stage was undoubtedly something worthy of celebration. Father, I actually didn't know you were a 3rd level void transformation stage martial artist in the past. You really hid it from me. Feng Tianwu laughed bitterly. Feng Wudao smiled lightly but didn't say anything. Father, how did you suddenly break through to the 4th level void transformation stage? Feng Tianwu asked. I was originally only a step away from the 4th level of the void transformation stage, and the battle with the black-robed man just happened to allow me to obtain the critical factor to break through. Now that I speak of it, it's all thanks to him that I was able to break through. Feng Wudao said. Feng Tianwu suddenly understood. When that black-robed man revealed a cultivation at the 3rd level of the void transformation stage, Uncle Feng's battle intent had already risen. Obviously, at that time, Uncle Feng had the intention of using the black-robed man to break through. Recalling the scene just now, Duan Lingtian was secretly surprised. After this battle, Duan Lingtian was clear in his heart. Even if it was in the 10 dynasties, Feng Wudao would probably be a top expert. Perhaps only the Outer Realm would be able to find a match for him. Time flew by like a white steed. In the blink of an eye, only 10 days remained before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began. On this day, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged on the back of the azure-eyed eagle and allowed the wind and rain to batter him, skyrocketed for no reason or rhyme, and it was like a ball of milky white flames. In the next moment, the milky white flames trembled and seemed to have undergone some sort of change. Instantly, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky, and in the end, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared. 300 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down, and it was an extremely magnificent sight. At the same time, the milky white flames shook before charging into the sky once more, and it actually faintly seemed to have transformed into an enormous sword. But unfortunately, this enormous sword didn't exist for long. Along with the 300 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dispersing, the enormous sword that enveloped Duan Lingtian was instantly restrained before transforming into a ball of flames that completely fused into his body. At practically the exact same time, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a sword light vaguely flashed within his eyes, causing others to feel as if he was showing off his ability. 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Even though he knew that the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was overbearing, yet he never imagined that it would be so overbearing, and it had assisted him to break through once more after such a short period of time. There's also advanced sword force. It wasn't just that, through the cultivation of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the sword dragon form, Duan Lingtian had taken a great stride on the path of comprehending sword concept. He who'd comprehended advanced sword force was only a step away from comprehending sword concept. Freak! A voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was the voice of the azure-eyed eagle. Successively breaking through 2 levels in a short period of 2 months. As expected of the man Tianwu has taken a fancy to. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. Exactly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed Feng Wudao's gaze flashing over, and the gaze Feng Wudao shot at him with was filled with surprise. Tian Wu hasn't broken through? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu, who sat cross-legged nearby and cultivated. She's already broken through to the first level of the void interpretation stage 3 days ago. Feng Wudao spoke. Duan Lingtian was instantly shocked when he heard this, and his spiritual force couldn't help but stretch out to detect Feng Tianwu's current cultivation at the first possible moment. It was indeed the first level of the void interpretation stage without a doubt. Tian Wu's improvement caused him to be shocked. After all, Tian Wu didn't possess a rebirth pill. These two little freaks have already surpassed you from all those years ago. The azure-eyed eagle spoke. Its words were obviously spoken to Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao didn't mind, and his gaze looked ahead with a magnanimous gaze. They're different from me. Even if it's the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, it's only a starting point for them. The entire Cloud Continent is the stage that belongs to them. Feng Wudao's words were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Of course, the precondition for all of this is that Tian Wu is able to live past the age of 30. As he finished speaking, Feng Wudao couldn't help but sigh. His daughter's fire spirit body had always been a sore point in his heart. Uncle Feng, don't worry. Tian Wu is so kind, she'll surely have a way. Duan Lingtian consoled. I believe in that prophecy. Feng Wudao nodded. Duan Lingtian was first stunned when he heard this, and then he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He naturally knew what the prophecy Feng Wudao spoke of was, and it was none other than the prophecy that said he was able to help Feng Tianwu overcome the tribulation of turning 30. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, 3 awe-inspiring howls of the wind sounded out from the surroundings, and it clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian saw 3 demon beasts flying towards the direction they were heading towards with an extremely swift speed, and there were more or less some people standing on the backs of these demon beasts. Amongst them were old men, middle-aged men, and most of them were young men. They ought to be the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties. Merely the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that have obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties number 100, and coupled with the representatives of the various dynasties, there'll surely be many people gathered here this time. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As they continued forward, they encountered another 2 demon beasts. At the same time, a small black dot appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in the distance ahead. The small black dot ceaselessly grew larger within Duan Lingtian's field of vision, and in the end, it transformed into a city that grew closer and closer. A city like this stood in the boundless desert, yet it didn't give off the slightest feeling of disharmony, and it seemed as if it ought to be like this. Ancient desert city? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he guessed that the city ahead ought to be their destination. It was also the place where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would be held. What a large city! After they approached the ancient desert city, Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked. In terms of area, the city before him was more than 10 times larger than the Darkhan dynasty and Darming dynasty's capital. Too large. This city looked to be extremely ancient, and it had obviously experienced an extremely long period of time. This city didn't have a city gate or guards, so anyone could pass through it without obstruction. Azure, go in, Feng Wudao said. Instantly, at the same time that the azure-eyed eagle swooped down, its speed sped up, and it entered the ancient desert city from the sky in the blink of an eye. The streets and alleys of the ancient desert city appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. In the sky above the ancient desert city, there were many martial artists flying in the sky, and there were some demon beasts flying by as well. Duan Lingtian didn't dare rashly utilize his spiritual force to detect others here, as the slightest carelessness would infuriate an expert, and then he would undoubtedly suffer misfortune. Even though Feng Wudao was in existence at the 4th level of the void transformation stage and could be called a hero in the 10 dynasties. But in the foreign lands, existences like Feng Wudao or even stronger than Feng Wudao could be found everywhere. Not to mention other places. Even in the ancient desert city, there were probably many existences that were even stronger than Feng Wudao. This is the ancient desert city? Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu awoke from her cultivation, and she curiously sized up the ancient city before her eyes. Uncle Feng, where are we going now? Duan Lingtian asked Feng Wudao. Skywolf Fort. Feng Wudao's gaze descended onto the distant north of the ancient desert city at the first possible moment. There was a vast base that was similar to the imperial palace standing there. This place is even larger than the Dark Han dynasty's imperial palace. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted, and she couldn't help but exclaim with admiration. Just the area this place occupies is practically more than 2 times the size of the entire Dark Han dynasty's capital and even the Darming dynasty's capital. Uncle Feng, you said this is the Skywolf Fort? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The Skywolf Fort can be said to be the owner of the ancient desert city, and it's a formidable power of the foreign lands that's close to our 10 dynasties. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time is held by the Skywolf Fort. When Feng Wudao introduced the Skywolf Fort, his expression was slightly serious. This also allowed Duan Lingtian to deeply realize how formidable and terrifying this Skywolf Fort was, and it completely surpassed the 10 dynasties. Let's go! Feng Wudao ordered, and the azure-eyed eagle flew towards the Skywolf Fort. After they approached the Skywolf Fort, Duan Lingtian was able to see that there were practically no people or demon beasts in the sky above the Skywolf Fort. Those human martial artists and demon beasts that flew in the sky hadn't even approached the Skywolf Fort when they went around it. Chapter 771. The azure-eyed eagle carried Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and they just approached Skywolf Fort when a person flew out from Skywolf Fort and directly stopped the azure-eyed eagle. This person was a middle-aged man that wore green uniform clothes. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, and there was an extremely special badge on the left side of his chest. The badge had the pattern of a savage skywolf inscribed on it. The eyes of the ash wolf's head were copper in color. Why have the 3 of you come to our Skywolf Fort? The middle-aged man asked. We're members of the Dark Han dynasty, and we've come for the sake of participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Feng Wudao spoke of the reason for their arrival. The middle-aged man's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he was slightly surprised in the end. As far as he was concerned, this violet-clothed young man ought to be one of the 10 great young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and his young age caused him to be unable to help but be surprised. As for the red-clothed young woman, he only thought that she'd come to join in the fun because she was truly too young. The 3 of you, please follow me. The middle-aged man led the way ahead, and the azure-eyed eagle followed. In the end, he first arranged a place for the azure-eyed eagle before leading Duan Lingtian's group of 3 towards the west. All along the way, Duan Lingtian curiously sized up the surroundings. This Skywolf Fort was divided into 2 areas. The area he was at now was the area towards the south, and it was as large as the Dark Han dynasty's capital, whereas there was a towering combat arena in this vast area. There were no spectating areas in the surroundings of this combat arena, and one could only stand in the surrounding air and watch. That place is the combat arena that will be held in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 10 days from now. The middle-aged man introduced. Not long after, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 approached the continuous group of buildings in the west under the lead of the middle-aged man. These buildings were numerous pavilions. Above each pavilion, there was a plaque hanging there, such as Chrysanthemum Pavilion, Osmanthus Pavilion, Peony Pavilion, and so on. These pavilions were of different heights and were all named after flowers. As they approached the pavilion, Duan Lingtian could see a middle-aged man who was similarly wearing a green uniform leading 8 people into a 4-story pavilion. Those 8 people should also be from some empire. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon, under the guidance of the middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 arrived in front of a 2-story pavilion. This Narcissus Pavilion will be occupied by the 3 of you. Besides that, I'd like to ask this little brother to register your name and which dynasty you're from. The middle-aged man took out a pen and paper as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and immediately reported his name and origin. Are they going to register to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Feng Tianwu asked. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. Then add in my name. Feng Tianwu said. The middle-aged man was first stunned when he heard this, and then he recovered from his shock as his gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Could it be? You're a young genius from the Dark Han dynasty that has come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well? At the beginning, he only thought that Duan Lingtian was a young genius from the Dark Han dynasty that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Even then, he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's age. A young man that looked to be around the age of 25 was actually able to stand out amongst the group of young experts of the Dark Han dynasty, and it was truly rare and commendable. But now, when he realized that Feng Tianwu was a young genius that had come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well, he was shocked. This red-clothed young woman looked to be a little over 20 at most. Even if she took good care of herself, she was at most around the age of 25. Looks like there aren't any outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty. Otherwise, how could they allow 2 young people like this to seize the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? The middle-aged man registered Feng Tianwu's name as he thought as a matter of course. After he finished registering, the middle-aged man passed a command token to each of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. These 3 command tokens will allow all of you to pass through the outer fort of our Skywolf Fort unobstructed. As for the inner fort, those that aren't disciples of our Skywolf Fort are prohibited from entering or leaving. Gather on the combat arena in the outer fort 10 days from now. At that time, the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties will gather together and carry out the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man left directly. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked into the Narcissus Pavilion as well. The Narcissus Pavilion had a total of 2 floors, and every floor had 2 rooms and a balcony, causing it to be extremely spacious. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 stayed in the Narcissus Pavilion. After Duan Lingtian entered his room, he sat cross-legged on the bed and calmed his heart to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon form. Presently, Duan Lingtian only had an urgent goal, and that was to comprehend sword concept. So long as he comprehended sword concept, he would be able to cultivate the high-grade heaven-rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. If I'm able to successfully cultivate 9 Dragons Radiant Flash before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins, then my strength will advance a step further. Duan Lingtian's entire body and mind were immersed in his cultivation, and he seemed to have forgotten the time. Elder Brother Duan. Elder Brother Duan. After an unknown amount of time, a wave of hurried voices entered into the room and entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to awaken from his cultivation. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian opened the door and looked at Feng Tianwu, who stood outside the door. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties has begun? Why do I feel that I haven't cultivated for long? Elder Brother Duan, there are still 5 days before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. I called you out because Big Brother Zhang has come twice, and he asked us to go out for a meal. Feng Tianwu smiled. Duan Lingtian followed Feng Tianwu out of the Narcissus Pavilion, and only now did he notice that Zhang Shouyong was already waiting outside. Big Brother Zhang. Brother Lingtian. Zhang Shouyong replied with a smile, and then he said enthusiastically, Come, the 3 of you are going out for a meal. I've already arrived at Skywolf Fort for 3 days, yet I still haven't gone out properly. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said to Feng Tianwu, Tianwu, go tell Uncle Feng. Feng Tianwu nodded, and then she went to greet Feng Wudao. Brother Lingtian, you're really good. Now you're even singing along with your husband. Zhang Shouyong teased. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Big Brother Zhang, You know that I still have little Fei and the others. So don't joke like this in the future. Tian Wu and I are only ordinary friends, and we don't have a relationship like you think. Aren't you Lord Wu Dao's son-in-law? It's already spread throughout the Dark Han dynasty. Zhang Shouyong was stunned. It's a long story, Duan Lingtian sighed. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu had returned as well, so he didn't continue explaining. Let's go. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 soared up into the sky side by side, and they left Skywolf Fort in the blink of an eye before looking around for a nearby restaurant. In next to no time, they found a restaurant that was comparatively larger in scale. After they sat at a table by the window, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but stretch out his spiritual force to envelop Zhang Shouyong, and he detected Zhang Shouyong's current cultivation at the first possible moment. First level of the void interpretation stage. Big Brother Zhang has broken through as well. Even though Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this, he was still happy for Zhang Shouyong. He knew Zhang Shouyong before he knew Feng Tianwu. Besides that, Zhang Shouyong had saved his life before, so he'd always maintained the respect he had in the past and took Zhang Shouyong as his big brother. Oh, isn't this an expert from the Dark Han dynasty? You seem to be called Zhang Shouyong? Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice approached from afar. At the same time, 2 young men around the age of 37 or 38 that were almost middle-aged walked over side by side and stood before Duan Lingtian's table. The blue-clothed young man amongst them looked at Zhang Shouyong with a mocking gaze. What? Wasn't yesterday's lesson enough? Zhang Shouyong glanced at the blue-clothed young man with disdain and shouted coldly. Scram! The blue-clothed young man's face went grim as he said with a cold voice, Zhang Shouyong, I admit that I'm not a match for you. But your opponent today isn't me. When he spoke up to hear, he looked at the gaunt young man that was reserved in speech and manner, and a humble expression appeared on his face. Big Brother Kong, it was him yesterday that said all the young geniuses of our Darchu dynasty that came to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties are trash and defeated by him. Zhang Shouyong frowned slightly. When had he said all this? But when he saw the icy cold gaze of the gaunt young man sweep over, he couldn't be bothered to explain, as if he explained at this moment, it would undoubtedly cause his imposing manner to be inferior to the gaunt young man. On the other hand, even though Duan Lingtian who sat at the side didn't know what had happened, he discerned some clues from the blue-clothed young man's words. The blue-clothed young man was obviously slandering Zhang Shouyong. He'd known Zhang Shouyong for a long time, so he naturally knew that it was impossible for Zhang Shouyong to speak such words. You're not a match for him, yet you didn't hesitate to seek the help of others. I don't know about the others, but you're surely trash. Duan Lingtian raised his head slightly to look at the blue-clothed young man and spoke indifferently. What did you say? The blue-clothed young man's face went grim as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian, and the origin energy on his body raged. However, he didn't dare make a move, and his fearful gaze flashed past Zhang Shouyong. He knew extremely clearly in his heart that unless Zhang Shouyong was entangled with someone by his side, otherwise, it was impossible for him to injure this violet-clothed young man that called him trash. So even though he was furious, he could only endure it for now. Kid, I'll tear you into pieces. The blue-clothed young man's voice transmission that was filled with ruthlessness fiercely pierced into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian started laughing. A 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist wanted to tear him into pieces? You said you want to tear me into pieces? Duan Lingtian looked at the blue-clothed young man, and a wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Then why haven't you made a move? Or perhaps, you're afraid of my big brother Zhang, so you don't dare make a move until now? If it's really like this, I can guarantee that if you make a move, big brother Zhang will absolutely not interfere. Chapter 772. You! The blue-clothed young man's face went grim, and then he laughed with ridicule. Kid, I never imagined that you would dare be so arrogant at such a young age. A little kid like you dares to go against me? Slap. A clear sound of a slap instantly resounded out, and a crimson-red palm print appeared on the blue-clothed young man's face. Clean your mouth. It was precisely Duan Lingtian that had left his seat and slapped the young man before sitting back down. The blue-clothed young man only felt something flash before his eyes before he was slapped, and he was utterly unable to react to it. The blue-clothed young man was angered to the point his eyes went crimson red. However, even though he was furious to the limit, he utterly didn't dare make a move. He wasn't an idiot, and just the speed Duan Lingtian revealed earlier was far from something he could compare to. On the other hand, the thin young man that originally glared fiercely at Zhang Shouyong had a gaze filled with fear when it descended onto Duan Lingtian. You possess such a cultivation at such a young age. I wonder if you've come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well? When faced with the question of the thin young man, Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him instead, and he called over the waiter to order. For a time, the thin young man's face flickered between livid and ashen, yet he didn't flare up in the end. The speed Duan Lingtian revealed earlier allowed him to faintly notice Duan Lingtian's terrifying cultivation, and he didn't have the slightest confidence in being able to defeat Duan Lingtian. The thin young man took a deep breath before turning around and leaving. On the other hand, when the blue-clothed young man saw his backer had left, he hurriedly turned around and followed, and he was deeply afraid Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong would get even with him. Brother Lingtian, your cultivation. After the 2 young men from the Darchu dynasty left, Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian with a dumbstruck expression. Earlier, even he wasn't able to completely see the speed Duan Lingtian attacked with. Second level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Second level of the void interpretation stage? Instantly, Zhang Shouyong was dumbstruck. Only Feng Tianwu had long since known that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage, so she wasn't surprised. Even though I was mentally prepared since long ago that you would sooner or later leave me behind in terms of cultivation, but I never imagined that you would break through from the 9th level of the void initiation stage to the second level of the void interpretation stage in such a short period of time. After Zhang Shouyong regained his senses, he couldn't help but sigh. Duan Lingtian's martial talent made him feel powerless from the bottom of his heart. Even though he could be considered to be a genius in the martial Dao amongst the younger generation of the Darkhan dynasty. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, that little bit of innate talent of his was nothing. After the 3 of them finished their meal, they reached a consensus that they would take a stroll around the ancient desert city before returning to Skywolf Fort. I've long heard that the foreign lands don't circulate gold and silver, but I didn't expect it to be true. Just this meal alone cost a low-grade origin stone. This is too much. Zhang Shouyong sighed as he walked out of the restaurant. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't say anything. If this big brother Zhang were to go eat at the best restaurants in some bustling cities in the central area of Cloud Continent, he might curse. At those places, even the most ordinary of dishes would cost a few mid-grade origin stones. A slightly better meal would require origin stones of high grade. After they left the restaurant, the 3 of them started strolling on the streets of the ancient desert city, and they felt that the air here was different to the Darkhan dynasty. The spirit energy of the heavens and the earth here seems to be even denser? After a while, Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, and he seemed as if he'd discovered a new continent. Indeed. Feng Tianwu nodded as she sensed the spirit energy in the air when she heard this. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything because he'd noticed it since long ago. Moreover, he who'd fused with the memories of Emperor Wu wasn't surprised by this. In Cloud Continent, the closer one was to the central area, the denser the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth was. At any place in the central area of Cloud Continent, the density of the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth wasn't inferior to an ordinary spirit point in the Darkhan dynasty. All of this was because of the extremely abundant origin stone veins at the central area of Cloud Continent. There were even many high-grade origin stone veins there, and they were controlled by some top powers of Cloud Continent. Those origin stone veins would emit extremely dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, and when they gathered together, it caused the spirit energy in the air at the central area of Cloud Continent to become extremely abundant. Hiss! Zhang Shouyong took a deep breath and casually picked up the wine gourd at his waist before pouring a few mouthfuls into his mouth, and then he exhaled with a delighted expression. Big brother Zhang really never leaves his wine. Feng Tianwu smiled. Go! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a cold and stern shout sound out from behind him, and subsequently, the sound of hurried horse hooves swept over. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 couldn't help but turn around to look. They saw a Fergana horse dashing madly on the road, and everywhere it passed, dust and dirt flew into the air, and the passers-by moved aside as they were deeply afraid of being hit. A young man sat on the Fergana horse. The young man was around the age of 25, and his white robe that was inlaid with gold fluttered with the wind, and the horsewhip in his hand flashed out like a dancing spirit serpent. K off. Suddenly, the young man shouted out coldly. There was a woman with a child that wasn't able to dodge in time, and she still stopped in the middle of the road, and she had a panicked expression as she looked at the Fergana horse that dashed over. Swoosh! The horsewhip tore through the sky and fiercely whipped onto the woman's body, and it tore open her coarse clothes and caused her skin to split open. The woman emitted a shrill cry as she was directly whipped flying, and she heavily fell to the side of the road. Whereas her child stood in the middle of the road and was using an innocent gaze to look at the Fergana horse that dashed over, and he completely didn't realize that danger was approaching. Watch out! A fiery red bolt of lightning flashed by, and it was Feng Tianwu who was by Duan Lingtian's side that made a move to bring the child to the side of the road before the Fergana horse dashed over. Halt! At this moment, the young man who was galloping on his horse instantly stopped the Fergana horse, and he raised his head to look at Feng Tianwu. Halt! Halt! At the same time, a few more Fergana horses stood behind the young man, and they were clearly his followers. This also showed that the young man's background was not simple. In the ancient desert city, even if the power was weak, it couldn't be that weak. Moreover, since the young man dared to ride his horse to commit a crime on the street, the power behind him was clearly not simple. Otherwise, how could he dare to be so high-profile? Meddlesome woman. After the young man saw Feng Tianwu's peerless beauty, his eyes revealed a greedy and lewd expression, and he coldly shouted, "Bring her back. This young master will properly teach her the rules." As he spoke, he wanted to forcefully snatch a woman. As for the followers behind him, they seemed to have long been accustomed to it. They rode their horses forward, wanting to capture Feng Tianwu. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian moved, and in an instant, he caught up to the young man's followers. He raised his hand, and a terrifying force swept out, directly flipping them over and causing them to scream miserably. Brat, you actually dare to meddle in other people's business. You're courting death. When the young man saw that someone had interfered and ruined his plans, he was instantly furious. He rode his horse forward, and the horsewhip in his hand seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning, fiercely whipping towards Duan Lingtian. I think you're the one courting death. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, who had sent the child to the injured woman's side, moved, and as if she had transformed into a ball of flames, she rushed out. In the next moment, she had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. She casually raised her hand and grabbed the horsewhip that the young man had pulled out. Bitch, you're courting death. The young man's gaze turned cold, and the horsewhip in his hand shook, wanting to take the horsewhip back from Feng Tianwu's hand. But unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, the remaining half of the horsewhip in Feng Tianwu's hand still didn't move in the slightest. Riding a horse to commit murder and forcefully seizing a woman. A profligate disciple like you deserves death. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes were suffused with coldness, and her hand shook, causing the horsewhip to instantly fly out and fiercely smash onto the young man's chest, causing the young man to be blasted flying off his horse. Bitch. The young man emitted a shrill cry and fell to the ground in a sorry state, and he crawled up after a short moment before staring hatefully at Feng Tianwu and shouting furiously. All of you kill this bitch. If she doesn't die, then all of you will die. Instantly, the followers that were thrown to the ground by Duan Lingtian earlier charged towards Feng Tianwu without regard for their lives. But unfortunately, the outcome was the same. Before Feng Tianwu, who was at the first level of the Void Interpretation stage, even though they possessed extraordinary strength at the Void Initiation stage, they were easily stopped and blasted flying by Feng Tianwu. Bang, bang, bang. After a short moment, the followers of the young man were lying in a disorderly manner around the young man, causing the young man to be angered to the point his face was livid. A bunch of useless trash. The young man cursed his followers, and then he looked at Feng Tianwu as his eyes were suffused with cold lights. Bitch, you actually dared make a move against me? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. You deserve death for committing murder and forcefully seizing a woman on the streets. Feng Tianwu shouted out furiously, and she seemed to be about to make a move. Instantly, the young man was terrified to the point his face was livid, and he abandoned his horse and fled swiftly, not even caring about his followers as he arrived in the distance in a short moment. All of you just wait. All of you just wait. The young man didn't forget to threaten Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu as he dashed into the distance, and his voice drifted over from afar and was filled with extreme coldness and fierceness. I'll kill him. Feng Tianwu was instantly enraged when she saw the young man fleeing yet didn't forget to threaten them, and her figure flashed out with the intention of pursuing him. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian stopped Feng Tianwu and shook his head. Don't pursue a cornered enemy. If he really dares come again, then I'll be the first to kill him. Since he dares to cause trouble in the ancient desert city, the power behind that fellow is probably not simple. Zhang Shouyong arrived by the side of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu as he guessed. The three of you should leave quickly. That person is the eldest young master of our ancient desert city's Dongwu clan, and he's the most beloved grandson of the Dongwu clan's patriarch. He won't let the matter go after you've taught him a lesson. After a short moment, a kind-hearted passerby couldn't help but advise. Yeah, the three of you should leave quickly. Chapter 773. I'm afraid it's already too late. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked towards the direction the young man left towards. At this moment, waves of ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out from high above in the sky, and they grew closer and closer. Not long after, 5 demon beasts flashed over, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived above Duan Lingtian's group of 3 before circling in midair with an aggressive aura. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 raised their heads, and they saw the young man that wore a white robe with gold inlays sitting on the demon beast in the lead with a single glance. His cold eyes were filled with ghastly killing intent as they flashed down from the sky and locked onto Duan Lingtian's group of 3 tightly. It's them. The young man shouted out coldly as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, whereas the demon beast beneath him accumulated strength and was ready to attack as well. In the sky, ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky appeared, and they coiled down with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like rainbows. 9th level Void Initiation Stage Demon Beast? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he never imagined that a mere 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist like this young man would actually be able to control a demon beast that was 2 levels stronger than him. Looks like the Dongwu clan isn't simple at all. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the other 4 demon beasts gathered together with the demon beast beneath him. The 5 9th level Void Initiation Stage demon beasts stared coldly at Duan Lingtian's group of 3. They were only waiting for the young man to give the order before they would pounce towards Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and fight with all their might. Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to these 5 9th level Void Initiation Stage demon beasts, and his gaze descended onto the backs of the 4 demon beasts. There were 4 middle-aged men with cold expressions standing there. The 4 middle-aged men wore black clothes and had expressionless faces, and they were like 4 zombies. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and detected the cultivations of the 4 of them at the first possible moment. All of them are at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. Never had he imagined that the Dongwu clan behind the young man that Tianwu had taught a lesson to earlier was actually so strong. Only 4 ordinary guards possessed a strength at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage. As for those top-notch experts, it was not hard to imagine their strength. They must be extremely terrifying. The passers-by around Duan Lingtian and the other two retreated to the side. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at the 4 flying demonic beasts and the people on them. In their opinion, these 3 kind-hearted youngsters were going to be in trouble. The Dongwa clan was one of the 3 great clans in the ancient desert city, and amongst the numerous powers in the ancient desert city, it was only inferior to the Skywolf fort that controlled the ancient desert city. Of course, not to mention the ancient desert city, even in the surrounding areas, the Skywolf fort could be considered an overlord. If the Skywolf fort wanted to annihilate the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city, they only needed to send out a vice fort master to annihilate them. The 3 great clans of the ancient desert city were incomparably powerful in front of ordinary people. But in the eyes of the Skywolf fort, they were like ants that were unable to withstand a single blow. The Skywolf fort was a colossus in a corner of the foreign lands. Even if the experts of the 10 dynasties in the south were to move out and join forces with the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city, it would be impossible to shake it in the slightest. The strength of the Skywolf fort was obvious. However, even though the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city were nothing before the Skywolf fort, any one of the clans wasn't something the 10 dynasties in the south could compare to. Once the experts of any one of the clans were to move out, it was sufficient to annihilate the 10 dynasties. The forces of the clans in the foreign lands were absolutely not something the forces of the 10 dynasties could compare to. In the ancient desert city, the Skywolf fort occupied an area with an extraordinary status that was impossible to shake. However, it was precisely because of this that the Skywolf fort rarely interfered with the matters of the ancient desert city. Everything in the ancient desert city, like the various businesses and the mid-grade origin stone vein, was shared and controlled by the 3 great clans. Moreover, 90% of the profits the 3 great clans obtained in the ancient desert city had to be handed over to the Skywolf fort. No matter if it was the Skywolf fort, the 3 great clans were the 3 overlords of the ancient desert city, and no one dared offend them. The tiger was sleeping, and the monkey was king. It was nothing more than that. Yet today, the eldest young master of one of the 3 great clans, the Dongwa clan, had led the Dongwa clan troops with the intention of killing 3 young men, and no one felt that the latter would be able to survive. They'd seen many similar scenes in the past. The outcome was more or less the same. Not a single person that had offended the Dongwa clan's eldest young master was able to survive. As far as they were concerned, today would be no exception. Thump. Suddenly, a figure flashed out, and it was the woman that was whipped flying by the Dongwa clan's eldest young master earlier, and she brought along her child to kneel on the ground. "Young Master Han, please don't hold a grudge against me and let them off." The woman spoke as she kowtowed and pleaded for mercy for Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and it wasn't long before her head was already bleeding. "Kill this lowly commoner." Right when Duan Lingtian and the others were shocked by the woman's actions and were unable to react for a moment, Dongwa Han shouted out coldly, "Shit!" Duan Lingtian was the first to react, and his face went grim. But unfortunately it was still too late. The Dongwa clan general that stood on the back of the 9th level void initiation stage flying demon beast instantly made a move, and a vast palm print enveloped down to directly blast the woman and her child to death, causing blood to dye the ground red. The terrifying palm print descended onto the ground, causing numerous hideous cracks to be shaken open on the ground, and the cracks were dense and crisscrossed together like a spiderweb. Damn it! The scene before him caused Duan Lingtian to be completely stunned. After a short moment, crimson red suffused his eyes as he stared fixedly at Dongwa Han, and he wished for nothing more than to burn Dongwa Han's bones and scatter his ashes. "I'll kill you!" Feng Tianwu was enraged, and her beautiful face went grim as the monstrous flames on her body skyrocketed, causing her entire body to seem to have transformed into a ball of flames that swept towards Dongwa Han. Never had she imagined that the mother of the child she saved would kowtow and beg for mercy to Dongwa Han for them. Even more unexpected to her was that Dongwa Han actually directly ordered his subordinates to kill the mother and child. That child was only 4 or 5 years old, and he didn't even have the time to properly see the world before being killed. Feng Tianwu's rage at this moment was practically capable of setting a prairie ablaze. He didn't even let off a woman and child. Bastard! Zhang Shouyong's face went cold as ghastly flames of rage leaped about in his eyes, and then he stomped on the ground before his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that went to help Feng Tianwu. No matter if it was Feng Tianwu or Zhang Shouyong, they didn't know the terrifying strength of the 4 generals Dongwu Han brought along. But even if they knew, they wouldn't shrink back. Bang! A 4th-level void interpretation stage general by Dongwu Han's side made a move, and a terrifying force swept over to instantly blast Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong back. Both of them descended by Duan Lingtian's side in a sorry state, and their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky. 4th-level void interpretation stage. Ha! Dongwu Han laughed wildly when he saw the expressions of Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong. Weren't both of you extremely arrogant? Didn't both of you want to interfere in this young master's business? Come on. How is it? Now, have both of you started to feel regret and terror in your hearts? Dongwu Han stood on the flying demon beast, and he who was surrounded by 4 4th-level void interpretation stage generals seemed to be superior as he looked down at Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong didn't speak, and they only stared coldly and indifferently at Dongwu Han. Regret? Terror? Besides teaching Dongwu Han's subordinates a lesson at the beginning, Duan Lingtian, who didn't make a move later on, glanced indifferently at Dongwu Han. I've never known what regret and terror are. If I really want to talk about regret, I only regret that I didn't chase after you and cripple you earlier. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's voice went slightly cold. Duan Lingtian's words caused the surrounding crowd of onlookers to be dumbstruck. Is this young man courting death? With a quick thought, they came to an understanding. In the situation before them, even if this young man begged for mercy, with the temper of the Dongwu clan's eldest young master, it would probably be impossible for him to survive. Now, his best choice was to protect his dignity before he died. He would rather die standing than live kneeling. Good. Dongwu Han's face was livid when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he started laughing from extreme rage. Never had he imagined that this violet-clothed young man would actually dare speak to him like this at a time like this, and the young man simply didn't know how to write the word death. Suddenly, cold lights shot out from Dongwu Han's eyes as he directly ordered. Leave this woman behind. I want to bring her back and play with her properly. As for the other 2 men, kill them directly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At practically the instant Dongwu Han gave the order, the other 4 demon beasts pounced towards Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and pairs of sharp claws that flickered with cold lights smashed towards the heads of Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong. As for the 4 4th-level void interpretation stage generals on the backs of the demon beasts, one of them had his gaze locked onto Feng Tianwu, and the other 3 had instead locked onto Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong. Let's retreat. Feng Tianwu shouted out lightly as she called out to Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong to retreat, and a crystalline and translucent pearl appeared in her hand. It was precisely the pearl that had a detection inscription inscribed on it. So long as she crushed it, her father, Feng Wudao, would notice it at the first possible moment and rush over. Tianwu. But Duan Lingtian instead stopped Feng Tianwu and shook his head to her. Subsequently, under Feng Tianwu's dumbstruck gaze, Duan Lingtian flashed out to meet the 4 demon beasts that pounced down without the slightest fear, and he went head-on against the 4 4th-level void interpretation stage experts. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's face went grim, and she didn't listen to Duan Lingtian before crushing the pearl in her hand without the slightest hesitation. Even though this pearl was precious, yet in her eyes, it was far inferior to Duan Lingtian's life. At this moment, her heart burned with anxiety, and she only hoped that her father would be able to rush over as soon as possible. No! Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu saw Duan Lingtian was about to pass by the 4 demon beasts, and her beautiful face couldn't help but go grim as she cried out in terror. Without the slightest hesitation, Feng Tianwu soared into the sky and fearlessly chased after Duan Lingtian. Chapter 774. When Duan Lingtian faced a dangerous situation, Feng Tianwu's mind was completely blank, and she only knew that nothing could happen to Duan Lingtian. It felt as if she was about to lose something important. Uncomfortable and oppressive. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sharp claws of the four enormous flying demon beasts soared through the sky as they fiercely clawed towards Duan Lingtian, who charged over, and the depths of their eyes were filled with heartfelt disdain. As far as they were concerned, such a young human martial artist dared be arrogant before them, and he was simply courting death. On the other hand, the four fourth-level void interpretation stage generals of the Donghua clan looked at Duan Lingtian, who charged towards them with disdain now. "Kill him!" High above in the sky, Donghua Han shouted out explosively. "Yes, eldest young master." Instantly, the four Donghua clan generals flew out and seemed to have transformed into four goshawks that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. "You're courting death." Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as a wisp of disdain suffused the corners of his mouth, and a dim light flashed into appearance in the depths of his eyes. Along with his cultivation advancing to the second level of the void interpretation stage, his spiritual force that had advanced to the fourth level of the void interpretation stage along with him instantly gushed into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and it directly activated his exclusive soul skill. Thousand illusions. Instantly, an illusory space appeared out of thin air, and it ceaselessly expanded to directly envelop the four ninth-level void initiation stage flying demon beasts and the four Donghua clan generals that approached menacingly within it. When the attacks of the four Donghua clan generals were about to descend onto Duan Lingtian, they instantly seemed to have lost their target and turned around. Subsequently, fierce lights flickered within their eyes as each of them pounced towards the ninth-level void initiation stage flying demon beasts that carried them over earlier. The eyes of the four ninth-level void initiation stage flying demon beasts shot out ferocious lights as well, and they seemed as if they'd seen Duan Lingtian when facing the four fourth-level void interpretation stage martial artists that pounced towards them, and they directly pounced over. Bang! In a single move, a ninth-level void initiation stage flying demon beast was killed by a Donghua clan general. Bang! Bang! Boom! Subsequently, the other three ninth-level void initiation stage demon beasts were killed by the other three Donghua clan generals as well. Four fourth-level void interpretation stage generals of the Donghua clan killing four ninth-level void initiation stage demon beasts was simply as simple as killing chickens and cutting grass. The latter had no ability to fight back in front of them. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, fish on the chopping board, unable to withstand a single blow. Duan Lingtian paused in midair, watching the scene with cold eyes. It was as if everything that was happening in front of him had nothing to do with him. At this time, Feng Tianwu also landed beside Duan Lingtian. The scene in front of her also shocked her. "What are you doing?" High above in the sky, Donghua Han's face went grim as he shouted furiously. Everything in front of him made his scalp go numb. Were these four guys crazy? He actually started killing the demonic beasts on his side. The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. What are they doing? Aren't they members of the Donghua clan? Why would he attack the demonic beasts of his own clan? Have they gone mad? Moreover, they've gone mad together. Everyone was puzzled by this. But in the next moment, something that caused them to be even more puzzled occurred, and it caused their pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. Heavens! What have we seen? They saw that the four Donghua clan generals that had just killed the four ninth-level void initiation stage demon beasts actually didn't have the intention of stopping after each of them killed a demon beast. The origin energy on their bodies skyrocketed as void interpretation concept fused into their origin energy, causing it to completely material. Subsequently, they pounced towards their former companions and started a bloody battle. The chaotic battle began here. Bang, 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 bang. The four Donghua clan generals seemed as if they'd gone mad as they madly attacked each other. After a short moment, all four of them were heavily injured. Even then, they still fought each other desperately, as if they wouldn't stop until they killed each other. Everyone including Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong was stunned. "Stop! Presently, Donghua Han, who stood on the remaining 9th level void initiation stage demon beast that was shivering, had an extremely unsightly expression, and he ceaselessly roared at the 4 Donghua clan generals as if he wanted to wake them up. But unfortunately, the 4 Donghua clan generals only cared about killing each other, and they seemed as if they utterly didn't hear him. Why is it like this? Who can tell me exactly what the fuck is going on? Donghua Han's expression was extremely unsightly. He utterly didn't know what was happening before him and why the 4 Donghua clan generals would kill each other. Could it be that they've all gone mad? In next to no time, Donghua Han's expression went grim. Because Duan Lingtian had already appeared before him, and Duan Lingtian, who had a calm expression, said indifferently, "The Donghua clan's eldest young master, right? Kill him." Donghua Han shouted out explosively as he urged the demon beast beneath him to make a move and kill Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, the demon beast had only just pounced out when it was killed by the 3-foot-long blade condensed from Duan Lingtian's origin energy, and from the beginning until the end, it only spent the time of a single move. The demon beast perished and fell to the ground. On the other hand, Donghua Han was dumbstruck, and he stared blankly at Duan Lingtian as he said with slight disbelief, "You're actually a void interpretation stage martial artist." Obviously, he'd only truly felt Duan Lingtian's true strength now, and it far exceeded his strength. "Now it's your turn." Duan Lingtian looked calmly at Donghua Han, and his eyes didn't contain the slightest emotion. "You dare kill me? Let me tell you, if you dare kill me, then no matter who you are, no matter if you're in the heavens or the earth, you'll die for sure. Let me tell you, my grandfather is..." Donghua Han's face went grim when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he threatened Duan Lingtian with words. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish his words. Because the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand had already pierced through his throat, and it gave rise to gorgeous and dazzling fresh blood that covered the sky, and the blood sprayed through the sky and condensed into numerous red roses. Right at the instant Duan Lingtian killed Donghua Han, a figure appeared out of thin air in the nearby sky. The person that arrived was completely stunned when he saw the scene before him. "This is... Father!" Feng Tianwu flew out to arrive by the side of the person that arrived. "You used the sensory pearl I left for you just so that I could watch the show?" Feng Wudao couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he looked at the situation before him. Feng Tianwu couldn't help but laugh bitterly as well. "I never imagined that elder brother Duan would actually be able to deal with these people. Those 4 people are all existences at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage." Feng Tianwu spoke as she looked at the 4 Donghua clan generals that were still killing each other. The 4 Donghua clan generals were heavily injured, yet they still fought ceaselessly, and they'd completely gone red from killing each other. "Let's go!" Duan Lingtian nodded to Zhang Shouyong, and then he arrived by the side of Feng Wudao and Feng Wudao. Subsequently, the 4 of them left directly and returned to Skywolf Fort. On the way, Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but glance at Duan Lingtian, and when he thought of the scene that occurred earlier, he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Brother Lingtian is actually already so strong now. 4 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artists were instigated by him to the point of killing each other. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, those 4 4th-level void interpretation stage fellows aren't inscription masters. Otherwise, the illusory space constructed by my soul's skill, 1,000 illusions, would be utterly unable to affect them. Duan Lingtian rejoiced in his heart. "Oh, what happened?" Feng Wudao couldn't help but ask Feng Tianwu because everything had already ended when he arrived earlier. It was precisely because of this that he didn't have the time to find out what had happened. "It's nothing." Feng Tianwu shook her head. "We just killed a profligate disciple. That profligate disciple even killed a woman and a child that didn't have the strength to truss up a chicken, and he deserved death for his crimes." As she finished speaking, Feng Tianwu revealed an enraged expression, and she seemed to have recalled the scene from before. At that time, if it wasn't for the woman bringing along the child to plead for mercy on their behalf, they wouldn't have been killed. This caused Feng Tianwu's heart to be filled with guilt. Feng Wudao didn't ask any further when he felt the atmosphere seemed to be slightly heavy, yet there was slight fear in the depths of his eyes. Profligate disciple? This place wasn't one of the 10 dynasties. Even though the ancient desert city was situated at the border of the foreign lands, it belonged to the foreign lands at any rate, and the experts within it were numerous like the clouds. Even an ordinary power possessed an extremely terrifying strength. On the other hand, the power behind the profligate disciple of the ancient desert city was presumably not simple. But when he thought about how they'd been staying at Skywolf Fort recently, he came to an understanding. No matter how strong the powers of the ancient desert city were, they were only vassals of the Skywolf Fort, and they would absolutely not dare rashly trespass into Skywolf Fort to cause trouble. So he set his heart at ease. Of course, this was also because Feng Wudao didn't know that the person who died earlier was the eldest young master of one of the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city, the Dongwa clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so composed. Perhaps ordinary disciples of the Dongwa clan wouldn't dare directly trespass into Skywolf Fort to take revenge, but their patriarch was instead able to speak with the higher-ups of Skywolf Fort. Along with Duan Lingtian's departure, the illusory space created by the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, naturally dispersed along with it. At the same time, the 4 Dongwa clan generals that dragged their heavily injured and crippled bodies to kill each other had finally escaped from the illusory space. With a single glance, they saw each other that were heavily injured. All of you, what's going on? Why have all of you suffered such heavy injuries as well? I truly never imagined that kid was actually so terrifying. Something seems to be off. Unknowingly, the gazes of the 4 Dongwa clan generals had first descended onto the 5 enormous flying demon beast corpses on the ground, and then it descended onto a human corpse. Their pupils instantly constricted when they saw this corpse, and they couldn't help but cry out in shock. Eldest young master. Subsequently, the 4 of them glanced at each other, and they saw terror in each other's eyes. If the patriarch finds out that the eldest young master was killed under our protection, and we're still alive, we'll die for sure. Let's quickly consume medicinal pills to heal our injuries, and then leave the ancient desert city far away. Chapter 775. Under the astounded gazes of the surrounding crowd of spectators, the 4 Dongwa clan generals directly left after consuming healing medicinal pills. The direction they left towards wasn't the direction of the Dongwa clan. Now, they only had a single thought. That was to go as far as they could and never return to the ancient desert city. Only in this way would they be able to avoid the pursuit of the Dongwa clan. However, even though the 4 Dongwa clan generals had fled, the news of the Dongwa clan's eldest young master, Dongwa Han, being killed still reached the Dongwa clan. The Dongwa clan was one of the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city, and it controlled an area of the ancient desert city. At this moment, at the side of the pergola at the center of the vast lake within the Dongwa clan estate, an old man was sitting silently there, and he held a fishing rod in his hand as he was fishing. Even though the old man was fishing, his eyes were closed tightly, and he seemed to be extremely carefree and content. This old man looked to be no different than an ordinary old man. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within. Swoosh! At the same time, the hand the old man held the fishing rod shook and directly pulled up the fishing rod, and a large fish was hooked up and just happened to be tossed into the nearby bamboo basket by him. If someone was here and saw the hook on the fishing rod in the old man's hand, the person would surely be extremely astounded. That was because the hook was straight. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this scene, he would surely be unable to help but recall the legend of Grand Duke Jiang fishing that had been passed down since ancient times on Earth in his previous life. When Grand Duke Jiang fishes, those who are willing to take the bait. Whereas the hook Grand Duke Jiang used to fish was precisely straight. I've finally caught one. Huh? Has the fortune of tasting good food today. The old man lightly smiled as he muttered, and when he spoke the 2 words Han, his muddy eyes seemed to reveal dense doting. His life was filled with misfortune. His son had died young and only left behind a single grandson, and it could be said that he had a single heir. It was precisely because of this that he loved and doted on that grandson of his, and he wished for nothing more than to give the best things in the world to him. It was also because of that grandson that he'd always occupied the position of patriarch of the Dongwu clan, because he intended to pass this position down to his grandson in the future. He had placed his greatest hopes on his grandson. As for his grandson, he did not disappoint him. Although he was a little foppish, his talent and comprehension were not bad. As for the term silk pants, he didn't take it to heart. Who hadn't been young and frivolous? Moreover, he had the capital to allow his grandson to be a playboy in the ancient desert city. He was not worried at all that anyone would dare to provoke his grandson. Suddenly, the old man raised his eyebrows. He saw a figure running towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake in a panic. Didn't I say that I don't like to be disturbed when I'm fishing? The old man's face darkened. As he spoke, an incomparably powerful aura emanated from his body. It enveloped the newcomer, causing him to involuntarily bend his back. The person that arrived was an old woman, and she was precisely the Dongwu clan's manager. Presently, her expression was extremely unsightly, and she seemed to hesitate to speak. Seeing the old woman's expression, the old man's face sank. The old woman had worked her entire life for their Dongwu clan, and he knew the old woman extremely well. If it wasn't an extremely important matter, it was impossible for the old woman to lose her composure like this. What happened? The old man asked. The old woman took a deep breath when she heard the old man, and then she said with a trembling voice, "Clan. Patriarch, eldest young master. Eldest young master, what happened to the eldest young master?" The aura on the old man instantly strengthened to press down onto the old woman, causing the old woman to break out in cold sweat as her body shivered. The old man's gaze was like a sword, and it seemed as if it could penetrate the old woman's body. "Patriarch, my condolences." Finally, the old woman caught her breath and spoke with her head lowered. "My condolences?" The old man's body shook when he heard the old woman. Instantly, an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from the old man's body. In the next moment, waves of terrifying gales suddenly arose in the surroundings of the pavilion in the middle of the lake, and the gales grew faster and faster before finally transforming into numerous material wind blades. Swish, 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 swish. The old man was enraged, and wind blades swept out to instantly mince the entire pavilion into pieces before crashing into the vast lake. The entire pavilion in the middle of the lake instantly ceased to exist. It wasn't just that, at this moment, the water in the entire lake was enveloped by numerous terrifying gales before sweeping up, and it seemed to have transformed into numerous roaring water dragons. At this moment, only the old man and the old woman weren't affected. The old woman lowered her head and didn't dare speak another word. She was able to deeply feel the monstrous rage of the patriarch, and she didn't doubt in the slightest that if she dared speak out of turn now, it was very likely that she would become the target of the patriarch's rage. "Lead the way!" The old man shouted out coldly as he raised his hand and brought the old woman along to instantly vanish in the sky above the vast lake. Meanwhile, the lake water that was seething in the lake recovered its calm once more. Who did it? Many higher-ups of the Dongwu clan were gathered within the Dongwu clan's audience hall, and they couldn't help but sigh when they saw the old man roaring as he charged in. The old man stood by the side of the corpse that lay on the ground, and his eyes flickered with a ferocious light as he looked at the corpse that had its throat pierced through. "Don't tell me. All of you haven't found out who did it." The old man's words were filled with extreme icy coldness, and it caused everyone present to be unable to refrain from shivering. "Patriarch, he's one of the eyewitnesses." In next to no time, the old woman that followed behind brought along a young man that had his head lowered to walk in, and she spoke to the old man. The old man's gaze that was like a sword descended onto the young man when he heard this, and his imposing aura swept out along with this. Bang! The young man's face instantly flushed red when he was enveloped by the old man's imposing aura, and then he collapsed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at the old man with a terrified expression. "Speak!" The old man's icy cold voice that was filled with killing intent caused the young man to feel as if he'd fallen into an icy pit, and he didn't dare hesitate in the slightest as he hurriedly spoke of the scene he saw not long ago. At the beginning, young Master Hans spurred his horse and used his horsewhip to strike a woman flying, and the woman's child stood on the road and was about to die beneath the horse's hooves. At this moment, a young woman in red clothes made a move to save the child. After that, young Master Han, the young man was precisely a passerby that had witnessed the entire process today, and he spoke of the scenes he'd seen without missing a single word. As soon as the young man finished speaking, a terrifying imposing aura gushed out from the old man's body, and it pressed down on the higher-ups of the Dongwu clan to the point they couldn't help but repeatedly take a few steps back. As for the young man, he was directly blasted flying, and his head collided with the pillar in the audience hall, causing him to be deader than dead. Perhaps, even the young man himself had never imagined that he would die so aggrieved. After all, the reason he'd come to the Dongwu clan to tip them off was precisely for the sake of the Dongwu clan's reward. Yet now, he hadn't obtained the reward he deserved yet he'd died an unjust death. Good. Very good. He even dares to kill the grandson of Dongwu Lei. Looks like that violet-clothed kid is tired of living. The old man, the patriarch of the Dongwu clan, Dongwu Lei, spoke with a voice that was like a thunderclap, and it caused the eardrums of some of the higher-ups of the Dongwu clan that had comparatively lower cultivations to tremble as their expressions went grim. Grand Elder, I'll give you a day of time. I want to see the heads of those 4 traitors after a day. Dongwu Lei looked at a white-haired old man as he spoke with a low voice. Yes, Patriarch. The old man replied respectfully before turning around and transforming into a bolt of lightning that left to busy himself. The remaining people. Subsequently, Dongwu Lei looked at the remaining higher-ups of the Dongwu clan, and killing intent flickered within his eyes. Your mission is to investigate the identity of that violet-clothed kid that killed my grandson. Once you find out where he is, then bring him back. I want him alive. As for those 3 companions of his, kill them directly. The first person to investigate the identity of that violet-clothed kid will be able to obtain 1,000 mid-grade origin stones. The person that brings that violet-clothed kid back will be able to obtain 10,000 mid-grade origin stones. Besides that, the person that brings back the head of any one of the 3 companions of that violet-clothed kid will be able to obtain 1,000 mid-grade origin stones. Dongwu Lei issued a reward within the clan as he spoke, and this was sufficient to display his impatience to take revenge for his grandson. The gazes of everyone lit up in unison, and they left impatiently after replying respectfully. Every single one of them hoped to be able to obtain the reward set by the patriarch. The person that brought that violet-clothed kid back would be able to obtain 10,000 mid-grade origin stones. Even if it was the 2nd elder, 3rd elder, and other elders with lofty statuses in the Dongwu clan, they impatiently desired 10,000 low-grade origin stones. Along with Dongwu Lei giving the order, the entire Dongwu clan was mobilized. The entire ancient desert city had gone completely mad. Whereas the person in question, Duan Lincoln, was currently silently staying within the Narcissus Pavilion in Skywolf Fort and cultivating diligently. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon form. Along with the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill spreading out from his body, Duan Lingtian's origin energy increased at an extremely terrifying speed. This speed was sufficient to cause any martial artist on Cloud Continent to feel ashamed and even feel inferior. According to this speed, I ought to be able to smoothly break through to the 3rd level of the Void Interpretation stage in at most 2 or 3 months. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he felt the swift increase of his origin energy. Along with the increase of my origin energy, the advanced sword force seems to be on the verge of transforming as well. There are still 3 days of time before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins. Duan Lingtian continued cultivating for the sake of sword concept. Finally, another day passed. On this day, Duan Lingtian woke up from his cultivation, and when he opened his eyes, a sword light that was filled with a sharp and fierce aura faintly seemed to flash past within his eyes. Swish! With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian's origin energy condensed into a sword, and strands of fierce aura leaped about on it as it emitted a wave of light sword howls. At the same time, another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared out of thin air at the side of the 300 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Chapter 776. I can finally cultivate the 9 dragons' radiant flash. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, and with a raise of his hand, the 3-foot-long blade condensed from origin energy shook abruptly. For a time, besides the strands of sharp and fierce aura contained within it, a strand of deep azure-colored energy coiled around it, and there was even violet-colored energy and earthen yellow-colored energy mixed within it. The deep azure-colored energy seemed as if it had the help of the gods as it fused into one with the 3-foot-long blade condensed from origin energy. The milky white 3-foot-long blade gradually transformed into a true 3-foot-long blade that was completely azure in color. Presently, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he was holding a true 3-foot-long blade condensed from wind. Concept materialization. The 3-foot-long blade contained Duan Lingtian's origin energy and first-level intermediate wind concept, and it emitted a sharp and fierce first-level elementary sword concept. Besides that, the surroundings of the 3-foot-long blade were coiled with 4th-level elementary lightning concept and 1st-level elementary earth concept. In the sky above Duan Lingtian, the heaven and earth energy roiled before converging into the heaven and earth phenomenon in the end. The first 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared were the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by Duan Lingtian's origin energy. Subsequently, another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and this was the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by first-level intermediate wind concept. In the end, 4 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, 1 silhouette of ancient horned dragons, and 1 silhouette of ancient horned dragons appeared. They were respectively the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by the 4th-level elementary lightning concept, 1st-level elementary earth concept, and 1st-level elementary sword concept. There was a total of 56 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The strength of 56 ancient horned dragons was the strongest strength Duan Lingtian could exert without a spirit weapon. Once he utilized a spirit weapon, his strength would be even stronger. Of course, it could only amplify the strength contained within his origin energy, and it could only amplify the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. If he utilized the quasi-royal grade spirit sword or the devil seal tablet, it could amplify his strength by another 100%, which was the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. If he attacked with a grade 3 spirit sword, it would provide an additional 70% boost to his strength, which was equivalent to the strength of 21 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword definitely can't be used in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The Devil Seal tablet can be used, but the prerequisite is that its amplification ability can't be exposed. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself, "What a joke!" Whether it was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand or the Devil Seal tablet, both of them had the ability to double his strength. Once exposed, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Perhaps, even the members of the Skywolf Fort would arouse greed in their hearts because of this. Duan Lingtian knew his limits. Currently, he did not have the strength to protect the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and the Devil Seal tablet. Besides that, he couldn't use the grade 1 spirit sword he obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. This was only the border of the foreign lands, so not to mention a grade 1 spirit weapon, they might not even possess a grade 2 spirit weapon. The spirit weapons used by the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties that are participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties are at most grade 3 spirit weapons. So, besides the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, the Devil Seal tablet, and the grade 1 spirit sword that can't be used, grade 2 spirit weapons can't be used as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After Duan Lingtian broke through to the void interpretation stage, his origin energy had undergone a tremendous change compared to when he was at the void initiation stage. At the same time that his origin energy transformed, he was able to condense an even stronger weapon flame. In the past, Duan Lingtian was only able to condense a grade 3 weapon flame, the violet copper weapon flame. Yet now, Duan Lingtian was already able to condense a grade 2 weapon flame, the violet silver weapon flame. Relying on the lifetime of experience and ability in weapons refinement of the Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to easily refine a grade 2 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian had already gathered most of the materials required to refine a grade 2 spirit weapon while he was still at the Dark Han Dynasty's capital. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian withdrew a large pile of materials and intended to start refining the weapon. A strand of violet-colored flames abruptly sprayed out from Duan Lingtian's palm, and the surroundings of the flames were faintly coiled with strands of silver, causing it to seem extremely gorgeous. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian started refining the pile of materials. Profound methods of weapon refinement came easily to him. After around 3 hours, a jade-green flexible sword that was thin like a cicada's wing appeared in his hand, and its shape was extremely similar to the violet myrtle flexible sword. Origin energy flickered in Duan Lingtian's hand, and the jade-green flexible sword instantly became taut. Along with his origin energy fusing into the sword, the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above him before finally forming the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. First, 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 24 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. An 80% amplification. Not bad. Duan Lingtian put away the grade 2 spirit sword into his spatial ring with satisfaction. Then he opened the door and walked out to arrive before the pavilion's balcony before silently sitting there to get some fresh air. He gazed at the vast space that he occupied. The exceedingly vast Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered. All along the way from Azurewood Town he'd unknowingly grown from an ignorant youth to such a height, and he was even about to represent the Dark Han Dynasty to compete with the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties. In the blink of an eye, I've already arrived in this world for over 10 years. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. During these 10+ years, he'd already completely merged into this world, and everything from his previous life on Earth had become an eternal memory. He wasn't the cold and emotionless mercenary king of the past any longer, and he'd become a genius martial artist of Cloud Continent with flesh and blood. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he started to search through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. The high-grade heaven rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, recorded in the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form, appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was executed with sword concept, and it could be combined with other concepts. When cultivated to the limit, it could develop into 9 divine dragons. 9 divine dragons striking out in unison in extreme flash. This was the perfection stage of the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Just like Earth rank martial skills, Heaven rank martial skills were divided into 4 great stages, and they were respectively rudimentary, initial, mastery, and perfection. When using the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, one could be considered to have reached the beginner level if one could create 1 divine dragon. 3 divine dragons would be considered to have reached the initial level, 5 divine dragons would be considered to have reached the mastery level. When 9 divine dragons were formed, it would be considered perfection. The 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was formed from the fusion of 2 high-grade heaven rank martial skills by Samsara Emperor Wu, whereas those 2 high-grade heaven rank martial skills were cultivated to the perfection stage by Samsara Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Heaven rank martial skills are different from those martial skills I cultivated before. Heaven rank martial skills rely more on comprehension ability and experience. Comprehension, you need to rely on yourself. This experience can be absorbed from the Rebirth Martial Emperor. Although he did not cultivate the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, he cultivated the other 2 martial skills that were fused into the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. As the saying goes, different paths lead to the same destination. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, and he quickly got the hang of it. Of course, all of this was attributed to Samsara Emperor Wu's experience. After an hour, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pointed with his sword finger. In an instant, his origin energy vaguely condensed into a divine dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced out. It tore the sky apart, causing the air to compress and set off a series of ear-piercing explosions. All of this was not over yet. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and the divine dragon's eyes instantly shot out two beams of condensed radiant flash that whistled out. Under the guidance of Duan Lingtian, it pierced into a huge rock outside the water fairy pavilion. In an instant, two bottomless holes appeared on the huge rock, and the radiant flash that easily pierced into them disappeared without a trace. Duan Lingtian moved his body and flew out. He arrived beside the huge rock and casually pushed it away. Rumble! After the huge rock was pushed away, Duan Lingtian saw two bottomless holes on the floor. He could not help but extend his mind energy, wanting to probe the depths. Duan Lingtian's mind energy extended along the two small holes for 15 minutes, but it still did not reach the bottom. As expected of an advanced heaven-class offensive martial skill, such powerful power, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. A dragon can shoot out two radiant flashes in an instant. 9 dragons, wouldn't they be able to shoot out 18 radiant flashes in an instant? When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. He clearly saw the speed and power of the radiant flash. With the same power, even if he used an advanced Earth-class offensive martial skill and condensed origin energy to attack, in terms of speed, it would be far inferior to the radiant flash that was shot out from the divine dragon's eyes that was derived from the 9 dragons' radiant flash. Those 2 radiant flashes from before were too swift and too overbearing. Heaven-class offensive martial skill? Suddenly, a slightly surprised voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Suddenly, Feng Wudao had appeared on the balcony before the pavilion, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a surprised gaze. Uncle Feng. After pushing the huge rock back to its original position, Duan Lingtian flew out to descend by Feng Wudao's side. I originally intended to choose a heaven-class martial skill that's suitable for intermediate wind concept for you, but now it would seem that it's slightly unnecessary. The heaven-class martial skill you executed earlier ought to be a middle-class heaven-class offensive martial skill, right? As Feng Wudao finished speaking, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with burning desire. Heaven-class martial skills were extremely difficult to come by. Even the Dark Han Dynasty's Feng clan he was from only possessed a few low-grade heaven-class martial skills, whereas, because he'd traveled outside all year long, he'd collected many low-grade heaven-class martial skills. But they were all low-grade heaven-class martial skills. According to his knowledge, even the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family did not possess a middle-grade heaven-class martial skill, yet he never imagined that he would be able to see one in Duan Lingtian's possession. Middle-grade heaven-class offensive martial skill? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Feng Wudao. The 9 dragons' radiant flash he executed earlier was not a middle-grade heaven-class offensive martial skill, but a high-grade heaven-class offensive martial skill. Chapter 777. An unexpected guest had arrived at the Donghua clan estate today. In the audience hall, the Donghua clan's second elder, Donghua Zong, looked at the white-clothed young man before him and asked directly, "I heard my subordinate say, you know where the person that killed our Donghua clan's eldest young master is?" The white-clothed young man glanced indifferently at Donghua Zong. "You're the second elder of the Donghua clan? I'm sorry, I've come to see your Donghua clan's patriarch, and I'll speak after he arrives." "You." Donghua Zong's expression changed and he said in a solemn voice, "Kid, do you think that our patriarch is someone you can meet as you please? Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see what kind of trash you are?" When facing the enraged Donghua Zong, the white-clothed young man had a calm expression and simply disregarded him. "See the guest out." Donghua Zong, who was disregarded, had a gloomy expression as he spoke furiously. Instantly, 2 Donghua clan generals walked in from outside the hall, and they walked directly towards the white-clothed young man before making a gesture. "Please leave. Second elder, I'm telling you now." I'm leaving the Dongwa clan today, and it won't be so easy for you to get me to come again. The white-clothed young man glanced deeply at Dongwa Zong, and then he turned around and intended to leave. I won't see you off. Dongwa Zong grunted. His Dongwa sect had roamed unhindered for half of his lifetime. When had he ever been looked down upon by a little kid like this? Not to mention that the person might not know where the person that killed their Dongwa clan's eldest young master was. Even if the person knew, for the sake of his face, he wasn't willing to allow the person to continue staying here. Right at this moment, an aged yet resonant voice sounded out from afar. Soon, an aged old man walked in. Behind the old man, there was an old woman following him like a shadow. Patriarch. Dongwa Zong's face went slightly pale when he saw the old man, and he hurriedly bowed while cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Get out. The expression of the old man, the patriarch of the Dongwa clan, Dongwa Lei, sank as he shouted furiously. When Dongwa Zong heard this, his face alternated between green and white, but he still left obediently. As for the other two guards, when they saw Dongwa Lei's fierce gaze sweep over, they hurriedly retreated behind Dongwa Zong, and they didn't dare hesitate in the slightest. For a time, only Dongwa Lei, the old woman, and the white-clothed young man remained within the spacious hall of the Dongwa clan. Patriarch Dongwa. The white-clothed young man nodded to Dongwa Lei with a calm expression, and it was as if he wasn't facing the patriarch of one of the three great clans of the ancient desert city, the Dongwa clan, but an ordinary old man. How should I address you? Dongwa Lei's eyes revealed a trace of admiration. Patriarch Dongwa, you can call me Purple Decease. The young man in white smiled faintly. You are not from the ancient desert city? Dongwa Lei asked. I'm from one of the 10 great dynasties in the south, the Dark Han dynasty. I've come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held at Skywolf Fort. Xianxia didn't conceal his identity and origins because he knew that even if he intentionally concealed it, with the ability of this old man before him, the old man would quickly find out about his background. If that was the case, he might as well tell the truth as it would be more beneficial to his plan. Dongwa Lei nodded, and then his white brows raised as his face tensed up slightly. You said earlier that you know where the person that killed my grandson is? Do you know him? During these past few days, Dongwa Lei had suffered greatly. The members of his Dongwa clan had spent a few days of time, yet were actually unable to find out who and where the person that killed his grandson was. This caused him to be both furious and anxious, and he wished for nothing more than to go look for the person himself. Today, when he heard that someone had come to look for him and had news of the person that killed his grandson, he rushed over impatiently. Yes. Xianxia nodded. So long as I can confirm that the person you speak of is the person I'm looking for, I can agree to any condition of yours that's within the ability of me and the Dongwa clan. Dongwa Lei's muddy eyes lit up abruptly as he spoke frankly. Patriarch Dongwa, you're too kind. Since it's like this, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Xianxia started smiling as he was waiting for these exact words. Speak. Dongwa Lei spoke again with a tone that was filled with anxiousness. What he wanted to do the most now was to drag out the violet-clothed kid that killed his grandson, then give him extreme punishment and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Only in this way would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Patriarch Dongwa, before I speak of that person, I want to ask you to swear an oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation. This. Xianxia looked at Dongwa Lei as he spoke slowly. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the old woman that stood behind Dongwa Lei, and the old woman said angrily, Kid, you dare threaten our patriarch? It looks to me like you're tired of living. Xianxia paid no attention to the old woman and looked seriously at Dongwa Lei instead with a spurious smile. Dongwa Lei raised his hand to stop the old woman, and then he looked at Xianxia. Continue. Patriarch Dongwa, please forgive me. I'm doing this for the sake of safety. Besides that, I'm willing to swear with my blood that if I'm unable to help you find the person that killed your grandson, then I'm willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Xianxia spoke resolutely. As he spoke, he didn't wait for Dongwa Lei to reply before he pinched open his finger, causing a drop of blood to rise into the sky as he directly swore an oath. After a short moment, 9 thunderclaps descended from the sky. At the same time that it alarmed the entire Dongua clan estate, it entered into Dongua Lei's ears as well, and it caused Dongua Lei to reveal a smile. "Little fellow, you're really not bad. Since you're so sincere, then feel free to speak frankly. What oath do you want me to swear with the 99 heavenly tribulation?" Dongua Lei glanced deeply at Zishang. "Patriarch Dongua is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. Patriarch Dongua, please swear that once I help you find the person that killed your grandson, you must hand over the spatial ring in his possession to me intact, and you're not allowed to use any method to take revenge on me." Zishang spoke frankly. "All right." Dongua Lei didn't care why Zishang would be interested in the spatial ring of the person that killed his grandson, but what he wanted to do now was only take revenge for his grandson. As for anything else, he didn't care. In next to no time, Dongua Lei pinched open his finger and swore a blood oath with the 99 heavenly tribulation according to Zishang's request. Subsequently, 9 thunderclaps descended once more, and it bore witness to the oath Dongua Lei swore. "Now you can speak, right?" Dongua Lei looked at Zishang. "Of course." Zishang hurriedly nodded, and then he said, "Patriarch Dongua, during these past few days, I've confirmed many times, and I've finally confirmed. The person that killed your grandson is an enemy of mine in the Dark Han dynasty. Just like me, he's representing the Dark Han dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in ancient Desert City. His name is Duan Lingting. Presently, he's living in the Narcissus Pavilion in the outer fort of Skywolf Fort." Zishang finished speaking in a single breath. After he finished speaking, Zishang didn't wait for Dongua Lei to reply before leaving with large strides. After he walked out of the audience hall of the Dongua clan estate, Zishang's face revealed a brilliant smile as he muttered, "Duanlingtan, you're really bold. You've only just arrived at ancient Desert City, yet you've offended a colossus like the Dongua clan. But I still have to thank you for helping me achieve my goal." Presently, Zishang seemed to have already seen the scene of him obtaining the broken Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. So long as he obtained the broken Devil Seal tablet, his future would be bright. "Zishang, needless to say, your plan isn't bad. But making a deal with the Dongua clan is no different than asking a tiger for its skin. That Dongua clan's patriarch not making a move against you doesn't mean that others would." A ghastly and hoarse voice reverberated within Zishang's mind. "Don't worry, Elder Ghost, I know what to do." Zishang had a confident expression. After Zishang left, a violent gale quickly arose within the audience hall of the Dongua clan estate, and it blew to the point the various decorations within the entire audience hall moved, and the murals that hung on the walls even fell down. Duan Lingtian? Skywolf Fort? Along with the violent aura on Dongua Lei's body gradually being restrained, the waves of violent gale that arose within the audience hall gradually vanished. "No wonder my Dongua clan's members were unable to find you after searching through more than half of ancient Desert City. So it turns out that you were hiding within Skywolf Fort." Cold lights flickered within Dongua Lei's eyes, and he seemed ready to swallow his enemies. "Patriarch," the old woman behind Dongua Lei said, "if the person that killed the eldest young master is really at Skywolf Fort, then I'm afraid you can only personally go to Skywolf Fort to ask for him. Even if Skywolf Fort was the outer fort, it wasn't a place that anyone could act rashly. Even if it was Dongua Lei, the patriarch of the Dongua clan, if he didn't obtain the permission of the person in charge of Skywolf Fort and rashly made a move within Skywolf Fort, then he would similarly be unable to escape death. Skywolf Fort had rules. Any outsider that dared to make a move against the disciples or guests of Skywolf Fort within Skywolf Fort would die without a doubt." Dongua Lei didn't reply to the old woman. He glared with his crimson-red eyes as he left the audience hall, left the Dongua clan estate, and headed directly towards Skywolf Fort. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, who was at the Narcissus Pavilion in the outer fort of Skywolf Fort, didn't realize that there was danger that was gradually approaching him. Presently, he was standing on the open space outside the Narcissus Pavilion and diligently cultivating the 9 Dragons' Radiant Flash. Of course, at the same time that he cultivated the 9 Dragons' Radiant Flash, He didn't forget to hold onto the wind concept fragment and comprehend the wind concept at the same time. His wind concept was still improving ceaselessly, and according to his estimations, it wouldn't be long before he ought to be able to smoothly break through to the second level of intermediate wind concept. At that time, his strength would increase greatly once more, and it would directly increase by the strength of an entire 10 ancient horned dragons. Sush, sush. Presently, Duan Lingtian was already capable of developing a second divine dragon when he executed the 9 dragons' radiant flash. But the body of this second divine dragon wasn't material enough, and its eyes hadn't appeared, so it was unable to condense a flash of light to attack. Not long after, Duan Lingtian felt slightly tired, and he stopped. Of course, it wasn't physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. He felt that even if he continued cultivating, it would be difficult for him to break through in the slightest, and it might instead produce the opposite effect. So he stopped in time. Chapter 778. It had been some time since he arrived at Skywolf Fort, yet Duan Lingtian hadn't really strolled through it. Even if it was only the outer fort. All along the way, Duan Lingtian passed by many pavilions. These pavilions were used to entertain the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that had come from afar, and it included the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty like him. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and drew Duan Lingtian's attention. Zishang. Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at the white figure before him. At the same time that Duan Lingtian saw Zishang had obviously seen him as well. After a short moment, Zishang's voice transmission sounded out in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, I really admire you. You dare do anything and kill anyone. Ha! As he finished speaking, Zishang roared with laughter as he returned to the pavilion he stayed in during this period of time. He's talking about the Donghua clan's eldest young master? This was something that wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. But Duan Lingtian didn't mind. On that day, since he dared to make a move and kill the Donghua clan's eldest young master, then he was prepared to deal with what would happen later on. He'd heard of the rules of Skywolf Fort. It was precisely because of this that he wasn't worried that someone would dare come to Skywolf Fort to take revenge on him. As for what happened after that, he had his own plans. So long as he stood out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and even obtained the honor of being the first, he would surely be able to obtain high regard from Skywolf Fort and even become a disciple of Skywolf Fort. Moreover, he would be a disciple that was heavily fostered. After all, no power would allow a disciple with extraordinary natural talent to be covered in dust. He was extremely confident in this. He believed that with his value he would surely be able to make Skywolf Fort protect him after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and prevent him from being harmed by anyone or any power. To put it bluntly, he intended to borrow the power of the Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian. After a few steps, Duan Lingtian heard a familiar voice. As far as the eye could see, a familiar figure was standing on the balcony of a pavilion not far away. Su Li. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He rose into the air and arrived beside Su Li in the blink of an eye. Su Li, when did you arrive? I just arrived yesterday. Su Li smiled. Senior, you're here too? Duan Lingtian asked again. He had always been respectful towards the master behind Su Li, because Su Li's master had saved his life. Su Li nodded. Master is meditating in his room. Then I won't disturb Senior any longer. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Su Li, you're really extraordinary. How long has it been? You actually broke through 3 levels in one go and directly broke through to the second level of the Void Interpretation stage. The second level of the Void Interpretation stage was precisely Su Li's current cultivation. It was also discovered by Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment with his spiritual force. Duan Ling, your eyes are still as poisonous as before. Su Li couldn't help but sigh, and then he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Your cultivation is surely not inferior to mine, right? Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't reply. Su Li seemed to have discerned something instead, and he scolded with a smile. You're really a freak. I remember that I was already at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage during the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition, whereas you were only at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. Now, even if I've broken through to the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation stage, who do you think is more like a freak? Duan Lingtun rolled his eyes angrily at Su Li, and it caused Su Li to be unable to refrain from laughing bitterly. My situation is different. After that time, Master gave me another 2 spirit fruits, and one of them was even a spirit fruit used by Void Interpretation stage martial artists, and it assisted me to break through from the 1st level of the Void Interpretation stage to the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation stage in one go in a short period of time. Can I take it that you're showing off? At the same time that Duan Lingtian was speechless, he deeply felt the benefits of having a master that had a deep background. Why didn't he have such a good life? Even though Samsara Emperor Wu had left behind a great treasure in the foreign lands during his 2nd lifetime for his 3rd lifetime, and he could rely on the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu to retrieve it. But he didn't have a map of the entire Cloud Continent in his possession, and he didn't know exactly which area of Cloud Continent he was at now. So even if he wanted to retrieve that great treasure, he didn't know where to start. While Duan Lingtian and Su Li were waiting for a long time, there was an aged old man standing in the air near the inner fort of Skywolf Fort, and he silently waited there as if he was waiting for something. After a short moment, a figure flashed out from the inner fort and arrived nearby the aged old man in a short moment before standing firmly in the air. This was a middle-aged man that wore the uniform of Skywolf Fort. However, the badge on his chest, the picture of the Azure Wolf, had a pair of golden eyes. In Skywolf Fort, the uniform that wore the copper-eyed Azure Wolf badge belonged to the ordinary disciples, whereas the uniform that wore the silver-eyed Azure Wolf badge belonged to the core disciples and ordinary elders. On the other hand, only the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort had the qualifications to wear the uniform that carried the gold-eyed Skywolf crest. Thus, the middle-aged man's identity was obvious, and he was precisely one of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. Vice Fort Master Feng. The old man slightly bowed when he saw the middle-aged man. Perhaps his age was much older than the middle-aged man before him, but in terms of strength, he was far inferior to the middle-aged man. Moreover, the middle-aged man's identity was sufficient for him to look up to him. If it wasn't for him helping the middle-aged man in some matters all those years ago, the middle-aged man might not even give him face and come out to see him. The middle-aged man was called Feng Wei, and he was one of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. Do you need something from me? Feng Wei asked with slight impatience when facing the patriarch of one of the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city. Perhaps the patriarch of the Donghua clan could do as he wished in the ancient desert city, but in the eyes of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, the patriarch was no different than an ant. So long as he wanted, not to mention the patriarch of the Donghua clan, even the entire Donghua clan would cease to exist. If it wasn't for the middle-aged man helping him all those years ago, it would be impossible for him to come out to see the middle-aged man today. Vice Fort Master Feng, I came to look for you today because I have something that I need your help with. Donghua Lei revealed a humble attitude when facing Feng Wei, and he completely didn't have the superior attitude he had in the Donghua clan as he bowed respectfully and reverently. Speak. Feng Wei was extremely straightforward. Vice Fort Master Feng, my grandson was ruthlessly killed a few days ago. Today, I received news that confirmed the person that killed my grandson was precisely a kid from one of the 10 great dynasties in the south, the Dark Han dynasty. When he spoke up to hear, Donghua Lei slightly gnashed his teeth. Get to the point. Feng Wei spoke with slight impatience. Yes. Donghua Lei was slightly panicked when he heard Feng Wei's impatience, and he hurriedly said, Vice Fort Master Feng, that kid that killed my grandson is one of the 10 great young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty that have come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and he's currently living in the Narcissus Pavilion in the outer fort of your distinguished fort. Donghua Lei begs Vice Fort Master Feng once again. I hope Vice Fort Master Feng can allow me to personally drag him out and take revenge for my grandson. Dongwei spoke of the reason he'd come. You want to kill someone in my Skywolf fort? Feng Wei's face seemed as if it was instantly covered in a layer of frost, and his voice revealed extreme coldness and fierceness, causing Dongwei to feel as if he'd fallen into an icy pit. I only need to take him away, and I'll absolutely not allow Skywolf Fort to be tainted with even a drop of blood. I hope Vice Fort Master Feng can help me out on account of the matter from all those years ago. Dongwei took a deep breath and took out his greatest trump card. This trump card was precisely the favor Vice Fort Master Feng owed him all those years ago, and he'd originally intended to leave this favor to his grandson, Dongwei Han. But now, his grandson had been killed, and he didn't have any more concerns, so he directly used it on the matter of taking revenge for his grandson. Feng Wei's eyes flashed when he heard Dongwei. Are you sure you want to use the favor I owed you all those years ago? Let me tell you, once this favor is used, there won't be any relationship between us in the future. Even if you die, or even if the Dongwei clan is annihilated, it's unrelated to me. Feng Wei's words were loud and clear. Dongwei took a deep breath once more and nodded fiercely. I understand. That's good. Feng Wei nodded. Come with me and I'll hand him over to you. From today onwards, we'll be strangers. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wei flew out and directly flew towards the row of pavilions in the outer fort that served the 10 dynasties. The favor he owed all those years ago had always been a sore point in his heart. Being able to return that favor today was undoubtedly a form of relief to him. In his eyes, the life of a kid from a dynasty was lowly like grass, and being able to help him return the favor was a form of fortune that the kid had cultivated in his previous lifetime. Dongwei followed behind Feng Wei with a delighted expression as he flashed through the sky. The Peony Pavilion was precisely the pavilion Su Li resided in. I truly never imagined that you've practically traveled through the other 9 dynasties in this 1 year of time. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he heard of Su Li's experiences in the past year, and he felt that Su Li's life was truly too brilliant when compared to his own. It caused him to be unable to refrain from feeling slightly envious. What about you? What have you been doing in this 1 year of time? Su Li smiled as he asked. Me? I wasn't as carefree as you. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. But he hadn't finished speaking when his expression had already gone grim. This was because there was a loud and clear voice coming from outside. Duan Lingtian of the Dark Han dynasty, come out. This voice had come precisely to look for him. Who is it? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he heard this voice. He was sure that he'd never heard of this voice in the past. In other words, he utterly didn't know the owner of the voice in the past. Duan Lingtian flew out while carrying bewilderment. On the other hand, when he saw Duan Lingtian's bewildered expression, Su Li, who'd noticed that something was off, hurriedly followed Duan Lingtian. Swoosh, swoosh. Duan Lingtian and Su Li flashed into the sky and arrived in the sky above the Peony Pavilion in a short moment, and they looked at the 2 figures that stood in the distant sky from afar. Chapter 779. Presently, it wasn't just Duan Lingtian and Su Li that had come out, even the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties in the surrounding pavilions had come out as well. Amongst them included Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyong. It also included the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, the second prince, Bai He, and the young prince, Bai Hao. As for Zishang, he stood in the sky with a black-clothed old man. The black-clothed old man was his master, Bai Nan Yin, and the imperial uncle of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. He was the half-brother of Bai Nan Xiang that was killed by Duan Lingtian with a talisman. Everyone from the Dark Han dynasty looked at each other. They're looking for Duan Lingtian? Could it be that Duan Lingtian has committed some crime? Right when everyone from the Dark Han dynasty was deeply bewildered. Look at the clothes this middle-aged man is wearing, and there's a Skywolf badge on his chest. The eyes of the Skywolf are actually gold in color. It really is. I wonder if this golden-eyed Skywolf head has any special meaning. I still remember that the middle-aged man that led me into Skywolf Fort a few days ago had a Skywolf head badge on his chest, and the eyes of that skywolf head were only copper-colored. I heard a skywolf fort disciple mention it that day. The color of the eyes of the skywolf badge in Skywolf Fort represents the status of every single member of Skywolf Fort in Skywolf Fort. The gazes of the members of the other 9 dynasties descended onto the Skywolf badge on the chest of the middle-aged man's clothes in the distance, and the skywolf with golden eyes gave them an indescribable feeling of oppression. A group of bumpkins. Right at this moment, everyone noticed that the old man that seemed to be extremely humble by the side of the middle-aged man had actually used a disdainful gaze to look at them, and he'd even called them bumpkins. Instantly, the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties glared angrily at the old man, and they wished for nothing more than to hack the old man into pieces. Right when some people couldn't refrain from cursing back. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 figures soared into the sky and arrived in the sky in an instant. They were 3 middle-aged men wearing green uniforms. They were obviously disciples of Skywolf Fort. During this period of time, it was them that entertained the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties in preparation for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It's him. He was the one who welcomed us into Skywolf Fort. All the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Until now, he still didn't know what had happened because he didn't recognize the middle-aged man and the old man who had come to find him with great fanfare. However, out of the 3 disciples of Skywolf Fort, he had some impression of one of them. If he didn't remember wrongly, it was this person who had received him when he, Feng Wu Dao, and Feng Tianwu had just arrived at Skywolf Fort. Greetings, Vice Fort Master. The 3 disciples of Skywolf Fort that had copper eyes on their chests looked at the middle-aged man that had gold eyes and bowed respectfully. This scene caused the expressions of all the young geniuses and representatives of the 10 dynasties, including Duan Lingtian, to go slightly grim. Vice Fort Master? The Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort? Everyone, this is our Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master Feng. In next to no time, one of the disciples of Skywolf Fort looked at everyone from the 10 dynasties and directly introduced. Greetings, Vice Fort Master. Greetings, Vice Fort Master. For a time, everyone from the 10 dynasties either bowed to Feng Wei or nodded in acknowledgement. Besides some proud young geniuses like Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Su Li, there were also people like Feng Wu Dao and the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. All of them were renowned experts in their respective dynasties, and their statuses were extraordinary. Since they obtained their current statuses, they'd never bow to anyone. So even if they were facing the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort today, even though they were afraid of his strength, they didn't bend their backs that contained their dignity. To people like them that had been in a high position for a long time, their dignity was more important than anything. But Feng Wei obviously didn't have the intention to fuss about it with them. Or perhaps, in Feng Wei's eyes, he utterly didn't take them seriously at all. This old fellow's movements are rather swift. But I never imagined that a mere Donghua clan's patriarch would be able to invite a Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Zishang thought in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a smiling gaze, and he seemed as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed. Duan Lingtian noticed Zishang's strange gaze as well, and he couldn't help but frown. What exactly is going on? Earlier, it was this Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master Feng that called me out. Why is he looking for me? Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wei with a frown, and he didn't know why Feng Wei was looking for him. Who's Duan Lingtian? Feng Wei spoke once more with a calm gaze and an emotionless expression, and he seemed as if he was speaking of something that wasn't related to him. Why is Vice Fort Master Feng looking for Duan Lingtian? For a time, many people from the Dark Han dynasty turned to look at Duan Lingtian, who stood by Su Li's side. Subsequently, it seemed as if it was a chain effect, and the gazes of the representatives and young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties descended onto Duan Lingtian as well. He's Duan Lingtian? In the Darchu Kingdom's camp, the eyes of a blue-clothed young man flashed as his face went grim. Isn't he only a young genius of the Dark Han dynasty? He's actually able to make the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort come personally to look for him. He really has great honor. As the blue-clothed young man muttered, his eyes were filled with envy. Duanlingen. On the other hand, the thin young man that stood by the blue-clothed young man's side shook his head when he heard the blue-clothed young man. This matter isn't so simple. His gaze descended onto the old man behind Feng Wei, and he noticed that the old man's eyes were filled with extreme coldness. If Duan Lingtian saw these two people face to face, he would surely be able to recognize at the first possible moment that these two people were precisely the people that were in conflict with him and Zhang Shou-yong in the restaurant in the ancient desert city a few days ago. Two young geniuses from the Darchu kingdom. Shit. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that something was off with the old man behind Feng Wei. At the instant the old man's gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian, the killing intent in his eyes almost shot out. Feng Wudao noticed the old man's hostility towards Duan Lingtian, and it was hostility that wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. In next to no time, many people noticed this as well. Amongst them included Duan Lingtian. Could it be that he's a member of the Dongua clan? But even if it's the patriarch with the highest status in the Dongua clan, it would probably be difficult for a mere member of the Dongua clan to make the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort move, right? Duan Lingtian's face sank as his gaze flickered, and he realized that he might have miscalculated. Never had he imagined that a mere member of the Dongua clan would actually be able to make the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort personally come look for him. As for the purpose of looking for him, it was obvious. Perhaps there's some sort of connection between them. A single mistake leads to a series of mistakes. I only hope I'm able to smoothly escape this calamity. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his eyes flickered with bright lights as a myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. At this moment, various methods to deal with the problem flashed within his heart. The first was to seek help from Su Li's master. But even if Su Li's master was willing to help him, this Skywolf Fort wasn't the Darming dynasty's Zhao clan after all. The experts within it were numerous like the clouds, and there were probably many experts at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. Su Li's master might not be able to deal with such a colossus. The second was to use the last 2 talismans his father gave him to kill the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort and the member of the Dongua clan, and then flee ancient desert city. But in this way, perhaps he would be able to escape ancient desert city, yet he might not be able to escape the pursuit of Skywolf Fort. Moreover, once he did this, it might even implicate Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu, and this was something he wasn't willing to see happen. For a time, Duan Lingtian only thought of these 2 methods to deal with the problem before him, whereas these 2 methods seemed to not be reliable. Could it be that I, Duan Lingtian, am really going to lose my life here today? Unknowingly, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of bitterness, a bitterness that was difficult to be described with words. He's that Duan Lingtian? In the Darming dynasty's group, a young man in a silver robe with gold edges looked at another young man by his side and asked with a spurious smile. If Duan Lingtian looked over here at this moment, he would surely be able to recognize with a single glance that the young man that was asked was precisely a person he'd met in the Ice Flame Pavilion in the capital of Darming Dynasty. Zhao Wei, the number 1 expert in the Zhao clan's younger generation, and he was one of the 2 most outstanding young experts in the Darming Dynasty. Zhao Wei's expression flickered between a livid and ashen expression when faced with the question of his old rival, and he paid no attention to it. Imperial brother, he's that Duan Lingtian. But it would seem like he's going to suffer misfortune today. Lu Hao smiled. Lu Hao was precisely the 3rd prince that Duan Lingtian had met in the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, and he was the only young genius of the Darming dynasty that hadn't made a move against Duan Lingtian at that time. Obviously, the young man in a silver robe with gold edges was the current crown prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family, Lu Yong. Elder Qian is the master of that person by Duan Lingtian's side, and he killed Elder Kuan. Zhao Wei stared with a burning gaze at Su Li, who was by Duan Lingtian's side. When he recalled the scene from that day, he still shuddered even now. That robust middle-aged man that seemed to be ordinary had made a move, and he'd killed one of the strongest elders of their Zhao clan, Elder Qian and Elder Kuan, in a single move. The expression of the nearby gray-clothed old man couldn't help but go grim when he heard Zhao Wei. Of course, he didn't arouse the slightest intention to take revenge, because he knew clearly in his heart that since that expert was able to kill his old friend in a single move, then the expert was similarly able to kill him in a single move. The strengths of Elder Qian and Elder Kuan were on par. In the sky, the atmosphere was extremely heavy and jittery. Duan Ling Tian had become the center of attention. You're Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 780. Obviously, he was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's age. A young man that looked to be around the age of 25 was able to become eminent in the Dark Han dynasty and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and kill that profligate young master of the Donghua clan. It was truly shocking. Yes. Duan Ling Tian replied when faced with Feng Wei's question. Now, even if he didn't admit that he was Duan Ling Tian, he had no choice. If the numerous burning gazes that flashed over from the surroundings had transformed into sword lights, they would probably have riddled his body with holes since long ago. You make a trip with Patriarch Donghua. The surprise in Feng Wei's eyes vanished quickly as he recovered his calm, and his words were filled with an indisputable tone. Patriarch Donghua? As expected, Duan Lingtian's face went grim. Looks like I guessed correctly. That old man that wished for nothing more than to swallow him when he looked at him was really a member of the Donghua clan, and he was even the patriarch of the Donghua clan. In other words, he was the grandfather of that profligate young master he'd killed, Donghua Han. But Duan Ling Tian seemed as if he didn't hear Feng Wei's indisputable order, and he glanced indifferently at Feng Wei instead. Vice Fort Master Feng, if I'm not wrong, presently, I can be considered to be a guest of your Skywolf Fort, right? Feng Wei frowned. What do you want to say? I only want to let Vice Fort Master Feng know. I'm a guest of Skywolf Fort and not a disciple of Skywolf Fort. So, you don't have the authority to order me around. Duan Ling Tian spoke word by word, and his tone was neither servile nor overbearing, and it was filled with pride. Duan Ling Tian's words caused everyone from the 10 dynasties to be dumbstruck. Does this Duan Ling Tian not want to live anymore? He actually dares to speak like this to the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Those people that hated Duan Ling Tian to the extreme had smiles on their faces, and they seemed as if they'd already seen the scene of Duan Ling Tian being killed by Feng Wei in a fit of rage. How dare you! The expressions of the 3 Skywolf Fort's disciples changed as they angrily rebuked Duan Ling Tian. You're just a country bumpkin. How dare you be rude to the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort? You are courting death. As the 3 of them spoke, the Yuan energy on their bodies surged. Above the void, the heaven and earth phenomenon gradually appeared. 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above each of the 3 Skywolf Fort's disciples. It was obvious that the 3 of them were 7th-level void interpretation martial artists. When they saw this scene, the members of the 10 dynasties couldn't help but gasp. These 3 disciples of Skywolf Fort seemed to have the lowest status in Skywolf Fort. Such existences were actually 7th-level void interpretation martial artists? At this moment, all of them had witnessed the true power of the Skywolf Fort. They were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. As expected of the overlord of the borders of the foreign lands that were close to the 10 dynasties. Even if only a few elders from this Skywolf Fort walked out, it would probably be sufficient to annihilate any dynasty. If the Vice Fort Master made a move himself, then annihilating the 10 dynasties would probably be as easy as blowing off dust with his strength alone. Bush. 3 figures seemed as if they'd discussed it beforehand, and they arrived by Duan Lingtian's side in a short moment before standing there. Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyong. Even though Duan Lingtian was filled with gratitude in his heart as he looked at the 3 of them, he couldn't help but persuade. Uncle Feng, Tianwu, and Big Brother Zhang. This matter isn't related to all of you should return. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but difficult to provide timely assistance. Elder Brother Duan, don't forget. It wasn't only you that had a conflict with that good-for-nothing young master of the Donghua clan that day. Feng Tianwu spoke seriously. Exactly. Since we started the trouble together, then we'll bear it together. Zhang Shouyong had a frank expression as he spoke fearlessly. So the three of you were his accomplices that day. Donghua Lei's gaze flashed past Feng Wudao's group of three with awe-inspiring killing intent. Subsequently, he looked at Feng Wei who was by his side and suppressed the flames of rage in his heart as he said humbly, Vice Fort Master Feng, if it's possible, I want to take the three of them with me. Feng Wei didn't look at Donghua Lei and said indifferently, you can only take a single person with you, this was our agreement from before. As for the other three, so long as they aren't in my Skywolf Fort, then whatever you do in the future is naturally unrelated to my Skywolf Fort. Feng Wei's words were extremely clear. Today you, Donghua Lei, can only take Duan Lingtian away, and that's the favor I've returned to you. As for the other three, so long as they're still in Skywolf Fort, you can't touch them. But once they leave Skywolf Fort in the future, then whatever you do, Skywolf Fort will absolutely not interfere. Donghua Lei's eyes lit up when he heard this. Thank you for your guidance, Vice Fort Master Feng. Duan Lingtian, Vice Fort Master Feng ordered you to leave with me. Why aren't you leaving? Could it be that you really want to disobey the orders of Vice Fort Master Feng? Donghua Lei revealed a cold gaze as he stared at Duan Lingtian and spoke with a low voice. Old fellow, is there something wrong with your ears? Duan Lingtian sneered. I've already said earlier, I'm not a disciple of Skywolf Fort, and I don't have to listen to the orders of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Of course, if this Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort wants to push me, a guest invited by Skywolf Fort from the distant Darkhan dynasty, out of Skywolf Fort, then I have no objections. But at that time, I'm afraid there will be people that say, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort disregarded the reputation of Skywolf Fort for the sake of his own selfish desires and wants to force a guest invited by Skywolf Fort to death. Duan Lingtian especially emphasized the word, guest. What a formidable mouth. Feng Wei's calm expression finally changed, and a strand of imperceptible cold lights flashed within his eyes. Kid, you're courting death. The three disciples of Skywolf Fort were instantly enraged when they saw Duan Lingtian still dared to be presumptuous before the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, and they pounced towards Duan Lingtian in unison. Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest strength to fight back when three 7th-level Void Interpretation Stage experts made a move. Right at this moment, Feng Wudao made a move. With a raise of his hand, his sleeve swung out, and his origin energy surged to directly blast the three disciples of Skywolf Fort flying. In the sky above Feng Wudao, 600 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form, and they coiled down. 4th level of the Void Transformation Stage. Instantly, the members of the 10 dynasties, including the members of the Darkhan dynasty, were shocked. This Feng Wudao is actually a 4th level Void Transformation Stage expert. The expression of Bai Nan Yin, Zishang's master, went grim. The pupils of the Darkhan dynasty's emperor couldn't help but constrict as he muttered. I truly never imagined that he concealed his strength so deeply. In this way, it's extremely likely that the grand imperial uncle that hasn't been heard from until now died at his hands. On the other hand, the Darkhan dynasty's second prince, Bai He, the young prince, Bai Hao, Zishang, and the other young geniuses revealed shocked expressions at this moment. Never had they imagined that the strength of the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, would be so strong. 4th level of the Void Transformation Stage. Such strength was sufficient to look down upon the entire Darkhan dynasty. Even looking down upon the 10 dynasties wouldn't be a problem. This was completely obvious from the expressions of disbelief on the faces of the group of people from the other 9 dynasties. Even though I've heard of the Darkhan dynasty's Feng Wudao in the past, yet I never imagined that he was such a terrifying expert. The experts of the various dynasties sighed successively. Such an expert has actually appeared in the Darkhan dynasty. The young geniuses of the various dynasties were greatly shocked as well. 4th level of the Void Transformation Stage? Needless to say, as a member of the 10 dynasties, your natural talent is sufficient to make you feel proud. But, you attacked a disciple of my Skywolf Fort in my Skywolf Fort? Do you think I don't exist? Feng Wei looked coldly at Feng Wudao. In the next moment, no one saw clearly what had happened. Feng Wudao's entire body was blasted flying, and the origin energy on his body was on the verge of being obliterated, causing his aura to become dispirited and on the verge of collapse. Pooh! After Feng Wudao spat out a mouthful of blood, the gaze he looked at Feng Wei was filled with fear. An expert at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above is formidable indeed. Your discerning ability isn't bad. I only gave you a slight punishment earlier. If you dare commit another offense, then I'll surely cripple your cultivation. Feng Wei spoke indifferently, and his words completely didn't take Feng Wudao seriously. So what if Feng Wudao was at the 4th level of the void transformation stage? Feng Wudao was no different than an ant before him. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face instantly went grim when she saw her father being heavily injured, and she glared angrily at Feng Wei. But she hadn't spoken when she was stopped by the panic-stricken Feng Wudao, as he was deeply afraid his daughter would vent her anger on Feng Wei because of this. If Feng Wei struck a killing blow, then even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't be able to protect his daughter. Uncle Feng. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wudao with a worried expression, and with a raise of his hand, he directly withdrew a medicinal pill and passed it over to Feng Wudao. This is... Feng Wudao was stunned as he looked at the medicinal pill before him. Grade 3 Life Recovery Pill. Duan Lingtian said. Feng Wudao's eyes lit up as he hurriedly consumed the Grade 3 Life Recovery Pill. After a short moment, his injuries had recovered by more than half, and his pale countenance had recovered its rosy color. Grade 3 Life Recovery Pill? For a time, many people from the 10 dynasties looked at Duan Lingtian with surprised expressions. Even if it was in the 10 dynasties, a Grade 3 Life Recovery Pill could be considered to be a rare thing. When faced with these surprised gazes, Duan Lingtian didn't comment. It was because he wasn't prepared, otherwise, he would even be able to refine a Grade 2 Life Recovery Pill. Grade 2 Life Recovery Pill. Right at this moment, a flash of inspiration flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind, and he thought of a method to escape. It was to expose his identity as a Grade 2 alchemist, and make the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort be unwilling to touch him. Perhaps there was a Grade 3 alchemist in Skywolf Fort, but it was absolutely impossible for there to be a Grade 2 alchemist. This was something that Duan Lingtian knew through the memories of the 2 lifetimes that Samsara Emperor Wu experienced. Skywolf Fort was only a power that was situated at the border of the foreign lands, and it was utterly nothing in the entire foreign lands. Whereas in the central area of the foreign lands, any first-rate power only had to send out a martial Monarch realm expert to easily annihilate Skywolf Fort. Martial Monarch realm experts were legends in the 10 dynasties and were rumors in the border of the foreign lands, yet they were real existences in the central area of the foreign lands. Chapter 781. Even if it was a second-rate power in the foreign lands, it more or less had 1 or 2 martial Monarch realm experts holding down the fort. Skywolf Fort could perhaps be considered to be a local tyrant in the borders of the foreign lands. But if it was placed in the entire foreign lands, it could only be considered to be a third-rate power. It was even to the extent that it was inferior to many third-rate powers in the central area of the foreign lands. Even if it was a second-rate power in the foreign lands, a Grade 2 alchemist would fight to the death for it. So there were very few Grade 2 alchemists that were willing to condescend to a third-rate power like Skywolf Fort. After all, there was no one that didn't want to go higher. If a Grade 2 alchemist was willing to rely on Skywolf Fort, then it was utterly impossible for Skywolf Fort to refuse, nor did it have any reason to refuse. I've really gone down a dead end. I actually forgot this. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly in his heart. At the critical moment, he'd actually forgotten that he was already a Grade 2 alchemist and weapons craftsman. No matter if it was Feng Wei or Dongguo Lei, They weren't surprised when they saw Duan Lingtian withdraw a grade 3 medicinal pill. Not to mention there were a few grade 3 alchemists in Skywolf Fort, even the Dongwa clan had one. In the ancient desert city, so long as one possessed sufficient origin stones, one was completely capable of easily purchasing many grade 3 medicinal pills, and one of them included the grade 3 life recovery pill that Duan Lingtian had passed to Feng Wudao earlier. Vice Fort Master Feng, looks like this Duan Lingtian has really turned a deaf ear to your words. Why don't I personally take him away? Vice Fort Master Feng, you can be at ease. I'll absolutely not allow Skywolf Fort to be tainted with a trace of blood. Dongwa Lei looked at Feng Wei with reverence as he waited for Feng Wei's reply. He didn't dare make a decision of his own before Feng Wei. In the end, Feng Wei nodded. Dongwa Lei started laughing when he saw Feng Wei nodding. Zi Shang started laughing. Zhao Wei started laughing. All the people that wished for nothing more than for something to happen to Duan Lingtian started laughing. On the other hand, including Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyong, everyone that was concerned about Duan Lingtian went grim, and their expressions were as unsightly could be. Dongwa Lei flew out and flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Feng Wudao once again appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind him. Humph! A mere 4th-level void transformation stage martial artist dares to be presumptuous before this patriarch? You're courting death. Dongwa Lei grunted furiously as the origin energy on his body swept out. Instantly, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above him before converging into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. A phenomenon of the heavens and the earth arose as 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons instantly condensed into form and dashed out with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows. 6th-level void transformation stage. Many people's expressions changed drastically. In the entire Outer Realm, the Dongwa clan was only a mediocre power, yet it was precisely the patriarch of such a clan that actually possessed such a terrifying cultivation, and it was truly shocking. Such strength was entirely capable of sweeping through the 10 great dynasties by himself. As expected of the foreign lands that caused the expressions of the members of the 10 great dynasties to go pale, and it was indeed far from something the 10 great dynasties that resided in a remote area could compare to. A mediocre power of the foreign lands possessed a terrifying strength to sweep through the 10 great dynasties. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he intended to directly speak of his identity as a grade 2 alchemist. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian was stunned. It wasn't only Duan Lingtian, even the other people present including Feng Wudao were stunned. They felt their scalps go numb as they looked at the scene that had suddenly occurred before their eyes. The arm of Dongwa Lei, who originally pounced menacingly towards Feng Wudao, was still halfway there when it was already severed at the shoulder, and fresh blood sprayed out in a dazzling and resplendent manner. All the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties, including Duan Lingtian, didn't notice anything wrong from the beginning until the end. Suddenly, Dongwa Lei's arm was severed. As for Feng Wudao and the others, they'd instead clearly heard the brief sword howl, and the time the sword howl appeared was too short. If it wasn't for their strength being extraordinary, it would be utterly impossible for them to hear it. The body of Dongwa Lei, who had his arms severed, trembled as he revealed an expression of pain, yet he forcefully endured it and didn't make a sound. He hurriedly grabbed onto his severed arm and held it tightly at the place where his arm was severed, and origin energy flickered within his body as he wanted to connect his severed arm. At the same time, he couldn't help but raise his head to look up into the sky, and his face was filled with fear. Just now, he vaguely caught a glimpse of the sword ray that fell from the sky and cut off one of his arms. The strength of the opponent was absolutely in existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. He was utterly unable to offend an existence like this. So from the beginning until the end, he didn't dare make a sound as he was deeply afraid of offending the expert that was concealed in the shadows. Damn it! That expert wouldn't be helping Duan Lingtian, right? Dongwa Lei's expression was extremely unsightly. He was most worried now that the expert was helping Duan Lingtian. If it was really like this, then killing Duan Lingtian would undoubtedly be more difficult than ascending the heavens. Dong Wulei took a deep breath and looked at Feng Wei. He knew that Feng Wei would absolutely not let the expert that was concealed in the shadows off so easily. Now, he only hoped that Feng Wei would be able to drag that expert out and kill him. In this way, that bit of worry of his would vanish into thin air. Who is it? On the other hand, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei's calm expression finally revealed a change. However, his gaze didn't look up into the sky. Instead, he looked towards the herbaceous peony pavilion that was beneath Duan Lingtian. Feng Wei, long time no see. Under the focused gazes of numerous people, a middle-aged man with a robust figure suddenly flashed out from within the herbaceous peony pavilion. After a short moment, the middle-aged man vanished before the eyes of most people. When he appeared once more, he was already by Su Li's side. Master! Su Li couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw the robust middle-aged man appear. Earlier, even though his heart burned with anxiety when Duan Lingtian was facing danger, he didn't make useless efforts and ceaselessly contacted his master instead. Because he knew that unless his master made an appearance, otherwise, even if everyone from the 10 dynasties protected Duan Lingtian with all their might, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive. The person that severed the arm of the Dongwu clan's patriarch earlier was him? This expert was able to sever the arm of the Dongwu clan's patriarch so easily. I presume he's at least in existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. In this way, his strength isn't inferior to Vice Fort Master Feng. He's the master of that young genius from the Darkhan dynasty that has come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. That young genius is standing by Duan Lingtian's side, and he seems to be a friend of Duan Lingtian. The members of the 10 dynasties whispered in discussion. The scene before their eyes had taken a sudden turn, and it caused them to be dazed, causing their feelings to rise and fall along with it, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Su Li's master? Zishang's face went grim. No matter what, he'd never imagined that Su Li's master would actually be an expert at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above, and he'd even made an appearance at this moment. When he saw Duan Lingtian was about to be taken away by Dong Wulei, Zishang's heart was filled with unwillingness when Dong Wulei interfered. Now, he only hoped that Feng Wei, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, would be able to suppress Su Li's master. On the other hand, those people that wished for nothing more than to Duan Lingtian had extremely unsightly expressions. Just a little bit more and this Duan Lingtian would have died. All of them felt that it was extremely unfortunate. Besides Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Long Yun, everyone from the Darkhan dynasty, including Feng Wudao, were shocked by the strength of Su Li's master. He condensed a sword from afar within the pavilion and severed the arm of the Dongwu clan's patriarch. How formidable was this ability? The Dongwu clan's patriarch was in existence at the 6th level of the void transformation stage at any rate. Even a 7th level void transformation stage expert would probably not be able to possess such formidable strength, right? Senior, Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li's master with a surprised expression. Even though he'd always known that Su Li's master was present, because he didn't know the strength of Su Li's master, he didn't know if Su Li's master would be able to save him from the hands of the Skywolf Fort's vice fort master, Feng Wei. Now, Su Li's master had made a move domineeringly and severed the arm of the Dongwu clan's patriarch, and it allowed him to see hope. Even though he already had a method to deal with it. But if he did that, then he would undoubtedly have to work for the Skywolf Fort, and even though he was mentally prepared, his heart was still filled with unwillingness. He believed that no one would be willing to work for a power that once wanted to kill him. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and bowed to thank Su Li's master. He'd met Su Li's master twice, and Su Li's master had saved his life twice, so he felt respect from the bottom of his heart towards an existence like this. Su Li's master nodded, and then he looked at Feng Wei with a gaze that was like a sword. Sword 13. Feng Wei's expression was exceedingly gloomy as he said angrily, "When did it become your turn to interfere in the matters of my Skywolf Fort?" Even though Feng Wei was furious, yet he didn't have the slightest intention of making a move. It was even to the extent that a trace of fear was faintly mixed within the depths of his gaze. Obviously, he was afraid of the strength of Su Li's master, Sword 13. Sword 13 was a formidable sword cultivator in the Blade Sect, and he was the second strongest expert in the House of Swords of the Blade Sect, and he'd once fought Feng Wei many years ago. In just a single move, he'd lost at Sword 13's hands. Whereas the Blade Sect was a power of the foreign lands that was on par with the Skywolf Fort. But even if he knew he was no match for Sword 13, Feng Wei wasn't afraid in the slightest. After all, this was the Skywolf Fort and not the Blade Sect. Not to mention that his strength could only be ranked in the lower middle amongst the 5 vice fort masters of the Skywolf Fort. There was another strongest fort master in the Skywolf Fort. I naturally can't be bothered to pay attention to the matters of your Skywolf Fort, but this young brother is the friend of my closed-door disciple. It was fine if I wasn't present, but since I'm present, then I'm really afraid this disciple of mine wouldn't acknowledge me as his master if I were to stand by idly. Sword 13 said indifferently, besides that, do you think I wouldn't know the objective of your Skywolf Fort holding this martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Let me tell you. My Blade Sect wants half of the young experts that become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Sword 13 finished speaking in a single breath, and his words were filled with an indisputable tone. Sword 13, don't go too far. Chapter 782. Going too far? Sword 13 started laughing. Feng Wei, this matter isn't my personal decision, and it's the decision of our entire Blade Sect. Of course, our Blade Sect won't take advantage of your Skywolf Fort for nothing. According to my knowledge, besides our Blade Sect, those bald donkeys know about the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that your Skywolf Fort is holding with great fanfare. Do you hope that our Blade Sect will cooperate with them? Or do you hope that our Blade Sect will cooperate with your Skywolf Fort? Sword 13 finished speaking in a single breath. On the other hand, the rage on Feng Wei's face vanished like the wind because of what Sword 13 said, and it was replaced by gloominess. Never had he imagined that this matter would actually be found out by those bald donkeys that were difficult to deal with. Since he's the friend of your closed-door disciple, then let's drop this matter. Feng Wei glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. Feng Wei's words caused the nearby Donghua Lei's face to go grim, and he said hurriedly and anxiously, Vice Fort Master Feng, you promised me. You can't. Donghua Lei was anxious when he saw Feng Wei about to change his mind. Is it your place to interfere in what decision I, Feng Wei, make? Leave, I'll return that favor to you sooner or later. Donghua Lei's words were like a fuse that completely lit up Feng Wei's rage, and it caused Feng Wei's face to seem as if it was covered in a layer of frost. Donghua Lei's face went grim when he heard Feng Wei. Never had he imagined that the dignified vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, would change his mind just like that. Of course, he knew clearly in his heart. Even if Feng Wei changed his mind, he would be helpless against Feng Wei because he was utterly not a match for Feng Wei. Donghua Lei took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian before leaving a voice transmission behind before leaving. Duan Lingtian, you're lucky today and escaped calamity. But being lucky for a moment doesn't mean that your luck will be so good for your entire lifetime. This was a voice transmission that Donghua Lei sent into Duan Lingtian's ears before he left, and his words were filled with a threatening tone that displayed his resolution. As long as he could avenge his grandson, he was willing to pay any price other than his own life. Even if Duan Lingtian had that Sword 13 as his backing, he didn't care. So long as he found an opportunity, he would make a move and kill Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. After he killed Duan Lingtian, he would flee far away from the ancient desert city. As for whether the Donghua clan would vent their anger on Sword 13, he didn't care. If it wasn't for the fact that he was confident in getting Feng Wei to help him deal with Duan Lingtian on this trip to Skywolf Fort, he would have secretly killed Duan Lingtian a long time ago. But never had he imagined that even if Feng Wei was willing to help him for the sake of returning the favor, he was still unable to kill Duan Lingtian in the end. Sword 13 appearing out of nowhere had completely disrupted his plans. Duan Lingtian didn't care when facing Dongua Lei's threat, and it was as if he utterly didn't hear Dongua Lei's voice transmission. After Dongua Lei left, Feng Wei glanced coldly and indifferently at Sword 13 before leaving as well. For a time, the gazes of the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties descended onto Sword 13 in unison. Based on what he said earlier, he seems to be from that blade sect. In terms of strength, that blade sect is surely not inferior to Skywolf Fort. Aren't you spouting nonsense? If it wasn't for that, would the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort admit defeat? However, I don't know what they meant by what they said just now. Many people whispered in discussion. Especially the members of the Darkhan dynasty, besides Duan Lingtian and Long Yun, all of them looked at Sword 13 with slightly dumbstruck gazes. Even though Feng Tianwu had seen Sword 13 kill people in the Ice Flame Pavilion in the Darming dynasty that day, yet she never imagined that Sword 13's strength would actually be so terrifying and even far surpass her father. An expert at the 7th level of the Void Transformation stage or above. Moreover, it seemed to not be as simple as the 7th level of the Void Transformation stage. In other words, it was extremely likely that this Sword 13 was a formidable existence at the 8th level of the Void Transformation stage or even the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage. Sword 13 remained indifferent when faced with so many gazes. He raised his head slightly, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he smiled. Duan Lingtian, you're really good at causing trouble? If Su Li was like you, I'm afraid I'd have broken a leg long ago. Even though Sword 13 said this, Duan Lingtian was instead able to clearly see that when Sword 13 mentioned Su Li, his eyes obviously contained a smile. Obviously, Sword 13 was extremely fond of his closed-door disciple, Su Li. Su Li laughed embarrassedly when he heard this. No matter if it was most of the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty or the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties, all of them looked at Su Li with gazes that were filled with envy. They envied Su Li for having such a formidable master and such a formidable backer. With a backer like this, not to mention anything else, so long as he didn't offend the Overlord and Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, he was practically capable of moving unhindered in the ancient desert city. Damn it, just a little bit more. Zishang's expression was extremely unsightly, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. Earlier, when he saw the Dongua clan's patriarch, Dongua Lei, wanted to take Duan Lingtian away, excitement couldn't help but arise in his heart. But right at the critical moment, Sword 13's appearance had instead caused all of this to become transient fireworks. This was difficult for him to accept. Once I possess sufficient strength, the first person I kill will be this Sword 13. Zishang looked at Sword 13 as a fierce light flickered within his eyes. Zishang was the first to leave, and he returned to the pavilion he resided in. Just a little bit more. On the other hand, the other people that wished for nothing more than for Duan Lingtian to suffer a mishap like Zhao Wei similarly felt disgruntled because of this. The people gradually dispersed. Not long after, only the group of people from the Darkhan dynasty remained in the sky. Su Li, aren't you going to introduce them to me? The emperor of the Darkhan dynasty looked at Su Li and asked with a light smile. Obviously, the emperor of the Darkhan dynasty wanted to get acquainted with his master, Sword 13, through Su Li. Even though he didn't know what the blade sect that Sword 13 mentioned earlier was, as the emperor of the Darkhan dynasty, his mind was agile, and he was able to easily discern. The vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, was rather afraid of Sword 13 and the blade sect behind him. It could be seen from this that the blade sect ought to not be inferior to Skywolf Fort. Originally, as far as the emperor was concerned, Su Li was from their Darkhan dynasty no matter what, and he had to give Su Li face and introduce the mysterious Sword 13 to Su Li. But he was bound to be thinking too much. In next to no time, his expression went grim and became extremely unsightly. Am I very familiar with you? Su Li glanced indifferently at the emperor, and then he lightly smiled as he called out to Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shou-yong before returning to the Peony Pavilion with Sword 13. As he looked at the figures of Duan Lingtian and the others that were disappearing into the distance, the Emperor's expression was as unsightly as it could be. However, even though he was furious, he didn't dare reveal it. What a joke! If Su Li's master, that expert called Sword 13, wanted to deal with him, he would probably only need a single sword strike to kill him. As for Bai He, Bai Hao, and Zi Shang's master, Bai Nan Yin, all of them were silent and speechless. In front of such a powerhouse, they only felt powerless. Duan Lingtian and the others followed Su Li into the Peony Pavilion, and within the spacious room, Su Li officially introduced his master to Duan Lingtian and the others. Sword 13, an expert of the Blade Sect. The Blade Sect was a power of the foreign lands that wasn't inferior to Skywolf Fort. Practically all the disciples within the Blade Sect were martial artists that utilized sabers or swords, and they were divided into the House of Sabers and House of Swords. Sword 13 was precisely the vice sect master of the House of Swords. After Su Li introduced Duan Lingtian and the others to Sword 13 nodded and squeezed out a trace of a rare smile on his face. "You're really not bad. If you're willing, I can make an exception and allow you to enter the House of Swords and become an elder of our Blade Sect." Sword 13 looked at Feng Wudao. Obviously, he was rather shocked that a genius in the martial Dao like Feng Wudao could appear in the 10 dynasties. He was extremely clear about the cultivation environment in the 10 dynasties. Feng Wudao was able to break through to the 4th level of the void transformation stage before the age of 50 under the adverse cultivation environment of the 10 dynasties, and it was extremely rare. Feng Wudao's eyes lit up when he heard Sword 13, and his body emitted strong battle intent. Are there many experts at the 4th level of the void transformation stage or above in the Blade Sect? Of course. Sword 13 nodded. There are no less than 7 people at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above in my Blade Sect. As for people at the 4th level of the void transformation stage to the 6th level of the void transformation stage, there are over 20 people. I'm willing to join the Blade Sect. Feng Wudao lightly smiled as he spoke. He'd been obsessed with the martial Dao all his life, and he liked to challenge experts and break through himself on the fine line between life and death. His achievements today were not only because of his talent, but also because of this. Now, when he heard Sword 13 say that there were many existences at the 4th level of the void transformation stage or above in the Blade Sect, Feng Wudao was moved. Once he entered the Blade Sect, then wouldn't he have many opponents to train with? Very good. Sword 13 nodded once more when he heard Feng Wudao agree. Since you're willing to become an elder of our Blade Sect, then return to the Blade Sect with me after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ends. Feng Wudao nodded. Congratulations, Uncle Feng. Duan Lingtian congratulated Feng Wudao. Joining the Blade Sect was undoubtedly a great turning point in Feng Wudao's life. Duan Lingtian believed that with Feng Wudao's natural talent and ability, once he arrived at the Blade Sect, he would surely be able to shine brilliantly and even have the chance to become one of the few experts in the Blade Sect. He who possessed the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara felt that he was extremely accurate in discerning people. As far as he was concerned, perhaps Sword 13 was stronger than Feng Wudao now, but it was hard to say in the future because Feng Wudao had the potential to become an expert. Perhaps, Uncle Feng has the chance to become a martial monarch stage expert. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Congratulations, father. Congratulations, Uncle Feng. Chapter 783. In next to no time, Sword 13 and Feng Wudao left Su Li's room successively. For a time, only Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, Zhang Shou-yong, and Su Li remained in the entire room. The gazes of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 descended onto Su Li in unison. They had too many questions in their hearts, and they urgently wanted Su Li to answer them. Su Li, Sr. said earlier that the Blade Sect wants half of the young experts that stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. What does that mean? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He kept having the feeling that what Sword 13 said was absolutely not as simple as the Blade sect wanting to compete for disciples with Skywolf Fort. I don't know as well. Su Li laughed bitterly. I only know that it was my master that asked me to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Moreover, he would bring me back to the Blade sect after the competition ends. Even though Su Li had already become Sword 13's disciple for a period of time, he'd never followed Sword 13 back to the Blade sect. Then why did your master say that Baldy caused the expression of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort to go pale? Is that bald donkey really that scary? Feng Tianwu continued to ask. Actually, I don't know much about those baldy donkeys. I only heard my master mention that those baldy donkeys represent a power of the foreign lands that isn't inferior to our Blade sect. Su Li spoke with slight helplessness as he didn't know much. I can be sure that there's surely a reason why Skywolf Fort suddenly held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Moreover, this reason caused the Blade sect and another power of the foreign lands that isn't inferior to the Blade sect to pay attention to it. Zhang Shuyong guessed. His guess obtained the unanimous agreement of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Right, Su Li, why is your master called Sword 13? This ought to not be his true name, right? Feng Tianwu asked curiously. Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shuyong looked at Su Li in unison, and they had the same bewilderment in their hearts. Sword 13 didn't seem like a proper name no matter how they heard it, and it was more like a code name. I know that, Su Li said, because I once asked Master this question. According to Master, there's a tradition in our Blade sect. The sect leader of the Saber sect and the sect leader of the Sword sect in the Blade sect have to go through an extremely brutal selection process. Every 30 years, such a selection process would be held. During that selection, no matter if it was the House of Blades or the House of Swords, each of them would carefully select 18 outstanding disciples that intended to become the sect master. From the moment the 18 outstanding disciples of the House of Blades agreed to participate in the selection, their past names ceased to exist, and only a new name remained. They were respectively Saber 1, Saber 2, Saber 3, and even Saber 18. At this point, Su Li paused for a moment. For example, Long Yun's master is precisely this generation's Saber 5, and he'll officially take over the House of Sabers of the Blade sect in a few years. Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Long Yun's master? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows in surprise. He was naturally not unfamiliar with Long Yun. The former Saber Young Master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters was the foster son of the former demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Long Wei, and Long Yun could be considered to be half an enemy of his. Of course, after he killed Long Wei, they could already be considered to be true enemies. Once Long Yun found out that he'd killed Long Wei, Long Yun would surely wish for nothing more than to fight him with his life on the line. Originally, since he suppressed Long Yun in the martial competition of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Duan Lingtian didn't take Long Yun seriously any longer, because he felt that Long Yun would soon be left far behind by him and was nothing to worry about. When he saw Long Yun once more during the genius competition held by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he couldn't help but be greatly shocked. At that time, Long Yun seemed as if he'd been reborn, and a tremendous change had occurred in his body. Even though Long Yun was still inferior to him, it wasn't much inferior. Later on, he encountered numerous fortuitous encounters, causing his strength to advance by leaps and bounds, whereas Long Yun's strength was still able to follow behind him at a neither fast nor slow pace, and this caused him to be filled with emotion towards Long Yun's fortuitous encounters. According to his knowledge, Long Yun's fortuitous encounters were similar to Su Li's, and both of them had a master that came from the foreign lands. Moreover, the masters of these two people were fellow disciples. Su Li addressed Long Yun's master as Martial Uncle Saber, whereas Long Yun addressed Su Li's master as Martial Uncle Sword. At that time, Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled by the way they addressed their respective masters. Is there anyone that addresses their seniors like this? Now, he came to an understanding. One was Saber 5, the other was Sword 13. If they didn't address them like this, then how should they address them? In this way, your master is the next sect master of the House of Swords as well? Duan Tian asked. Yes. Su Li nodded. Long Yun's master, Saber 5, was the only one amongst the 18 disciples of the House of Sabers that passed through the selection and survived. The other 17 disciples of the House of Sabers have all died. It can be said that Saber 5 stepped on the corpses of 17 disciples of the House of Sabers to obtain his current status and accomplishments. As he finished speaking, Su Li couldn't help but sigh. Duan Tian naturally knew why Su Li sighed. Because Su Li's master, Sword 13, was the same, and he stepped on the corpses of 17 disciples of the House of Swords to become the successor of the House of Swords. Your House of Swords is really terrifying. My father wouldn't be in any danger after joining your House of Swords, right? When she heard about the tradition of competing for the position of sect master of the House of Sabers and House of Swords, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went grim, and she asked with slight fear. Of course not. Su Li laughed bitterly. In the House of Swords, only the competition between the House of Sabers and House of Swords is comparatively intense. Normally, the disciples of the House of Sabers are harmonious, whereas the disciples of the House of Swords are more or less the same. The disciples of the House of Sabers are harmonious? The disciples of the House of Swords are similar? Zhang Shouyong smiled spuriously. Based on what you said, there seems to be something wrong between the disciples of the House of Sabers and House of Swords. Actually, there's nothing wrong with it. According to my master, it's just that no one is willing to submit to another, and there would occasionally be some friction and competition between them. Su Li spoke with slight embarrassment. He'd only found out about some of the situation in the House of Swords from his master, and he himself didn't know much about it. You call this nothing wrong? Duan Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes at Su Li. In his heart, he rather approved of the independent management method of the House of Sabers and House of Swords in the House of Swords. As for the bloody competition for the position of sect master of the House of Sabers and House of Swords, he didn't feel it was anything. Cloud Continent itself was a world where the strong were respected, and if one wanted to become a person that stood above others, then there was naturally no lack of difficulties and obstacles. Only by passing through layer upon layer of difficulties and obstacles would one be able to truly stand at the true peak. This was something that Duan Tian deeply felt, because he possessed the memories of the 2 lifetimes of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, whereas, during those 2 lifetimes, the Rebirth Martial Emperor had walked step by step to finally become a Martial Emperor stage expert that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. So in this way, if you want to compete for the position of sect master of the House of Swords in the future, then you'll have to undergo a bloody competition with the other 17 outstanding disciples of the House of Swords? Suddenly, Duan Lingan thought of this, and his brows knit together tightly as he was worried for Su Li. Yes. Su Li nodded. This is the normal process. Of course, Master won't force me to compete for the position of sect master of the House of Swords. Senior is really good to you. Duan Tian smiled. After they chatted idly for a while, Duan Tian's group of 3 bid their farewells to Su Li before leaving the Peony Pavilion. After they returned to the Narcissus Pavilion, Duan Tian didn't return to his room but instead stayed outside the pavilion and seriously cultivated the high-grade heaven-rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. After the series of encounters from before, Duan Tian's mood had been constantly changing, and he'd long since tossed the feelings he had from cultivating the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash to the back of his mind. So when he cultivated the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash once more now, he didn't have the feeling of wanting to be hasty. Swoosh, swoosh. Duan Tian pointed out with his sword, and 2 divine dragons condensed from origin energy whistled out while baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. One of the divine dragons that was comparatively more material abruptly shot out 2 rays of light from its eyes. Swish, swish. The ray of light tore through the sky and flashed out with an extremely terrifying speed before touching the enormous rock outside the pavilion. In the past few days, Duan Tian had frequently cultivated the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash here, so this enormous rock was already riddled with holes since long ago. After cultivating for a while, Duan Lingtian stopped, and he held the wind concept fragment in his hand as he calmed his heart and comprehended. His wind concept rose ceaselessly. The incident that occurred today was quickly tossed to the back of Duan Lingtian's mind. In his world, only the wind concept of being calm like a virgin and moving like a mad rabbit remained. Time silently flowed by, and the day the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began grew closer and closer. During these 2 days, not a single young genius of the 10 dynasties left Skywolf Fort to go outside, and all of them stayed in their respective pavilions with tacit understanding to cultivate in meditation. Every single one of them felt extremely great pressure. Perhaps, they could be considered to be outstanding existences in their respective dynasties. But now, they weren't just competing with the young geniuses of their own dynasties, they had to compete with the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties as well. Even if you were the number 1 expert in the younger generation of your dynasty, you didn't dare say that you would surely be stronger than the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began. Dusk descended, and the setting sun was like blood, causing the entire Skywolf Fort to seem as if it had been dyed in blood, causing it to seem extremely gorgeous and strange. Time really passes quickly. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties is tomorrow. Duan Lingtian leaned on the balcony of the pavilion as he looked at the red glow that covered the sky and muttered to himself. He'd already made preparations to welcome the competition between the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties tomorrow. Elder brother Duan. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tianwu flying over from afar, and he was instantly slightly surprised. Tianwu, where did you go? Elder brother Duan, I've inquired about the rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties tomorrow. Chapter 784. The rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and he neither agreed nor disagreed. What's there to find out about this? It's nothing more than advancing through battles, it's all the same. All along the way, Duan Lingtian had experienced many martial competitions, so he was extremely familiar with the old methods of advancing through battles. Elder brother Duan, the rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties isn't advancing through battles. Feng Tianwu's eyes revealed a mysterious expression. It's not advancing through battles? Then what's it? Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was truly slightly curious when he heard Feng Tianwu say this. I heard that the first round of the selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will allow the 100 young geniuses of our 10 dynasties to enter a certain place in the Skywolf Fort. After that, the group of us will be locked in there and be allowed to undergo chaotic battles. The chaotic battles will only stop after a certain amount of people have died. But everyone that enters there has to not only protect themselves, they have to kill others. Feng Tianwu caught her breath and spoke slowly. Chaotic battles? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. What does Skywolf Fort take us to be? Slaughter machines? Needless to say, this rule was extremely cruel. At the very least, it was extremely cruel to Duan Lingtian. It was only the first round of the selections, yet it required numerous corpses to pave the path forward for a few people, and it was difficult for him to accept. Moreover, in the eyes of many young geniuses, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was actually only an ordinary combat arena. Even though some of them didn't feel that they would be able to become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, they still wanted to use it to temper themselves. Duan Lingtian was sure that once this rule was made known, many of the 100 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties would surely refuse to participate. It was only the first round of the selections, and if you didn't kill others, then others would kill you. Elimination and death were tightly bound together, leaving one with no other choice. Besides that, I heard that up until now, only the few fort masters of Skywolf Fort know exactly how the chaotic battles in the first round of the selections are carried out. I wonder if there are any special rules or restrictions in the chaotic battles in the first round of the selections. Feng Tianwu said again. Duan Lingtian nodded, then his eyes flashed. If possible, it's best to seek cooperation, and it must be someone you trust. If you worked with someone you didn't trust, who knew if he would stab you in the back? Therefore, if he only had people he didn't trust to choose, he might as well be alone. I've already thought about it. I'll work together with you, elder brother Duan, brother Zhang, and Su Li to form a small group. At that time, I want to see who dares to provoke our group. Feng Tianwu's autumn eyes twinkled. From her words, she was full of confidence in Duan Lingtian's strength. That's a good idea. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he flew out and left the Narcissus Pavilion. Let's go. Let's go look for brother Zhang and Su Li. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyong had once again arrived at the Peony Pavilion, and they entered Su Li's room to gather with Su Li. Duan Lingtian, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is tomorrow. Why are all of you looking for me so anxiously? Su Li asked curiously. That's right, brother Lingteng, what exactly happened? Zhang Shouyong asked as well. Zhang Shouyong was called out by Duan Lingtian, and the latter didn't have the time to explain before bringing Zhang Shouyong to Su Li. So Zhang Shouyong still didn't know why Duan Lingtian had gathered them together. Tianwu, tell me. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and lightly smiled as he spoke. Feng Tianwu replied before telling Su Li and Zhang Shouyong about the rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that she'd told Duan Lingtian about earlier. Instantly, their expressions couldn't help but go grim. The first round of the selection is to allow 100 of us to enter a place and enter into a chaotic battle? Su Li couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Who set such a perverted rule? At that time, I'm afraid at least half of the people wouldn't be willing to play with Skywolf Fort. Indeed, Zhang Shouyong said with a serious expression. Once this rule is exposed, more than half of the people will surely give up. After all, everyone only has one life. Unless it's a person that's especially confident in their own strength, otherwise, it's practically impossible for them to be willing to participate in such a life and death selection. If what young Miss Tianwu heard is true, then the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is practically comparable to the bloody selections of our Blade sect to compete for the position of Master of the House of Sabers and House of Swords. Su Li's eyes flashed as he spoke with a serious tone. Tianwu said she heard it from an elder of Skywolf Fort. That person has a Skywolf crest on his chest, and the eyes of the Skywolf are silver in color. Duan Lingtian said, so this news ought to be true. When he saw the flickering gazes of Su Li and Zhang Shouyong that were obviously filled with fear towards the martial competition of the 10 dynasties tomorrow, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile. Tianwu and I came to look for the both of you mainly because we wanted to discuss how to deal with the first round of the life and death selection. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong's gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison when they heard this. Tianwu and I intend to form a small group with all of you to face the remaining 90+ young geniuses from the various dynasties and survive the first round of the life and death selection. Duan Lingtian spoke of the suggestion that he discussed with Feng Tianwu. Alright, I agree. Su Li's eyes lit up. I agree as well. Zhang Shouyong had no objections as well. It was also because they trusted each other with Duan Lingtian, otherwise, it would be utterly impossible for them to reach a consensus so quickly. After all, once they decided to work together, it was equivalent to handing their backs to each other without any precautions, and they needed mutual trust to be able to accomplish this. In Su Li's room, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had reached a consensus that they would form a small group and face the first round of the life and death selection of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties tomorrow. In next to no time, the 4 of them dispersed. The veil of night gradually descended, and the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties were either cultivating to improve their cultivations, comprehending concept, or cultivating martial skills. The heavy atmosphere carried a slight oppressive feeling, and it seemed to be welcoming the arrival of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties tomorrow morning. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held by Skywolf Fort for the 10 dynasties. No matter which dynasty the young genius was, so long as they were able to stand out and become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, that dynasty would be able to obtain the rewards of Skywolf Fort. Besides grade 3 spirit weapons, numerous medicinal pills, and high-grade origin stones, the rewards were also the concept fragments left behind by the void transformation stage experts. The concept fragments were the most precious amongst all the rewards, and everyone in the 10 dynasties wanted to obtain it. It was precisely because of this that the 10 dynasties were so attentive towards the martial competition of the dynasties, and it was even to the extent that they'd prepared for an entire 4 years for this. 4 years was neither long nor short, and it was sufficient for many things to occur. Just like Duan Ling Tian. Compared to the hymn from 4 years ago, it was simply like the difference between the heavens and the earth, and it was difficult to link the two together. Of course, it was speaking in terms of his cultivation. As for his appearance, there was not much difference between the current Duan Ling Tian and 4 years ago. He usually paid attention to maintaining his appearance. Coupled with his profound cultivation base, the aging of his appearance was almost negligible. It was even to the extent that so long as Duan Ling Tian was able to break through to the martial monarch stage within 10 years, he would retain his youth forever. At that time, he would be able to maintain his current appearance forever. No matter if another 30 years, 50 years, or even 100 years passed, even if the internal organs in his body gradually aged, his appearance wouldn't change in the slightest. At dawn, everything came to life, and the entire outer fort of Skywolf Fort was bustling with noise and excitement. The representatives of the 10 dynasties and all the young geniuses left their respective pavilions and headed towards the vast combat arena in the outer fort. After a short moment, most of the people stood in the sky above the combat arena and waited silently. Bush, 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 bush. 8 figures flashed through the sky and arrived at the side of the sky above the combat arena in the blink of an eye. It's that Duan Lingen. There's also that Sword 13 from the Saber clan. That's the Darkhan dynasty's Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao, and that peerless beauty by his side ought to be his daughter, Feng Tianwu. Many young geniuses of the 10 dynasties couldn't help but whisper in discussion when they saw the 8 figures descending. The 8 people that had just arrived were precisely Duan Ling Tian and the others. Besides Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tianwu, Zhang Shouyong, and Su Li, there was also Su Li's master, Feng Wu Dao, and another pair of master and disciple. The young one amongst them was precisely Long Yun. Before Long Yun stood a curly-bearded man that didn't care about his appearance. He had a wide saber hung on his waist and wore old clothes, causing him to seem like a bandit. He's Saber 5? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he faintly guessed the identity of this curly-bearded man. Saber 5, the vice-master of the House of Sabers in the Blade sect. It wouldn't be long before he would become the master of the House of Sabers, and only the master of the House of Swords could compare to his status in the Blade sect. The other members of the Blade sect could only look up at him from afar. Saber 5 was someone that Duan Lingtian's group of 6 had encountered on the way here. At that time, Saber 5 had brought Long Yun along to head towards them, and he didn't say a single word before converging with them. Of course, whether Saber 5 had communicated with Sword 13 via voice transmission wasn't something that Duan Ling Tian could know. Duan Ling Tian, I hope you didn't do anything to my foster father. Otherwise, no matter where you go, I won't let you off. Suddenly, a voice transmission that was filled with ruthlessness entered clearly into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he glanced indifferently at Long Yun. He was able to discern that it was Long Yun's voice. Chapter 785. Early on, when Long Yun followed Saber 5 over earlier, Duan Lingtian had already used his spiritual force to detect Long Yun's cultivation. Second level of the void interpretation stage. Even though Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised by this, he wasn't surprised. After all, no matter if it was Su Li's master, Sword 13, or Long Yun's master, Saber 5, they were both members of the Foreign Lands Blade sect. Perhaps in the entire Foreign Lands, The Blade sect was only a third-rate sect, yet the cultivation resources it possessed were far from something the various powers of the 10 dynasties could compare to. In the eyes of the members of the 10 dynasties, spirit fruits used by void interpretation stage martial artists could only be chanced upon by luck. Yet in the Blade sect, there were many in stock. As the vice sect master of the House of Swords and House of Sabers, no matter if it was Sword 13 or Saber 5, it wasn't difficult for them to take out a few spirit fruits used by void interpretation stage martial artists. So even if Long Yun's cultivation had stepped into the second level of the void interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised. But if he really wanted to calculate it carefully, Long Yun's improvement was undoubtedly the greatest amongst the group of young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty. After all, during the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition that day, Long Yun was only a 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist. In other words, he'd only spent a year of time to transform from a 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist to a 2nd-level void interpretation stage martial artist. Such improvement was sufficient to shock anyone. How could you possibly know? Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered into Long Yun's ears, causing Long Yun's face to go slightly grim, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. After all, after he broke through to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage, he'd never fought. Moreover, besides his master, it was logically impossible for anyone else to know that he'd broken through to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage a few days ago. When faced with Long Yun's terror and uneasiness, Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, and he instead shot his gaze at the members of the other 10 dynasties. Including him, it wasn't long before the 100 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had already gathered together. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he muttered, "The martial competition of the 10 dynasties is about to begin." As if to complement Duan Lingtian's mutterings, from the direction of Skywolf Fort, 2 incomparably ear-piercing whistling sounds suddenly came from afar. At practically the exact same moment, 2 figures appeared out of thin air above the combat arena in the outer fort of Skywolf Fort. The 2 newcomers were both wearing the green uniform of Skywolf Fort. They had the badge of a Skywolf's head pinned on their chests. The eyes of the Skywolf's head were both golden. Their identities were on the verge of being revealed. They were the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. One of the vice fort masters wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian and the others, as they just met him 2 days ago. It was precisely Feng Wei who'd gone to look for Duan Lingtian with the Donghua clan's patriarch. As for the other vice fort master, his status in Skywolf Fort was obviously higher than Feng Wei. Feng Wei stood in midair at a position faintly slightly behind this person, and it imperceptibly revealed Feng Wei's reverence towards this person. This was an old man with an emaciated appearance, yet his eyes flickered with bright lights, and he entirely didn't seem like the appearance of an old man. "I'm the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan. This person by my side is the vice fort master of our Skywolf Fort as well, and he's called Feng Wei." The old man's gaze flashed past everyone from the 10 dynasties as he spoke with a calm tone. As he spoke, he introduced himself and Feng Wei. "Greetings, Vice Fort Masters." Instantly, many people bowed, and many people nodded in greeting. Of course, there were also many people that paid no attention to these 2 people. These people were precisely Duan Lingtian and the others that stood silently at the side. After Ning Kan lightly smiled to the others, his focused gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and the others, and then his gaze flashed back and forth between 2 of them in the end. "Sword 13, Saber 5. I truly never imagined that both of you would actually come to my Skywolf Fort together. I hope you can forgive me for not going out to greet you." The people Ning Kan's gaze looked at were precisely Sword 13 and Saber 5. Sword 13 and Saber 5 were respectively the vice sect masters of the House of Swords and House of Sabers. Most importantly, the 2 of them had already been decided as the sect master of the House of Swords and the sect master of the Dao sect, and they were the 2 future leaders of the Blade sect. So even if it was Ning Kan, he didn't dare be careless in the slightest when facing Sword 13 and Saber 5. "Old man Ning, go about your business and take it as we don't exist. We've mainly come today for the sake of inspecting the results of these two brats' cultivation during these past few years. Saber 5 glanced indifferently at Ning Can as he spoke. Saber 5, I only heard that Sword 13 has taken a disciple. Could it be that you've taken a disciple as well? Ning Can asked with slight surprise. Call him over. Right at this moment, Saber 5 looked at Long Yun. Greetings, Vice Fort Master Ning. Long Yun didn't dare dally when he heard his master's orders, and he hurriedly took a step forward in the sky before bowing to Ning Can. Not bad, not bad. Ning Can smiled as he nodded to Long Yun, and then he looked at Su Li. You ought to be Sword 13's disciple, right? According to my understanding of Sword 13, ordinary people are utterly unable to enter his eyes, let alone become his disciple. It's obvious from this that you're surely extraordinary. Vice Fort Master Ning, you're too kind. Su Li replied modestly. At the same time, besides the gazes of all the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty, besides descending onto Su Li, most of the young geniuses of the various dynasties had descended onto Long Yun. They'd already met Su Li 2 days ago, and they knew that he was the closed-door disciple of an expert from another power of the foreign lands. At that time, they were filled with various feelings of envy and jealousy towards Su Li, and all of them wished for nothing more than to replace Su Li. Now, when they found out that Long Yun possessed an identity similar to Su Li, the gazes they shot at Long Yun were similarly filled with envy and jealousy. This Long Yun is actually the disciple of an expert from a power of the foreign lands as well. His and Su Li's luck is really good to actually be able to take an expert from a power of the foreign lands as their master. They seem to have only come from the Dark Stone Empire, and they can be considered to have transformed from wild chickens into phoenixes now. Why don't I have such a good fate? Some of the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty couldn't help but whisper in discussion, and later on, there were even many young geniuses from other dynasties that joined in. So this is Long Yun's fortuitous encounter. Xianxia's gaze flashed as he muttered to himself. When he hadn't met Duan Lingtian, when Duan Lingtian hadn't become famous in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Xianxia, who was similarly one of the most outstanding 5 great young masters in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, had known Long Yun since long ago. It was precisely because of this that when he saw Long Yun in the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition that day, he'd guessed that Long Yun ought to have obtained some fortuitous encounter just like him. The facts proved that he'd guessed correctly. It was precisely because Long Yun had taken a master from a power of the foreign lands that he was able to possess an extraordinary cultivation. Amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the past, I'm afraid only Long Yun and I walked the furthest. That crazy young master, flame young master, and sword young master have already been left far behind by us. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh when he recalled the other 3 great young masters that were equally famous with him in the past. Firstly, I, Ning Can, represent our Skywolf Fort to welcome all of you from afar to the ancient desert city. No matter what the outcome of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time is, our Skywolf Fort will give a meeting gift to the 10 dynasties. Ning Can spoke with a clear voice. At the same time, he looked at the representatives of the 10 dynasties. Representatives of the various dynasties, please take a step forward. Instantly, the 10 people including the Dark Han dynasty's emperor stood in the sky and took a step forward. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At practically the exact same moment, Ning Can raised his hand and shot out 10 flowing lights that flashed directly towards the 10 people that stood forward. The 10 of them hurriedly stretched out their hands to catch it, and when they looked at their hands, all of their faces instantly flushed red. Concept fragments. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. These 10 first-level advanced concept fragments can be considered as the meeting gift that our Skywolf Fort gives to the various dynasties. Ning Can spoke slowly. Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning. The representatives of the 10 dynasties took a deep breath and suppressed their excited feelings before expressing their thanks successively. Even though Ning Can had only given them the lowest level of concept fragments, Yet even this lowest level concept fragment was sufficient to assist them in comprehending advanced concept. A concept fragment like this even had an over 50% possibility of creating a void transformation stage expert for their various dynasties. On the other hand, the gazes of the other people that knew what a concept fragment represented lit up, and their breathing couldn't help but become hurried. What extravagance from Skywolf Fort! It's only a meeting gift, yet they've given 10 concept fragments. Concept fragments are the crystals formed from the void transformation concept comprehended by a void transformation stage expert, and it's extremely precious. In our dynasties, concept fragments have always been existences of legend. Yeah, the number of void transformation stage experts in our various dynasties can be counted with one hand, let alone a concept fragment that can only be left behind by a void transformation stage expert after their death. Many people whispered in discussion. In next to no time, those young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that hadn't heard of concept fragments beforehand were moved after they understood the meaning that concept fragments represented. Presently, besides the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, only Duan Lingtian, Sword 13, Saber 5, Su Li, and Long Yun were able to maintain their composure amongst the people present. Even Feng Wudao and his daughter were slightly moved now, and they were shocked by the extravagance of Skywolf Fort. The reason Duan Lingtian and the others were able to maintain their composure was because they knew that a mere first-level advanced concept fragment was utterly nothing to Skywolf Fort. Chapter 786. So long as the young geniuses of your various dynasties become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties later, you'll be able to obtain various other generous rewards. Ning Kan continued. On the other hand, Ning Kan's words caused the gazes of all the representatives of the 10 dynasties to light up. Most of the young geniuses even rubbed their palms together and were prepared to display their ability and give a good performance in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Now, I invite the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that have obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties to come out. Young geniuses of the same dynasty, stand together. Ning Kan continued. Instantly, the young geniuses present flew out successively. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the others were no exception. After they flashed out, they converged together with Xianxia, Bai Hao, and the others, causing the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty to gather together. Duan Lingnan, I'll trample you beneath my feet sooner or later and make you kneel before me and kowtow while begging for mercy. A familiar and gloomy voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Is that so? At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian discerned who the person that sent out the voice transmission was. His gaze instantly descended onto his old rival, Zishang, and he replied with a disdainful tone. According to my knowledge, it seems to be not the first time you've said this, right? You. Zishang's face went grim as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian, and the origin energy in his body roiled as if it would whistle out at any moment. In the end, Zishang took a deep breath and suppressed the flames of rage in his heart, and he didn't flare up in the end. Not to mention he didn't have much confidence in going against Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian was far from being a match for him, he didn't dare act rashly at this moment. What a joke! This was Skywolf Fort, and it wasn't a place where he could act wantonly. After Duan Lingtian talked back to Zishang and caused Zishang to fly into a rage from embarrassment, Duan Lingtian paid no further attention to Zishang and instead looked at the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties that had gathered together. These young geniuses were currently gathered into 9 groups, and they represented the other 9 dynasties. Those are the members of the Darming dynasty. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the nearby 10 young geniuses at the first possible moment. Soon, Duan Lingtian's gaze locked onto one of them. It was precisely because of this person that he was able to confirm at the first possible moment that these 10 young geniuses were from the Darming dynasty. Zhao Wei. He was one of the 2 most outstanding young experts in the Darming dynasty, and he was equally famous as the Darming dynasty's crown prince. When Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Wei, Zhao Wei was also looking at him. However, when Duan Lingtian's gaze swept over, Zhao Wei avoided his gaze, as if he didn't dare to meet his gaze. Perhaps, the last time he had fought with Duan Lingtian, it had left him with a great psychological shadow. Besides that, Duan Lingtian also saw the third prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family, Lu Hao, and the few young men that had attacked him before. Now, when these people looked at him, their expressions were extremely ugly. That should be the Darming dynasty's imperial family's crown prince, Lu Yong. The young man that stood before the third prince drew Duan Lingtian's gaze. The young man had a dignified appearance, and his actions emitted the aura of a superior at all times. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was able to easily guess the identity of this person. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the young geniuses of the other dynasties, and it quickly locked onto two people. These two people were precisely the people that had come into conflict with him and Zhang Shouyong in the restaurant near Skywolf Fort a few days ago, and they seem to be from the Darchu dynasty. These people are probably from the Darchu dynasty. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In next to no time, the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had taken their positions, and the gazes of everyone descended onto Ning Can in unison. Right at this moment, bush, 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 bush. 10 figures flashed over from the inner fort of Skywolf Fort, and they arrived in the sky above the combat arena in the blink of an eye before standing behind Ning Can and Feng Wei. These were 10 old men that wore uniform green-colored uniforms. The Skywolf crest on their chests, and the eyes of the Skywolf are silver in color. They're elders of Skywolf Fort. Many people present guessed the identities of the old men through the Skywolf crest on their chests. The Skywolf crest with silver-colored eyes was something that only the core disciples and elders of Skywolf Fort had the qualifications to wear. On the other hand, all these old men had extraordinary dignified auras, and they were obviously the elders of Skywolf Fort. Next, the 10 of them will separately go look for all of you. At that time, they'll take out an age-measuring pearl, and all of you have to place your hands on it. Ning Can looked around at the 100 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties. I presume all of you know beforehand that the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by our Skywolf Fort is only limited to young geniuses below the age of 40. Ning Can's words weren't surprising to many people, because this restriction had been spread to the lowest level kingdoms of the dynasties since long ago, so all the young geniuses present were naturally clearly aware of it. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the expressions of the young geniuses of a few dynasties instantly went grim, and they seemed to be slightly restless. Could it be that they've concealed their true ages? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. Right at this moment, the 10 elders of Skywolf Fort flashed towards the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties. One of them arrived before Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty. A milky white pearl appeared out of thin air in his hand, and the surface of this pearl emitted a faint white light, causing one to know with a single glance that it wasn't an ordinary object. Age-measuring pearl. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this milky white pearl, and it was precisely the age-measuring pearl that could measure a person's age. Of course, this age-measuring pearl wasn't omnipotent, and it could only measure the age of a person below the age of 70. So long as a person below the age of 70 placed their hand on the age-measuring pearl, it would have a different reaction. When a 1-year-old child placed their hand on the pearl, a crimson-colored ribbon would appear on the pearl. When a 2-year-old child, 2 crimson-colored ribbons would appear. And so on and so forth. When 10 years old, it would be 10 crimson-colored ribbons. Once a young man and woman at the age of 11 placed their hand on the pearl, 11 crimson-colored ribbons wouldn't appear, but an orange-colored ribbon would appear instead. Crimson, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, violet, every single colored ribbon would appear at most 10. When 20 years old, it would be 10 orange-colored ribbons. When 21 years old, it would be a yellow-colored ribbon. When 30 years old, it would be 10 yellow-colored ribbons. When 31 years old, it would be a green-colored ribbon. When 40 years old, it would be 10 green-colored ribbons. And so on and so on. Until 70 years old, it would be 10 violet-colored ribbons. Once a person above the age of 70 placed their hand on the age-measuring pearl, an abnormality would occur to the age-measuring pearl, and it would be unable to carry out a normal test. In next to no time, all the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty, including Duan Lingtian, took turns to place their hands on the age-measuring pearl. The ribbons that appeared out of thin air on the age-measuring pearl caused their eyes to be unable to refrain from lighting up. Most of the people were above the age of 35. In next to no time, it was Su Li's turn. When Su Li placed his hand on it, 10 yellow-colored ribbons instantly appeared on the age-measuring pearl, and it measured Su Li's current age, 30 years old. Su Li is only 30 years old? Instantly, the group of young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty that didn't know Su Li's true age couldn't help but be moved. In other words, when the Dark Han dynasty held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 1 year ago, Su Li was only 29 years old? Not more than 30 years old? As expected of Sword 13's disciple. This scene was noticed by the Skywolf Fort's vice fort master, Ning Kan, and his eyes lit up as he couldn't refrain from praising. Even though Ning Kan's voice wasn't loud, it still entered into the ears of everyone present. Instantly, the gazes of the representatives and young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties descended onto the age-measuring pearl that Su Li held under his hand. When they saw the 10 yellow-colored ribbons on the pearl, they were shocked as well. He's only 30 years old? As expected of the closed-door disciple of the Blade Sects expert. Such natural talent is shocking. To think that I thought he only had good luck earlier. Now it would seem that there was a reason why that expert from the Blade sect took him as his closed-door disciple. The young geniuses of the various dynasties sighed with emotion. You're 40 years old? Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded out, and it caused the gazes of everyone present to move from Su Li in unison to descend towards the distance. It's from the Darchu dynasty. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he concentrated his attention towards the source of the voice. Presently, a problem had arisen over at the side of all the young geniuses of the Darchu dynasty. Or more accurately speaking, a huge problem had arisen. There was a young man that looked to be almost middle-aged that had placed his hand on the age-measuring pearl, and 10 green-colored ribbons had appeared on the age-measuring pearl. 10 green-colored ribbons represented that the person that placed his hand on the age-measuring pearl had already reached the age of 40. 40 years old? The expressions of the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort instantly sank when they saw this scene. In the next moment, with them as the center, numerous gloomy auras swept out, and it caused the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties to feel a chill run down their spines. Under the gazes of everyone present, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he'd already arrived before the young man that was measured to have reached the age of 40. You're 40 years old? Feng Wei stared at the young man as the gloomy aura on his body swept out and enveloped the young man, causing the young man's face to go pale as his body shivered. At this moment, the young man felt that the person standing before him wasn't a person any longer, but a bloodthirsty wolf that would open its bloody mouth and swallow him at any moment. Yes. Vice Fort Master Feng, I just reached the age of 42 days ago, there ought to be no problem, right? The young man's voice trembled as he asked with an extremely perturbed expression. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he saw the scene before him. This young genius from the Darchu dynasty was precisely one of the few people whose expressions had gone grim when Vice Fort Master Ning Kan spoke of the age-measuring pearl earlier. He'd already reached the age of 40, and it meant that he didn't satisfy the requirements of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by Skywolf Fort this time. He's probably going to suffer misfortune. Chapter 787. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished thinking, Feng Wei moved. Swoosh. In the next moment, the head of the young man from the Darchu dynasty that was measured to have reached the age of 40 suddenly split open, causing blood to spray out as his entire body lost all signs of life and fell to the ground. Bang! The young man's corpse hadn't even had the chance to fall onto the combat ring when it was completely destroyed by Feng Wei's extremely violent palm strike, causing it to vanish into thin air and transform into powder that covered the sky as if it had completely merged into the heavens and the earth. All of this only occurred in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point only Sword 13 and Saber 5 were able to react in time. After a short moment, most of the young geniuses of the various dynasties couldn't help but go grim when they recovered from their shock, and some of them frowned as they felt the members of Skywolf Fort were truly too overbearing. Isn't it just 40 years old? Wouldn't it be over if he was punished lightly and his qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties be revoked? Is there a need to kill him? The thoughts of these young geniuses were the thoughts of the representatives of the 10 dynasties. Even though the expression of the representative of the Darchu dynasty was unsightly, yet he dared be enraged but didn't dare speak out. Not to mention this wasn't the Darchu dynasty. Even if this was the Darchu dynasty, he could only stand obediently at the side and act like a grandson when facing an expert like Feng Wei. Lord Vice Fort Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have concealed my true age. Right when most people were still unable to bear the scene from before, a person suddenly walked out from amongst the group of young geniuses of the Darming dynasty, and then he knelt in midair with his head lowered while his body shivered. Lord Vice Fort Masters, please spare my life. Please spare my life. This young man that walked out from the Darkhan dynasty ceaselessly begged for mercy. For a time, he'd successfully diverted the attention of everyone present, causing the gazes of everyone present to descend onto him in unison. It's him. Duan Lingtian recognized with a single glance that this person was one of the few people that instantly revealed expressions when the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Ken, spoke of the age-measuring pearl earlier. There seemed to be another 3 people. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past all the young geniuses from the other 3 dynasties. At practically the exact same moment, a young genius from each of the 3 dynasties dashed out and similarly knelt in midair before the 2 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort. Their bodies trembled as they begged for mercy. Lord Vice Fort Master, spare me. The 4 of them knelt in the air, kowtowing and begging for mercy. If they had knelt on the ground, they would have knocked their heads until they bled. They were clear in their hearts. If they didn't stand out now, they would be exposed when it was their turn to place their hands on the age-measuring bead. He would be exposed sooner or later, so it was better to admit his mistake early. Perhaps he could still hope for a chance of survival. Obviously, the scene of Feng Wei making a move earlier and killing that 40-year-old man from the Darchu dynasty in the blink of an eye had given them a great shock. Meanwhile, including the representative of the Darming dynasty, the expressions of the representatives of the 4 dynasties went grim, as they'd never imagined that such an incident would occur. Besides the Darchu dynasty, amongst the young geniuses they'd brought over, there was actually a person that had reached the age of 40 and didn't satisfy the requirements of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by Skywolf Fort. Feng Wei grunted coldly. All of you standing here today undoubtedly have the intention of deceiving our Skywolf Fort. There ought to be no need for me to tell all of you the consequences of deceiving our Skywolf Fort, right? As he spoke, killing intent that shot into the sky arose from Feng Wei's body. Lord Vice Fort Master, spare me! Lord Vice Fort Master, spare me! The bodies of the 4 young men from different dynasties trembled even more intensely, and all of them were terrified to the point their faces went ghastly pale and their voices trembled. Vice Fort Master Feng. The representative of the Darming dynasty looked at Feng Wei with the intention of pleading for mercy. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was terrified by Feng Wei's icy cold gaze to the point he didn't dare continue speaking. What? You, the representative of the Darming dynasty, want to bear this responsibility? Feng Wei smiled spuriously as he looked at the representative of the Darming dynasty, one of the 2 void transformation stage experts of the Zhao clan in the past, Elder Qian. The reason he said it was in the past was because the other void transformation stage expert of the Zhao clan had been killed by Sword 13 in the Ice Flame Pavilion in the capital of the Darming dynasty a few months ago. If you want to bear this responsibility, then I allow you to use your life to exchange for his life. As he finished speaking, Feng Wei's eyes revealed terrifying killing intent, and a terrifying imposing aura swept out to press down onto Elder Qian, causing Elder Qian's face to go pale. Right when the gazes of most people had moved onto Elder Qian, a fierce and piercing howl sounded out briefly. In the next moment, everyone saw that a bloody line had appeared out of thin air on the throat of the man that knelt and begged for mercy from the Darming dynasty. The bloody lines ceaselessly became thick before dazzling and resplendent fresh blood sprayed out from it, whereas his entire body was completely devoid of any signs of life as he fell from the sky. Right at this moment, a figure flashed out from the group of young geniuses of the Darming dynasty, and he slapped out with his palm to blast the man's corpse into powder. After a short moment, the young man that stood in the distance had become the center of attention of everyone. Most importantly, 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had actually appeared in the sky above the young man, and such a phenomenon of the heavens and the earth was only caused by the origin energy that exploded out from his body. Third level of the void interpretation stage? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression when he saw this scene. On the other hand, Feng Wei, who was originally targeting Elder Qian, couldn't help but be slightly moved when he looked at the young man now. Of course, besides the young man's cultivation, the reason he was moved was mostly because of the young man's resoluteness in doing things. This sort of resoluteness obtained heartfelt resonance and praise from Feng Wei. In next to no time, Feng Wei looked at the young man and asked, "What's your name?" Luyong. The young man returned to the group of young geniuses of the Darming dynasty and nodded to Feng Wei, and from the beginning until the end, there wasn't the slightest change in expression on his face. Lu Yong, the crown prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family, and he was one of the two great young experts of the Darming dynasty, and his strength was obviously far superior to Zhao Wei, who was equally famous as him. Lu Yong? Good, very good. Are you willing to become my personal disciple? Feng Wei revealed a rare brilliant smile as he stared at Lu Yong with a burning gaze as he asked with a smile. Personal disciple? The personal disciple of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort? Feng Wei's words caused the eyes of the remaining 8 young geniuses of the Darming dynasty to go red with envy. I'll be able to obtain the acknowledgement of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort just by killing that person that concealed his age? And even be able to become his personal disciple? Including Zhao Wei, the 8 young geniuses of the Darming dynasty felt a wave of regret in their hearts, and they regretted why they didn't make a move to kill that fellow earlier. Otherwise, the person that became the personal disciple of the Vice Fort Master would be them and not the Crown Prince, Lu Yong. Master. After recovering from his shock, Lu Yong hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Feng Wei when facing Feng Wei, taking the initiative to take him as a disciple. Ha. Good. Feng Wei laughed heartily and then he asked, "My good disciple, what concepts have you comprehended?" "Master, I've already comprehended wind, fire, and lightning concepts." Lu Yong spoke respectfully. Wind, fire, and lightning? Feng Wei nodded, and with a raise of his hand, 3 concept fragments appeared in his hand before he directly tossed them to Lu Yong. These 3 concept fragments are respectively 4th level wind concept fragment, 3rd level fire concept fragment, and 3rd level lightning concept fragment. Take them as my gift to you. Thank you, Master. Lu Yong happily stretched out his hands to receive the 3 concept fragments. If someone looked carefully, they would notice that Lu Yong's hands were trembling intensely, and it was trembling from excitement. On the other hand, the faces of the group of Darming Dynasty's young geniuses that were already slightly red flushed red, and their gazes descended onto the other 3 young men that had concealed their true ages. For a time, the origin energy on their bodies flashed as they intended to make a move against those 3 young men. But unfortunately, they were still too late. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When the other young geniuses of the dynasties that the three young men that knelt in midair belonged to saw Lu Yong so easily become the disciple of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort and obtain 3 concept fragments that caused one's eyes to go red with envy, they imitated Lu Yong and pounced towards their former companions. Instantly, the 3 young men that knelt in midair hadn't even reacted to what had happened when they were blasted into powder by the group of people, and they completely vanished from this world. All of them have gone mad. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went slightly grim when she saw this scene. Never had she imagined that these people would be so brutal, and they were willing to kill their former companions for the sake of their own benefits. This is the human heart. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm, and he seemed to not be surprised by the scene before him. Instead, his gaze landed more on Lu Yong. Lu Yong was a 3rd-level void interpretation stage martial artist, the crown prince of Darming Dynasty, and his resoluteness in doing things caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but feel fear in his heart. Earlier, when the attention of most people was drawn over by the representative of the Darming Dynasty, Lu Yong had actually made a move to kill that young man at the first possible moment. His actions not only helped the representative of the Darming Dynasty, it also displayed his resoluteness in doing things, causing Feng Wei, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, to take a fancy to him and even want to take him as his personal disciple. Needless to say, Lu Yong was the biggest winner up until now. Not only had he obtained a formidable backing, he'd even obtained 3 concept fragments that others yearned for even in their dreams. Even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be moved by those 3 concept fragments. As for the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties, if the gazes they shot at Lu Yong could transform into sharp blades, they would have probably sliced Lu Yong into 1,000 pieces since long ago. Feng Wei, congratulations on taking a good disciple. Ning Can looked at Feng Wei and smiled. Thank you, martial uncle. Feng Wei was respectful and reverent when facing Ning Can. Ning Can is Feng Wei's martial uncle. Chapter 788. But now, only Duan Lingtian was surprised by this. The attention of the others was practically drawn over by the group of young geniuses from the other 3 dynasties. Earlier, these young geniuses had made a move in unison to kill the other 3 young men that had concealed their ages to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Originally, they'd learned from Lu Yong and wanted to obtain the favor of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort and obtain the extremely precious concept fragment. But now they were bound to be daydreams. Not to mention it was impossible for so many people to be taken as disciples by the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort. Just their actions of following the trend would be impossible for them to be taken seriously by the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort. Continue. In next to no time, Ning Can's stern voice sounded out, and it caused the young geniuses of the other 3 dynasties to return to their original positions. On the other hand, Lu Yong had returned to the group of young geniuses of the Darming Dynasty, and what greeted him were numerous extremely burning gazes. Zhao Wei stared at Lu Yong as flames of envy leaped about in his eyes, and it was practically capable of burning anything into ash. At this moment, his heart was filled with unwillingness. On what basis? On what basis did Lu Yong suppress him in the past and even obtain an extremely great fortuitous encounter now, causing Lu Yong to have the momentum to forever surpass him? He was unwilling. But no matter how unwilling he was, this matter had already become a foregone conclusion. When the gazes of the others were placed on Feng Wei and Elder Qian, who were in a temporary confrontation, Lu Yong had made a move resolutely and won a fortuitous encounter for him. Sometimes, fortuitous encounters were so ingenious. An opportunity was only fleeting in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, 5 of the 100 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had died. The remaining 95 young geniuses that hadn't had their ages measured placed their hands successively on the age-measuring pearl in the hands of the Skywolf Fort's elders. On the side of the Darkhan dynasty, a group of people successively underwent the test. After Su Li, Bai Hao, Zishang, and Long Yun became the temporary center of attention. because their ages weren't even 35, whereas Long Yun was only a little over 30, and he was even younger than Bai Hao and Zishang. Saber 5. Looks like you've taken a good disciple as well. Ning Can smiled as he spoke to Saber 5 when he saw Long Yun's test results. When Saber 5 heard this, some pride appeared on his face. Meanwhile, on the Dark Han Dynasty's side, only Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu hadn't undergone the test. Elder brother Duan, you go first. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse and walked up to the elder of Skywolf Fort. The elder of Skywolf Fort was surprised to see Duan Lingtian. Just by looking at his appearance, the purple-clothed youth in front of him was only about 25 years old. When Duan Lingtian placed his hand on the age-measuring pearl, besides Su Li, the gazes of the other young geniuses from the Dark Han Dynasty descended onto Duan Lingtian. Even the two vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort were no exception. Among the group of young talents present, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were undoubtedly the youngest. Moreover, both of them were in the Dark Han Dynasty's camp, so it was impossible for them to not draw the attention of others. Even some of the representatives and young geniuses of the other dynasties couldn't help but look at Duan Lingtian now, as they wanted to know Duan Lingtian's true age. The reason Su Li wasn't curious was because he'd known Duan Lingtian since long ago. All those years ago, when he met Duan Lingtian for the first time in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood Army's genius camp, he was 18, and Duan Lingtian was 16. It was precisely because of this that he'd always remembered that Duan Lingtian was 2 years younger than him. Age-measuring pearl. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to touch the age-measuring pearl. Instantly, he felt a warm energy come from the age-measuring pearl, and it covered his entire body in the blink of an eye. In next to no time, this warm energy returned to the age-measuring pearl. Meanwhile, 8 yellow ribbons appeared on the age-measuring pearl, and it indicated that Duan Lingtian's current age was 28. 28 years old. Instantly, many people that were paying attention to Duan Lingtian couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Even though they were able to determine that Duan Lingtian ought to be less than 30 years old from Duan Lingtian's outer appearance. But when they really saw the results of the age-measuring pearl, they still couldn't help but be shocked. I truly never imagined that amongst the 10 young geniuses that came from the Dark Han Dynasty, there's an existence less than 30 years old. Even such a young man has come. Looks like there's really no one left in the Dark Han Dynasty. Many people couldn't help but sigh with emotion as they looked at Duan Lingtian. When they saw Duan Lingtian was in the limelight, the faces of Zishang, Zhao Wei, and the others that had conflict with Duan Lingtian sank as cold lights flickered within their eyes. What's your name? Meanwhile, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ningken, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a light smile. On the other hand, Ningken's question caused many young geniuses to reveal envious expressions as they looked at Duan Lingtian. They were able to discern that the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort had aroused great interest towards Duan Linggen. Looks like this Duan Lingtian is going to be taken as a disciple by the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort. I don't think it's for sure. Even though this Duan Lingtian is young, he hasn't revealed his cultivation. Before he reveals his cultivation, his value is uncertain, and it ought to be insufficient for Vice Fort Master Ning to take him as a disciple. Many people whispered in discussion, and they spoke similar words. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Ning Ken and met his gaze in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. You're really not bad. So long as you're able to pass through the first round of the selections, then I, Ning Ken, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, am willing to take you as my personal disciple. Ning Ken raised his voice as he spoke. According to Ning Ken's current tone, it seemed as if his willingness to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple was the fortune that Duan Lingtian had accumulated from 3 lifetimes, and at the same time, he didn't think that Duan Lingtian would refuse. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he heard Ning Ken, and he was slightly indifferent. You want to take me as your personal disciple? That depends on if I'm willing or not. While Duan Lingtian was displeased here, All the young geniuses present revealed envious expressions as they looked at him, and all of them wished for nothing more than to swallow him up. Even though Ning Can didn't directly take Duan Lingtian as his disciple, Ning Can's promise still caused the group of young geniuses to be unable to refrain from feeling envious in their hearts. Why don't we have such treatment? If they knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking at this moment, they would probably even have the heart to kill Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, Sword 13, who stood silently at the side, glanced indifferently at Ning Can, and then he spoke out. Ning Can, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as your disciple. Don't have the qualifications? As soon as these words of Sword 13 were spoken, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the atmosphere at the scene to be deathly silent. Those young geniuses that revealed envious expressions as they looked at Duan Lingtian earlier were completely dumbstruck. Every single one of them wished for nothing more than to be able to become the personal disciple of Ning Can, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort. Yet now, someone said that Ning Can didn't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple, and at the same time that it caused them to feel disbelief, their gazes descended onto Sword 13 in unison. If these words were spoken by another person, then perhaps they would have mocked him since long ago. But the person that spoke these words was Sword 13, an expert of the Xenorealm power, the Blade sect, that wasn't inferior to Skywolf Fort. Sword 13, what do you mean by this? Ning Can's face sank. Sword 13's words were undoubtedly a slap to his face in public, so how could he endure it? Sword 13, this is Skywolf Fort, not your Blade sect. Feng Wei spoke angrily as well. What do I mean? Sword 13 paid no attention to Feng Wei and looked at Ning Can instead as he said indifferently, Ning Can, didn't you hear me clearly? You don't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as your disciple. Ning Can's expression became even gloomier when he heard this. Sword 13, today is the day the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be held, and I won't fight for it with you. But this doesn't mean that I, Ning Can, am afraid of you. Whether I have the qualifications to become Duan Lingtian's master isn't up to you to tell me what to do. Ning Can paid no further attention to Sword 13 after he finished speaking. It's good to be confident, but I'm afraid some people overestimate their ability. Duan Lingtian, am I right? As Sword 13 finished speaking, he intentionally glanced at Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but laugh bitterly, yet he didn't reply. Now, if he were to speak the truth, then he would undoubtedly offend Ning Can. If he were to lie, then not to mention he was unable to do so, even if he did, he would offend Sword 13. Moreover, Sword 13 was a senior he respected, so it was impossible for him to offend Sword 13. So he chose to remain silent. Subsequently, the test continued. Only Feng Tianwu remained on the Dark Han Dynasty's side, and after Feng Tianwu walked out, she drew the gazes of many people once more. Heavens! Could it be that the Dark Han Dynasty really has no one else? This person is even younger than Duan Lingtian, and it's such a woman. Looks like the Dark Han Dynasty has really declined. All the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties sighed with emotion. Their words seemed to look down upon Feng Tianwu. When faced with these sighs, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a wisp of a faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. If these fellows knew of Tianwu's current strength, they would probably not think like this. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu's hand had already been placed on the age-measuring pearl, and 5 yellow-colored ribbons had appeared on the age-measuring pearl, and it indicated her current age. 25 years old. This age was the youngest amongst the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that had come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and it was sufficient to shock anyone. 25 years old. I hadn't even stepped into the void initiation stage when I was 25. Even though the Dark Han Dynasty seems to have no geniuses in the younger generation because a woman like this has obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. But I presume this woman is at least a martial artist at the void initiation stage. This natural talent can be considered to be not bad. Especially when she's a woman, She's much stronger than me all those years ago. In next to no time, waves of discussions arose in the surroundings. Besides the group of people from the Dark Han dynasty, at least 90% of the people present doubted Feng Tianwu's strength. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu didn't mind, as she would use her strength to make all these people that looked down upon her shut their mouths. A group of short-sighted people, how lamentable. Chapter 789. But truthfully speaking, her appearance isn't bad. A woman with such an appearance is rare in the world, and it's the first time in my lifetime that I've seen such a beauty. The eyes of a young genius from the Darming dynasty narrowed as he looked greedily at Feng Tianwu. She's so beautiful and possesses a cultivation at the void initiation stage or above. A woman like this isn't commonly seen, and anyone that's able to obtain her would surely be fortunate from their previous lives. Another person spoke out. If I'm able to ride a woman like this, then it would surely be an extremely wonderful thing. Another young genius from the Darming dynasty looked at Feng Tianwu as he stuck out his tongue to lick his dry lips, and he spoke with a lustful expression. You're courting death. At the instant Feng Tianwu's expression went grim, Duan Lingtian's expression went grim as well, and he shouted out furiously as his entire body flashed out to sweep towards the young genius from the Darming dynasty that spoke rudely. But even though Duan Lingtian's speed was swift, someone else's speed was swifter. Swish! The brief howl of a sword resounded out abruptly. Before everyone had the time to react, a bloody hole had already appeared on the neck of the young genius from the Darming dynasty. Blood ceaselessly sprayed out, and the young genius from the Darming dynasty that was speaking out of turn earlier maintained his original posture, yet he was completely devoid of any signs of life. Along with the corpse of the young genius from the Darming dynasty falling down, a wave of ear-piercing explosions sounded out. In the next moment, an awe-inspiring wind from a palm swept out and blasted the corpse into powder that scattered in the heavens and the earth. At the same time, a tall red-colored figure stood in the sky and revealed himself. It was precisely Feng Wudao. When he saw Duan Lingtian had killed the person that disrespected Tianwu, Duan Lingtian's figure stopped as his expression recovered slightly, yet his eyes still contained frightening coldness mixed within. His eyes that were filled with coldness flashed past the remaining 8 young geniuses of the Darming dynasty. Feng Wudao, you actually dared kill a member of my Darming dynasty. The expression of the Darming dynasty's Zhao clan's elder Qian went grim as he looked at Feng Wudao, yet he didn't dare make any movements. Because he knew that he was far from being Feng Wudao's match. 2 days ago, when the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, and the Donghua clan's patriarch, Donghua Lei, went looking for trouble with Duan Lingtian, Feng Wudao had once revealed his cultivation. At that time he was present. He deserves to die. Feng Wudao glanced indifferently at Elder Qian. From the moment he profaned my daughter, his life no longer belonged to him. Elder Qian was instantly exasperated when he heard this, yet he was unable to say anything because everyone had heard it. It was their Darming dynasty that was in the wrong first. But never had he imagined that Feng Wudao would make a move and kill the young genius of their Darming dynasty because of something he said. The Dark Han dynasty's Feng Wudao was really as overbearing as the rumors said. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his gaze descended onto all the young geniuses of the Darming dynasty. At the first possible moment, he noticed that the Darming dynasty's crown prince, Lu Yong, had suddenly looked at the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei. Feng Wei was Lu Yong's master now. It wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that Lu Yong had surely said something to Feng Wei via voice transmission, and the greatest possibility was that Lu Yong wanted Feng Wei to stand up for their Darming dynasty. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian was right. When Feng Wudao returned, Feng Wei took a step forward, and his cold gaze descended onto Feng Wudao as he said with a low voice, "Killing a guest of our Skywolf Fort in our Skywolf Fort? You're merely a void transformation stage martial artist from a tiny dynasty, yet you actually dare be so audacious? You're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wei took a step forward as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and it seemed to have transformed into a ball of flames that shot into the sky and enveloped him within it in an aggressive manner. On the other hand, his gaze locked onto Feng Wudao at the first possible moment. Right when Feng Wei intended to make a move, a figure instantly vanished on the spot, and when it appeared once more, it was already before Feng Wudao and firmly protected Feng Wudao behind it. The appearance of this person caused Feng Wei's face to go grim, and he shouted out furiously at the same time. Sword 13, what's the meaning of this? The person that appeared before Feng Wudao was precisely Sword 13. Sword 13 had a calm expression when facing Feng Wei's shout. Feng Wei, you want to make a move against an elder of my house of swords before me, could it be that I can't interfere? Everyone present has witnessed and heard the incident from before. You know clearly who's right and who's wrong. If you really want to make a move against an elder of my house of swords because of this, then even if you have Skywolf Fort behind you, my house of swords will still not let you off until one of us is dead. Not let you off until one of us is dead. As Sword 13 finished speaking, his tone was filled with cold and indifferent killing intent, and it caused Feng Wei's expression to become extremely livid. The House of Swords will not let me off until one of us is dead? Not to mention anything else, just Sword 13's words caused fear to arise from the bottom of his heart. Everyone in this border area of the foreign lands knew that the group of sword cultivators in the House of Swords of the Blade sect were out-and-out madmen. Supposedly, 100 years ago, there was a power of the foreign lands that wasn't much inferior to Skywolf Fort. Because it had offended the master of the House of Swords at that time, it was forcefully slaughtered by the group of madmen of the House of Swords to the point of decline. Presently, that power had already been reduced to a mediocre power in the foreign lands. Sword 13 was already the master of the House of Swords in the Blade sect, and his words were entirely capable of representing the House of Swords. Once the entire House of Swords went against Feng Wei, then even Skywolf Fort might not be able to protect him. So when facing Sword 13's threat, Feng Wei really didn't dare continue doing anything to Feng Wudao. But this matter ends here. Ning Can spoke out to break the deathly silent atmosphere at the scene, and at the same time, he gave Feng Wei a way out. Feng Wei took a deep breath as he glanced coldly at Sword 13 and Feng Wudao, and then he withdrew. At the same time, those people that were wantonly discussing Feng Tianwu earlier had shut their mouths successively, and all of them looked at Feng Tianwu as if she was a dreadful monster. Vice Fort Master, all of them are fine. In next to no time, the 10 elders of Skywolf Fort put away the age-measuring pearls one by one before returning behind Ning Can and Feng Wei, and they reported respectfully. Ning Can nodded, and then he looked around at all the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties. Now, this Fort Master announces that the martial competition of the 10 dynasties has officially begun. Instantly, the gazes of the young geniuses present lit up, and their faces were filled with anticipation. They'd come all the way here for the sake of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Supposedly, the people that became eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties were even able to obtain generous rewards bestowed by Skywolf Fort like Grade 3 spirit weapons, spirit pills, concept fragments, and so on and so forth. The first round of the selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be held here. Suddenly, Ning Can raised his head to look even higher up in the sky above the combat arena as he spoke slowly. For a time, the gazes of everyone converged over, yet they were unable to see anything in the end. The horizon was filled with a blue sky and white clouds, and they were unable to discern anything wrong. Only a single person noticed an inkling. What a complicated inscription formation! Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. When Ning Can spoke and raised his head to look even higher up in the sky, Duan Lingtian had looked over as well, and his spiritual force flashed out along with Ning Can, causing him to notice an inkling. It turned out that a complicated inscription formation was concealed at that place, and even Duan Lingtian's spiritual force found it difficult to fuse into it. This inscription formation is obviously the work of a martial monarch stage inscription master. With my current spiritual force, I'm utterly unable to see through it. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed this. How formidable was the spiritual force of a martial monarch stage expert. An inscription formation formed from inscriptions inscribed with such spiritual force was utterly not something his current spiritual force could see through. Even if he possessed the lifetime worth of memories related to the Tao of inscriptions of Emperor Wu, he was helpless. Even though his current spiritual force was at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, it was still too weak before an inscription formation constructed by a martial monarch stage expert. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed a few other formidable spiritual forces following over, and it caused him to have no choice but to hurriedly withdraw his spiritual force. The other 9 dynasties are really filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. These spiritual forces are obviously the spiritual forces of a void transformation stage inscription master. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and for a time, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. Obviously, the representatives of the 10 dynasties were all inscription masters. Even if their standards in the Tao of inscriptions were limited, they were inscription masters after all, and they were capable of using a crude method to control spiritual force. In next to no time, everyone including Duan Lingtian clearly saw that the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, withdrew an ancient copper mirror. The copper mirror looked to be ordinary, yet Duan Lingtian was able to guess that it was surely not simple. Subsequently, origin energy bloomed out from Ning Kan's hand before fusing into the copper mirror. Instantly, a material red light shot out explosively from the copper mirror, and when the red light illuminated the sky, it actually caused the wind and clouds above to roil before converging into a ball of material mist in the end. An inscription formation? Instantly, many people discerned the profundity of this mist, and these people included Feng Wu Dao and Feng Tianwu, as they'd seen a similar inscription formation. That's right, this is an inscription formation. Ning Kan put away the copper mirror in his hand that activated the inscription formation, and then he looked at the young geniuses present in the surroundings. This inscription formation is the venue. All of you will undergo the first round of the selections. Next, all of you will enter it and enter an illusory realm that belongs to all of you. Ning Kan's words were obviously spoken to the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties. Illusory realm? Ning Kan's words caused most people to be slightly puzzled. Duan Lingtian's eyes couldn't help but light up instead. He wasn't unfamiliar with illusory realms, as the sole skill he possessed, Thousand Illusions, was capable of constructing an illusory space that he could do as he pleased. Within that illusory space, anyone whose spiritual force was inferior to him was equivalent to a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and they were at his mercy. He was the absolute ruler within the illusory space he constructed. That illusory realm has another name in our Skywolf Fort. Purgatory Illusory Realm. Ning Kan continued. Purgatory Illusory Realm. Chapter 790. The illusory purgatory is like its name. Once you enter it, it's equivalent to entering a world that's like purgatory. Only 50 of you will be able to survive after entering it and obtain the qualifications to participate in the second round of the selections. Right when everyone was trembling with fear from the illusory purgatory, Ning Kan spoke out once more and spoke of the rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Only 50 of you will be able to survive after entering it? Instantly, many young men couldn't help but reveal grim expressions. Didn't that mean that 44 of them were going to die? Some young geniuses that were at the bottom of their respective dynasties were terrified to the point their countenances went ghastly pale, and for a time, they slightly regretted participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Vice Fort Master, can we abstain? In next to no time, a young man asked with a trembling voice. He was in existence at the bottom amongst the 10 young geniuses of his dynasty, and he felt that once he entered the illusory purgatory, he would most probably die. Along with this young man asking this question, many people looked at Ning Can and Feng Wei with expressions of anticipation. Obviously, they had the intention of abstaining as well. What a joke! Even though the rewards of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties were extremely generous, it was impossible for them to be willing to risk their lives for it. As far as they were concerned, there was nothing more important than their lives. Once they lost their lives, then no matter how generous the rewards were, it would be useless because they were utterly useless. Abstain! Feng Wei glanced indifferently at this young genius and nodded. Sure. Right when the gazes of many young geniuses lit up, Feng Wei's following words caused their expressions to go grim. But the person that abstains must resist a strike of mine by himself. So long as you're able to survive, you can leave safely. What a joke! Resist a strike of Feng Wei? Feng Wei, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, an existence that seemed to be at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above, not to mention people like them that didn't have confidence in themselves. Even if it was the most outstanding young genius of the 10 dynasties, it would be impossible for them to resist a strike of Feng Wei and survive. Instantly, the bodies of many people started to tremble, and they were filled with terror towards what was about to happen next. Seeming to have realized that the atmosphere wasn't right, Ning Can continued. Of course, entering the illusory purgatory doesn't rely entirely on strength. If you're able to smoothly avoid the other martial artists, then even if your strength is the weakest, you'll still be able to survive in the end after 44 people are killed. Ning Can's words caused the young geniuses that felt despair to recover from their shock, and their gazes lit up. Is this even possible? Wasn't there going to be a melee once they entered? Perhaps Ning Can noticed the bewilderment of these young geniuses, so he said, the illusory purgatory was constructed with an inscription formation by a martial monarch stage inscription master friend of our Skywolf Fort's then fort master a few thousand years ago. Once one enters it, it's equivalent to entering a vast world. That place is filled with mountains and forests. There are many places where you can hide. Ning Can finished speaking in one breath. Martial Royal Realm Inscriptionist? Ning Can's words caused everyone besides Duan Lingtian to be shocked. Never had they imagined that this illusory purgatory had such a great background, and it was actually created by a martial monarch stage expert of legend. To the members of the 10 dynasties, not to mention an expert like Emperor Wu, even a martial monarch stage expert was an existence of legend that was far beyond their reach. Vice Fort Master, will all of us appear at the same place after we enter? Someone couldn't refrain from asking. Instantly, his question resonated with many people, and they were filled with curiosity towards this. If they appeared at the same place, then wouldn't some of the weaker people amongst them become lambs waiting to be slaughtered? That was something they weren't willing to see happen. Don't worry. Once all of you enter the illusory purgatory, even though all of you will appear at the same place, yet all of you won't appear at the same place. The closest person to all of you is at least 500 kilometers away, and it's entirely sufficient for all of you to conceal yourselves. Ning Can continued. So, the first round of the selections of this martial competition of the 10 dynasties belongs to the main battlefield of the young experts that are confident in themselves. They want to find the concealed weaklings and kill them. All of you will only be sent out by the illusory purgatory after you've killed 44 people. Of course, all of you can choose to cooperate with people you can trust while you're inside. For example, the comparatively weaker people can join forces to deal with the comparatively stronger people. Ning Can's words caused the gazes of many comparatively weaker young geniuses to light up. If we join forces, I'm afraid we can only join forces with people from the same dynasty. Yeah, if we join forces with people from the other dynasties, we might be secretly killed by them. Unless we swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation. Many young geniuses discussed animatedly. Right, I have to remind all of you of something. It's impossible to swear on blood within the illusory purgatory because the 99 heavenly tribulation is unable to sense your existence. Ning Can added. Instantly, the expressions of many people sank, and they had slightly distressed expressions. Looks like we really can only choose to join forces with people from the same dynasty. Even if it's people from the same dynasty, who dares say that everyone is worthy of trust? In my opinion, unless it's someone you can trust, you can't trust anyone else. After all, only by waiting for 44 people to die would the others be able to leave the illusory purgatory and survive to pass through the first round of the selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. For the sake of passing through the first round of the selections, there would surely be many people that would stop at nothing. After all, the death of a single person would mean that one's safety would be guaranteed. Many comparatively weaker young geniuses had slightly distressed expressions for a time. Looks like our plan to join forces earlier has failed. I never imagined that we would actually be separated after entering the illusory purgatory. Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Su Li as he sighed. All of you have to protect yourselves to the best of your ability after entering. It wouldn't be too late for us to join forces after we encounter each other inside. If the 4 of us are able to join forces, then it would be extremely easy for us to pass through the first round of the selections. Su Li spoke. As far as he was concerned, so long as the 4 of them joined forces, then with Duan Lingtian's unfathomable demonic technique, the young geniuses of the various dynasties would absolutely be unable to gain the slightest advantage from them. Exactly. Everyone must be careful after we enter. We absolutely can't make a move without absolute confidence. Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression. Once one entered the illusory purgatory, it was equivalent to entering purgatory in the mortal world. Even though there weren't any extremely ferocious and evil beings there, yet there were the young experts of the various dynasties that might appear at any moment to kill one. The slightest carelessness was extremely likely to cause one to fall into a bottomless abyss and perish. Feng Tianwu didn't speak, but she'd heard the words of Duan Lingtian and Su Li, and she directly nodded to display her understanding. All of you can enter. As Ning Can spoke, the copper mirror in his hand appeared once more, and his origin energy fused into it. This time, a strong blue-colored light shot out from the surface of the mirror, and it just happened to be aimed at the material clouds and mist in the sky before shooting onto it. Instantly, the clouds and mist dispersed as a rift appeared on it, and it seemed as if a door had been opened. Swoosh! Right when most of the young geniuses were slightly hesitant, a figure was like a bolt of lightning that instantly entered the illusory purgatory. Feng Wei, this disciple of yours is really not bad. No matter if it's strength or courage, he's extremely outstanding. Ning Can praised. The first person to enter was precisely the Darming dynasty's crown prince, Lu Yong. Martial uncle, you're too kind. Even though Feng Wei spoke modestly, yet his face revealed a brilliant smile. Go on. Sword 13 and Saber 5 respectively looked at Su Li and Long Yun. Su Li and Long Yun nodded, and then they seemed as if they were competing and entered the illusory purgatory at practically the exact same time. We ought to leave as well. Duan Lingtian smiled to Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong before entering the illusory purgatory with the other young geniuses of the various dynasties that had recovered from their shock. After Duan Lingtian entered, Feng Tianwu, Zhang Shouyong, and the remaining group of young geniuses entered successively. After a short moment, a total of 94 young geniuses had all entered the illusory purgatory. Outside, the group of experts of the older generations silently stood guard there as they waited for the outcome. After Duan Lingtian stepped into the illusory purgatory, his field of vision was obstructed by an expanse of mist, and even if he stretched out his spiritual force, it would be directly crushed by a shapeless pressure in a short moment. After flying forward for an unknown period of time, the mist before Duan Lingtian's eyes dispersed, allowing him to look straight at the world before his eyes. This is the illusory purgatory? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he looked at the towering mountains and lofty ridges with complicated terrain before him. If someone really intends to hide in a place like this, then it's simply more difficult than ascending the heavens to find him. But fortunately, I have my spiritual force to rely on. With my spiritual force, it's capable of enveloping an area of 100 meters, and anyone that's hidden in the shadows would have nowhere to hide from me. When I came over earlier, there was a pressure that crushed my spiritual force. There ought to be no pressure like that here, right? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian stretched out his spiritual force. In the next moment, his excited expression completely collapsed. His spiritual force was crushed by that pressure once again. What's going on? Duan Lingtian frowned with a puzzled expression on his face. He completely didn't know what had happened, and he didn't know where that pressure came from. Only when Duan Lingtian searched through Emperor Wu's lifetime of memories did he find the answer. Looks like there's another soul suppression inscription formation in the illusory purgatory within the inscription formation constructed by this martial monarch expert. Soul suppression, as its name suggested, suppressed the energy of the soul. Spiritual force was the energy of the soul. In that case, even my soul skill, 1,000 illusions, can't be used in this damnable place? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly. When he used his spiritual force to fuse with the soul brand in the depths of his soul and tried to use the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, he discovered that there was no way to construct that illusory space. Chapter 791. As expected, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but take a deep breath. Being unable to utilize his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, meant that he could only rely on his own strength to fight the other young geniuses in this unknown illusory purgatory. By relying on his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, Duan Lingtian felt that he wasn't afraid of any young genius in the 10 dynasties. But the problem was that he couldn't utilize his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. Not to mention he didn't know most of the young geniuses in the 10 dynasties. Even the cultivation revealed by the Darming dynasty's crown prince, Lu Yong, caused him to feel indescribably shocked. Third level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian originally thought that his current cultivation at the second level of the void interpretation stage was sufficient to be ranked at the front amongst all the young geniuses in the 10 dynasties, but after he witnessed Lu Yong's cultivation, he didn't dare think like this. There's always someone better than you. Perhaps, in the other dynasties, there were similarly young experts at the third level of the void interpretation stage like Lu Yong, or even young experts at the fourth level of the void interpretation stage or above. The important matter at hand is to first kill those comparatively weaker young geniuses in the 10 dynasties. 94 people, so long as 44 people die, then I'll be able to smoothly pass through the first round of the selections and advance successfully. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed, and he stopped thinking about it. Whirlwind. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gale that tore through the sky and headed towards the distance to search for prey. I wonder where Tian Wu, Big Brother Zhang, and Su Li are. I can only take one step at a time in this unknown illusory purgatory, and I only hope that I'll be able to encounter them as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If I'm able to encounter Zishang, then I must kill him no matter what. After that, I'll use the Devil Seal tablet to completely annihilate the incomplete soul that's suspected to be Emperor Wu that's concealed within his body. On the way, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with cold lights when he thought of Zishang. Even though the Devil Seal tablet was able to temporarily crush the incomplete soul within Zishang's body that was suspected to be Emperor Wu, who knew if Zishang would obtain any benefits because of that Emperor Wu in the future. As far as he was concerned, Zishang would be a great calamity sooner or later if he didn't eliminate him. The relationship between him and Zishang had long since reached a situation where only one side would rest until one side died. Zishang, I only hope that your luck isn't that good, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Now, he wasn't worried about anything else, and he was only worried that he wouldn't be able to encounter Zishang. After flying for a while, Duan Lingtian slowed down because he heard a series of explosions in front of him. It was obvious that someone was fighting. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that someone must have encountered them and started fighting. Immediately, Duan Lingtian moved forward in a low-key manner. He hid far behind a cliff and quietly watched the fierce battle in the distance. Two young men were fighting each other. They were evenly matched and it was difficult to determine the victor. When he saw the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above them when they fought, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to discern their cultivations. Two 9th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists. After he confirmed their cultivations, Duan Lingtian didn't have any more scruples and directly left the cliff, and he seemed to have transformed into a gale that arrived nearby the battle in a short moment. Duan Lingtian didn't have any impression of the two young men that were fighting each other, but he was sure that they weren't from the Dark Han Dynasty, Darming Dynasty, or Darchu Dynasty. Duan Lingtian recognized all the members of the Dark Han Dynasty. Because of Zhao Wei, he'd carefully observed all the members of the Darming Dynasty and had a deep impression of them. As for the members of the Darchu Dynasty, because of the two young men that were in conflict with him and Zhang Shouyong in the restaurant outside Skywolf Fort that day, he'd carefully observed them and remembered the appearances of the others. After Duan Lingtian made an appearance, he didn't make a move directly, and he stood silently at the side as he watched the scene before him with a calm gaze. The two young men that were engrossed in battle fought for a short moment before noticing that something was off. When they noticed a person standing nearby out of the corner of their eyes, their expressions went grim as they tacitly split up and retreated to the distance, and at the same time, they hurriedly withdrew healing medicinal pills and consumed them. After they consumed the medicinal pills and slightly digested the medicinal strength, the two of them looked at the person that had stood nearby since an unknown time. With just a glance, their pupils couldn't help but constrict. Duan Lingtian. The violet-clothed young man before them wasn't unfamiliar to them, and it could even be said that he was extremely familiar. 2 days ago, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, and the Donghua clan's patriarch, Donghua Lei, had personally come to look for Duan Lingtian, and they'd clearly seen it. Besides that, they'd paid attention to Duan Lingtian before they entered the illusory purgatory, and they knew that Duan Lingtian was a young expert of the Dark Han Dynasty that was only 28 years old this year. Even though Duan Lingtian was young, and they hadn't seen Duan Lingtian's ability. But for some unknown reason, traces of terror arose in their hearts for no reason or rhyme. Let's join forces and kill him first before continuing our battle. How about it? Suddenly, one of the young men asked the other, as he wanted to join forces with the other to deal with Duan Lingtian. All right. The other young man didn't refuse and agreed resolutely. The pressure Duan Lingtian brought to him was far greater than this opponent of his, and it caused him to have no choice but to be careful. You take the left, I take the right, let's join forces and pincer attack him. After the young man that suggested joining forces first communicated with the other young man via voice transmission, he directly pounced towards Duan Lingtian's left with the intention of launching an attack from there. The other young man didn't dare dally, and he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly flashed towards Duan Lingtian's right. Swish. One of them wielded a sword while the other used a saber as they pincer attacked Duan Lingtian. The Origin Energy Sword Light and Saber Light raged, and they contained the fierce and sharp sword concept and saber concept that followed like shadows. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression when facing the joint forces of the two young men. His expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, and he had the demeanor of an expert. It wasn't until the dazzling sword light and fierce saber light were close to each other that a vast amount of origin energy gushed out from his body. Bang! The terrifying origin energy whistled out from Duan Lingtian's body, and it seemed to have transformed into a ball of milky white flames that shot into the sky. At the same time, the milky white flames swayed and transformed into waves of material gale that coiled around Duan Lingtian's body and flashed as if it had formed a layer of defensive light barrier. Clang, 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 clang. The dazzling sword light and fierce saber light followed like shadows and descended on the material gale that flashed around Duan Lingtian's body before they were annihilated. Before the sword light and saber light, the gale around Duan Lingtian's body was like an indestructible wall. Compared to the energy contained within this wall, the strength of the sword light and saber light was on a completely different level. It was simply like the difference between heaven and earth. After the first attack failed, the two young men didn't launch another attack. Instead, they stood at the left and right of Duan Lingtian, and their expressions changed. Concept materialization. The two of them exclaimed in unison. Concept materialization was the symbol of void interpretation concept. Although a similar scene could also appear when the void initiation concept was comprehended to the limit, there was a difference. They were extremely sure that the wind concept that Duan Lingtian executed now was precisely the void interpretation concept. Subsequently, as if they discussed it beforehand, they raised their heads in unison to look towards the sky above Duan Lingtian, and they seemed as if they wanted to confirm something. In the sky above Duan Lingtian, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled before transforming into material phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. Numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes circled there, and the amount was so great that it caused the two of them to be terrified to the point their faces turned pale, and their bodies started trembling intensely. Heavens! What did we see? 50 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. This was only the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth formed when Duan Lingtian utilized his origin energy and concept to draw upon the energy of the heavens and the earth. Second level of the void interpretation stage, first level intermediate wind concept. This Duan Lingtian strength is actually so strong. The expressions of the two of them were extremely unsightly. Never had they imagined that Duan Lingtian, who was only 28 years old, would actually possess such a formidable strength that far surpassed them. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he could kill them with a raise of his hand. Now, it's my turn as well. Duan Lingtian looked at the two young men that joined forces to attack him, and he grinned. With a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in his hand, and it was a sword that emitted a terrifying aura. This sword, as soon as the sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, it caused the hearts of the two young men to palpitate for no reason or rhyme, and the aura that was faintly revealed from the sword caused them to be unable to help but feel fear in their hearts. When the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body fused into the sword in his hand, 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared out of thin air, and it caused their pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. Duan Lingtian was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and when his origin energy exploded out completely, it was only comparable to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. Yet now, just this sword alone caused his origin energy to be amplified by the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons? Wasn't this an amplification of 100%? Even the Grade 1 Spirit Sword of Legend seemed to only provide an amplification of around 88%, right? Right when the two of them were deeply in disbelief, Duan Lingtian struck out with his sword. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. As soon as the sword left his hand, he activated his sword concept and executed the high-grade heaven rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, that he just mastered not long ago. 2 material divine dragons that contained the strength of 81 ancient horned dragons whistled out, and their 4 eyes flashed as 4 dazzling flashes instantly flashed out. Before the two of them had the time to react, the 4 flashes pierced through the space between their brows and throats, causing the origin energy on their bodies to be instantly annihilated. In the next moment, the 2 corpses crashed to the ground. Duan Lingtian chased after them and removed the spatial rings from their hands before taking them for himself. At the same time, a brilliant smile appeared on his face as he looked at the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. This quasi-royal grade spirit sword provides an amplification of 100%. The instant I struck out with the sword earlier was really satisfying. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword was precisely the quasi-royal grade spirit sword he obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure that day. This sword came from the hands of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, and it had passed through many hands to Duan Lingtian. It could be said that Duan Lingtian and the reincarnation Emperor Wu indeed had an extremely miraculous fate in this lifetime. Chapter 792. I wonder how the battles of the others are like. 2 people have died here, so I still lack 42 people. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he flew off into the distance to continue searching for his next target. Of course, he kept an extremely low profile and was careful all along the way. He rarely took the initiative to attack, and he mostly concealed himself at the side of his opponents before making a move when he noticed his opponents weren't a threat. In the following journey, another 3 young men had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. Amongst them was a member of the Darming dynasty that had once made a move against him at the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, and he could be said to be an old acquaintance of his. Swish! With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian executed the 9 Dragons' Radiant Flash, and 4 bloody holes that were penetrated by the Radiant Flash appeared on the body of another young man, causing him to be deader than dead. The lives of others are really lowly like weeds in this world. After Duan Lingtian put away the spatial ring, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that if he encountered an existence that was stronger than him now, then his life would similarly be lowly like a weed that wasn't worth mentioning. It was precisely because of this that every time Duan Lingtian killed someone now, slight fear would arise in his heart. Only by standing at the peak of this world and standing above everyone would I not have to worry about someone trampling on me beneath their feet and taking my life to be lowly like a weed. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's heart of an expert became even more tenacious, and his gaze that stared ahead became even fiercer. He wanted to become an expert. He wanted to stand above everyone, stand at the peak, and look down upon all living beings. This was the greatest pursuit in his entire life, and he would have no regrets until the end of his life. All along the way, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards the illusory purgatory. This was a place that was completely constructed from inscription formations, and everything within it was illusory. Of course, to the people within it, all of this was no different than reality. Up until now, a total of 5 young geniuses from the various dynasties had died at his hands, whereas, after the corpses of these young geniuses fell to the ground, all of them had strangely vanished. Duan Lingtian knew that those corpses hadn't vanished, and they'd left the illusory purgatory and appeared outside the inscription formation that formed this illusory realm. Just as Duan Lingtian thought. Presently, outside the inscription formation that was like a ball of clouds and mist that had gathered together, a corpse would fly out from it every once in a while and heavily fall onto the combat ring. The appearance of every single corpse caused the expressions of the representatives of the various dynasties to sink. Up until now, there had been deaths in every dynasty. The only difference was the number of deaths. The corpses on the combat arena were divided into 10 places and piled up. Amongst them, the Dark Han dynasty had the least amount of corpses, and up until now, there was only one. The person that died was precisely the 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist that was lucky enough to enter the top 10 during the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition that day. But unfortunately, even though he'd obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he'd still died in a foreign land. After a year of time, even though his cultivation had improved greatly, it had only advanced to the 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage, and he was in existence at the bottom amongst the group of young geniuses that had come from the 10 dynasties. This also bound him to the fate of being the prey in the first round of the life and death selections in the illusory purgatory. Once the prey didn't hide properly, they were bound to be hunted down and killed by the hunter. Which dynasty are they from over there? In the sky above the combat ring, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ningkan, looked at the corpse that lay by itself at the side of the combat ring. Vice fort master, they're from the Dark Han dynasty. A Skywolf Fort elder spoke respectfully and reverently. The Dark Han dynasty? The dynasty that Duan Lingtian is from? Ningkan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes. The Skywolf Fort elder nodded. Up until now, 23 people have already died. Only 21 people are missing before the remaining people will be able to pass through the first round of the selections. Ningkan looked at the corpses that were divided into 10 areas on the combat ring and said slowly, if that Duan Lingtian is really able to survive the first round of the selections, then no matter what method he uses to survive, He has the qualifications to become my personal disciple. Even though Ning Can's voice wasn't loud, yet it still entered into the ears of everyone present. But besides the representatives of the Dark Han dynasty, the others seemed to be slightly absent-minded, and they didn't envy Duan Lingtian any longer. The expressions of the representatives of the other 9 dynasties were unsightly because the young geniuses of their dynasties had died successively, and they utterly didn't have the mood to pay attention to anything else. Umph! A cold grunt sounded out, and it was Sword 13 who glanced at Ning Can with disdain. Ning Can, you're really thick-skinned? I still say the same thing, you don't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as your disciple. Sword 13, it isn't up to you to decide if I have the qualifications or not. Ning Can wasn't willing to show weakness as he met Sword 13's gaze. As far as he was concerned, if someone as respected as him, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, wanted to take a young man from a tiny dynasty as his personal disciple, then wouldn't the young man be terrified out of his wits and kneel before him and kowtow? Then we'll see. Sword 13 spoke indifferently, and the space between his brows seemed to be filled with strong confidence. Martial uncle. Right at this moment, Feng Wei, who stood by Ning Can's side, seemed to have thought of something, and he frowned before speaking to Ning Can via voice transmission. There's something I forgot to tell you. That Duan Lingtian seems to be the good friend of Sword 13's disciple. 2 days ago subsequently, Feng Wei spoke of the matter of him and the Donghua clan's patriarch, Donghua Lei, going to look for Duan Lingtian 2 days ago, including the matter of him wanting Donghua Lei to take Duan Lingtian away and Sword 13 standing out to protect Duan Lingtian. What? Feng Wei's words caused Ning Can's expression to be unable to refrain from going grim. If it wasn't for Feng Wei speaking of this matter now, he would be utterly unaware. Never had he imagined that their Skywolf Fort had already given Duan Lingtian such a bad impression before this. Meanwhile, he finally realized why Sword 13 would be so confident that Duan Lingtian wouldn't be willing to become his disciple. So it turned out that all of this had a cause and effect. It's very likely that you'll reject a rare genius martial artist for the sake of a tiny Donghua Lei. Ning Can looked at Feng Wei, and his eyes seemed to contain a trace of rage. Feng Wei remained indifferent. Martial uncle, perhaps Duan Lingtian's natural talent isn't bad. But with his age, I presume it's impossible for him to have any great accomplishments. Moreover, once he enters that place, he's bound to have the fate of being cannon fodder, and it's utterly impossible for him to survive. So even if you're unable to take him as your personal disciple, martial uncle, you don't have to feel regretful. Feng Wei said. Let's see how it goes. If I give up just like this, then Sword 13 will look down on me instead. As for that Duan Lingtian, if he really doesn't know what's good for him, then he's bound to die. As Ning Can finished speaking via voice transmission, a cold light flashed within his eyes. Swoosh. Suddenly, another corpse flashed out from the inscription formation that had condensed into the shape of a cloud and mist, and it fell from the sky before heavily smashing onto the ground. Yishao. The pupils of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor constricted. Even though he didn't feel it was strange that a second young genius of the Dark Han dynasty would be killed, yet never had he imagined that this second person would be Yishao. Yishao was someone that was ranked in the top 5 of the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition 1 year ago at any rate. In terms of cultivation, he was even above his son, Bai He, that day. Now, he even possessed a cultivation at the void interpretation stage, yet he'd still died. Of course, he only thought that it was because Yishao was unlucky. As far as he was concerned, Su Li, Long Yun, and Feng Tianwu were all weaker than Yishao. But the 3 of them didn't die, yet Yishao had died. It was surely because Yishao's luck was bad and encountered an existence that was stronger than him. If he knew that Su Li, Long Yun, and Feng Tianwu's strengths weren't inferior to Yishao now, he would probably not think like this. Feng Wudao looked at the location of the inscription formation, and his eyes obviously contained slight worry mixed within. Even though his daughter's natural talent and strength weren't bad. But she was facing the young experts of the various dynasties now, and there was no lack of existences that were stronger than her. Once she encountered them, she would most likely die. I hope that Kid Ling Tian will be able to converge with Wu as soon as possible. Feng Tianwu thought silently in his heart. As far as he was concerned, so long as Duan Ling Tian converged with his daughter would be safe. He practically trusted Duan Ling Tian blindly. Presently, amongst all the experts of the older generation in the sky above the combat arena, only Sword 13, Saber 5, Ning Can, and Feng Wei were comparatively composed, whereas the others had worried expressions. Besides Ning Can, Sword 13, Saber 5, and Feng Wei had disciples within the illusory purgatory, and the reason they were able to be so composed was undoubtedly because they were filled with confidence towards their disciples. Even though the illusory purgatory was slightly different from the so-called purgatory in the mortal world. But to the weak that encountered experts within the illusory purgatory, this place was no different than purgatory in the mortal world because the outcome was practically death. Zhang Shouyong, enemies are really bound to meet on a narrow road. Today, this young expert at the void interpretation stage of the Dark Han dynasty is probably going to die here. 3 figures flashed out and formed an encirclement around the young man that had a wine gourd hanging on his waist, and a blue-clothed young man amongst them sneered. "It's all of you." The person that was encircled was precisely Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong glanced at the blue-clothed young man with disdain, and then his gaze descended onto the thin young man as a trace of fear faintly flashed past his eyes. He was more or less slightly afraid of this young genius from the Darchu dynasty. That day in the restaurant outside Skywolf Fort, he'd already met this person once. At that time, he'd noticed how terrifying this person was, and this person was probably not inferior to him. As for the blue-clothed young man, he didn't take him seriously at all. "Zhang Shouyong, you're dead today. Let me tell you, besides me who isn't a void interpretation stage martial artist, Big Brother Kong and Big Brother Xiao are both existences at the first level of the void interpretation stage. Especially Big Brother Kong, he's even comprehended second-level void interpretation stage concept, so killing you is extremely easy." The blue-clothed young man sneered as he looked at Zhang Shouyong. Second-level void interpretation stage concept. Chapter 793. How is it? Are you afraid? It's too late. The blue-clothed young man saw Zhang Shouyong's expression go slightly pale, and he spoke complacently while assuming Zhang Shouyong's might. "I'm not afraid of you." Zhang Shouyong glanced at the blue-clothed young man with disdain, and then he picked up the wine gourd from his waist before pouring it into his mouth and drinking large mouthfuls of wine. The blue-clothed young man couldn't help but sneer when he saw Zhang Shouyong still had the mood to drink under their encirclement. Drink. This is bound to be the last time you drink in your lifetime." "How noisy!" Zhang Shouyong, who was still drinking wine, suddenly shouted out. Right when the 3 young men that surrounded him couldn't help but be stunned by him, he attacked like a bolt of lightning. At the instant Zhang Shouyong shouted out explosively, he swung up the wine gourd that had been accumulating strength since long ago and fiercely smashed it out. The surrounding origin energy coiled around it and quickly fused with his earth concept, causing the concept to materialize and envelop the wine gourd within it. Swoosh! The wine gourd that was covered in a layer of outer clothing tore through the sky and gave rise to a wave of explosive sounds as it flashed directly towards the blue-clothed young man. In the sky, 64 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dashed out along with the wine gourd. "Watch out!" The thin young man and the robust young man went grim as they transformed into 2 bolts of lightning that flashed directly towards the blue-clothed young man with the intention of rescuing him. But unfortunately, their reactions were still too slow. Zhang Shouyong's strength wasn't inferior to the 2 of them, and he'd seized the initiative when they were shocked to the point of being stunned for a short moment. Bang! The wine gourd smashed onto the head of the blue-clothed young man who revealed a terrified expression and blasted his head apart. The blue-clothed young man that was complacent earlier had become a headless corpse in the blink of an eye. Bang! 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 At the same time, Zhang Shouyong moved. Every single time his feet flashed, he would step on an enormous brick that appeared out of thin air, and he relied on the force to flash out and grab the wine gourd that was smashed out. At the same time, the headless corpse fell down and vanished within the illusory purgatory. The appearance of the headless corpse outside caused all the experts of the older generation outside to be unable to refrain from feeling terrified. Who exactly is he? He's actually so ruthless. Many people sucked in a cold breath. I wonder which dynasty this unlucky fellow is from. Many representatives of the dynasties frowned, and they were worried that this blue-clothed young man was a member of their side. This was because this blue robe was truly too common. Almost every dynasty had young geniuses wearing this color robe. Within the illusory purgatory, Zhang Shouyong, who'd killed their companion under the gazes of the two young experts at the first level of the void interpretation stage, had infuriated the other two young experts. I never expected that you've comprehended the second level of the void interpretation concept as well. The skinny youth stared at Zhang Shouyong with a gloomy expression. The yuan power on his body raged and turned into a red flame that enveloped his entire body. Above the skinny young man, 20 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons first appeared before another 30 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. The first level of the void interpretation stage. Second level intermediate concept of fire. Also, you're not the only one with a grade 3 spiritual weapon. The thin youth narrowed his eyes, and a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand out of thin air. As soon as the spear appeared, it was wrapped in flames and slightly trembled. Along with the material violet bolts of lightning that fused into the saber, another 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky. When the robust young man exerted his full strength, his strength had already surpassed the strength of 67 ancient horned dragons. Whereas Zhang Shouyong's strength was only comparable to the strength of 64 ancient horned dragons. Xiaofeng, you suppress him? I'll take his life. Kong Fong seemed to not be surprised in the slightest when the robust young man revealed such strength, and he obviously knew the robust young man's strength since long ago. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that he'd said those words to Zhang Shouyong earlier. Remember properly on the road to hell. The person that killed you is the Darchu dynasty's Kong Fong. Xiao Feng and Kong Fong sealed off Zhang Shouyong's paths of retreat one after another. Zhang Shouyong's gaze flickered as his expression became completely gloomy. If it was Kong Fong joining forces with a martial artist that had only comprehended first-level void interpretation concept, he wouldn't be worried in the slightest. But now, he felt that he didn't have the slightest chance of winning. Since he didn't have the slightest chance of winning, he didn't have the intention to go head-on against Kong Fong. Flee! Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Shouyong raised his leg and instantly stomped on an enormous brick that was condensed from origin energy and earth concept that appeared out of thin air, and he relied on this force to fly out. Swoosh! Zhang Shouyong's entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that flashed towards the distance with the intention of fleeing far away. Chase! But unfortunately, Kong Fong and Xiao Feng were prepared since long ago, and they'd moved at the instant Zhang Shouyong stomped on the enormous brick to stop Zhang Shouyong first. Kill! When he saw this, Zhang Shouyong realized that he had to kill his way out, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to escape. Bang! At the first possible moment, Zhang Shouyong chose Kong Fong, who was comparatively weaker, and he raised his wine gourd before smashing it down. A terrifying sound of air exploding resounded out, and it was like a heaven-shattering sound. Xiaofeng! Kong Fong didn't dodge when he saw this, and the grade 3 spirit spear in his hand shook, yet he didn't obstruct Zhang Shouyong's wine gourd, and he ceaselessly accumulated strength instead. At the critical moment, the thick and broad saber in Xiaofeng's hand that was coiled with violet lightning fiercely descended onto Zhang Shouyong's wine gourd, and it blasted it away and pushed it away from the trajectory of flashing towards Kong Fong. Now is the time. Kong Fong's eyes lit up, and he seized the opportunity that Zhang Shouyong temporarily didn't have a spirit weapon to rely on to suddenly sweep out with the grade 3 spirit spear in his hand that had accumulated strength since long ago. Swoosh! A fiery red 7-foot-long spear light swept out like a flaming dragon that had left its lair, and it pierced towards Zhang Shouyong with a speed that far surpassed Zhang Shouyong's movement technique. Zhang Shouyong had only just moved when the 7-foot-long spear light that carried along a dense aura of death had already arrived before him with the intention of penetrating his body. Am I going to die? At the critical moment, Zhang Shouyong's heart shook as the figure of his wife, Wang Qiong, appeared within his mind at the first possible moment. Qiong, if there's an afterlife. Zhang Shouyong hadn't finished his thoughts when a brief sword howl instantly pierced into his eardrums, causing his mind to shake as the beautiful figure within his mind vanished without a trace. On the other hand, the grade 3 spirit spear that was originally about to penetrate him was shaken to the side and pierced nothing. Who is it? Along with Kong Fong and Xiaofeng's grim shouts entering into his ears, Zhang Shouyong saw a familiar face appear before his eyes, and it caused his eyes to light up. Brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Kong Fong's face went grim when he heard Zhang Shouyong and saw the familiar violet-colored figure before him. If it was a young genius from another dynasty, perhaps he wouldn't know of Duan Lingtian's strength, but Kong Fong had instead seen Duan Lingtian make a move in the restaurant outside Skywolf Fort that day. At that time, Duan Lingtian had slapped his companion with a speed so swift that it caused him to feel ashamed of his inferiority. At that time, he understood that Duan Lingtian was at least an existence at the second level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian? Xiaofeng's pupils couldn't help but constrict as well. Never had he imagined that the young genius from the Dark Han dynasty that had started to show off 2 days ago would actually possess such a terrifying cultivation. He seems to be only 28, right? A casual swing of his sword had blasted away the grade 3 spirit spear in Kong Fong's hand. In terms of strength, he's probably not inferior to me. Such natural talent can be said to be heaven-defying. Big Brother Zhang, aren't you too ferocious? Going against the joint forces of a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist and a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist with a cultivation at the first level of the void interpretation stage is something only you can do. Duan Lingtian completely disregarded Kong Fong and Xiao Feng as he looked at Zhang Shouyong with a smile. Zhang Shouyong was speechless when he heard this. Do you think I wanted to? If I knew earlier that there was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist on their side, then I would have fled at the moment I killed that blue-clothed young man. Second-level void interpretation. First-level intermediate wind concept. Xiaofeng's pupils constricted slightly when he saw this scene. Even though he was mentally prepared since long ago, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he really saw Duan Lingtian reveal a strength that wasn't inferior to him. How old was Duan Ling? How old was he? He felt that when he was at Duan Lingtian's age, he wasn't even worthy to carry the shoes of the current Duan Lingtian. Ah, good. Today I, Xiao Feng, will enjoy the pleasure of killing a genius in the martial Dao like you. I presume this will be the proudest thing I've done in my entire life. Xiao Feng grinned as the grade 4 spirit saber in his hand shook, and the ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above him started to shake. Obviously, he was already prepared to make a move. But unfortunately, I'm afraid your wish won't be realized. Duan Lingtian's flat words sounded out indifferently. While Xiao Feng was stunned, he clearly saw that another 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian. At the same time, strands of violet-colored energy appeared within the material strong winds that swept around Duan Lingtian, and there were faint bolts of lightning leaping about within them. 4th-level elementary lightning concept? Xiao Feng's pupils constricted. He wasn't unfamiliar with the concept Duan Lingtian executed now, and it was precisely the lightning concept that he'd mainly comprehended. This wasn't the end. Subsequently, he saw that the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above Duan Lingtian underwent a change, and another two ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. These two ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared separately. First level elementary sword concept. First level elementary earth concept. Xiao Feng's expression finally went grim. Never had he imagined that not only had Duan Lingtian comprehended void interpretation concept at such a young age and broken through to the void interpretation stage, he'd actually comprehended three other extraordinary concepts. Is this natural talent and comprehension ability that an ordinary human martial artist can possess? Xiao Feng was deeply doubtful. Presently, Duan Lingtian hadn't utilized a spirit weapon, yet 56 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down from the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above him with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows. Once Duan Lingtian utilized a spirit weapon, wouldn't his strength far surpass Xiao Feng? Xiao Feng was anxious. Duan Ling, take this strike of mine. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Feng attacked like a bolt of lightning, and he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian withdrew his spirit weapon to accumulate strength so as to avoid future troubles. But unfortunately, at the instant Xiao Feng attacked, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he'd seen it coming. Whirlwind. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gale that flashed about high up in the sky. Even if Duan Lingtian was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, even if he possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon to rely on, it was still impossible for him to kill Xiao Feng in such a short period of time, right? Could it be that he's a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist? Suddenly, a thought that even he felt was absurd arose in Kong Feng's heart, yet as soon as this thought arose, it was impossible to suppress. Earlier, Duan Lingtian withdrew the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and utilized all his ability to instantly kill Xiao Feng with a single strike, and then he put away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. The 86 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky dispersed along with this, and they weren't noticed by Kong Feng and Zhang Shouyong, so they utterly didn't know exactly what had happened earlier. Bang! Outside the inscription formation that formed the illusory purgatory, the corpse that held the grade 4 spirit saber fell down and fiercely smashed onto the combat ring. Xiao Feng. The expression of the Darchu dynasty's representative went grim when he saw this person, and he cried out in surprise. Xiao Feng. Instantly, a nearby dynasty's representative looked at the Darchu dynasty's representative with surprise. He's your Darchu dynasty's Xiao Feng? Supposedly, this Xiao Feng was already a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist a year ago? Xiao Feng had already broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage 3 days ago. The Darchu dynasty's representative spoke with a gloomy expression. What? Instantly, the representatives of the various dynasties that originally had indifferent and aloof expressions were moved, and they revealed expressions of disbelief. Chapter 795. After all, up until now, most of the young geniuses of the various dynasties that were killed within the illusory purgatory formed from the inscription formation were only at the void initiation stage. Up until now, the number of void interpretation stage martial artists that were killed could be counted with one hand, and all of them were at the first level of the void interpretation stage. Yet now, a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist had been killed, and it caused the representatives of the various dynasties to be slightly perturbed. Up until now, a total of 35 people have died. Another 9 people have to die before the remaining 50 people will be able to smoothly pass through the first round of the selections and come out from the illusory purgatory. Many representatives of the dynasties muttered to themselves, and they felt as if time passed by like years. Within the illusory purgatory, Kong Feng faced Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong by himself, and he didn't even dare have the thought of fleeing. Suddenly, The clothes on his back had already been completely drenched in cold sweat. "Big brother Zhang, do you need me to do it for you?" Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Kong Fong as he spoke to Zhang Shouyong, and his words caused Kong Fong's face to instantly go grim. "No!" Zhang Shouyong shook his head, and then he dashed out to charge towards Kong Fong once more. Swoosh! The wine gourd in his hand was tossed out, and it was instantly swept by a layer of material earth concept to transform into an enormous wine gourd that descended towards Kong Fong. Bang! The wine gourd tore through the sky and descended with an earth-shattering impact, causing Kong Fong's face to go grim as he hurriedly used the 7-foot-long spear in his hand to block it. But unfortunately, because Xiao Feng had been killed and Duan Lingtian who killed Xiao Feng was standing at the side, Kong Fong's mind was in chaos, and he was utterly unable to exert his strength at his prime. After 15 minutes, Kong Fong was finally heavily injured when facing Zhang Shouyong's continuous attacks. Bang! The wine gourd descended from the sky like a mountain pressing down, and it crushed Kong Fong to death. After Kong Fong died, Zhang Shouyong took his spatial ring and grade 3 spirit spear before stomping down on Kong Fong's head that was bleeding, and he relied on the counterforce to flash over to Duan Lingtian's side. On the other hand, Kong Fong's corpse sped down and completely vanished from the illusory purgatory. "Brother Lingtian." Zhang Shouyong handed the storage ring and the 3rd-grade spirit spear to Duan Lingtian, but was rejected by Duan Lingtian. "Big brother Zhang, what are you doing? These are your spoils of war, they have nothing to do with me. If it wasn't for you, I would have been killed by them. How could I have gotten these spoils of war? Take it," Zhang Shouyong said resolutely. In the end, Duan Lingtian only took the grade 3 spirit spear. "I can still reforge this grade 3 spirit spear into a spirit weapon of even higher quality. As for the spatial ring, keep it yourself, big brother Zhang." After saying that, Duan Lingtian flew forward. Zhang Shouyong reluctantly put away his storage ring and followed along. I don't know how many people have died so far. However, judging from the time that has passed, there should be at least 30 people who have died. On the way, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but guess. "I wonder where Miss Tianwu and Su Li are," Zhang Shouyong said. "With their strengths, so long as they don't encounter those figures from the other dynasties that are difficult to deal with, they ought to be fine." Even though he said this, Duan Lingtian was still slightly worried in his heart. Su Li was fine, as his cultivation was at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage, and he possessed the strength to protect himself. Even though Feng Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body, and her natural talent and comprehension ability far exceeded an ordinary person, but she was too young after all. Moreover, she was only at the 1st level of the void interpretation stage, and there were many people capable of defeating or even killing her. In the illusory purgatory, even if one died, one would die for nothing. Unless there was someone that witnessed it with their own 2 eyes, otherwise, even if one died, no one would know who killed who. If something really happens to Tianwu, once Uncle Feng goes mad, he'll probably kill everyone besides us that have a good relationship with Tianwu. If something happened to Tianwu, Duan Lingtian believed that Feng Wudao would absolutely not do nothing, and Feng Wudao would surely go mad and take revenge for Tianwu. Even though Feng Wudao had always been serious in front of Feng Tianwu. But it was precisely because of this that he was able to deeply feel Feng Wudao's fatherly love towards Feng Tianwu. It was a selfless fatherly love, a fatherly love that was capable of giving up everything for his daughter. For the sake of Feng Tianwu, Feng Wudao was even willing to give up his life. This was something that Duan Lingtian didn't doubt in the slightest. "Let's go!" Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out as he sped up and flashed forward. He wanted to find Tianwu as soon as possible, as he was afraid there would be an unforeseen event if he was late. Zhang Shouyong followed closely behind. After an hour, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong didn't encounter a 3rd young genius of the various dynasties all along the way. 2 hours passed. Duan Lingtian. Right when Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong were continuing forward, they suddenly heard a grim shout sound out from afar. This voice wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stopped moving, and his fierce gaze directly flashed towards the source of the voice. It's him! Zhang Shouyong stopped as well and looked towards the distance, and his brows couldn't help but raise when he saw the figure that was gradually approaching because he recognized this person. This person was similar to him and Duan Lingtian, and they were all young geniuses that represented the Dark Han dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in the ancient desert city. Zi Decease. But when he thought of this person's unfathomable secret technique, Zhang Shouyong's pupils gradually constricted, and he had an expression of fear. After a short moment, when he thought of how Duan Lingtian, who was able to break through his secret technique, was by his side, Zhang Shouyong heaved a sigh of relief and returned to normal. As for Duan Lingtian, his eyes were suffused with pleasant surprise when he saw Zi Decease, and then his eyes flickered with traces of cold lights. If it was said who he wanted to kill the most after entering the illusory purgatory, it would undoubtedly be Zi Decease. I was originally worried that I wouldn't encounter this Zi Decease, yet never had I imagined that he would deliver himself to me. He really came without any effort. But in next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Zi Decease was actually approaching him by himself. A brilliant smile obviously appeared on Zi Decease's face. Duan Lingtian clearly noticed the piercingly cold lights in Zi Decease's eyes, and this caused him to be unable to help but be slightly bewildered. This Zi Decease actually didn't flee when he saw me? Logically speaking, he ought to not dare enter into a head-on conflict with me when he knows that the Devil Seal tablet in my possession is capable of suppressing the soul of the expert that's suspected to be Emperor Wu within his body. Could it be that he obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter during this short period of a year? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. Duan Lingtian, it's time for us to put an end to this. Let's put an end to it here. Zi Decease spoke indifferently. Looks like you're extremely confident of yourself. I wonder where your confidence came from. Duan Lingtian started laughing. I presume you're extremely clear about where my confidence came from. Duan Lingtian ought to be unable to utilize that illusory realm soul skill in this place, right? Zi Shang sneered. Looks like the old fellow that's hidden within your body isn't a simple figure as well. He actually knows that I'm unable to utilize soul skills here. Duan Lingtian's eyes slowly narrowed, yet he wasn't surprised. If the owner of the strand of incomplete soul that was hidden within Zi Shang's body was really an expert like Emperor Wu in the past, then even if he wasn't an inscription master, he would surely have some understanding of inscription formations. Because even if it was an expert like Emperor Wu, once he entered the soul suppression formation constructed by an inscription master with a stronger spiritual force than him, he would similarly be unable to utilize any spiritual force techniques. But even if I'm unable to utilize soul skills here, do you think you're a match for me? After all, I have something that counters that old fellow, so he's unable to help you. Duan Lingtian said. He'd detected Zi Shang's current cultivation since long ago, and it was only at the first level of the void interpretation stage. If Zi Shang didn't have the assistance of the incomplete soul that seemed to be an expert like Emperor Wu, it would be impossible for Zi Shang to defeat him. Zhang Shouyong stood at the side and listened to the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Zi Shang, and he was utterly bewildered and was utterly unable to discern exactly what they were talking about. What illusory realm soul skill? What old fellow? He didn't know anything. Zi Shang grunted coldly. Do you think I have to personally make a move to kill you? Zi Shang's words caused Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong to be unable to help but be stunned. Right at this moment, a swift figure flashed out from behind a nearby cliff, and in the blink of an eye, the figure arrived by Zi Shang's side and stood by Zi Shang's side. Zi Shang, I truly never imagined that a fellow like you would have a counter. No wonder you didn't kill me earlier and gave me a favor. So it turns out that it was for the sake of dealing with this Duan Lingtian. The person spoke to Duan Lingtian as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Lu Yong? Duan Lingtian's face sank, as never had he imagined that Zi Shang would collude with Lu Yong. If it was said that he didn't have the slightest chance of victory against a young genius in the illusory purgatory, then Lu Yong was undoubtedly one of them. After all, he was unable to utilize his soul skill, 8,000 illusions in this damnable place. Lu Yong was the Darming dynasty's crown prince, a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist. Even if he'd only comprehended first-level void interpretation stage concept, but once his cultivation was amplified by a spirit weapon, Lu Yong's strength would far surpass him. Even though he had the high-grade heaven-rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, to rely on. But as a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist and the Darming dynasty's crown prince, how could Lu Yong not have cultivated a heaven-rank martial skill? Even if his 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was stronger than the heaven-rank martial skill Lu Yong cultivated, Lu Yong's strength was there, and it was far from something his current strength could shake. So he didn't have the slightest confidence against Lu Yong. Lu Yong, don't underestimate this Duan Lingtan. It's only because we're here. If it was in the outside world, perhaps you wouldn't even be able to touch the corners of his clothes before being killed by him. Xianxia said, I believe this. Our Darming dynasty's Zhao Wei suffered a loss at his hands. Lu Yong nodded as his eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtan, and his eyes flickered with icy cold lights. Duan Lingtan, a few months ago, you caused trouble in our Darming dynasty's capital and humiliated the young geniuses of our Darming dynasty, and then you even caused the death of the Zhao clan's elder Kuan? Today, I'll properly get even with you. But unfortunately, you don't have the chance. You're bound to die here today at the hands of Lu Yong. If there's a next life, remember well. Don't offend me, Zishang. I, Zishang, am not someone you, Duan Lingtian, can afford to offend. As he finished speaking, Zishang beamed with joy, and he seemed as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by Lu Yong. Zishang, are you so sure that Lu Yong can kill me? A talisman appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's right hand. It was precisely one of the 3 talismans his deadbeat father had left him that day, and he'd used the first one in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom earlier. That talisman had killed a void transformation stage expert of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Now, only 2 talismans remained in his possession. Truthfully speaking, he didn't want to use the talisman on Lu Yong. Even though Lu Yong was the crown prince of the Darming dynasty, as far as he was concerned, Lu Yong wasn't worthy of dying under this talisman. This wasn't an ordinary talisman, and even if it was a void transformation stage expert, the expert would be instantly killed when facing this talisman. The reluctance in Duan Lingtian's heart to use this talisman to kill a mere third-level void interpretation stage martial artist was obvious. Never mind. After I kill Lu Yong, Zishang will be unable to escape death as well. A talisman in exchange for their lives. Even though I'll still suffer a great loss, at any rate, I'll be able to preserve my own life. Duan Lingtian ceaselessly consoled himself, otherwise, he was really worried that he wouldn't be willing to toss out the talisman in his hand to crush Lu Yong. Stop trying to be mysterious. Lu Yong, kill him. Zishang was disdainful when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he shouted out in a light voice. Lu Yong's gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment when he heard this, and then his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, watch out. Zhang Shouyang's face went grim as he shouted out explosively. Even though he knew that he was far from being a match for Lu Yong, he still withdrew his wine gourd and intended to go stop Lu Yong. You're courting death. Zishang grunted in a low voice as killing intent arose in his eyes, and he seemed to have transformed into a brutal wild beast that flashed towards Zhang Shouyang. When faced with Lu Yong, who approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian raised his hand that held the talisman and intended to toss it out to crush Lu Yong. Right when he intended to toss out the talisman, he felt something flash before his eyes, and it caused him to instinctively grip the talisman tightly in his hand and not toss it out. At the same time, his vision went black, and it was as if something unusual had suddenly occurred in the entire heavens and the earth in his surroundings. I never expected that my luck would be so good. At this instant, Duan Lingtian completely came to his senses and understood what had happened. Right when this joyous thought had just arisen in Duan Lingtian's mind, an expanse of light arose before his eyes, and he appeared in the sky above an exceedingly spacious combat arena. I've come out. As he casually put away the talisman in his hand, Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what was going on before his eyes. When Lu Yong made a move against him with the intention of killing him, and when he intended to toss out the talisman to crush Lu Yong. Within the illusory purgatory, the 44th person had been killed. 44 people had been killed, and only 50 people remained, and it meant that the first round of the selections had come to an end. On the other hand, they were sent out by the illusory purgatory created by the inscription formation in a timely manner, and it allowed him to save an exceedingly precious talisman. My luck is simply heaven-defying. Even though he wasn't able to kill Lu Yong and Zishang, Duan Lingtian didn't feel it was a pity in the slightest. So long as he left the illusory purgatory, his spiritual force wouldn't be controlled any longer, and he would be able to utilize the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, as he pleased. Now, he was entirely capable of killing Lu Yong and Zishang without utilizing a talisman. Ha! After a short moment, Zhang Shouyang's roaring laughter sounded out in a timely manner, and it was filled with delight. Obviously, he'd realized what had happened earlier as well. Originally, he already had the thought of certain death, yet at the critical moment, such a scene had occurred, and it caused him to have no choice but to sigh with emotion about his and Duan Lingtian's luck. Of course, the reason he thought like this was because he utterly didn't know that Duan Lingtian had other methods to kill Lu Yong. Zishang and Lu Yong appeared nearby, and after a wave of bewilderment, they realized what had happened, causing their expressions to go grim. Consider yourselves lucky. Zishang's eyes emitted an icy cold gaze that flashed past Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyang as he grunted coldly. If I knew this would happen, I would have made a move earlier. If I made a move earlier, it would have been impossible for this Duan Lingtian to survive. Lu Yong sighed and felt it was slightly regretful. He knew that since they'd left the illusory purgatory now, it also meant that Duan Lingtian was able to utilize that illusory realm soul skill of his. According to the information he obtained from Zishang, once Duan Lingtian utilized that illusory realm soul skill against him, he would practically have no chance of survival. He's out. He's out. Meanwhile, the group of young geniuses that appeared out of thin air above the combat ring with Duan Lingtian's group roared with laughter, and some even lost their composure as they cheered. To them, the time they experienced within the illusory purgatory was simply a type of torture, and they were worried at every single moment if they would encounter an existence that was stronger than them and be killed. Now, they'd come out and survived the first round of the selections. Moreover, they'd obtained the qualifications to advance to participate in the second round of the selections. But in next to no time, the group of young geniuses that were originally cheering seemed to have noticed something, and all of them seemed as if their throats were held tightly by someone, causing them to be unable to make a sound any longer. The numerous corpses that lay on the combat ring ceaselessly struck their eyes, and it caused them to shudder with terror. These people were just like them before they entered the illusory purgatory. They were all living people. But now, when they'd come out of the illusory purgatory, they'd instead transformed into numerous icy cold corpses. Many of these people were their friends and companions. It was precisely the death of these people that had won them the chance to survive. Unknowingly, the sky above the combat ring was deathly silent. Yi Shao, Bai He, Bai Hao. All of them are dead? Duan Lingtian looked at the 4 corpses that were piled together. It was 4 of the 10 young geniuses that had come from the Dark Han dynasty, and 3 of them were existences with extraordinary strengths. These 3 people weren't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. The Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Shao, the Dark Han dynasty's second prince, Bai He, and the young prince, Bai Hao. I never imagined that even Bai Hao is dead. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. He knew of Bai Hao's strength, and it was extremely extraordinary. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Bai Hao to obtain the third position in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition 1 year ago. Only Zi Shang remains from the imperial family. The blood relatives of the emperor have all died. I presume he doesn't feel well. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but look at the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. At the same time that he sobered up, traces of coldness arose in the heart of the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. Could it be that this Duan Lingtian doesn't know that he's representing our Dark Han Dynasty now? If he infuriates Vice Fort Master Ning, then our Dark Han Dynasty won't have an easy time as well. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Numerous gazes descended onto Ning Ken, who was enraged to the extreme with an expression that flickered between a livid and ashen expression. On the other hand, Feng Wei, who stood by Ning Can's side, abruptly took a step forward, and his icy cold and bone-piercing gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he said with a low voice, "Duan Lingyan, my martial uncle wants to take you as his personal disciple because he thinks highly of you. You don't know what's good for you." Vice Fort Master Feng, according to what you said, if I want to take you as my personal disciple, then I think highly of you as well? Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid of Feng Wei in the slightest, and he met Feng Wei's gaze calmly as he spoke word by word. Who do you think you are to dare compare yourself to my martial uncle? Feng Wei's eyes were filled with extreme flames of rage as he spoke coldly. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was stopped by the nearby Ning Can's gaze that didn't contain the slightest expression descended calmly onto Duan Lingtian. Chapter 798. Vice Fort Master Ning, I'm truly sorry. I'm unwilling. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian spoke slowly and replied to Ning Can's question. For a time, many people present felt their scalps go numb. This Duan Lingtian actually dared to refuse. Good. Ning Can took a deep breath and successively said the word, good, 3 times, and then he asked with a low voice in the end. So in this way, you've already taken Sword 13 as your master? As far as he was concerned, there was surely a reason why Sword 13 said he didn't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. The most likely reason was that Sword 13 had already taken Duan Lingtian as his disciple. Ning Can. Duan Lingtian hadn't spoken when Sword 13 had already looked at Ning Can. You wouldn't be thinking that I took Duan Lingtian as my disciple first, and that's why I ridiculed you for not having the qualifications to take him as your disciple, right? Ning Can grunted coldly, and he'd obviously tacitly agreed. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I, Sword 13, feel that I'm just like you, and I don't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as my personal disciple. Sword 13 continued. Sword 13's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused everyone present to be in an uproar. Sword 13, an expert from a power of the foreign lands, the Blade sect, that wasn't inferior to Skywolf Fort, and an existence that was on par with Ning Can and Feng Wei, the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, had actually publicly said that he didn't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. Who was Duan Lingtian? He was merely a young genius from a dynasty, so on what basis was he able to make Sword 13 speak such words? Besides Su Li, most people were deeply puzzled. Only Su Li knew very clearly what his master was thinking in his heart. Because the reason his master would say this was entirely because he'd told his master about Duan Lingtian's origins. Duan Lingtian was just like him, and he was from a kingdom under an imperial kingdom under the command of an empire under the command of the Dark Han dynasty. A kingdom was one of the lowest and most remote subordinate kingdoms under the Dark Han dynasty. Not to mention the foreign lands, Even if it was in the Dark Han dynasty, in the eyes of the members of the Dark Han dynasty, that tiny kingdom was no different than a remote village. And it was this youth who had walked out of a remote and desolate village. Step by step, he had carved out a path that belonged to him and possessed the astonishing strength he had today. According to Jian Shisan's guess, there were only two possibilities for Duan Lingtian to have such achievements in such a short period of time. Firstly, Duan Lingtian had a master with an extraordinary background, and his master ought to be a powerhouse with a terrifying strength. Secondly, Duan Lingtian did not have a master. He had relied on himself and the various fortuitous encounters along the way. No matter what it was, as far as Sword 13 was concerned, Ningken didn't have the qualifications to be Duan Lingtian's master. Because even if Duan Lingtian was taken as a personal disciple by Ningken when he was young, Duan Lingtian might not possess his current strength. Moreover, according to his knowledge, Duan Lingtian had grasped a secret technique that utilized spiritual force to execute, and it was an ability that even a martial monarch realm expert might not be able to come into contact with. Not to mention Ningken, even a martial monarch realm expert was unable to teach Duan Lingtian this. I really never imagined that you, Sword 13, would give such a high evaluation to a little kid. Ningken laughed coldly, yet his expression eased up slightly. To a certain extent, these words of Sword 13 could be considered to have given him a way out of this embarrassing situation. After he glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian, Ningken didn't say anything further. Because he knew that no matter what he said, Ningken would only bring shame to himself in the end. Of course, in his heart, he wished for nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces before burning his bones and scattering his ashes. But he knew that for the sake of the face of Skywolf Fort and coupled with the presence of Sword 13 and Saber 5, these two experts of the Blade sect that caused him to be extremely fearful, he couldn't act rashly. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was only an ant, and it wouldn't be too late to think of a way to kill Duan Lingtian after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended. Moreover, who could guarantee that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive the selections after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? The first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties has come to an end. We'll still gather here at dawn tomorrow. At that time, I'll lead all of you to the location of the second round of the selections. Ningken glanced at the remaining 50 young geniuses and spoke slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot and left. Feng Wei's gaze that was filled with killing intent flashed towards Duan Lingtian like a blade, and he grunted coldly before bringing along the personal disciple he'd just taken today, Lu Yong, to leave and enter the inner fort of Skywolf Fort. As they looked at Lu Yong's disappearing figure, most of the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties couldn't help but reveal envious expressions. The representative of the Darming dynasty this time, the Zhao clan's elder Qian, revealed a rare trace of a smile. Their Darming dynasty's crown prince being able to become the personal disciple of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort was extremely beneficial to their Dark Han dynasty. Wei Yi, perform well in the selections later on. You might not have the chance to take the other fort masters of Skywolf Fort as your master. Based on the current situation, Vice Fort Master Feng is only an ordinary Vice Fort Master, and even Vice Fort Master Ning's status is higher than his. After Elder Qian noticed Zhao Wei by his side had a gloomy expression, he guessed what Zhao Wei was thinking and he consoled. Moreover, don't forget that the person with the highest status in Skywolf Fort isn't those few Vice Fort Masters, and it's that elusive Fort Master instead. Zhao Wei's dim gaze finally had a sheen when he heard this, and there was slight firmness on his face. But when his gaze inadvertently descended onto the violet-clothed young man in the distance, his expression couldn't help but become gloomy. He wasn't unfamiliar with the violet-clothed young man, and it was even to the extent that the violet-clothed young man had once caused him to suffer great humiliation. He treated Martial Uncle like that, and he undoubtedly didn't take our Skywolf Fort seriously. I'm unwilling to let him off just like this. Let him off? How could that be possible? Ning Kan sneered. Then what martial uncle means is? Feng Wei's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. Don't forget that there are still 3 more selections after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Go tell that personal disciple you've just taken that so long as he's able to kill that Duan Lingtian and avenge me, his martial ancestral uncle, I'll give him an 8th level fire concept fragment. Ning Kan spoke out. 8th level fire concept fragment. Feng Wei couldn't help but gasp when Ning Kan said this. Even though he'd given a 3rd level fire concept fragment to his personal disciple he'd just taken, it was like the difference between the heavens and the earth when compared to the 8th level fire concept fragment in his martial uncle's possession. A 3rd level fire concept fragment was only able to assist a martial artist that had comprehended fire concept to swiftly advance his fire concept to the 3rd level advanced fire concept. When the martial artist comprehended 3rd level advanced fire concept, the 3rd level fire concept fragment would transform into powder and vanish. Cultivating in the future required one to rely on one's own comprehension or find an even higher level fire concept fragment. Whereas an 8th level fire concept fragment was sufficient to allow a martial artist that had comprehended fire concept to swiftly advance his fire concept to the 8th level advanced fire concept in a short period of time. Chapter 799. Never had Feng Wei imagined that for the sake of a Duan Lingtian, his martial uncle would actually be willing to take out an 8th level fire concept fragment that he'd kept for many years. At this moment, Feng Wei deeply felt the hatred his martial uncle had towards Duan Lingtian, and it was hatred that came from the bones. Don't worry, martial uncle, I'll tell Yong. Feng Wei's eyes flashed, and he felt happy for the personal disciple he'd just taken. After all, 8th level fire concept fragments weren't so common. An 8th level fire concept fragment came from a void transformation stage powerhouse that had comprehended the 8th level advanced fire concept. This type of void transformation stage powerhouse was usually in existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. If one wanted to obtain an 8th level fire concept fragment, then one either had to wait for an existence like this to die or kill such an existence. The rarity of an 8th level fire concept fragment could be seen from this. In next to no time, Feng Wei returned to the courtyard he lived in, and the personal disciple he'd just taken was placed in a room within the courtyard. Yong, Feng Wei shouted out as soon as he entered the room. Master! There was a total of 3 rooms within the courtyard, and a person walked out from the room on the far left and looked respectfully and reverently at Feng Wei. It was precisely the Darming dynasty's crown prince, Lu Yong. Even though he, Lu Yong, was a high and mighty crown prince in the Darming dynasty, this was the Skywolf fort, and casually dispatching an elder with a high cultivation would be able to annihilate a formidable power of the Darming dynasty in the foreign lands. He didn't dare put on any airs in a power of the foreign lands like this. Yong, come, master has something to say to you. Feng Wei called Lu Yong over and went straight to the point. You ought to have seen how Duan Lingtian treated your martial ancestral uncle today, right? Lu Yong nodded, and he couldn't help but be slightly shocked when he recalled the scene he saw in the outer fort not long ago. Although he didn't wish for Duan Lingtian to acknowledge his martial granduncle as his master, because once Duan Lingtian acknowledged him as his master, his seniority would be lower than Duan Lingtian, and he would have to address Duan Lingtian as martial uncle. However, he never thought that Duan Lingtian would actually be so bold. Not only did he directly reject his martial granduncle, but his words also left no room for negotiation. Master, what do you want to tell me? Lu Yong asked curiously. Feng Wei didn't beat around the bush and directly spoke of what Ning Kan had said to him. So long as you're able to kill Duan Lingtian during the later selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then your martial ancestral uncle will give you an 8th level fire concept fragment. An 8th level concept of fire fragment. Lu Yong sucked in a breath of cold air as greed instantly suffused his eyes. However, this greed vanished in the blink of an eye, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. From the beginning until the end, Feng Wei, who'd noticed the changes in Lu Yong's expression, couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Lu Yong reveal a bitter smile. Lu Yong sighed. Actually, when we were in the illusory purgatory, I was almost able to kill Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, right when he was about to die at my hands, the illusory purgatory teleported us out. His luck is so good. The corners of Feng Wei's mouth twitched as he felt disbelief towards Duan Lingtian's luck, and then he said, "Don't worry, you'll have another chance later on." Later on? Lu Yong shook his head. "Master, there's something you don't know. That Duan Lingtian isn't a simple figure. Could it be some sort of secret technique? I don't know about that." Lu Yong shook his head. "Looks like there's a need for me to meet Zishang. You make a trip and bring him here." Feng Wei spoke to Lu Yong. Lu Yong replied and left. In a restaurant near Skywolf Fort, Duan Lingtian and the others were sitting around a table and enjoying fine wine and delicacies. After being hungry for an entire day, all of them buried their heads in eating and drinking. In next to no time, the fine wine and delicacies on the table were completely swept away. After they were full and Duan Lingtian paid the bill, the group left the restaurant and soared into the sky with the intention of returning to Skywolf Fort. Suddenly, Sword 13 and Saber 5's figures stopped moving, and they turned around to glance at the side of the restaurant. After they noticed there was nothing unusual there, the two of them continued forward. After Duan Lingtian and the others left, an aged figure walked out from the shadows at the place Sword 13 and Saber 5 had looked at earlier. "Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky. I don't believe that Sword 13 will be able to follow by your side forever." The old man's eyes emitted a gaze of hatred as he gnashed his teeth as he spoke. The old man was precisely the Donghua clan's patriarch, Donghua Lei. For the sake of finding an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike, he'd always been lying in ambush outside Skywolf Fort, waiting for an opportunity. Even though he'd seen Duan Lingtian arrive today, he had no way to make a move against Duan Lingtian. The Blade Sects expert, Sword 13, had always been by Duan Lingtian's side, and he was utterly unable to find an opportunity to make a move. Could it be Donghua Lei? Even though the movements of Sword 13 and Saber 5 were short, it was still noticed by Duan Lingtian, who possessed an extremely strong ability of observation, and he couldn't help but guess. In the ancient desert city, the person that wanted to take his life the most was undoubtedly the Donghua clan's patriarch, Donghua Lei. Now, there seemed to be someone watching them from the shadows, and according to his inference, that person was most probably Donghua Lei. It's easy to dodge an open attack, but difficult to guard against a hidden arrow. If Donghua Lei doesn't die, then he'll be a great calamity in the end. On the way back, Duan Lingtian pondered in his heart. But Donghua Lei was a 6th-level void transformation stage expert after all, and if he wanted to kill Donghua Lei, then there was only a single path he could take. That was to utilize the talisman his deadbeat father left behind for him. But there were only 2 talismans left now, and if it wasn't necessary, he was really unwilling to utilize them. Never mind. I won't take the initiative to look for him. If he really comes looking for me, then even if I have to risk using a talisman, I'll still kill him so as to avoid future troubles. Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. Isn't that Lu Yong? Suddenly, Zhang Shouyang's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from following along Zhang Shouyang's gaze to look ahead, and he saw Lu Yong heading towards a pavilion with a glance. Isn't that the pavilion Zishang resides in? Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows frowned slightly. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian's group saw Lu Yong stand in the sky outside a pavilion for a while before a figure shot out from within the pavilion to converge with Lu Yong. Zishang. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his eyes flickered with an extremely cold light. Chapter 800. Even though he'd faintly discerned from the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Zishang that Duan Lingtian seemed to be able to counter Zishang in the illusory purgatory today. But he didn't know how Duan Lingtian countered Zishang. Zishang glanced indifferently at Lu Yong yet didn't say anything. What a joke! He wasn't stupid to the point of revealing his weakness. Seeming to have discerned the deep meaning in Zishang's eyes, Lu Yong smiled embarrassedly and called out, "Let's go, I'll take you to see Master." In the spacious courtyard, Zishang once again saw the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei. Vice Fort Master Feng. Zishang nodded indifferently to Feng Wei and wasn't very warm. Even though Feng Wei was the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort and was a supreme existence to him now. But since that strand of incomplete soul resided in his body, he knew that even if it was an existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above, it was similarly an existence that was like an ant before a true expert. Whereas his future was far from something that a mere void transformation stage martial artist could restrain, he was an existence that wanted to become a martial monarch or even Emperor Wu. "You're Zishang?" Feng Wei's face instantly sank when he saw Zishang actually had such a proud attitude when facing him. Instantly, a terrifying imposing aura swept out from his body and pressed down onto Zishang, and he wanted to make Zishang lower his arrogant head. But unfortunately, he quickly noticed that Zishang seemed as if he was utterly unable to notice his imposing aura. From the beginning until the end, Zishang had a calm expression, and at the same time, Zishang looked at him with a spurious smile. Instantly, Feng Wei's face sank, and he didn't hold back any longer as he urged his strongest imposing aura to sweep out with the intention of making Zishang bow. But unfortunately, even though his imposing aura was like a storm, Zishang still stood towering without moving. "Vice Fort Master Feng, don't waste your energy. Let's get down to business." Zishang spoke with slight impatience. A mere void transformation stage martial artist wanted to use his imposing aura to suppress him? After all, he wasn't alone now, and there was another formidable soul concealed within his body. Even though it was only a strand of incomplete soul, it wasn't something that the imposing aura of a mere void transformation stage martial artist could suppress. Purple decease. Right when Feng Wei's eyes emitted killing intent, Lu Yong's face went grim, and he glared furiously at Zishang. "Please show some respect when speaking to my master." "Respect?" Zishang glanced indifferently at Lu Yong and laughed with disdain. "Lu Yong, are you even qualified to talk about respect with me? If I knew earlier that you were unable to kill Duan Lingtian in the illusory purgatory today, I would absolutely not have let you off." "Good, very good." Feng Wei glanced deeply at Zishang and suppressed the flames of rage in his heart as he said in a low voice, "I heard from this disciple of mine that your strength would increase explosively after that black-colored flame brand appeared between your brows? From the 1st-level void interpretation to the 5th-level void interpretation in an instant?" As he finished speaking, Feng Wei's eyes revealed greed. "If I'm not wrong, you ought to have executed some sort of secret technique, right? Secret skill?" Zishang was stunned for a moment before he smiled disdainfully. "I know you won't admit it, but I still advise you to obediently hand over that secret technique. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Feng Wei completely shed all pretenses, and terrifying killing intent arose from his body as it swept towards Zishang. In next to no time, Feng Wei was stunned. Because he noticed that Zishang's expression didn't change in the slightest when facing his killing intent, and Zishang seemed as if Zishang was fearless. "You're not afraid of death?" Feng Wei's face sank. "No one isn't afraid of death." Zishang shook his head. "Then why are you still so composed when you're about to die?" Feng Wei asked with a low voice. "The reason I'm composed is because I firmly believe that you, Vice Fort Master Feng, won't kill me. Because once you kill me, then not only will you be unable to obtain that secret technique you guessed, you'll even be unable to obtain a treasure that's within easy reach of you, Vice Fort Master Feng." Zishang spoke confidently. "Stop trying to be mysterious." Feng Wei grunted coldly. "If I'm not wrong, Vice Fort Master Feng, you've come looking for me mainly because you want to know the ability of that Duan Ling Tian, right? Actually, when it comes to dealing with Duan Ling Tian, we're all people on the same boat. All of you want Duan Ling Tian to die, and I want him to die as well. Xianxia spoke frankly. You're extremely smart, but compared to killing Duan Ling Tian, I'm more interested in that secret technique you possess. Feng Wei glanced deeply at Xianxia. Secret technique? Xianxia started laughing. Vice Fort Master Feng, if you think I know some secret technique, then you're gravely mistaken. Cloud Continent is so huge, besides ordinary human martial artists and the various demon beasts, Vice Fort Master Feng ought to have heard of variants, right? Variants? Feng Wei's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he heard this. Even though he'd never seen a variant of legend with his own two eyes, he'd seen introductions related to variants in some unorthodox books. Variants were the product of the union between a human and a demon. Moreover, the probability of them being born was extremely low. On Cloud Continent, so long as a demon beast broke through to the void transformation stage, it would be a demon that could take human form and be no different than an ordinary human. After these demons took human form, many of them would mate with humans and give birth to the next generation. Normally speaking, the union between a human and a demon would either give birth to a pure human or a pure demon beast. But there were exceptions. Supposedly, there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that a variable would appear in the union between a human and a demon, and that variable was the extremely rare variants on Cloud Continent. Variants were divided into two types, and they belonged to two extremes. One of them was mediocre, and it was even to the extent that their natural talent and comprehension ability were far inferior to their parents. The other type instead possessed an extremely heaven-defying cultivation and natural talent. This type of variant might be a human or a demon beast. They had a common point, and that was they possessed some sort of extremely terrifying ability. It was an ability they were born with, and it was difficult to replicate and was unique. According to rumor, this ability was called an innate ability. What you mean is, you're a variant? Whereas that ability of yours that's capable of improving your strength in a short period of time is your innate ability. When Feng Wei looked at Xianxia once more, his pupils constricted slightly and his voice was filled with surprise. After all, the variant and innate ability were things he'd seen in books, and he'd never encountered them in reality. I never imagined that Vice Fort Feng would be so knowledgeable and actually know of the innate ability of us variants. Xianxia started laughing extremely brilliantly. Of course, he was laughing coldly in his heart. Actually, a moment ago, he didn't know what a variant was, nor did he know what an innate ability was. All of this was taught to him by the ghost flame concealed within his body, and it was only for the sake of deceiving the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort before him. Of course, no matter if it was a variant or an innate ability, according to Elder Ghost, they really existed. But Xianxia wasn't one. Since you said that you are an anomaly, I would really like to see your innate ability. Feng Wei stared at Xianxia with a burning gaze. What he wanted to do the most now was to confirm if Xianxia's ability was a secret technique or an innate ability. If it was a secret technique, then it would surely have a certain side effect, and he was able to discern it. On the other hand, an innate ability was an ability that variants were born with, and it didn't have any side effects. As you wish. Xianxia nodded. In the next moment, the origin energy in his entire body roiled, causing the energy of the heavens and the earth to roil before condensing into 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. First level of the void interpretation stage. In next to no time, a small black dot started to appear between Xianxia's brows, and it swiftly grew larger after it appeared before transforming into a strand of black-colored flame brand in the end. Right at this moment, the gaze Feng Wei shot at the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above Xianxia changed slightly. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth there instantly underwent a tremendous change, and another 50 ancient horned dragon silhouettes instantly appeared by the side of the 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Merely his origin energy was comparable to the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. It was precisely the symbol of the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. Time silently flowed by. After half an hour, the black-colored flame brand between Xianxia's brows gradually faded, whereas the 50 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared above him gradually dispersed, and the origin energy that skyrocketed on his body was restrained by more than half. As for Xianxia himself, he still had a calm expression, and it was impossible to discern that what he'd done earlier had any side effects on him. Lu Yong, who stood at the side, couldn't help but gasp. Half an hour. Never had he imagined that Xianxia would actually be able to maintain a state of the 5th level of the void interpretation stage for half an hour. After all, after Xianxia erupted with his strength at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage that day, he'd crushed him in the blink of an eye, and he'd suppressed him to the point he didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. It's truly an innate ability. Feng Wei's pupils constricted, and after he saw Xianxia didn't suffer any side effects, he believed Xianxia. I truly never imagined that Feng Wei, would actually be able to see a variant of legend in my lifetime. Chapter 801. Duan Lingtian? A variant? Originally, Xianxia didn't think of Duan Lingtian as a variant, but now that he'd been reminded by Feng Wei, he couldn't help but be stunned. Elder Ghost, haven't you always been unable to discern why Duan Lingtian was able to execute soul skills? Do you think it's possible that he's a variant? Xianxia contacted the strand of incomplete soul that was hidden within Xianxia's body and asked with a low voice. It's possible. After a short moment, an aged and ghastly voice sounded out. Of course, it's also possible that it's because of other things. There's nothing absolute in this world. No one dares say that he knows everything. Xianxia's pupils constricted, and slight fear was faintly mixed within his eyes as he guessed. I feel that it's very likely that he's a variant. Otherwise, how could he possibly possess such a formidable strength at such a young age? No matter if Duan Lingtian is a variant or not, he can't be allowed to live. I have a feeling that if you don't kill him as soon as possible, then the one that dies in the future will only be you. Elder Ghost's voice was filled with fear. Moreover, he possesses the Devil Seal Tablet and knows of my existence, and he knows that the Devil Seal Tablet is capable of countering me. Once you die, it's impossible for me to survive as well. So, Elder Ghost, you must help me. Let's see how we can completely annihilate Duan Lingtian in this world once and for all. Xianxia's eyes flashed with cold lights as he spoke fiercely. I'll absolutely not allow him to live. Elder Ghost's ghastly and hoarse voice was filled with icy cold and bone-piercing killing intent, and it caused Xianxia to be unable to refrain from shuddering. Up until now, even he didn't know the true ability of this Elder Ghost. But he knew that when Elder Ghost was at his prime, he was absolutely an expert at the Emperor Wu realm or above. Xianxia? Feng Wei couldn't help but frown and remind Xianxia when he saw Xianxia didn't answer his question and was instead in a daze. Xianxia returned to his senses. Vice Fort Master Feng, you've really guessed correctly. There's something that I've thought about for a long time, and I intend to tell you. Speak. Feng Wei's brows raised, and he felt slight anticipation. The reason I wanted to kill that Duan Lingtian was because he could restrain my innate ability. He and I are both anomalies, but his bloodline is rather special. The attack I unleashed after I cast my innate ability will automatically disperse and return to its normal strength before it even gets close to him. Xianxia said slowly. These words were taught to him by the Ghost Elder. I see. Feng Wei nodded with sudden understanding, and then he asked with a smile. Xianxia, you ought to feel extremely uncomfortable in your heart with such a nemesis, right? Of course. I can't wait to tear him into pieces and grind his bones to dust. Xianxia's expression turned serious as he spoke fiercely. Very good. Since that's the case, we have a common enemy. Do you have a way to deal with him? Feng Wei asked. Unless I enter the illusory purgatory once more and ask Lu Yong to kill him. Otherwise, no matter if it's me or Lu Yong, we don't have the strength to kill him. Zishang shook his head and said, Illusory purgatory? Feng Wei frowned. That illusory purgatory consumes an enormous amount of energy every time it's activated. It's not too possible to activate it once more. If it's like this, then it's extremely difficult to kill him during the later selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Zishang said. Just how strong is that illusory realm soul skill that he used? According to my knowledge, no matter if it's those special demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent or the legendary experts like Emperor Wu, their spiritual force abilities are at most targeted towards existences with spiritual forces similar to their own or weaker than their own. Feng Wei frowned. Yong is a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and his spiritual force is at the third level of the void interpretation stage as well. Could it be that Duan Lingtian's cultivation has stepped into the third level of the void interpretation stage as well? As he finished speaking, Feng Wei's pupils couldn't help but constrict. Vice Fort Master Feng, that Duan Lingtian is unlike ordinary martial artists. According to my estimations, he ought to have consumed a type of spirit fruit that improves the level of his soul, causing his spiritual force to be 2 levels higher than his cultivation. Zishang said, 1 year ago, I witnessed his illusory realm soul skill during the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition. At that time, his cultivation was at the 9th level of the void initiation stage, yet his spiritual force was at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. What? Feng Wei was greatly shocked, as he'd heard of spirit fruits that were capable of improving the level of the soul. In this way, once he breaks through to the 1st level of the void interpretation stage, his spiritual force will break through to the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage along with him? Zishang nodded, and then he said with a fearful expression, moreover, according to my estimations, his current cultivation is probably not as simple as the 1st level of the void interpretation stage, and it's extremely likely that he has already broken through to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. 2nd level of the void interpretation stage? A young man that's only 28 years old? Feng Wei couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, he'd started to truly take Duan Lingtian to be a genius figure that possessed extraordinary natural talent that he could examine head-on. In other words, it's extremely likely that his current spiritual force is at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. Feng Wei took a deep breath. If it's really like this, then once he executes that soul skill, there's probably no one amongst the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that are participating in the martial competition this time that's a match for him. Not necessarily. If there's an existence amongst the remaining 40-plus young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that has broken through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage and is an inscription master at the same time, then perhaps they'll just happen to be able to counter Duan Lingtian and defeat him. Zishang said, Would there be such an existence? Feng Wei frowned and felt slight disbelief. Nothing is absolute. Zishang continued. Once an existence like that appears, I believe that so long as Vice Fort Master Feng makes a heavy promise and asks him to help you kill Duan Lingtian, he ought to not refuse. When Zishang spoke up to hear, he revealed an evil smile. Feng Wei glanced coldly and indifferently at Zishang and grunted. If it really comes to that time, then the happiest person would probably be you, Zishang, right? Vice Fort Master Feng, you can't speak like this. Everyone's just happy together. Zishang smiled indifferently. Right, you said earlier that I'll be able to obtain a treasure that's easily obtainable. What's that? Feng Wei asked when he recalled what Zishang had said earlier. Vice Fort Master Feng, that was actually only a delaying tactic of mine, and I spoke casually. Vice Fort Master Feng is wise. You knew since the beginning that I was deliberately mystifying things. Zishang spoke unhurriedly, and a bright light flashed within the depths of his eyes. Since no matter if he spoke of the existence of the Devil Seal Tablet or not, the members of Skywolf Fort would kill Duan Lingtian, then why should he speak of the Devil Seal Tablet? Once the Devil Seal Tablet fell into the hands of the members of Skywolf Fort, even though he could take it back in the future, but who knew if an unexpected event would occur during this period of time? Let's see if there's an existence amongst those young geniuses that isn't afraid of Duan Lingtian's illusory realm's soul skill. Once there is, then under the promise of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, that person will surely make a move to kill Duan Lingtian. Whereas the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's possession will most probably fall into the hands of that person, even if he's in existence at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage. So long as I allow Elder Ghost to possess him, I'll similarly be able to kill him in a short period of time and seize Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. Zishang started to calculate in his heart. Of course, if no one is able to suppress Duan Lingtian in the later selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, at that time, I'll tell Feng Wei that Duan Lingtian possesses the Devil Seal Tablet that can amplify one's strength by 100%. For the sake of the Devil Seal Tablet, I believe Feng Wei will stop at nothing to kill Duan Lingtian. Zishang made 2 preparations for his scheme. Duan Lingtian, you're dead for sure this time. Zishang's eyes were filled with extreme icy coldness. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know of all this that had occurred in the inner fort. Presently, he was silently comprehending wind concept within his room in the Narcissus Pavilion. Duan Lingtian, who held the wind concept fragment in his hand, had strands of clearly visible strong winds coiled around his body, and the strong winds were deep and ceaselessly strengthened. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as if he'd completely fused into the wind. He was the wind and the wind was him. As he meditated and comprehended, Duan Lingtian forgot the time. Elder brother Duan. Duan Lingtian only returned to his senses when a familiar voice sounded out by his ears, and he put away the wind concept fragment in his hand. After opening the door, Duan Lingtian noticed that dawn had already appeared in the horizon, and a new day had officially arrived. Elder brother Duan, we ought to go over. Feng Tianwu, who'd rested for an entire night, seemed to be even more beautiful and moving. It wasn't just that, Duan Lingtian even noticed some slight changes on her. Tianwu wouldn't have broken through, right? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and then his spiritual force stretched out along with this, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that Feng Tianwu's cultivation was still at the 1st level of the Void Interpretation stage. Looks like I was too suspicious. Right? Tianwu has only broken through to the 1st level of the Void Interpretation stage a few days ago. Even if she wants to break through, she would at least have to wait for another period of time. Duan Lingtian shook his head and walked side by side with Feng Tianwu, and after they converged with Feng Wu Dao, they headed towards the combat arena. At the same time, there were already many people in the sky above the combat arena. Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian. Not long after, Su Li and Zhang Shouyong had arrived as well. Sword 13, who walked in front of Su Li, nodded to Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and it could be considered as a greeting. In next to no time, Saber 5 and Long Yun arrived as scheduled. In next to no time, all the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had arrived. After a night of rest, all the representatives of the 10 dynasties were in high spirits, and they completely didn't have the dispirited state they had when they saw the corpses of all the young geniuses at dusk yesterday. A howl of the wind sounded out from the direction of the inner fort, and it caused everyone to be unable to refrain from raising their heads to look over. A tall young man flew over and arrived in the sky above the combat arena in the blink of an eye. Liang. Chapter 802. Just as everyone present had thought, not long after Lu Yong made an appearance, the 2 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort appeared in the sky above the combat arena. Vice Fort Master. Vice Fort Master Ning. Vice Fort Master Feng. The representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties bowed successively to Ning Kan and Feng Wei. Ning Can and Feng Wei nodded lightly. In next to no time, Ning Can said with a sonorous voice, "The martial competition of the 10 dynasties will continue today. The second round of the selections will be held in the illusory crypt of our Skywolf Fort." Illusory crypt. Instantly, all the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties couldn't help but reveal bewildered expressions. Obviously, they didn't know what sort of place the illusory crypt was. Bush, 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 bush. In next to no time, everyone saw the 10 elders of Skywolf Fort that had appeared yesterday flash out from the inner fort and appear before everyone. "You, open the exit of the illusory crypt." Ning Can looked at one of the elders of Skywolf Fort and spoke indifferently. The elder of Skywolf Fort that was named replied respectfully, and then he dived down to descend at the top right corner of the combat arena. Bang! Under the gazes of everyone present, the elder of Skywolf Fort stomped down, and the wide floor tile at the top right corner of the combat arena actually loosened and showed signs of leaving the ground. Subsequently, the elder of Skywolf Fort made a move and actually forcefully removed the wide floor tile. In next to no time, everyone was shocked by the scene beneath the wide floor tile. An expanse of mist was slowly rising there, and it caused them to be unable to see through what was within it. "This is the exit of the illusory crypt. All 50 of you have to enter from the other 50 entrances and pass through the entire illusory crypt." Ning Can's voice sounded out in a timely manner, and it caused all the young geniuses including Duan Lingtian to recover from their shock. 50 entrances? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that a mere underground palace would have so many entrances. The rules of the second round of selection are not difficult for any of you. The 50 of you will enter the illusory underground palace from 50 different entrances. After you enter, you will need to pass through the various checkpoints in the underground palace with the fastest speed possible and come out from the only exit. Ning Can continued. "When all of you are about to exit the entrance of the illusory crypt, all of you will see a total of 50 numbered tokens. The 50 numbered tokens are numbered 1 to 50, and they represent the specific rankings of the second round of the selections. The second round of selection will not eliminate anyone. It will only list the rankings." As soon as Ning Can finished speaking, the gazes of most young geniuses lit up. Not eliminating anyone meant that the second round of selections would not be like the first round. There would not be any danger. In addition, I want to remind all of you of one thing, which is also the most important thing. After entering the illusory crypt, the person who obtains the top ranking token will have the right to choose their opponent first. For example, the person that obtains the number 1 token can choose their opponent first in the third round of selections. After that, the person that obtains the number 2 token can choose their opponent first, and so on and so forth. In the second round of selections, the person that obtains the last ranking token doesn't have the right to choose their opponent in the third round of selections, and they can only be chosen. Besides that, even though the person that obtains the number 1 to 10 token can choose their opponent first, they can't challenge each other, and can only choose to challenge people that aren't in the top 10. Ning Can continued. "50 entrances and 1 exit. Obviously, everyone will gather at a single place in the illusory crypt of the second round of selections. That place ought to be the place where the 50 number tokens are stored." Feng Wudao said, "Once a few people enter that place at the same time, they'll surely make a move to seize the number tokens that are ranked at the front. I'm afraid a battle can't be avoided in this second round of selections, unless you're willing to take the number tokens that are ranked at the back." Feng Wudao's words caused Duan Lingtian and the others to deeply agree. If they entered the place where the number tokens were stored at the same time as another, then they would surely not watch as the number tokens that were ranked at the front were taken away by another. 50 people all want to obtain the number 1 to 10 token. This competition will surely be horrifying. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a firm sheen as he resolved in his heart. "No matter what, I'm determined to obtain the number tokens in the top 10. Not only that, my objective is the number 1 token." Even though the number tokens ranked in the top 10 possessed special privileges, but it was undoubtedly the number 1 token that possessed the greatest privilege. The person that obtained the number 1 token was able to choose an opponent first. At that time, they were entirely capable of directly challenging the person that was ranked at the end and had obtained the number 50 token. Actually, it wasn't only Duan Lingtian who thought like this, the other 49 young geniuses thought like this as well. Now, all of you follow the 10 elders of my Skywolf Fort and head to the 50 entrances of the illusory crypt. Vice Fort Master Feng will go with all of you, and at that time, all of you can enter together after he gives the order. Ningkan spoke out. Let's go. As soon as Ningkan finished speaking, Feng Wei gave the order and flashed out first. Instantly, all the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties followed him, and Sword 13 and Saber 5 were amongst them. For a time, only Ningkan remained in the sky above the combat arena. After a short moment, their group arrived at the eastern area of the outer fort of Skywolf Fort. At that place, a total of 50 wide tiles had been opened up to reveal the pitch-black true appearance that entered their eyes. The 50 of you stand in front of an entrance and wait for my command before entering together. Feng Wei spoke indifferently. Instantly, the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties flashed out successively to stand at the side of the entrance to the illusory crypt, and they were prepared to enter at any moment. Let's go! Duan Lingtian and the others flashed out as well. At the same time, they sent voice transmissions into the ears of Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. Everything within this illusory crypt is unknown to us. But since Vice Fort Master Ning said that there are layer upon layer of barriers within, then I presume it wouldn't be too simple. If we want to pass through it, we'll probably encounter many difficulties and obstacles. No matter how difficult it is, we'll surely pass through it with our fastest speed. Feng Tianwu's group of 3 were filled with confidence. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but be suffused with a wisp of a grin when he saw their states weren't bad, and he followed them to descend at the side of an entrance. At the same time, the other young geniuses took their positions successively. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed a cold and fierce gaze looking at him, and he couldn't help but instantly raise his head to meet the gaze. Zishang. Duan Lingtian's face sank as he looked at the owner of the cold and fierce gaze, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. Duan Lingtian, that illusory realm soul skill of yours isn't of much use in the second round of the selections. You probably don't have the chance to obtain one of the top 10 tokens. Zishang's voice transmission was transmitted over, and it was filled with dense ridicule. Just you wait. I'll obtain token number 1. You're bound to be trampled beneath my feet. Zishang continued. As far as Zishang was concerned, so long as he allowed the incomplete soul of Elder Ghost to possess him, his strength would increase explosively, and it would be extremely easy for him to pass through the illusory crypt. He believed that he would pass through the illusory crypt on his first try and obtain token number 1. Hiss! Duan Lingtian laughed with ridicule and mocked via voice transmission. So what if you've obtained the number 1 token? Even if I'm unable to obtain one of the top 10 tokens. Do you dare challenge me? Do you dare challenge me? Chapter 803. A cold light flashed within Zishang's eyes as he stared at Duan Lingtian, and he muttered with a voice that only he could hear. Duan Lingtian, feel free to be complacent now. I can't be bothered to fuss about it with a person that's about to die. No matter what all of you encounter within the illusory crypt, all of you have to do is charge forward blindly. Until you arrive at the end of the crypt and choose a number command token, then you can leave from the exit at the combat arena. Feng Wei said. When he saw the group of young geniuses had already taken their positions, Feng Wei suddenly shouted out loudly. Enter! Enter! Feng Wei's loud shout was like a thunderclap that pierced into the ears of the 50 young geniuses, including Duan Lingtian. The 50 young geniuses shuddered and leaped into the entrance of the illusory crypt successively. After Duan Lingtian entered the entrance of the illusory crypt, he noticed that he'd entered an underground passageway, and his surroundings were filled with potholes on the walls. Whirlwind. After he entered, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate and hurriedly utilized his movement technique with all his strength to swiftly dash forward. Of course, at the same time that he dashed out, he didn't forget to stretch out his spiritual force to sweep forward. Once anything was off ahead, he would be able to notice it at the first possible moment. Suddenly, the spiritual force that Duan Lingtian stretched out trembled slightly. There's a situation. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted abruptly as he looked ahead. Even though he'd realized that something was off there, his speed didn't slow down in the slightest. Every second counts. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian, who'd entered the illusory crypt, was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins, and he only knew how to arrive at his destination and completely disregarded everything else. Swind. After flashing forward for a while, Duan Lingtian finally noticed what welcomed him. It was the piercingly cold, strong winds that practically filled the entire passageway and ceaselessly assaulted him. These piercingly cold gales were accompanied by some material wind blades that contained extremely terrifying offensive strength. Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate when facing the impact of the wind that assaulted him, and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed before transforming into waves of piercingly cold, strong winds that coiled around his body. Whirlwind. Facing the oncoming gales and wind blades, Duan Lingtian, who was enveloped by the vast gales, was not afraid in the slightest. He faced them head-on, allowing the biting cold gales and wind blades to sweep his body. Bush, bush, bush. After a short moment, the material wind concept around Duan Lingtian's body was pressed down by the strong winds and wind blades that assaulted him to the point of almost collapsing, whereas his speed was forcefully pushed down to slow down. Boom, boom. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian's pair of iron fists were surrounded by strong winds, and then swept forward, colliding with the oncoming astral winds and wind blades. In an instant, the resistance Duan Lingtian felt lessened. There's a chance. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword that exuded a terrifying aura. A quasi-royal grade spirit sword. At any rate, Duan Lingtian was able to confirm that there wasn't a second person here, whereas the oncoming astral winds and wind blades were formed from an inscription formation, so there was utterly no need for him to conceal his strength. For the sake of arriving at the end of the illusory crypt as soon as possible, in other words, the exit, he had to go all out. Swish. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian commanded the quasi-royal grade spirit sword as if it was his arm, and it abruptly pierced forward. Instantly, two divine dragons that were completely condensed from material wind concept whistled out, and two pairs of eyes shot out four extremely bright lights as they welcomed the strong winds and wind blades that assaulted their faces. Instantly, the astral winds and wind blades were suppressed to a certain extent, and it also gave Duan Lingtian a chance to pass through. Just a little bit more. Duan Lingtian's gaze was firm as he swiftly flashed out with the intention of charging through the last strand of astral winds and wind blades that assaulted his face. The spiritual force he stretched out already told him that so long as he passed through the last strand of astral winds and wind blades that assaulted his face, he would have passed through the first barrier of the illusory crypt. Whirlwind. Swoosh. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand opened up a path, and his entire body had perfectly fused with the material wind concept on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, causing his entire body to seem as if it had transformed into a sword. If someone was here and saw Duan Lingtian's current situation, that person would surely notice to his surprise that Duan Lingtian had practically fused into one with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. The material wind concept that suffused his body and sword had practically formed an enormous sword, and only Duan Lingtian and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that were concealed within it could be faintly seen. At this moment, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword seemed to be the tip of this enormous sword, whereas Duan Lingtian's entire body was the body of this enormous sword. Swish. The enormous sword tore through the sky like a swift arrow that was shot out from a strong bow. At this moment, the oncoming astral winds and wind blades were split apart from the tip of the enormous sword and were completely dispersed to the sides, causing the obstruction towards Duan Lingtian to grow smaller and smaller. "I've finally come over." In just an instant, Duan Lingtian had passed through the section of the cave passageway where the astral winds and wind blades raged, and the inscription formation that condensed the astral winds and wind blades was left far behind him. "Continue." After passing through the first inscription formation, Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate and continued forward. After a short moment, after turning a corner, Duan Lingtian felt a flash before his eyes, and balls of red-colored scorching flames actually burned ahead, and it was like a sea of fire. First it was wind, now it's fire. They're all inscription formations that were formed from origin stones combined with concept fragments. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed, and he didn't slow down in the slightest as he continued forward. These inscription formations probably weren't left behind by that martial monarch stage expert, right? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. If it was an inscription formation left behind by a martial monarch stage expert, then the spiritual force contained within it was exceedingly strong, and he was utterly incapable of interfering with it with his current spiritual force. On the other hand, if it wasn't an inscription formation left behind by a martial monarch stage expert, then he would most likely be able to interfere with it with his spiritual force and even temporarily shut it off. After approaching the flames ahead, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of heat assault his face, and even the piercingly cold strong winds that flashed on the surface of his body were unable to obstruct it. This obviously showed how formidable the flames were. Spiritual force. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out, and after it entered the flames, it spread to the walls of the cave passageway. After a short moment, he noticed the fluctuation of the numerous inscription markings that formed the inscription formation. "Looks like I was thinking too much. Why would a martial monarch stage expert help Skywolf Fort construct such a simple inscription formation?" Duan Lingtian had never forgotten that the illusory purgatory during the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was constructed from an inscription formation left behind by a martial monarch stage expert. This caused Duan Lingtian to subconsciously think that the inscription formation in Skywolf Fort was constructed by a martial monarch stage expert. The facts proved that he was thinking too much. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force passed through the inscription formation without encountering any resistance, and an inscription formation like this was simply child's play to him. In the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there were numerous methods to destroy such a shallow and simple inscription formation. Of course, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual force, he was unable to destroy this inscription formation because even though this inscription formation wasn't constructed by a martial monarch stage expert, it was constructed by a void transformation stage inscription master. With Duan Lingtian's current spiritual force, he was only able to temporarily shut it off and was unable to destroy it. But this is enough. With a thought in his heart, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force that had fused into the inscription formation suddenly flashed. In the next moment, the flames that filled a section of the cavern gradually extinguished. Whirlwind. At the same time, Duan Lingtian easily passed through the area enveloped by the inscription formation. As Duan Lingtian withdrew his spiritual force, the area behind the inscription formation enveloped by the inscription formation rose with waves of scorching flames once again. Duan Lingtian continued to fly forward at full speed, and soon he saw the flashing violet lightning in front of him. It was the inscription formation that was constructed from origin stones and thunder concept fragments. This Skywolf Fort is worthy of being called a foreign lands force. It's really extravagant. Up until now, 3 concept fragments have appeared in this tunnel of mine. Unfortunately, my spiritual force is limited now, and I'm in a hurry. Otherwise, I'd definitely pry away all these concept fragments. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force extended out once again and fused into the inscription formation that was mainly formed from origin stones and thunder concept fragments, and he temporarily shut it off. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian passed through the area enveloped by the violet lightning and continued to fly forward. When Duan Lingtian withdrew his spiritual force, he could clearly hear the waves of ear-piercing thunderclaps behind him, and the thunderclaps grew further and further away before quickly vanishing from his ears. Chapter 804. Right when Duan Lingtian was preparing to receive the earthen energy, he strangely noticed that an aged figure had suddenly appeared ahead of him. When he looked carefully, the owner of this figure was actually the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan. Presently, Ning Kan stood there and was looking at Duan Lingtian with an amiable expression, and it was as if he was looking at a junior that he doted on dearly. Congratulations, you're the first to complete the first phase of the selections in the illusory crypt. Now you can choose one of the 3 rewards. After Duan Lingtian stopped, Ning Kan said with a light smile, the first is a grade 3 spirit weapon. The second is... Swoosh! Ning Kan hadn't finished speaking when Duan Lingtian's expression went grim, and then he flew out to actually pass through Ning Kan's body and continue flashing forward. At the same time, Ning Kan's body gradually dispersed as if he'd never appeared. Damn it! In the beginning, I actually didn't notice that it was an illusory realm formed from an inscription formation. The expression of Duan Lingtian, who continued flashing forward, sank slightly. At this moment, he didn't dare dally any longer and hurriedly stretched out his spiritual force, and as he moved forward, he didn't forget to search every single corner that he passed. Earlier, his thoughts were placed on the earthen energy, and he utterly didn't think about anything else. When Ning Kan appeared before him, it even caused him to be unable to refrain from being stunned. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Ning Kan to appear here. After all, Ning Kan had clearly spoken of the rules of the second round of the selections outside, and there wasn't a segment where the rewards would be distributed halfway. So when Duan Lingtian stopped for a moment, he completely reacted to the fact that it was an illusory realm formed from an inscription formation, and it was only for the sake of confusing him and delaying his time. Never mind. Even though I've wasted some time, but I'm afraid anyone would be fooled by that scene from before. I was fooled, and the others ought to be more or less the same. Duan Lingtian ceaselessly consoled himself, and he still felt that he ought to be able to be the first to arrive at the end of the illusory crypt and obtain the number 1 token. After flying forward for a while, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force trembled, and it caused his brows to be unable to refrain from raising as he sneered. An inscription formation again. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force temporarily shut down the inscription formation he'd just noticed. Another inscription formation that can construct an illusory realm. When his spiritual force fused into the inscription formation, Duan Lingtian was able to notice the exact effects of the formation at the first possible moment. As long as someone entered this kind of inscription formation, it would immediately trigger the illusory realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian used his spiritual energy to temporarily shut off the inscription formation so he did not have to face the unknown illusory realm. Duan Lingtian for me, Duan Lingtian to the Lingtian to Lingtian. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and continued to fly forward at full speed. Subsequently, he detected a few inscription formations that could construct an illusory realm in advance, and he temporarily shut them off in advance, saving him a great deal of time. Perhaps my speed is inferior to those young geniuses at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage or above. But I have the assistance of my spiritual force in this illusory crypt, and I'm practically unobstructed. They ought to be slower than me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Now, I'm afraid only Zishang is capable of threatening me in the second round of the selections. After all, an old freak is concealed within his body. Even though it's only a strand of an incomplete soul, the lifetime experience of that old freak can't be underestimated. Duan Lingtian, who possessed the memories of 2 lifetimes of Emperor Wu, naturally knew how vast the experience of an existence suspected to be Emperor Wu was. Moreover, Zishang will probably allow that old freak to control his body when he traverses this illusory crypt. With the experience of that old freak, he'll probably be able to easily see through the illusory realm at the back. Only the energy of nature at the front is capable of slightly obstructing his footsteps. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as he felt extremely great pressure. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian, who took another turn in the passageway, abruptly saw an expanse of light appear before him, and it caused his eyes to be unable to help but light up. That's the exit? Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian continued forward. Of course, he didn't forget to use his all-pervasive spiritual force to open up the path. This ought to be the final stretch of the path. I must not fail miserably. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. At the same time that he moved forward swiftly, his spiritual force carefully probed the path ahead. As expected, his spiritual force noticed 2 inscription formations successively. One of them was an inscription formation that formed an illusory realm, and the other was an inscription formation that contained the energy of the earth. I never imagined that this inscription formation that contains the energy of the earth would actually appear here. I've arrived at the exit. As he looked at the exit that was right before his eyes, a brilliant smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. When he approached the exit, what appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes was a spacious underground palace, and it ought to be the so-called illusory crypt. Moreover, that ray of light precisely swept down from above the palace, and it was obviously where the exit was located. The combat ring ought to be above. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged out of the passageway and entered the spacious underground palace before steadily stopping his figure. When he couldn't help but turn around to look, he noticed that there were another few tens of passageways that led here. These passageways ought to be the passageways that the other young geniuses are at, where those command tokens with numbers. With a thought in his heart, Duan Lingtian's gaze started to search this underground palace, and in the end, he noticed a stone platform not far away on the right. The stone platform was extremely spacious, and there were 50 command tokens neatly arranged on it. Every single command token had a number that belonged to it. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to arrive before the 50 command tokens like a ghost, and he glanced at the number 1 command token before casually picking it up. Looks like I'm the first person to pass through the illusory crypt. After Duan Lingtian put away the number 1 command token, his eyes lit up, and then he soared into the sky to arrive nearby the exit of the illusory crypt. But he didn't leave directly. Duan Lingtian, who stood in the sky, was concealed within the mist near the exit, and his fierce gaze stared at the other 49 passageways. Suddenly, killing intent that was faintly discernible suffused his face. The reason he didn't impatiently take the number 1 command token and leave was because he wanted to do something that he impatiently wanted to do. Kill Zishang. He'd formed enmity with Zishang in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom all those years ago, and when they met in the Dark Han Dynasty later on, the conflict between them escalated ceaselessly, and it seemed to have arrived at a situation where they would fight to the death. Especially when he found out that the incomplete soul of an expert suspected to be Emperor Wu might be concealed within Zishang's body, Duan Lingtian felt an extremely great threat that came from Zishang. He kept having the feeling that if Zishang was allowed to continue living, then Zishang would sooner or later become a great calamity. With the assistance of the incomplete soul of the expert suspected to be Emperor Wu, Zishang's future path would surely be smooth, and perhaps he would even have the chance to become a martial monarch or even an Emperor Wu. All of this wasn't something he was willing to see happen. Zishang, this illusory crypt is the time of your death. Duan Lingtian muttered. Duan Lingtian waited in the spacious underground palace just like this, and his gaze locked onto the other 49 passageways that led to this place because Zishang would come out from one of the passageways. Unfortunately, I don't know which passageway Zishang is at. Otherwise, I could consider taking the initiative to kill my way over. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he thought in his heart. On the other hand, outside the exit that wasn't too far away from Duan Lingtian was the sky above the combat arena in the outer fort of Skywolf Fort. At this moment, besides Ning Ken who'd always been waiting here, the representatives of the various dynasties that had followed Feng Wei to the entrance of the illusory crypt earlier had returned as well. Feng Wei had returned as well. The group of experts of the older generation stood in the sky as they stared fixedly at the exit of the illusory crypt. The exit was suffused with an expanse of white mist, and they were unable to see clearly what was beneath it. It was even to the extent that even spiritual force was unable to penetrate through it. Obviously, there was a special inscription formation situated there. I wonder who will be the one to obtain token number 1. Many people spoke out, including the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort and the Blade Sects Sword 13 and Saber 5. The group of experts of the older generation slightly anticipated who would be the first to come out from the illusory crypt. At this moment, they were utterly unaware that a violet-clothed young man that could come out at any moment was standing in the sky at the side of the exit of the illusory crypt since long ago. He's really slow. Duan Lingtian, who stood in the sky near the exit that was coiled by mist and waited for a few tens of breaths of time yet didn't see Zishang, and he couldn't help but frown. Finally, Duan Lingtian noticed movement in one of the passageways that led here, and waves of swift howls of the wind were coming from there. Swoosh! A figure instantly flashed into the underground palace, and it drew Duan Lingtian's gaze at the first possible moment. Zishang. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he looked at the familiar face that had a strand of black-colored flame brand between his brows, and his gaze stared fixedly at this person that he'd been waiting for a long time. Meanwhile, Zishang had already arrived nearby the pile of command tokens, and his expression went grim when he saw a command token was missing. Where's the number 1 token? There's actually someone that's even faster than me? An aged, hoarse, and ghastly voice sounded out from Zishang's mouth, and it was filled with disbelief as if he didn't believe that someone was able to pass through the illusory crypt before him. At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian was able to determine that the current Zishang was possessed by the soul of the expert that seemed to be Emperor Wu. Old fellow! Duan Lingtian sneered when he heard Zishang, and he completely exposed his figure that was concealed at the side of the exit that was covered in mist. At the same time, a stone tablet appeared in his hand, a broken stone tablet. The stone tablet was densely inscribed with complicated words that were difficult to understand, and it caused others to be unable to figure them out. Duan Lingtian's cold laughter had just finished resounding out when Zishang had already turned around, and his pair of lusterless eyes flashed with a trace of fear. It's actually you, kid? How could you possibly be faster than me? Chapter 805. Nothing's impossible. Duan Lingtian sneered as he raised his hand and swung up the broken stone tablet before smashing it towards Zishang. Swoosh! The broken stone tablet tore through the sky and instantly seemed as if it had eyes as it flashed directly towards Zishang, and an extremely great pressure enveloped down, causing Zishang's face to go pale. Kid, you win! An aged, hoarse, and ghastly voice sounded out hastily before being completely obliterated. At the same time, the strand of black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows vanished, and his pair of lusterless eyes had spirit. Right at this moment, the broken stone tablet stopped not too far away from Zishang, and it seemed as if it had lost its target. Old fellow, you fled really quickly. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to instantly arrive before the broken stone tablet, the Devil Seal tablet, and then he raised his hand to grab the Devil Seal tablet. But so long as Zishang himself dies, you won't be able to survive as well. Duan Lingtian looked at Zishang with eyes that were filled with extreme killing intent. On the other hand, Zishang's eyes were similarly filled with killing intent when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Of course, There was also traces of fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul mixed within. Without Elder Ghost possessing him, he knew that he was far from being a match for Duan Lingtian. Duan Ling, you want to kill me? Xianxia asked with a low voice. You already know the answer. Duan Lingtian sneered as the origin energy on his body swelled along with this, and it instantly transformed into waves of piercingly cold strong winds that fused into the Devil Seal tablet in his hand and emitted waves of terrifying aura. Swoosh. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Xianxia flew up into the sky and shouted out explosively at the same time. Vice Fort Master Feng, save me. Xianxia's voice contained origin energy that was transmitted out, and it was like a thunderclap reverberating in the ears of others. Vice Fort Master Feng? Duan Lingtian, who held the Devil Seal tablet, was first stunned, and then he couldn't help but recall that he seemed to have seen Lu Yong enter the inner fort with Xianxia yesterday. Could it be that Xianxia entered the inner fort to meet the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. Without any hesitation, he flew towards Xianxia. He wanted to kill this Xianxia before Feng Wei interfered so as to avoid future troubles. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's speed was extremely swift. For the sake of avoiding exposing the Devil Seal tablet before Feng Wei, he'd put it away halfway, and his eyes flickered with a dim light. 1,000 illusions. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian's spiritual power fused with the spiritual imprint in the depths of his soul and unleashed his exclusive soul skill. An illusory space appeared out of thin air and swept toward Xianxia, completely enveloping him. In front of Duan Lingtian, Xianxia was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered by Duan Lingtian. Die! Duan Lingtian flashed to arrive before Xianxia, and then he raised his hand and slashed down towards Xianxia's head. When he saw Xianxia's head was about to be slashed open like a watermelon, Duan Lingtian's face suddenly went grim because a terrifying aura had suddenly skyrocketed from Xianxia's body. Moreover, the illusory space he'd created with his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, shattered in an instant. Swoosh. Xianxia's figure flashed out to easily avoid Duan Lingtian's palm strike, and then he stood in the distance and silently stared at Duan Lingtian. Old fellow, looks like you're really unafraid of death. When he saw the black-colored flame brand that appeared between Xianxia's brows, Duan Lingtian already knew what had happened. It was precisely the incomplete soul that was suspected to be Emperor Wu within Xianxia's body, and it had occupied Xianxia's body at the instant Xianxia was about to be killed by him. Not only had it occupied Xianxia's body, it even shattered the illusory space he'd created with his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, and it even helped Xianxia avoid calamity. Kid, if you want to kill Xianxia, you'll have to pass through me first. Xianxia, who was temporarily possessed by Elder Ghost, laughed evilly. You're courting death. Duan Lingtian's face sank, and he raised his hand to withdraw the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet seemed to have noticed something, and it flew towards Xianxia on its own. Just as the Devil Seal tablet was about to smash onto Xianxia, the black-colored flame brand between Xianxia's brows vanished, and the Devil Seal tablet stopped in midair. Xianxia, let me see if that old fellow can still save you this time. This time, for the sake of preventing that old fellow from possessing Xianxia's body to save Xianxia, Duan Lingtian didn't put away the Devil Seal tablet again. 1,000 illusions. Subsequently, a dim light flickered within Duan Lingtian's eyes, and he executed his exclusive soul skill once more. Instantly, Xianxia was enveloped by the illusory space once more. Die! Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and he raised the Devil Seal tablet and smashed it towards Xianxia's head. He wanted to see if that old fellow still dared to come out. Once he did, he'd definitely make him and Xianxia perish together. When the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand was about to smash Duan Lingtian to death, a cold grunt entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Along with this was a shapeless, enormous force. Bang! The terrifying, enormous force swept over and blasted Duan Lingtian flying, causing the piercingly cold, strong winds that coiled around Duan Lingtian's body to shatter into pieces, and the sheen on the Devil Seal tablet in his hand dimmed down along with this. Bush, 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 bush. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he noticed that 4 figures had flashed in successively from the exit, and it was precisely Feng Wei, Ning Ken, Sword 13, and Saber 5. The person that made a move earlier was precisely Feng Wei who'd arrived first. Feng Wei, what's the meaning of this? The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held by your Skywolf Fort. As the dignified Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, aren't you going a bit too far by violating the rules and interfering in the martial competition? When Sword 13 entered, he just happened to see the scene of Duan Lingtian being blasted flying by Feng Wei, and his face instantly sank as he spoke with a cold voice. Waves of sword insight that shot into the sky abruptly swept out from his body, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sword that was prepared to whistle out at any moment to annihilate Feng Wei. On the other hand, the expression of Feng Wei, who was locked onto by Sword 13's aura, was unsightly as well, but he still said with a low voice, Sword 13, the second round of the selection is a selection of rankings, and there's no rule that allows the young geniuses of the various dynasties to kill each other. You're twisting words and forcing logic. Sword 13's gaze was like a sword as he took a step forward, and he was like an enormous sword that soared into the sky and brought even greater pressure to Feng Wei. Sword 13, this is my Skywolf Fort, not your Blade sect. Even you've said that the martial competition was held by my Skywolf Fort, so the rules are naturally set by us. Ning Ken glanced indifferently at Sword 13, and his tone was filled with obvious favoritism. So what if this is your Skywolf Fort? If I, Sword 13, want to teach someone a lesson, could it be that I have to find another place? Sword 13 sneered, and practically at the instant he finished speaking, his entire body moved. Within the scope of Duan Lingtian's field of vision, Sword 13 had vanished on the spot. At practically the exact same moment, slap. A clear sound of a slap sounded out, and Duan Lingtian's vision shook as he noticed that Sword 13 had appeared before Feng Wei at practically the instant that Sword 13 vanished on the spot. Moreover, he'd even slapped Feng Wei. A clear palm print appeared on Feng Wei's face, causing Feng Wei to be slightly dazed for a moment. He ought to have never imagined that Sword 13 would dare touch him and slap him in front of so many people. Sword 13, you're courting death. Feng Wei was enraged, utterly enraged, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty wild beast as he opened his bloody mouth and pounced toward Sword 13. But unfortunately, he wasn't even able to touch the corners of Sword 13's clothes. How swift! As he looked at Sword 13's figure that occasionally vanished on the spot and appeared at another place, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a wave of shock in his heart. Feng Wei couldn't withstand a single blow before Sword 13. From the beginning until the end, only the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth caused by Feng Wei's attacks flashed in the sky, whereas there wasn't any phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the sky above Sword 13. It was obvious from this that every single move Sword 13 made was a flash in the pan, and it was utterly too late to condense into a phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Even though Feng Wei's attack was swift, he wasn't even able to touch the corners of Sword 13's clothes. Sword 13. Ning Can's expression was gloomy, and then he joined the battle to join forces with Feng Wei to deal with Sword 13. But unfortunately, even if the two of them joined forces, they were still unable to touch Sword 13. You've broken through to that realm? Finally, Ning Can stopped and stood there, and he didn't waste any more strength as he gasped and asked. Sword 13's vanished figure appeared once more before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw that Sword 13 didn't dodge this time, and he casually smashed out with his fist like a heavy hammer to intercept Feng Wei's iron fist that shot out like a cannonball. Bang! An enormous bang resounded out, yet Sword 13 didn't move in the slightest, whereas Feng Wei flew out like an arrow that left the bow instead, and he smashed heavily onto the wall of the underground palace. Poof! Feng Wei's throat felt sweet, and then he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with astonishment when he looked at Sword 13 once more. How could you possibly be so strong? Feng Wei, I really admire your courage. Even I didn't dare challenge Junior Brother Sword again since 1 year ago. All in all, my current strength is still too weak. If I possessed a strength that surpassed Skywolf Fort, then not to mention Feng Wei and Ning Can, these two vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, even if the fort master of Skywolf Fort personally made a move against me, I would similarly not be afraid, and I would be entirely capable of killing Zishang right before his eyes. Duan Lingtian realized once again that his strength was still too weak. Now, he didn't compare himself with the younger generation, but Feng Wei, Ning Can, and the other experts of the older generation instead. Strength, I need a formidable strength. Duan Lingtian shouted ceaselessly in his heart, whereas the origin energy in his body seemed to have heard his soundless shouts, and it completely seethed as if it had transformed into numerous furious dragons that flashed through the meridians in his body. At the same time, the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill that was originally accumulated in the depths of his dantian fused a step further into his origin energy. At this instant, Duan Lingtian felt his entire body was filled with strength, and he'd taken another great step towards the third level of the void interpretation stage, and it was even to the extent that he'd arrived at the bottleneck. So long as I charge through the bottleneck, I'll be able to officially step into the third level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed like two dazzling stars that flickered. Before leaving the illusory crypt, Duan Lingtian didn't forget to glance coldly at Zishang. The day would come when he completely annihilated Zishang, and he would use the Devil Seal tablet to crush the incomplete soul that was suspected to be Emperor Wu that was concealed within Zishang's body. He wasn't afraid of Zishang in the slightest. He was afraid of the incomplete soul that was suspected to be Emperor Wu that was concealed within Zishang's body, and that was the greatest threat. Duan Lingen, I'll make you die a graveless death. Right at this moment, Zishang's voice transmission that was filled with blood and ruthlessness sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it seemed as if he wished for nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces before burning his bones and scattering his ashes. Then let's see who dies first. A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he replied indifferently to Zishang, and then he followed behind Sword 13 and Saber 5 to pass through the mist at the exit of the illusory crypt to return to the combat arena in the outer fort of Skywolf Fort. As soon as he left, Duan Lingtian noticed numerous burning gazes descending onto him, and these gazes contained admiration, disbelief, and disbelief. A variety of emotions represented the feelings of the representatives of the various dynasties in the sky above the combat arena at this moment. It's actually him. How could it possibly be him? He's only 28 years old. The first to leave the illusory crypt at the age of 28? Even though I feel it's unbelievable as well, the facts prove that he's indeed the first to leave. The number 1 token has most probably fallen into his hands. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know about the voice transmission between Sword 13 and Saber 5. Presently, he was holding the wind concept fragment in his hand and comprehending wind concept in meditation. Not only that, he'd even closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in midair while cultivating seriously. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon form. The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body became restless once more along with him starting to cultivate, and it ceaselessly circulated according to the mental cultivation method of the sword dragon form before charging towards the bottleneck that led to the third level of the void interpretation stage. So long as I break through the bottleneck, I'll be able to smoothly break through to the third level of the void interpretation stage. After the incident from before, Duan Lingtian was filled with yearning towards formidable strength, and he urgently wanted to improve his cultivation at the fastest speed possible. Vice Fort Master Ning has come out. At the same time, someone shouted out, causing the gazes of the representatives of the various dynasties in the sky above the combat arena to move towards the exit of the illusory crypt. Even though these people were puzzled by the actions of Feng Wei, Ning Ken, Sword 13, and Saber 5 that had successively entered the exit of the illusory crypt, they didn't know what had happened. Earlier, even though Xianxia's cry for help was loud, yet it was mostly filtered out by the inscription formation at the exit of the illusory crypt, causing it to become like the sound of a mosquito. Chapter 807. Vice Fort Master Feng. In next to no time, the representatives of the various dynasties saw that after the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Ken, the other Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, had followed him out. It wasn't just that, there was another person behind Feng Wei. It's him. He seems to be a young genius of the Darkhan dynasty as well? My God! The first two people to come out of the second round of the selections are actually members of the Darkhan dynasty. Instantly, the representatives of the other 9 dynasties were in an uproar, and all of them stared fixedly at Xianxia as if they wanted to discern something from Xianxia. Good. The Darkhan dynasty's emperor laughed heartily, and his laughter was filled with delight. Never had he imagined that after Duan Lingtian, the second person to come out of the illusory crypt would be Xianxia. Even though Xianxia wasn't related by blood to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, he was the personal disciple of his imperial uncle, Bai Nan Yin. Most importantly, Xianxia was representing the Darkhan dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Bai Nan Yin's eyes emitted bright lights as his body trembled slightly from excitement. Never had he imagined that his disciple would actually be the second to walk out of the illusory crypt. After Xianxia came out, he couldn't help but reveal slight complacency when he noticed the numerous gazes converging onto him. But when his gaze saw the violet-clothed young man that sat cross-legged in the distant sky and cultivated, his pupils couldn't help but constrict abruptly, and cold lights flickered within them. Duan Lingtian. Xianxia gnashed his teeth slightly as he stared at Duan Lingtian from afar. Even though obtaining the number 2 token caused Xianxia to be rather delighted, but when he thought of how the person that obtained the number 1 token was Duan Lingtian, he felt a wave of displeasure in his heart. No matter who surpassed him, he wasn't willing to be surpassed by Duan Lingtian. To him, being surpassed by Duan Lingtian was a humiliation that was impossible to wash away. Xianxia, have you obtained the number 2 token? The Darkhan dynasty's emperor and Xianxia's master, Bai Nan Yin, asked Xianxia via voice transmission at practically the exact same time. Xianxia flew out and arrived beside the two in a moment. He nodded slightly. When the two saw this, they immediately beamed with joy. Uncle, you've accepted a good disciple. The Darkhan dynasty's emperor smiled as he looked at Bai Nan Yin. Bai Nan Yin laughed heartily. He was so happy that his eyes narrowed. To have such a direct disciple in this life, what more could he ask for? Xianxia, I've decided to confer upon your father the title of Darkhan dynasty's king with a different surname. Moreover, I'll bring your Z clan to the capital of my Darkhan dynasty. What do you think? The Darkhan dynasty's emperor said to Xianxia. Thank you, your majesty. Xianxia nodded faintly and remained calm. I hope that when your strength reaches the heavens in the future, you won't forget about my Darkhan dynasty. The emperor smiled. Yes. Xianxia nodded again. Suddenly, purple decease. The gaze of Ning Ken that was the first to soar into the sky descended onto Xianxia, and then he smiled amiably. Are you willing to take me as your master and become my personal disciple? After failing to take a disciple yesterday, Ning Ken had once again taken the initiative to take a disciple. The target this time was still a young genius of the Darkhan dynasty, yet it wasn't Duan Lingtian but Xianxia. Ning Kan's words of taking a disciple drew the gazes of all the representatives of the 10 dynasties, and most of them revealed envious expressions as they looked at Zishang. They knew that because Zishang was the second to walk out of the illusory crypt, he'd obtained sufficient importance from Ning Kan. He wouldn't be like Duan Lingtian and directly refuse Vice Fort Master Ning, right? He probably won't. He and Duan Lingtian are both young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty. He wouldn't really make the same decision as Duan Lingtian, right? Many representatives discussed animatedly. Zishang quickly agreed. The eyes of the Darkhan dynasty's emperor and Bainan Yin lit up when they heard Ning Kan, and they hurriedly urged Zishang. They were worried that Zishang would be hot-headed and refuse Vice Fort Master Ning like Duan Lingtian. As far as they were concerned, this was a good opportunity for the Darkhan dynasty to form a relationship with the Skywolf Fort, and perhaps it would even allow the Darkhan dynasty to obtain the protection of the Skywolf Fort because of this. When a man achieves the Tao, even his friends and family can ascend to the heavens. Nothing was better than this. I agree. Zishang flew out and knelt before Ning Kan before kowtowing to take Ning Kan as his master, and he seemed to be respectful and humble. Even though Zishang had the incomplete soul of an expert that was suspected to be Emperor Wu within his body, he didn't possess a lofty and unyielding character like Duan Lingtian. So long as it was something of value to him, he wouldn't let go of it. As for taking a master, it was only a formality to him. Even if Ning Kan became his master, once a conflict of interest arose between them in the future, he wouldn't hold back because Ning Kan was his master, and he would only think of a way to kill Ning Kan at the first possible moment. As he heard this, his master was only a stepping stone, an inconspicuous stepping stone on his path to the future. Of course, Ning Kan didn't know what Zishang was thinking in his heart, otherwise, he would probably be angered to the point of killing Zishang with a single strike. Good. Ning Kan laughed heartily and then he asked, "What concept have you comprehended?" When Ning Kan asked this, the representatives of the various dynasties knew what he wanted to do next, and all of them revealed envious gazes as they looked at Zishang. Amongst them included the Darkhan dynasty's emperor and Bainan Yin. They knew that Ning Kan intended to reward Zishang with a soul fragment. "Master, I've comprehended the two concepts of wind and fire." Zishang's gaze flickered, and even his breathing became slightly hurried. Even though the incomplete soul of an expert was concealed within his body. But besides guiding him to cultivate and passing down some techniques to swiftly comprehend concept to him, that expert was unable to give him anything material. For example, high-grade spirit weapons, spirit herbs, and concept fragments were all things that the expert was unable to give him. As far as Zishang was concerned, so long as he obtained a concept fragment and combined it with the technique of comprehending concept that Elder Ghost passed down to him, his concept would surely improve by leaps and bounds. Master just happens to have an 8th level fire concept fragment in his possession, I'll give it to you. There's also this 6th level wind concept fragment. With a raise of his hand, a red and green fragment flashed out, and it arrived in Zishang's hand in a short moment. 8th level fire concept fragment. Zishang's eyes lit up as he never imagined that the 8th level fire concept fragment that belonged to Ning Kan that he heard from Lu Yong yesterday would so easily arrive in his possession. Besides that, there was also a 6th level wind concept fragment. At this moment, including the representatives of the Darkhan dynasty, the representatives of the other 9 dynasties were shocked. 8th level fire concept fragment? 6th level wind concept fragment? Vice Fort Master Ning is so generous. When compared to Zishang's, the gains of the Darming dynasty's Lu Yong yesterday are simply like the difference between the heavens and the earth. The representatives of the various dynasties exclaimed with admiration. In next to no time, they shut their mouths because they noticed that Feng Wei's fierce gaze was flashing past them one by one. Only now did they recall that speaking like this was undoubtedly indirectly showing that Vice Fort Master Feng was stingy, and they instantly shut their mouths and didn't dare speak another word. Junior brother Zishang, we're senior brothers in the future. Feng Wei looked at Zishang and greeted him with a smile. Senior brother Feng Wei. Zishang returned the greeting with a smile, and at the same time he glanced complacently at Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged in the distant sky, and he seemed as if he was flaunting his current noble identity. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian was cultivating and utterly didn't open his eyes to look at Zishang, not even a single glance. Congratulations to Vice Fort Master Ning for obtaining an outstanding disciple. Congratulations, Vice Fort Master Ning. Instantly, besides Sword 13, Saber 5, Feng Wu Dao, and Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged and cultivated, the group of people in the sky above the combat arena congratulated Ning Can successively. Ning Can's face was filled with smiles, and his gaze quickly descended onto the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. At the bottom of it all, it's all thanks to your Dark Han Dynasty that Zishang and I have the fate of being master and disciple. Take these 3 soul fragments as a gift of thanks. As soon as Ning Can finished speaking, 3 concept fragments appeared in his hand, and he tossed them to the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor stretched out his hand to receive the 3 concept fragments, and he was extremely excited. At the same time, he satisfactorily enjoyed the numerous gazes that were filled with envy and jealousy from the surroundings. Suddenly, a gust of violent wind swept over abruptly, and it blew to the point the clothes of everyone in the sky above the combat arena fluttered with the wind, causing many people to look over. Where's the wind coming from? This violent wind came strangely, and many people looked towards the direction the violent wind blew from. A violet-clothed young man sat cross-legged there, and the violet-clothed young man's body was completely coiled by strands of material wind concept. Second-level intermediate wind concept. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the sky caused many people to exclaim in a low voice. At this moment, 30 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down from the sky above the violet-clothed young man. Duan Lingtian. Zishang looked over as well, and he gnashed his teeth with hatred. Chapter 808. He just comprehended second-level void interpretation concept? After Sword 13 and Saber 5 found out from Feng Wu Dao that Duan Lingtian had just comprehended second-level intermediate wind concept, they were greatly shocked. When they saw Duan Lingtian being the first to leave the illusory crypt, they originally thought that Duan Lingtian's strength could be considered to be at the top amongst the young geniuses of the various dynasties that were participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. But never had they imagined that Duan Lingtian had actually just comprehended second-level void interpretation concept. Moreover, Sword 13 found out from Su Li that Duan Lingtian seemed to only be a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist. In other words, Duan Lingtian had relied on a cultivation at the second level of the void interpretation stage and first-level void interpretation concept to be the first to leave the illusory crypt. For a time, he felt extremely shocked. Looks like it's just as Su Li said. Duan Lingtian really can't be judged by convention. Sword 13 thought in his heart. At the same time, the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian grew even more dazzling and bright. This is a monster, a peerless monster. Duan Lingtian, who'd become the center of attention, was still cultivating there with his eyes closed, and he was completely unaware of everything that had occurred outside. Presently, besides holding a wind concept fragment in his hand and comprehending wind concept, he was also ceaselessly cultivating the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form. In his body, the origin energy roiled like tempestuous waves that charged out over and over again with the intention of charging through the final bottleneck of the second-level void interpretation stage. So long as he charged through this bottleneck, his cultivation would advance a step further and smoothly break through to the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. Suddenly, a wave of wind howls sounded out from the exit of the illusory crypt, and it caused everyone besides Duan Lingtian to look over. At that place, a black-clothed young man soared into the sky, and his face that was sharp like a blade was obviously filled with slight disbelief. After he came out, his dense brows raised as his fierce gaze flashed out, and he completely disregarded the numerous burning gazes in the sky above the combat arena as he started to sweep past everyone in the sky above the combat arena. In the end, his gaze locked onto Xianxia and Duan Lingtian. Tokens 1 and 2 were taken by them? The black-clothed young man muttered. This Dark Han dynasty is really filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the black-clothed young man stepped into the air and quickly arrived in front of an old man and an old woman. The old man and old woman beamed with joy. They are from the Great Qi dynasty. I have an impression of this person. He's the 9th prince of the Dark Qi dynasty's imperial family, Qi Feng. But, even though he's famous in the Dark Qi dynasty, he isn't as conspicuous as the others. Why would he be the first to leave the illusory crypt this time? Some of the people who recognized the black-clothed youth couldn't help but whisper to each other. The black-clothed young man was close to middle age. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes. His chiseled face left a deep impression on people. He gave people a feeling of unyielding steel. Especially his pair of sharp eyes, which left a deep impression on people. The two vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort glanced indifferently at Qi Feng before withdrawing their gazes. Qi Feng was able to be the third to walk out of the illusory crypt, so he undoubtedly possessed shocking strength and ability. But they weren't surprised that Qi Feng possessed such accomplishments at such an old age. In Skywolf Fort, there were many disciples of the Skywolf Fort that possessed a cultivation at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage at Qi Feng's age. As for Sword 13 and Saber 5, only Saber 5 had glanced at Qi Feng when he first came out, and he didn't look at Qi Feng again after that. His thoughts were similar to Ning Can and Feng Wei. Even if he possessed a cultivation at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage at such an age, it wasn't surprising. Duan Lingtan. Qi Feng's gaze descended onto the violet-colored figure that sat cross-legged in the distant sky, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Truly interesting. He's only 28 years old, yet he's the first to come out of the illusory crypt. The number 1 token ought to be in his possession. I really look forward to the battle with him in the future. I want to see if he relied on luck or strength to arrive at this step. Qi Feng's eyes were filled with dense battle intent. Xianxia instantly grunted with dissatisfaction when he saw Qi Feng had only glanced at him when he came out before completely disregarding him and placing his gaze on Duan Lingtian, and he instantly grunted with dissatisfaction. Qi Feng glanced indifferently at Xianxia when he heard this voice, and then he withdrew his gaze before standing in midair before the old man and old woman before closing his eyes to rest. After 5 breaths of time, another figure soared up into the sky from the illusory crypt, and it successfully drew the gazes of the representatives of the various dynasties. This was a red-clothed young man with a cold expression, and he was still composed when facing the numerous burning gazes that descended from the sky, and he stood by the side of a middle-aged man and an old man with composure. It's a member of the Darqin dynasty. This person is called Qin Kong, and he's the widely rumored number 1 expert in the younger generation of the Darqin dynasty. Supposedly, this Qin Kong had already stepped into the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation stage 3 or 4 years ago, and he's at least at the 3rd level of the Void Interpretation stage now, or even the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage. The Darqin dynasty is one of the dynasties with the longest history amongst our 10 dynasties, and its hidden resources and reserves are shocking. The representatives of the various dynasties discussed animatedly. Qin Kong's age seemed to be similar to Qi Feng, and both of them were almost middle-aged, so he didn't draw too much attention from Sword 13, Saber 5, Ning Can, and Feng Wei. After Qin Kong stood in midair, he glanced at Duan Lingtian and Xianxia with an emotionless expression, and he seemed to be calm. But so long as there was a discerning person present, the person would be able to discern with a single glance that the depths of Qin Kong's gaze wasn't calm. Qi Feng. Qin Kong suddenly looked at the Darky dynasty's Qi Feng, the young expert that came out of the illusory crypt before him. I lost to you the last time. This time, I'll surely wash away my humiliation. Whoosh. As soon as Qin Kong spoke, the scene was in an uproar. So it turned out that Qin Kong had once lost to Qi Feng. Qi Feng wasn't afraid in the slightest as he met Qin Kong's gaze, and then he smiled lightly. I'm afraid you don't have the chance. You came out an entire 5 breaths of time later than me. 5 breaths of time was neither long nor short, but it also showed that the gap between him and Qin Kong wasn't so easily closed. Qin Kong laughed with ridicule when he heard Qi Feng. The ranking in the second round of the selections is only a temporary ranking, and it's nothing, unless you admit that your strength is far inferior to those 2 from the Dark Han dynasty. I heard that one of those 2 from the Dark Han dynasty came out an entire 15 breaths of time earlier than you, whereas the other one came out 10 breaths of time earlier than you. Qin Kong spoke frankly. Qi Feng was stunned and didn't know what to say for a time. He was naturally unwilling to admit that he was weaker than the Dark Han dynasty's Duan Lingtian and Zishang. Not to mention the Duan Lingtian was more than 10 years younger than him. Even Zishang was 6 or 7 years younger than him. It wasn't impossible for him to admit that 2 young men that were so much younger than him were stronger than him, unless they were able to defeat him in a head-on battle. Otherwise, he would absolutely not admit it. In this way, you're the same as me, and you're rather dissatisfied with the outcome of the second round of the selections. Qin Kong grunted and didn't speak further, and he stood there with a cold expression, yet his gaze never left the violet-colored figure in the distance. Even though he wasn't willing to admit that this violet-clothed young man that had obtained the number 1 token was stronger than him, since the violet-clothed young man was able to pass through the illusory crypt first, there was undoubtedly something extraordinary about the violet-clothed young man. I really look forward to fighting you. Qin Kong muttered. He practically had no opponents amongst the younger generation of the Darqin dynasty, and besides fighting for benefits for the Darqin dynasty, he'd come to the ancient desert city's Skywolf Fort to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, this time mostly because he wanted to compete with the most outstanding young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties. Based on the current situation, there were indeed a few people that caused the hot blood in his body to burn and his battle intent to soar. Not long after, the mist at the exit of the illusory crypt roiled once more. The gazes of the representatives of the various dynasties that had experienced descended successively onto the exit, as they knew that someone would come out from within shortly. Could it be the personal disciple of Vice Fort Master Feng, Lu Yong? Lu Yong, the Darming dynasty's crown prince. He's only around the age of 35, and his cultivation is at the 3rd level of the Void Interpretation stage. With the resources of Skywolf Fort, it ought to not be a problem for him to step into the 5th level of the Void Interpretation stage before the age of 40. But he's only at the 3rd level of the Void Interpretation stage now, and he's still at a disadvantage in terms of age when compared to the group of young geniuses of the various dynasties that are almost middle-aged. Many people discussed animatedly. It wasn't only the representatives of the various dynasties that were curious about who was about to come out. Even the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, was similarly curious. Feng Wei's gaze locked onto the exit as he wanted to clearly see who was coming out at the first possible moment. In his heart, he naturally hoped that it was his personal disciple, Lu Yong, that would come out. In this way, he could be considered to have gained face for him. But unfortunately, in next to no time, the anticipation on his face froze because the person that soared up into the sky from the exit of the illusory crypt wasn't Lu Yong. Damn it! I've finally come out. The robust young man that was soaring up into the sky and looked to be slightly dignified cursed as soon as he came out. I'm a fucking genius. An absolute genius. How could someone possibly walk out of the illusory crypt before me? Cheating. They've surely cheated. After the robust young man cursed, his gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian, Zishang, Qi Feng, and Qin Kong as he spoke without the slightest fear. For a time, besides a robust old man that stood awkwardly in midair, The representatives of the 9 dynasties were all speechless. Where did this clown come from? Old fellow, I've come out. The robust young man seemed as if no one was present as he arrived before the robust old man, yet he was still carefree and without the slightest scruples when facing a senior. The 5th has come out, what's there to be complacent about? The robust old man reprimanded with a stern expression. It's the members of the Daryuan dynasty. Everyone says that the Daryuan dynasty is filled with robust men. Now that I've seen it today, it really does deserve its reputation. Many people recognize the origins of the robust old man and robust young man. Vice Fort Master Ning, Vice Fort Master Feng, I reported the 4 of them for cheating. How could there possibly be someone that's more talented than me, Tamu? This is impossible. But according to the estimations of the people present, these 2 people were at least existences at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. Ningkan, you're the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort at any rate, yet you're making a fuss about it with a junior that speaks without thinking? Isn't such actions slightly beneath your status? Saber 5 calmly looked Ningkan in the eye as he spoke frankly. Ningkan was instantly stunned when he heard this, and he was speechless. He was the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, whereas Saber 6 was only a junior from a remote dynasty. It wasn't appropriate for him to make a move against the latter no matter what. Master! Right at this moment, Xianxia took a step forward and stared at Tamu with a fierce gaze as he said frankly, this person questioned my Skywolf Fort and spoke disrespectfully to Master. Master, your status is respected, so it isn't appropriate for you to make a move. I'll properly teach him a lesson in your place during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties later. Ah, good. Ningkan, who was originally in a difficult position and didn't know how to get out of this situation, laughed heartily when he heard Xianxia, and for a time, he felt that he hadn't taken this personal disciple of his for nothing. Why aren't you thanking that lord? The representative of the Daryuan dynasty, the robust old man, glared at Tamu. Meanwhile, Tamu, who was terrified by Ningkan's palm strike to the point his countenance went ghastly pale, hurriedly looked at Saber 5. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Tamu will surely repay this kindness in the future. There's no need for repayment. Saber 5 nodded and smiled. Kid, you're very compatible with my temper. Tamu grinned, and then he seemed to have thought of something, causing his frivolous eyes to suddenly become fierce as he looked at Xianxia. If you want to teach me, Tamu, a lesson, then let's see if you have the ability. I'll let you see it. Xianxia glanced at Tamu with disdain as he spoke proudly. In next to no time, the 6th person came out as well. Shockingly, the 6th person was the crown prince of the Darming dynasty and the personal disciple of Feng Wei, Lu Yong. Master, disciple is useless and has brought shame to you. After Lu Yong came out, he glanced at Feng Wei before lowering his head. His objective was originally the number tokens in the top 3. But never had he imagined that when he exerted all his strength to pass through the illusory crypt and intended to choose a number token, he instead noticed that not only were the number tokens in the top 3 gone, even the number tokens in the top 5 were gone. He'd only obtained the number 6 token. Work harder later on. Feng Wei spoke indifferently, and he didn't have the intention to fuss about it with Lu Yong. Lu Yong instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Whoosh! Since she was unable to be of use to them, then they would eliminate her. Both of them glanced at each other, and both of them clearly saw killing intent that was difficult to restrain in each other's eyes. Why did you come out so quickly? Feng Wudao asked with surprise, as he felt that he was unable to see through his daughter more and more. Tianwu, congratulations. After the nearby Duan Lingtian stretched out his spiritual force, he was stunned for a moment, and after he recovered from his shock, he congratulated Feng Tianwu. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, not only was Feng Wudao puzzled, even the nearby Saber 5 and Sword 13 couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't know what Duan Lingtian meant by this. Could it be that Duan Lingtian saw through something? Elder brother Duan, you saw through it? Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian with surprise. Duan Lingtian nodded with a light smile. I truly never imagined that you would break through once more not long after breaking through to the void interpretation stage. Could it be that you obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter in the illusory crypt? Earlier, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force had stretched out and detected Feng Tianwu's current cultivation at the first possible moment, and it was actually at the second level of the void interpretation stage. After all, it had only been less than a month since Feng Tianwu had broken through to the first level of the void interpretation stage the last time. In other words, after breaking through to the first level of the void interpretation stage, Feng Tianwu had broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage in less than a month. Such advancement was even swifter than when he consumed the rebirth pill. Chapter 8:10. What? You've broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Feng Tianwu hadn't even had the time to reply when Feng Wudao had already exclaimed in surprise. He was extremely clear about when his daughter had broken through to the first level of the void interpretation stage. But now when he heard Duan Lingtian and saw his daughter's reaction, he realized a problem. His daughter might have really broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage. Yes. Feng Tianwu's reply caused Feng Wudao to be completely petrified. He only returned to his senses after a short moment and muttered, "What exactly did you encounter in the illusory crypt? Could it be that it's really as Lingtian said, and you obtained some fortuitous encounter? Otherwise, how could you successively break through 2 levels in a short month of time?" Second level of the void interpretation stage? Successively breaking through 2 levels in a short month of time? The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Feng Wudao's words shocked Sword 13 and Saber 5, and it caused their gazes to completely change when they looked at Feng Tianwu. This 25-year-old little girl's cultivation had advanced by 2 levels in a short month of time and stepped into the second level of the void interpretation stage? How could this be possible? After all, no matter how good or how many spirit fruits one consumed, it was impossible to allow a void interpretation stage martial artist to advance by 2 levels in a short 1 or 2 months. The medicinal strength of the spirit fruit required time to be digested, otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be completely revealed. I passed through a barrier that was related to water. At that place, my entire body fused into the water and suffered the impact of the water. In the end, it seemed to have drawn out some sort of energy within my body, causing my origin energy to roil along with it, and then I directly broke through. Feng Tianwu replied, "A barrier of water?" Duan Lingtian naturally knew what Feng Tianwu spoke of, and it was none other than the area enveloped by the inscription formation that could create water. He had also encountered that obstacle, but his spiritual power had temporarily turned off the inscription formation at the first moment, so he didn't need to force his way through that obstacle. However, Feng Tianwu was different. She didn't have the same spiritual energy as Duan Lingtian, and she didn't understand the Tao of inscriptions. Therefore, it was impossible for her to do what Duan Lingtian did. She could only force her way in. Water can trigger some kind of power? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian had a flash of inspiration as he seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at Feng Wudao at the first possible moment. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that Feng Wudao was looking at him. Fire spirit body. Duan Lingtian and Feng Wudao looked at each other and spoke at practically the same time. Obviously, they thought of the same thing. The energy in Feng Tianwu's body that was triggered by the water should be the extra energy in Feng Tianwu's fire spirit body. That energy would erupt completely when Feng Tianwu was 30 years old, and if Feng Tianwu was unable to hold on, then she would die for sure. Before that, that energy would be dispersed bit by bit to fuse into Feng Tianwu's body and assist her in her cultivation. This was also the reason why Feng Tianwu's cultivation advanced extremely swiftly. In this way, it was the water in the illusory crypt that forced the energy in Tianwu's body that belonged to the fire spirit body to erupt without restraint, and it assisted Tianwu to advance to the second level of the void interpretation stage in one go? Duan Ling Tian guessed in his heart. Tianwu, how did you feel when the energy in your body erupted? Duan Ling Tian asked with a serious expression. At that time, I felt the meridians in my entire body were extremely scorching, and they were practically on the verge of exploding. At the critical moment, I squeezed the water around me and stretched out a strand of energy to suppress it, causing it to fuse into one with my origin energy and assist me in breaking through in one go. Feng Tianwu recalled the scene at that time. Similar to what I thought. Duan Ling Tian nodded. On the other hand, Feng Wudao realized how dangerous this matter was from his daughter, and he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for her. The energy of the fire spirit body is formidable indeed. If it's able to be drawn out at an appropriate time like this, then perhaps it'll be able to allow Tianwu to possess a cultivation at the void transformation stage before the age of 30. If Tianwu is able to possess a cultivation at the void transformation stage before the age of 30, then she'll be able to forcefully withstand the energy of the fire spirit body that's concealed within her body. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. There's still almost 5 years of time. It's slightly pressing. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's gaze became firm. No matter what, he would try his best to assist Tianwu to break through to the void transformation stage before the age of 30, and he would absolutely not watch helplessly as Tianwu perished. So long as Tianwu was able to endure the eruption of the fire spirit body at the age of 30, then her future would be boundless. Fire spirit body? Sword 13 and Saber 5 stared blankly at Feng Tianwu, and their eyes contained slight pity mixed within. They naturally knew what the fire spirit body meant, and it meant that it was impossible for a person that possessed such a physique to live past the age of 30. Unless the person broke through to the void transformation stage before the age of 30. But to a possessor of the fire spirit body, this was practically impossible. Possessors of the fire spirit body might be able to consume spirit fruits to assist in their cultivation at the beginning, but once they stepped into the void interpretation stage, they would be unable to consume spirit fruits to cultivate. Because the medicinal strength contained within the spirit fruits used by void interpretation stage martial artists was too strong, and it would mobilize the energy concealed within the fire spirit body to a certain extent. At that time, the slightest consequence would be chi deviation, and the slightest consequence would be sudden death. Duan Ling Tian was naturally aware of this, otherwise, he wouldn't feel that time was pressing. Tianwu was a possessor of the fire spirit body, and she'd already broken through to the void interpretation stage. If she was able to consume spirit fruits and coupled with the assistance of the fire concept fragments, it wouldn't be difficult for her to break through to the void transformation stage before the age of 30. If nothing unexpected happens, I ought to be the one and only female martial artist that obtained the top 10 command tokens. A wisp of a complacent smile appeared on Yi Ling's seemingly ordinary face when faced with the numerous gazes that converged onto her and the numerous exclamations of surprise. But when her gaze shot towards the distance, it was completely fixed there and was unable to move away any longer. How could this be possible? How could she possibly have come out earlier than me? Yi Ling's gaze stared fixedly at the distant Feng Tianwu as her pupils constricted, and she was unwilling to accept that everything she saw before her eyes was real. How could there possibly be a woman that had come out of the illusory crypt earlier than her? Moreover, it was a woman that was beautiful to the point it caused her to be envious. As a woman, who didn't wish to possess a drop-dead gorgeous face. In the past, she'd seen many women that were more beautiful than her, but practically all those women were just flower vases. So what if they were beautiful? In this world where the strong were respected, she was able to control their fates. So all along, Yiling felt that even though the heavens didn't bestow upon her a drop-dead gorgeous face, it had given her natural talent in the martial Dao that wasn't inferior to a man. But now, Feng Tianwu had mercilessly crushed the pride in her heart, and it caused her to feel that she was like a pitiable bug. In terms of appearance, she was inferior to Yiling. In terms of strength, Chapter 8:11. Perhaps she took some sort of shortcut and was able to come out before me. How old is she? It's impossible for her strength to be stronger than me. Yiling ceaselessly consoled herself. No matter what, she didn't believe that she would be surpassed by a young woman that was younger than her. As the strongest expert in the younger generation of the Darqing dynasty, she had her own arrogance. Tianwu, that Yiling seems to be extremely unwilling to submit to you. Duan Lingtian smiled. Feng Tianwu glanced indifferently at Yiling before paying no further attention to her. A young woman that was 10 years older than her wasn't worthy of her comparing herself with her. After the 9th person from the Darqing dynasty, the 10th person came out as well. The Dartang dynasty, Li Ji. Li Ji was a handsome young man around the age of 35, and at the same time, he was the Dartang dynasty's 11th prince. Since then, the possessors of the top 10 command tokens had all appeared. The possessor of the number 1 command token, Duan Lingtian from the Darkhan dynasty. The possessor of the number 2 command token, Zishang from the Darkhan dynasty. The possessor of the number 3 command token, Qi Feng from the Darqi dynasty. The possessor of the number 4 command token, Qin Kong from the Darqin dynasty. The possessor of the number 5 command token, Ta Mu from the Daryuan dynasty. The possessor of the number 6 command token, Lu Yong from the Darming dynasty. The possessor of the number 7 command token, Feng Tianwu from the Darkhan dynasty. The possessor of the number 8 command token, O Chen from the Darchu dynasty. The possessor of the number 9 command token, Yiling from the Darqing dynasty. The possessor of the number 10 command token, Li Ji from the Dartang dynasty. Amongst the possessors of the top 10 command tokens, 3 are from the Darkhan dynasty. This time, the Darkhan dynasty is really in the limelight. The representatives of the various dynasties side with emotion. Of course, there were also the representatives of 2 dynasties that had gloomy expressions because not a single one of the young geniuses recommended by their dynasties had obtained a token in the top 10. Presently, the owners of the top 10 command tokens had appeared successively. The owners of the remaining 40 command tokens had appeared along with them. Numerous figures stepped out from the exit of the illusory crypt and appeared in the sky above the combat ring in the blink of an eye. These people included Su Li, Long Yun, and Zhang Shouyong, and they returned to the side of Duan Lingtian's group one by one. The young geniuses of the various dynasties that are participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time are really filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I feel that my speed can be considered to be swift, yet I only obtained command token number 12. Su Li sighed. Su Li obtained token number 12, and Long Yun obtained token number 19. What caused Duan Lingtian to be surprised was that Zhang Shouyong actually obtained the number 15 token. For a moment, he extended his spiritual power, intending to probe Zhang Shouyong's depth. In the end, he found some clues. Zhang Shouyong had suddenly broken through to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. Congratulations, Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian smiled and congratulated Zhang Shouyong. Brother Lingtian, I can't hide anything from you. Zhang Shouyong smiled bitterly. Although he was surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to see through his cultivation, he wasn't surprised. In his opinion, no matter what miracle it was, so long as it occurred on this Brother Lingtian, then it couldn't be considered a miracle. Big Brother Zhang has broken through? Feng Tianwu's gaze lit up, and then she congratulated Zhang Shouyong. Young Miss Tianwu, you came out before us. What number token did you obtain? Su Li looked at Feng Tianwu and asked with slight anticipation. What? Originally, after Zhang Shouyong came out, he was already surprised when he saw Feng Tianwu had come out before him, but he only thought that Feng Tianwu had come out before him. Now, when he heard Su Li say this, he realized that Feng Tianwu had come out before Su Li. Su Li had obtained token number 12. In other words, the token Feng Tianwu obtained was either token number 11 or one of the top 10. Tianwu is much stronger than you. Sword 13 was obviously extremely dissatisfied that Su Li had only obtained token number 12, and he intended to strike a blow to Su Li. Tianwu obtained token number 7. Token number 7? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Li was instantly petrified, whereas Zhang Shouyong and Long Yun were dumbstruck. Stinking kid, you're at the bottom again this time? Looks like I have to use a special method to properly temper you after we return to the sect. Saber 5 looked at Long Yun and gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Long Yun's expression went grim when he heard this. Duan Ling, what's the number of your token? After Su Li recovered from his shock, at the same time that he had a bitter smile on his face, he couldn't help but ask Duan Ling Tian, and he seemed to want to find balance from Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian was inferior to Feng Tianwu, then he could use this to refute his master. But unfortunately he was bound to be disappointed. Number 1. Duan Ling Tian spoke with a light smile. For a time, Su Li was petrified once more, whereas Zhang Shouyong, who just recovered from his shock, couldn't help but cough and choke on his own saliva. Long Yun's face sank slightly as he never imagined that Duan Ling Tian had actually obtained token number 1. And this also indicated that Duan Ling Tian was the first to leave the illusory crypt. Duan Ling, since you're the first to leave, then do you know who the other 8 people besides Tianwu are that have obtained tokens in the top 10? Su Li asked. In next to no time, Su Li found out about the other 8 people that had obtained tokens in the top 10 from Duan Ling Tian. He wasn't surprised that Zishang had obtained token number 2. He'd witnessed Zishang's secret technique, and it was extremely formidable. At that time, Zishang was only at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, yet when he executed that secret technique, his strength instantly rose to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage. Presently, Zishang had most probably broken through to the Void Interpretation stage just like them, and when he executed that secret technique, his strength was at least at the 5th level of the Void Interpretation stage or above. Looks like only you're capable of countering Zishang in this martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Su Li sighed. Zishang. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with cold lights as he'd already decided that during the 4th round of the selections, he would be the first to challenge Zishang. Unless Zishang admitted defeat, otherwise he'd surely make Zishang die a graveless death. Along with the passage of time, the sky gradually dimmed down. Dusk arrived as scheduled. The 50 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had finally emerged, and the 50 number tokens had their own owners. The 3rd round of the selections will be held at dawn tomorrow. At that time, the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be decided. After Ning can announced this, he left with Feng Wei. Zishang and Lu Yong followed. That's Zishang. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this scene. Zishang has already been taken as Ning Can's personal disciple. Duan Ling Tian said. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong came to a sudden understanding. I truly never imagined that the number 1 token would actually be obtained by the Darkhan dynasty's Duan Ling Tian. His luck is really good. It's surely luck. Many young geniuses that came from the other dynasties discussed animatedly, and they obviously didn't feel that Duan Ling Tian had relied on his own strength to obtain the number 1 token. Duan Ling Tian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this. During the 3rd round of the selections tomorrow, he would use his actions to prove his strength and make these people shut their mouths. The biggest winner today was none other than the Dark Han dynasty. The Dark Han dynasty had monopolized 3 of the top 10 number tokens, and it caused the other 9 dynasties to only be envious and jealous. The smile on the Dark Han dynasty's emperor's face never stopped. At this moment, he seemed to have already completely forgotten the deaths of his son and nephew. Let's return. Duan Lingtian's group quickly left the combat arena and returned to their respective pavilions. I'm still slightly lacking. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated for a while, and he couldn't help but sigh when he noticed his cultivation hadn't improved at all. Even though his cultivation had the formidable medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, it was still slightly lacking from breaking through to the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian knew that he shouldn't continue persisting in improving his cultivation, because no matter how persistent he was, it would be difficult for his cultivation that had fallen into a bottleneck to improve. Presently, it was as if he'd entered a dead end, and if he wanted to pass through it, he needed to calm down first before he could think of a good method. Duan Lingtian left the room and stood outside the Narcissus Pavilion as he cultivated the high-grade heaven-rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, while he held onto the wind concept fragment and continued to comprehend wind concept. He became more and more skilled in the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, and at the end, he was able to utilize it like an extension of his arm. Even the 3rd Divine Dragon was almost condensed into form, and once it was condensed into form, he could be considered to have stepped into the initial stage. As for wind concept, I've just comprehended 2nd level intermediate wind concept today, and it's difficult for it to improve for a while, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. A night passed quickly. The dawn of the 2nd day arrived in the blink of an eye. Dawn had just appeared in the horizon when Duan Lingtian had already walked out of his room and converged with Feng Tianwu, who'd similarly walked out of her room before soaring up into the sky. Feng Wudao had been standing in the sky since long ago and was waiting for them. In the sky above the combat arena, after the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties had arrived, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, and Feng Wei appeared successively, and Zishang and Lu Yong followed behind them like shadows. Chapter 8:12. The possessors of the number 11 to 50 command token step out and form a line according to the number of the command token. Ning Kan pointed towards an empty expanse of space. Instantly, the 40 young geniuses including Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and Long Yun flew out one by one to form an orderly line. Duan Lingtian stood at the center area of the sky above the combat arena, and his eyes flickered with flowing lights as he sized up the 40 young geniuses that had formed a line before him. Besides the familiar faces of Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and Long Yun, amongst these people, there was another face that he was extremely familiar with. Duan Lingtian has obtained the number 1 command token and possesses the absolute initiative. Who do all of you think he'll challenge? Someone couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Of course. He'll surely challenge the possessor of the number 50 command token. Another person spoke as a matter of course. Most people agreed in this way. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze didn't descend onto the possessor of the number 50 command token, and it had instead locked onto the last familiar face besides Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and Long Yun. The possessor of the number 17 command token, Zhao Wei. The number 1 expert in the younger generation of the Darming dynasty's Zhao clan, an existence that was merely inferior to Lu Yong in the younger generation of the Darming dynasty. Most importantly, Zhao Wei and Duan Lingtian had once come into conflict. A few months ago, Zhao Wei had lost at the hands of Duan Lingtian in the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, and he hadn't even touched the corners of Duan Lingtian's clothes. I choose to challenge the possessor of the number 17 command token. After Duan Lingtian's gaze locked onto Zhao Wei, he spoke frankly. Instantly, the people present were in an uproar. This Duan Lingtian actually challenged the possessor of the number 17 command token? According to my knowledge, even if it's the possessor of the number 10 command token, there are many existences at the second level of the void interpretation stage or above. Could it be that this Duan Lingtian has the confidence to defeat a martial artist at the second level of the void interpretation stage or above? Many people that question Duan Lingtian's strength discussed successively. On the other hand, Zhao Wei, who was challenged by Duan Lingtian, had an extremely gloomy expression, and he took a deep breath under the numerous burning gazes before he said frankly, "I admit defeat." Admit defeat. As soon as Zhao Wei said this, a wave of booing instantly sounded out at the scene. Which dynasty are they from? To be able to obtain token number 17, his strength must not be weak. To think that he doesn't even have the courage to accept the challenge. Many people looked at Zhao Wei with disdain. I know him. He's one of the two most outstanding people in the younger generation of the Darming dynasty, and he's equally famous as Vice Fort Master Feng's personal disciple, Lu Yong. It can't be? Such a coward could also be equally famous as Lu Yong? You must be joking. I also feel that such a coward is not qualified to be on the same level as Lu Yong. Being equally famous with him is simply a disgrace to Lu Yong. Many people added insult to injury. In this world where the strong were respected, cowards were looked down upon the most. Zhao Wei's cowardice was disgusting. When Zhao Wei heard the waves of ridicule coming from the surroundings, his face alternated between green and white, yet he had no way to refute. He was indeed afraid of Duan Lingtian. When he fought Duan Lingtian that day, he hadn't even touched the corners of Duan Lingtian's clothes before losing. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian not killing him, it would be impossible for him to be standing here now. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian looked at him, he'd clearly seen the coldness that was emitted from Duan Lingtian's eyes. He knew that once he accepted the challenge, his life wouldn't be in his control any longer. So for the sake of living properly, he didn't dare accept the challenge and directly admitted defeat. To him, this was the wisest choice. Thank you. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Zhao Wei before thanking him before returning to Feng Tianwu's side. For a time, Zhao Wei was angered to the point his face alternated between green and white. Subsequently, the possessor of the number 2 token entered the arena. The possessor of the number 2 token, Xianxia, a young genius of the Darkhan dynasty, and he was the personal disciple of the Skywolf Fort's vice fort master, Ning Ken. I heard this Xianxia was taken as a personal disciple by vice fort master Ning. He's the second person after Duan Lingtian to pass through the illusory crypt. I presume he's not a simple figure since he's able to be taken as a personal disciple by Vice Fort Master Ning. The gazes of many people descended onto Xianxia as they discussed. After Xianxia ascended the arena, his gaze descended onto the possessor of the number 50 token, a green-clothed young man, and he spoke indifferently. The possessor of the number 50 token. Even though terror arose from the bottom of the green-clothed young man's heart when he was called out by Xianxia, he still gritted his teeth and flew out to stand in confrontation with Xianxia. If it wasn't for the scene of everyone ridiculing Zhao Wei earlier, he might have directly admitted defeat. Now, with the lesson of the past, he didn't do that for the sake of his dignity. I'll admit defeat once I'm no match for him. The green-clothed young man thought to himself. He'd already decided that once he was no match for Xianxia, he would admit defeat at the first possible moment. Admitting defeat like this was much more dignified than Zhao Wei. After all, Zhao Wei didn't even have the courage to ascend the arena. You dare to ascend the arena? When he saw the green-clothed young man actually didn't take the initiative to admit defeat and even dared to ascend the arena to stand in confrontation with him and intend to fight him, Xianxia's expression instantly sank. His sworn enemy, Duan Lingtian, had challenged the possessor of the number 17 token, yet the latter didn't even have the courage to ascend the arena and directly admitted defeat. Now, when he challenged the possessor of the number 50 token, he originally thought that the possessor of the number 50 token would probably not dare ascend the arena or even admit defeat directly. In this way, he wouldn't lose to his sworn enemy, Duan Lingtian. However, things went contrary to his wishes. After the possessor of the number 50 token was challenged by him, the possessor of the number 50 token entered the arena calmly as if the possessor wasn't afraid of him, and at the same time that this caused him to suffer a great blow, ruthlessness arose in his heart. No matter what, I'll give it a try. The green-clothed young man gritted his teeth as he spoke. Sometimes, a wrong decision will cause you to lose your life. Xianxia's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Since the possessor of the number 50 token had embarrassed him, then he would make the possessor use his life to repent. Ha! The green-clothed young man's face went grim when he heard Xianxia, yet he still summoned up the courage to fly out, and a spirit weapon appeared in his hand as the origin energy in his entire body exploded out, causing Concept to follow him like a shadow. The green-clothed young man utilized all his ability to cause the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth to form over 50 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, a cultivation at the first level of the void interpretation stage. First level void interpretation concept. Grade 4 spirit weapon. Xianxia's expression remained unchanged when facing the green-clothed young man's assault, and with a raise of his hand, an extremely ancient zither appeared in his hand. Along with Xianxia raising his hand, origin energy coiled around it as 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him, and it displayed his current cultivation. Second level of the void interpretation stage. Xianxia has actually broken through? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. If he wasn't wrong, Xianxia was only a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist yesterday, so how could he have broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage overnight? Looks like Ningkan gave him some benefits. Perhaps he broke through after consuming a spirit fruit. This was something that wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. The green-clothed young man's face went grim when he saw Xianxia reveal a cultivation at the second level of the void interpretation stage, and his figure instantly slowed down and started to decelerate. At the same time, he opened his mouth. I admit, but unfortunately, he was bound to be unable to speak out the word lose. Clang. Along with Xianxia's hand descending and slapping onto the surface of the zither strings moved rhythmically before abruptly emitting a wave of ear-piercing and enormous sounds. At the same time, a material green crescent-shaped ripple that was coiled with a strand of scorching aura of flames swept out, and its target was the green-clothed young man. Halfway through, the aura of flames expanded even more. The might of the wind was aided by the might of the fire. Second-level void interpretation stage cultivation, first-level intermediate wind concept, elementary fire concept, and coupled with the grade 4 spirit weapon, the zither, it gave Xianxia the strength of over 70 ancient horned dragons. The crescent-shaped ripple that emitted strands of scorching aura of flames had split the green-clothed young man into two before he could even speak the word lose. Clang, 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 clang. Subsequently, another wave of ear-piercing sounds of zither explosions resounded out, and numerous crescent-shaped ripples that emitted scorching aura of flames seemed to have formed into a dense and enormous net that enveloped the green-clothed young man's corpse that had been split into two. In the next moment, only a rain of blood remained in the sky, and after the rain of blood descended to the ground, the green-clothed young man's corpse had vanished without a trace. This. In the sky above the combat arena, waves of gasping sounded out, and many people revealed terrified gazes as they looked at Xianxia. Some female martial artists were even terrified to the point their faces went ghastly pale. When had they ever seen such a bloody scene? That possessor of the number 50 token died an unjust death. Yeah, he was already prepared to admit defeat. In the end, he hadn't even spoken the word lose when he was killed. But this Xianxia is actually only a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist? Moreover, amongst the concepts he's comprehended, only his wind concept seems to be at the first level of the void interpretation stage, and his fire concept is only at the void initiation stage. He doesn't even possess a grade 3 spirit weapon. How did he become the second to charge out of the illusory crypt? At the same time that many people sighed with emotion that the possessor of the number 50 token had died an unjust death, they started to question Xianxia's strength. As far as they were concerned, with the ordinary strength and ability Xianxia revealed earlier, according to logic, he probably wouldn't even be able to obtain a number token that was ranked in the top 20. But Xianxia had instead obtained the number 2 token. If he really only has this little strength, it's impossible for him to obtain the number 2 token. The eyes of the Darky dynasty's 9th prince, Qifeng, flashed as he subconsciously felt that Xianxia had absolutely held back when he attacked earlier. Moreover, he'd held back a great deal. Perhaps he has some sort of shortcut. After all, he's a member of the Dark Han dynasty, and there are 3 people from the Dark Han dynasty that have obtained a number token in the top 10. The possessor of the number 4 token, the Darqin dynasty's Qin Kong, stood nearby Qifeng, and he grunted in disdain when he heard Qifeng's words. For a time, more and more people doubted that the number 2 token in Xianxia's possession was obtained through an unscrupulous method. Like I said, how could the Dark Han dynasty's Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu be able to obtain the number 1 token and number 7 token at the age of 28 and 25? So it turns out that the members of the Dark Han dynasty have grasped an unscrupulous method. Since Xianxia was able to obtain the number 2 token with this little strength of his, I presume that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu aren't much stronger. Chapter 8:13. To think that Darming dynasty's Zhao Wei didn't even have the courage to enter the arena before admitting defeat because he was afraid of the number 1 token in Duan Lingtian's possession. Now, his intestines are probably green with regret, right? If that Duan Lingtian challenges me, then I'll surely accept the challenge. Not only will I accept the challenge, I'll even defeat him and seize the number 1 token in his possession. If I'm able to obtain the number 1 token, then it would be great. In the future, I'll be able to challenge anyone I want to challenge, and I'll specially choose soft persimmons to crush. It wouldn't be difficult for me to enter the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At this moment, many young geniuses looked forward to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu challenging them. As far as they were concerned, the number 1 token in Duan Lingtian's possession and the number 7 token in Feng Tianwu's possession weren't obtained by relying on true ability, and they'd obtained it through opportunistic means. Of course, there were some people that were familiar with Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, and they knew that the number tokens in Duan Lingtian and Xianxia's possession weren't obtained through opportunistic means. After Xianxia, the possessor of the number 2 token left the arena, the possessor of the number 3 token, Qifeng, entered the arena. Qifeng naturally would not utilize the authority of the number 3 token and directly chose the possessor of the number 49 token. His opponent admitted defeat. After that, the possessor of the number 4 token, Qin Kong, entered the arena, and his opponent admitted defeat as well. The possessor of the number 5 token, Ta Mu, and the possessor of the number 6 token, Lu Yong, entered the arena after them, and their opponents didn't have the courage to battle them. Subsequently, it was the turn of the possessor of the number 7 token, Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu flew out and chose the possessor of the number 45 token, a tall and robust young man that was almost middle-aged and had disheveled hair that hung loosely on his shoulders. The young man was an entire 2 meters tall, and he was like a giant as he stood before Feng Tianwu. "Little girl, your appearance isn't bad. But unfortunately, the number 7 token in your possession was obtained through opportunistic means. You're bound to not be a match for me. Hand over the number 7 token and admit defeat." The young man that was like a giant spoke with a low voice. "Otherwise, don't force me to ruthlessly destroy you." "Huh, big guy, you have to be gentle. She's just a 25-year-old girl." Someone couldn't help but laugh. For a moment, many people laughed along with him. These people all felt that Feng Tianwu did not have much strength. "If you want token number 7, come and get it yourself." In the face of the youth's arrogance, Feng Tianwu's expression did not change. She stood there in the air, and the red robe on her body fluttered without wind, as if she had turned into a ball of burning flames. This little girl really doesn't know what's good for her. Since that's the case, let me teach you a lesson. The corners of the young man's mouth curled up into an evil smile. In the next moment, his tall and sturdy figure flew out. Although it seemed cumbersome, it did not affect his speed at all. At the same time that he flashed towards Feng Tianwu, an enormous spiked club appeared in the young man's hand. Origin energy flickered within it, and then it transformed into a ball of material flames. Almost 60 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons dashed out. Even though he looked down upon Feng Tianwu, he didn't dare be careless in the slightest in the battles of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and he utilized his full strength as soon as he attacked. Force suppresses mountains and rivers. The young man abruptly shouted out explosively, and the spiked club in his hand that was burning with burning flames carried the strength of almost 60 ancient horned dragons as it descended towards Feng Tianwu. At the same time that many young geniuses present cursed the young man for not knowing how to be protective of the fairer sex when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but close their eyes as they were unwilling to see the scene of a peerless beauty perishing. But in next to no time, they opened their eyes once more, and a heartfelt expression of shock appeared on their faces. The reason they opened their eyes was entirely because of the miserable shrill cry of the young man. When they opened their eyes, they saw a scene that they would never be able to forget in their entire lifetimes. They saw the red-clothed young woman that stood there like a fire spirit without moving. On the other hand, the young man that smashed out the Grade 4 spirit weapon, spiked club, with the intention of blasting the red-clothed young woman to death, had instead been blasted flying like an arrow that left the bow. On the way he flew backwards, he emitted shrill cries as he spat out blood. At this moment, not only had the spiked club in the young man's hand been blasted flying, even the young man's disheveled hair had been burned into ash, causing him to become bald. What happened earlier? The young geniuses that had closed their eyes earlier as they couldn't bear to see Feng Tianwu perish had recovered from their shock, and all of them asked in unison. Never had they imagined that the young woman that was merely 25 years old would actually defeat the young man that was like a giant. So strong. She only used a single palm strike and didn't even utilize a spirit weapon, yet heavily injured and blasted the possessor of the number 45 token flying. Her strength is at least at the second level of the void interpretation stage. Besides that, the flames she controlled were even more material than the flames controlled by the possessor of the number 45 token, and it's at least at the second level of intermediate fire concept. She's really only 25 years old? Feng Tianwu's strength caused a wave of clamorous noise at the scene. A young woman that was merely 25 years old had revealed such a cultivation and concept, and it caused them to feel ashamed and wish for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. Unfortunately, she only attacked for a short moment, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't even have the time to condense into form before dispersing. Even though the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't condense into form, but we can be sure of one thing. She's a martial artist at the second level of the void interpretation stage or above. Moreover, she's comprehended intermediate fire concept at the second level or above. A young woman possessing such natural talent and accomplishments is sufficient to cause countless men to feel ashamed. The entire sky above the combat arena was completely in an uproar because of Feng Tianwu's brief attack. What a formidable little girl! Even the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Ken, couldn't help but take a few more glances at Feng Tianwu, and in the end, his eyes were filled with killing intent. If a genius martial artist that possessed such heaven-defying natural talent and comprehension ability was unable to join their Skywolf Fort, then he would rather let her die than allow her to live. Once such a monstrous existence stood on the opposite side of Skywolf Fort in the future, she would surely become a great calamity for Skywolf Fort. That was something he wasn't willing to see happen. Shang, if this woman is able to pass through the third round of the selections and advance to the fourth round of the selections, you must kill her. Ning Ken looked at Zishang and spoke via voice transmission. Yes, master. Xianxia's gaze that was filled with coldness descended onto Feng Tianwu when he heard this, and killing intent flashed within his eyes. Ning can want Xianxia to kill Tianwu? Duan Lingtian's observation ability was shocking, and he easily noticed the killing intent that flickered in the depths of Ning Can's gaze when he looked at Feng Tianwu. Moreover, he noticed the reaction Xianxia revealed when Ning Can glanced at him. He'd guessed Ning Can's thoughts. Let me see if it's you, Xianxia, who kills Tianwu, or Tianwu who kills you, Xianxia. A wisp of a cold smile suffused the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and he had a way to deal with it in his heart. In the battle between Feng Tianwu and the young man that was like a giant, the young man was heavily injured with a single strike and didn't have the strength to continue the battle, so Feng Tianwu was victorious. After a short moment, Feng Tianwu returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Tianwu, when did you comprehend the 4th level intermediate fire concept? Duan Lingtian couldn't refrain himself from asking via voice transmission. Perhaps, when others saw Feng Tianwu attack, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth hadn't condensed into form, so they were unable to confirm exactly what Feng Tianwu's cultivation and concept was. But Duan Lingtian, who possessed the memories and experience of 2 lifetimes of Samsara Emperor Wu, was able to discern with a single glance that the fire concept Feng Tianwu executed earlier was obviously already at the 4th level intermediate fire concept. This caused Duan Lingtian's heart to be filled with shock. It was also something that happened in the illusory crypt. I entered into a short period of enlightenment during the trial of fire, and after I awoke from my stupor, I comprehended 4th level intermediate fire concept. Feng Tianwu wasn't surprised that Duan Lingtian had seen through the level of her fire concept. There were too many miracles and unbelievable things on Duan Lingtian, and she'd long since become numb to it. In her eyes, this elder brother Duan of hers was capable of what others were incapable of. As expected of the fire spirit body, it's actually so abnormal. At the same time that Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless when he heard this, his heart was filled with shock. He knew that the reason Feng Tianwu was able to obtain all sorts of fortuitous encounters in the illusory crypt was entirely because she possessed the fire spirit body. If it was another person, it would be utterly impossible for the person to obtain such treatment. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 people in the top 10 command tokens issued challenges one by one. The opponents they challenged had admitted defeat before entering the arena. Subsequently, the possessor of the number 11 token issued a challenge. The possessor of the number 11 token was the person that was ranked before Su Li, and he was a young man that was dressed like a scholar. Chapter 8:14. Possessor of the number 1 token, I'll tear you into pieces right away and replace you. The young man with a savage expression stuck out his tongue to lick his dry lips, and his ghastly eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian like a dormant venomous snake. That will depend on if you have the ability. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he spoke indifferently. This young man with a savage expression before him was the possessor of the number 25 token, and Duan Lingtian had clearly seen it when the young man made a move against the possessor of the number 26 token earlier. When the young man wanted to beg for mercy, he'd forcefully grab the young man's throat and didn't allow the young man to make a single sound. In the end, the possessor of the number 26 token was torn into pieces by the young man with his bare hands. His spirit weapon was a grade 4 spirit weapon glove, and it was worn on his right hand. You'll know in a moment. The ghastly eyes of the young man with a savage expression flashed, and then his figure flashed out as if he'd transformed into a venomous snake that had gone berserk and fiercely bit towards Duan Lingtian. His gloved hand abruptly stretched out to grab towards Duan Lingtian, and the ghastly flames in the surroundings leaped about and condensed into form, seeming to have transformed into the open mouth of a venomous snake. In the sky, almost 70 ancient horned dragon silhouettes flashed towards Duan Lingtian in unison and revealed his shocking strength. Second level of the Void Interpretation Stage. First level intermediate wind concept. Grade 4 spirit weapon. The young man with a savage expression could be said to have utilized all his ability, and it was a killing move as soon as he attacked with the intention of killing Duan Lingtian. You want me to die? Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with killing intent as his figure flashed out to move unhurriedly to intercept the young man. In the eyes of others, it seemed as if Duan Lingtian had given himself up. Right when some people thought that Duan Lingtian's actions were courting death, a sword appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand, a grade 3 spirit sword. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook as the origin energy in his hand fused with second-level intermediate wind concept to transform into azure-colored strong winds that coiled around the sword before abruptly whistling out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 2 divine dragons that had materialized and 1 divine dragon that had yet to fully materialize roared out. As soon as they appeared, they successfully attracted everyone's attention. Dragons were legendary divine beasts that no one had ever seen with their own eyes. Of course, since the ancient times, there were various dragon totems and embroideries that were passed down. For example, the dragon robes worn by the emperors of the various dynasties were embroidered with a golden 5-clawed divine dragon. However, a lifelike divine dragon that was formed from origin energy was extremely rare. Bush, 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 bush. Just as most people's attention was on the 3 mystical dragons, 2 of the fully formed mystical dragons suddenly shot out beams of light from their eyes. For beams of light shot towards the ferocious-looking young man. Their speed was so fast that it was shocking. The first beam of light easily pierced through the young man's hand that was grabbing at Duan Lingtian like a viper's mouth, piercing through the grade 4 glove and leaving a bloody hole. Blood splattered everywhere. Amongst the other 3 beams of light, 1 pierced through the young man's forehead, another pierced through the young man's neck, and the last pierced through the young man's heart. Right when everyone thought that Feng Tianwu would be in a deadlock with her opponent was instead defeated by Feng Tianwu in a single move. This time, Feng Tianwu utilized a spirit weapon, a grade 3 spirit whip. Only a single whip had heavily injured her opponent. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth hadn't even had the chance to condense into form before dispersing. Besides Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu's exact strength was still a mystery in the eyes of most people. Possessing such a cultivation at the mere age of 25 is truly shocking. If she's able to continue maintaining this advancement, she'll step into the void transformation stage without the slightest suspense if she's given another 10 years. The many people that were shocked by Feng Tianwu's strength couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Feng Tianwu allowed them to have a completely new understanding of female martial artists. Feng Tianwu, the possessor of the number 9 token, the other female that had obtained the top 10 tokens of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, the Darqing dynasty's Yiling, looked at Feng Tianwu with a complicated gaze. When she was Feng Tianwu's age, she hadn't even stepped into the void initiation stage. Even though she was unwilling to admit it, she knew that Feng Tianwu's natural talent and comprehension ability were indeed stronger than her. But if I go against her now, I still have full confidence. Yiling was filled with confidence. Tianwu, you ought to help me teach that kid a good lesson. After Feng Tianwu returned, Saber 5 spoke, and he seemed to feel extremely regretful that Feng Tianwu didn't choose to challenge Long Yun. After Feng Tianwu, it was the possessor of the number 8 token, the Darchu dynasty's Oqin. The person Oqin chose to challenge was precisely the possessor of the number 19 token, Long Yun. Long Yun's master was the vice sect master of the House of Sabers, and he'd already touched the threshold of the unity of man and saber. But because of the gap in cultivation and the difference in concept, he still lost to Oqin. Because he was afraid of Saber 5 who stood behind Long Yun, Oqin didn't attack ruthlessly. After Long Yun returned, he stood by Saber 5's side with a dejected expression. Master, I'm sorry. I've let you down and wasn't even able to enter the top 10. Saber 5 grunted coldly. After we return to the sect this time, I'll use the method of the House of Sabers to properly temper you." As he finished speaking, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of Saber 5's mouth, and it caused Long Yun to be unable to refrain from shuddering. After Ochen, it was the possessor of the number 9 token, Yi Ling, that entered the arena. Yi Ling challenged the possessor of the number 17 token and won. Subsequently, the possessor of the number 10 token, Li Ji, challenged the possessor of the number 16 token and won. Up until now, none of the top 10 token possessors had been replaced. The possessor of the number 11 token, the young man in scholarly attire, challenged the possessor of the number 15 token, Zhang Shouyong. Big Brother Zhang has encountered a strong enemy. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he muttered. Just as Duan Lingtian had said, Zhang Shouyong and the possessor of the number 11 token were evenly matched for a time, and this was because he possessed the grade 3 spirit weapon, Wine Gourd, that Duan Lingtian had personally refined for him. The strength of the young man in scholarly attire was shocking. In the end, Zhang Shouyong barely defeated the young man and replaced him to obtain the number 11 token. "Big Brother Zhang, you're amazing." Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he started laughing. In next to no time, it was the turn of the possessor of the number 12 token, Su Li, to challenge the possessor of the number 14 token. Su Li executed a total of 3 sword strikes and easily obtained victory. The possessor of the number 13 token had a bye. What's next? Meanwhile, only 13 people remained in the third round of the selections, and many people couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. Now, the final segment of the third round of the selections is about to begin. In this segment, the possessors of the number 11, 12, and 13 tokens will successively challenge the possessors of the top 10 tokens. Once you win, you'll be able to replace your opponent and obtain their token before charging into the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by our Skywolf Fort this time. Ningkan spoke with a clear voice. Instantly, the eyes of Zhang Shouyong, Su Li, and the possessor of the number 13 token lit up. First, the possessor of the number 11 token, Zhang Shouyong, would issue a challenge. There was only a single chance, and if he didn't succeed, then he would have no fate with the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Zhang Shouyong's gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian and the other 10 people before finally choosing Feng Tianwu, the possessor of the number 7 token. Amongst the possessors of the top 10 tokens, even the possessor of the number 10 token, Li Ji, was in existence at the third level of the void interpretation stage. Only Duan Lingtian, Zishang, and Feng Tianwu were existences at the second level of the void interpretation stage. Zhang Shouyong knew he wasn't a match for Duan Lingtian and Zishang, so he chose Feng Tianwu. Big Brother Zhang has bitten off more than he can chew this time. Chapter 8:15. Tianwu. Zhang Shouyong stood in confrontation with Feng Tianwu, and he had an embarrassed expression. After all, he'd challenged Feng Tianwu by name, and it was like he was bullying the weak. "Big Brother Zhang, you don't have to worry, feel free to attack with your full strength." Zhang Shouyong was a good friend of Duan Lingtian, and Feng Tianwu had taken Zhang Shouyong to be her friend as well and treated him with courtesy. "All right." Zhang Shouyong nodded, and his expression became slightly serious as he didn't dare dally. Even though he was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended second-level intermediate earth concept now, but based on the strength Feng Tianwu revealed earlier, she wasn't inferior to him. It was even to the extent that she might be slightly stronger. "Tianwu, watch out!" Zhang Shouyong shouted out explosively as he attacked like a bolt of lightning, and he raised his wine gourd before smashing it out. The wine gourd floated in midair and was covered by a layer of material earth concept, and it smashed down towards Feng Tianwu like a mountain pressing down onto her. Bang! An enormous bang that shook the heavens resounded out, and the terrifying sound of air exploding caused the eardrums of everyone present to tremble. At the same time, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly in the sky above Xianxia, and it condensed into 81 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes that coiled down. Xianxia's wine gourd smashed down with a bang, and it contained the strength of 81 ancient horned dragons. Even if it smashed onto a mountain, the mountain would probably be shattered by it. Yet now, the wine gourd smashed down towards Feng Tianwu, and once it smashed down, even 10 Feng Tianwu might not be able to survive. For a time, many people couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtan lightly smiled as he watched this scene, and he seemed to not be worried in the slightest. Feng Tianwu's expression remained unchanged when faced with Zhang Shouyang's wine gourd that smashed down towards her, and a whip appeared out of thin air in her hand. It was precisely the Grade 3 spirit whip that Duan Lingtian had refined for her. Subsequently, Feng Tianwu's entire body seemed to have transformed into a ball of flames that shot into the sky. It was actually charging towards the falling wine gourd. Feng Tianwu's figure flashed like fire, and a layer of solid flames coiled around the third-grade spirit whip in her hand in an instant. She suddenly swung it out and threw it towards the wine gourd. The long whip tore through the air like a python swinging its tail. It contained an extremely terrifying force as it fiercely landed on the wine gourd. A loud sound rang out, tearing through the sky, causing the airflow in the air to surge, and the sound of the wind could be heard. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone present, the material earth concept at the bottom of the wine gourd was actually split apart by this whip strike, and its speed of descent slowed down slightly. Feng Tianwu's hand trembled, and the third-grade spirit whip abruptly withdrew. In the next moment, the third-grade spirit whip that was retracted was fiercely thrown out again, like a rapidly shooting fire snake. Another enormous bang resounded out. This time, the wine gourd was actually blasted flying, and the material earth concept on its surface was completely shattered. Wow! Zhang Shouyang, who used his origin energy to guide the wine gourd, instantly suffered backlash from his origin energy, causing his face to go pale as blood sprayed out from his mouth like an arrow of blood. Fourth-level intermediate fire concept. As he looked at the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that was an entire 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Feng Tianwu, Zhang Shouyang had a bitter smile on his face at the same time he withdrew the wine gourd. If he knew Feng Tianwu's true strength since the beginning, he would absolutely not overestimate his ability and challenge Feng Tianwu. He and Feng Tianwu were on par with each other in terms of cultivation and spirit artifacts. He originally thought that their concepts were on par as well, and that was why he challenged Feng Tianwu. Never had he imagined that not only was Feng Tianwu's concept inferior to his, it was even stronger by an entire 20 ancient horned dragons. This gap was like a chasm that was difficult to surmount. I admit defeat. Zhang Shouyang opened his mouth and spoke with slight bitterness. Big brother Zhang, thank you for letting me win. Feng Tianwu smiled lightly before returning to Duan Lingtian's side. When Feng Tianwu fought earlier, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to condense into form. This time, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth has finally condensed into form, yet never had I imagined that she would actually have comprehended fourth-level intermediate fire concept. Possessing a cultivation at the second level of the void interpretation stage at the mere age of 25 and comprehending fourth-level intermediate fire concept. This Feng Tianwu is simply a monster. Has a monster like her ever appeared in the history of the 10 dynasties? Not to mention the 10 great dynasties, a monstrous genius like her is probably extremely rare even in the foreign lands. It's only because she was born in the Dark Han dynasty. If she was born in the foreign lands, I wonder how terrifying she would be. For a time, the entire sky above the combat arena was in an uproar, and Feng Tianwu had become the center of attention. Such natural talent and comprehension ability could be said to be heaven-defying. She has actually comprehended fourth-level fire concept. Yi Ling's pupils constricted. Now, Even she didn't dare say she could defeat Feng Tianwu with 100% certainty. Wu, when did you comprehend the 4th-level intermediate fire concept? After Feng Tianwu returned, Feng Wudao looked at her with a dumbstruck expression. On the other hand, the nearby Sword 13 and Saber 5 weren't any better. Even though they knew since long ago that Feng Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body, and besides having shocking natural talent in the martial Dao, she possessed unique comprehension towards fire concept as well. But never had they imagined that Feng Tianwu had actually comprehended 4th-level intermediate fire concept, and this comprehension ability had already far left her natural talent behind. I comprehended it in the illusory crypt yesterday. Feng Tianwu said. Lingtian, you knew since long ago? Feng Wudao noticed that Duan Lingtian had a calm expression from the beginning until the end, and he faintly realized this. Duan Lingtian nodded with a light smile. Feng Wudao sighed when he saw this. All of this didn't stop because of this. Along with a strand of light azure energy appearing on the 7-foot-long spear in Li Ji's hand, another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared above him. 3rd-level elementary wind concept. The strongest strength Li Ji possessed now was comparable to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. I'll let you know that the difference of the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons is sufficient to allow me to completely crush you. Li Ji shouted out lightly as he flew out, and the 7-foot-long spear in his hand tore through the sky like a WM leaving its lair, and it moved menacingly and gave rise to waves of ear-piercing sounds of air exploding. Swoosh! Everywhere the spear pointed, it was earth-shattering. When this spear flashed out, it seemed as if it could even pierce a hole in the sky, let alone a human's body. The strength of 100 ancient horned dragons? Is it very strong? Su Li moved over unhurriedly, and he held the sword with both hands before abruptly raising it above his head. Instantly, the origin energy on Su Li's body soared and enveloped him and his sword within it, and it seemed as if he'd transformed into an enormous sword that was accumulating strength while waiting to attack. After the enormous sword appeared, the milky white appearance of the origin energy suddenly underwent a tremendous change. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into jade ripples that ceaselessly pulsated. Material water concept. This fellow Su Li has actually been concealing his strength all along? Duan Lingtian's gaze raised, and he revealed a surprised expression. Swish! You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.